Hello and welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here alongside Rome and Xingyi, and it is day 2, elimination day in this 3-day tournament, and we will continue to play until we know who our semifinalists are. An incredible number of matches today. It is really jam-packed and so much quality. Let's take a look at what we have in store for you today. All right, so first off, we have the teams that lost yesterday, and then the winners bracket. So first, Noble Esports, really Jekyll and Hyde performances yesterday, but showed some promise against a Phoenix Reborn team that wants to rebound. Then a rematch of the Autumn Championships, Liberation X against fan favorite Nemesis Hydra. What a show they put on yesterday. And then we go to what could easily be considered a finals match, a finals-worthy match in Hammers Velocity versus Phoenix Rain. Fireworks from all those incredible young players. And then some serious talent in the reigning champs TSM against Hammers Kinetic. It is going to be quite a day, but before we get into our first series, let's take a look at how we got here, brought to us by Forecourt Jester.
Thanks so much there, Playoff Beard. Yesterday started off with a bang as Hammers Velocity, Dienzio on that sky just doing fantastic work. They get themselves a lot of momentum and they seal the deal here. Game 2 up against Phoenix Reborn on top of that. But Phoenix Reborn, they might be fighting for their tournament life. Phoenix Rain, however, they then took on Noble Esports. They had themselves a fantastic start to yesterday. 14-0, 15-0. Noble just not able to answer that. And Phoenix Rain putting a point on the board into Game 2. It's more the same, but Xenotech and crew, they had some momentum. They brought it to that mid-game situation, but then they ran out of steam. They started off well, but they weren't able to tie it up, so they now fight for their tournament lives here. Game 1 today. TSM up against Nemesis Hydra. The unpredictability, the game of gauntlet. So many good ones out there. Heartache bringing out the Koshka on top of it, but it's not enough of a shock factor. TSM still takes Game 1. Game 2, though, all fight, no fear. Von C just does fantastic work with the Kestrel. They tie it up. Game 3, it's Coldamik on the Kestrel, though, that returns the favor. The TSM then moves on, and Nemesis Hydra today could be going home. And the last game of the series yesterday was Hammers Kinetic up against Liberation X. Game 1, Liberation X doing some fantastic work, but the Hammers, they're not going to take it lightly. The pocket pick pedal from Gabe Bizzle, the shock factor was way more than enough. They're able to take the win, and it's enough for a repeat performance in Game 3 on top of it. Hammers Kinetic move on, Liberation X fight for their lives, and now here today on Tournament Saturday, we'll find out who goes home.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. What a day. Really, Kestrel was a serious storyline, and then the pedal picks, the Lane Koshka picks. Rome, it was a lot of fun.
Yeah, I think the only hero that I haven't seen and I really want to see today will be Jewel. Everybody else has been making the rotations around, and Gabe Bizzle on that pedal. Shocking and effective.
Very effective. All right, let's turn our attention to the first match of the day. It is the number 5 seed, Noble Esports, against the number 8 seed, Phoenix Reborn. These teams, they cannot afford another loss. If they lose, their tournament is over. On the Noble Esports side, of course, Xenotech, El Riesgo, and Uni, who just tremendous work on Taka yesterday, Rome.
Yeah, and I feel like yesterday was their first day jitters. And getting that out of the way, I feel like today they're going to come performing more like they were doing throughout the entire second qualifier.
Now, this team, Noble Esports, they showed real signs of life. They really looked like they were going to take Game 2 off an incredible Phoenix Rain team. Were up early, really believed they had that Game 1, and then it slipped away.
Yeah, they had such a commanding lead in the early and mid-game. I think they just lost control of the game and the momentum, and I think that's when things started slipping for them. But like you said, there's a lot of potential for them, and I think this is a team that we can all agree is very well-rounded, and I think there is a potential for them to be the number 1 team here.
All right, Rome, certainly I think a series that Noble thinks they can win.
Yeah, and coming to this, we do see a lot of compositions coming on their end that mainly focuses on synergy, and this is something that Noble is known for. So for them to come today, they really have to bring it up to be able to beat Reborn.
All right, we caught up with Noble Esports before today's play. Let's take a look.
The roles on my team are El Riesgo as our roam player, Uni as our jungle carry, and myself, Xenotech as lane carry. I respect my entire team a lot. I think they're really talented players. Riesgo doesn't need to be told what to do, and he just goes for it, and it usually is the right thing to do.
He's the one that is going to be supporting me in the jungle and helping me to dominate the jungle and to gank lane. He's a really good support, and he synergized with me really well. Steeltech is a really passive laner, but he does clear the lane really fast. We're going to rotate to help us to be aggressive in the jungle.
Yes, there's always the games where someone has a breakout game, but without the other two players on the team, like that player wouldn't have that option. So I would say we're much more team focused than individual.
Good shot calling helps my team to win and to take objectives.
We communicate really well just by knowing what each other wants to do in the right time. Who I'd want to face most in the tournament is Velocity, because we've never really faced them, and it'd be awesome to see how we measure up to them as a team.
Right, great to see Noble Esports there, and so many fans of Xenotech watching right now. One of the most popular Vainglory streamers on Twitch. All the ghouls and ghoulettes will be rooting him on, sending him energy. And with that, though, Rome, who's your player to watch on the Noble Esports side?
Yeah, on the side of Noble, I do have to choose Uni. I feel like if he's able to land a comfort pick, he is going to go in without fear, just like he did yesterday, just constantly diving, making sure that he is the one initiating the team fights for his
And when
team.
you say comfort pick, is that purely Taka, or has he got other ones like that?
He's got a couple others, but mainly it has to be with high mobility. So we do have that Taka, we have that Sky. People that are able to get in and out within a quick lapse of time.
All right, we'll keep an eye out for that. And on the Phoenix Reborn side now, they have an incredibly talented player in Starting All Over, but he didn't really get it going yesterday.
Yeah, I don't think we saw his full potential. And we have to remember, this is their first time on the stage. There's going to be nerves, especially when you've got all these people staring at you, and you know there's so many people watching you on stream as well. And I really hope that they've kind of gone over these nerves and just going to bring their full A game today.
Now, when we look literally onto the stage, we see that they're choosing to go with the big dog instead of God of Sins for match one. This is a player who showed a lot of confidence yesterday, a player who has big stage experience before, and it's a move that I like.
Yeah, I really have to agree with you there. I do feel like with his experience in the previous qualifiers and previous championships, he will bring that here today. He will be able to just command his team throughout playing out through that live stage. Yesterday was their first day together, and I think today will be much better performance out of them.
And for anyone who missed yesterday, this is their one shot at this. Two of their players, the two elder players, are going into military service after this tournament. We thank them for their service, but that means either they make it happen here in the Spring Championships, or they dissolve as a team. So we'll be watching for them, and let's take a closer look at them now.
I'm God of Sins. I'm jungler. I mainly jungle, especially depending on what the comps we like. Skojin, he's the roamer, has always been the roamer. And Starting All Over is generally our lane, unless he gets a hero that he knows he will just absolutely annihilate in jungle with.
I'm the support for Team Phoenix Reborn, so I'm kind of like the eyes of the team. I look around, I'm making sure that I'm always keeping my eyes on the mini-map. Ultimately is my role because I carry out the responsibilities of putting out vision onto the team.
We definitely pick heroes that we flex pick, that we can either go into lane or jungle. As far as our roles, we try to stick to jungle and jungle roamer.
For my team, something that's really important is that we always try to play each hero to their power spikes, to wherever they're strong, best at. So obviously if we're playing a late game hero, we're gonna choose to not fight. We're just gonna try to chill. Basically, we take what we can. We punish other people's mistakes.
In the heated game, I think our teammate rally on most is Starting All Over. In my personal opinion, is one of the best, easily top 5 in Vainglory.
He's usually the backbone of our team. Starting All Over, even though he's very young, he's a really talented player.
His mechanical skills are off the roof. His shot calling is really good. His builds are always on point. He always knows the rotations of the enemy team. He's just the best.
His hero pool is really, really big. Basically, whatever hero you put him on, he'll go and just wreck with it. For me, since I'm the support, I usually shot call for all the vision around or where the enemy team is. Starting, he usually shot calls when he wants to go in or if we should pick a certain fight. God of Sins, he shot calls he tries to back us off from dangers that Starting did not see or he didn't recognize.
Something important to our team is that coming here, especially since it was on a technicality, we still want to prove to people that we deserve to be here. We're going to make it, and we're going to try and come up on top.
All right, nice to hear from them. And Rome, one thing that you also mentioned to me during the break, you said you didn't really see the comps out of Phoenix Reborn that you were hoping to see yesterday.
Yeah, like looking at them, and just throughout the second qualifier itself, they were running a lot of Celeste, a lot of Kestrel, compositions that are outside of the meta that work really well. And hopefully today we do get to see that again.
All right, with that, Xingyi, tell me, who is the player you have your eye on for Phoenix Reborn?
It's going to be Skogent for me. So he said before that he is the shot caller, so he's going to be controlling the momentum of his team. So there's a lot of pressure on him. And he's also, I think he does prefer to play Catherine or Rome here that we have not been seeing much in the championships. And I think I'm really looking forward to seeing that.
All right, so with that, we are nearing the draft for match 1. In this best of 3, we are playing on update 117, so keep that in mind. The meta a little different. The meta, we're on 118 on live, but the 117 meta seems to be evolving before our eyes as everyone's going to these Kestrels and these double poke comps that we saw in VIPL. So draft is started for match number 1. And Rome, we see Fortress come off the board. No surprise there.
Well, actually, yesterday we haven't seen any first ban with Fortresses, and I do feel like Noble, they want to make sure they get that early game out of the way so they can secure themselves a composition that scales very quickly.
Yeah, that's an excellent point. Back to more traditional 117 bans. Maybe that will start us off, but not as traditional in North America, Xingyi, is the Finn pick.
Yeah, so I'm not a big fan of the Finn as a first pick because it does leave a lot of counters open, such as Scarf, Celeste, or Sky, and we're seeing the Scarf being soft locked right now.
All right, we'll see if it is a Scarf coming out in Rome. A Scarf can just chew up a Finn.
Yeah, with the long-range poke, Scarf does have that, higher ground factor every time before he does it go into that team fight. However, if they play it right, if they get a composition that sustains himself really well, that Force the Cord coming out just to pull in an entire Reborn team works in their favor.
Do you like the Scarf Glaive combo? Some peel can come out of the Glaive to protect the Scarf.
This has been the go-to composition recently, especially with Glaive being there. He is that power play in that early game, and then late game, all he has to do is make sure his peels are on point and Scarf can take the rest all the way.
All right, big contrast to, all right, so an Arden, maybe a weapon, jungle Arden coming out. Phoenix Reborn looking to answer here. How do you like this combination with a Sky, an Arden, and a Finn?
I think it really certainly mixes things up, and we don't know who's going to be playing what yet. We don't know, we could even be seeing a Crystal Finn, but it's more likely that we'll be seeing that jungle Arden. I think it's certainly going to be interesting, and will throw Phoenix Reborn off guard.
If it is Uni on a jungle Arden, that would be fun to see. A Kroll finishes it out. We are ready for match 1 in the best of 3, and with the call, it's Tasty Bacon and Zken.
All right, thank you, Playoff Beard. I'm Zken. With me here is Tasty Bacon, and this is going to be a very, very interesting first game. A potentially Weapon Arden coming out in the first game of the day. This is very exciting.
Yeah, I mean, surprises right off the bat here on day 2. These teams, they mentioned they're fighting for their lives, so why not go deep into your bag, reach way down into your pocket and pull out the surprise that you have in store. And that's exactly what we're going to get to see here. When we do get into the game, we'll see it is going to be Uni on that Finn, or on the Arden, my apologies. So it very likely will be the weapon power jungle Arden coming out from Uni.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see because the weapon Arden is actually very, very powerful. The amount of early game damage you can put out, especially against something such as a Kroll, is actually immense. But with the Finn falling behind him, it is a little bit odd because Arden really wants to get into the middle of the enemy team, and Finn is just lumbering behind him.
Yeah, I'm also excited to see this big dog on this Kroll. He actually played it yesterday as well. We've seen a fairly surprising amount of Kroll for North America, but Big Dog, I was talking to him a little bit, and he said he feels like he is the best Kroll player on this stage this weekend. So we'll see if he can make the plays happen and get his team a win here.
Yeah, those are some very big words coming out from him, but we can definitely expect him to do extremely well. He has Kroll, he has Scarf on his team, and it's going to be very interesting to see how well they're going to be able to sustain to the mid to late game, because there is going to be some serious aggression coming out from Xenotech and Uni. With the Arden, with the Sky, they're going to be able to put out a lot of damage and constantly gank starting all over. But if the side of Reborn can sustain themselves until that mid to late game, with the Kroll, with the Scarf, they're going to be an absolute powerhouse.
Yeah, that's for sure. I mean, a lot of people are going to underestimate, I think, the damage that can come out of this Arden. If he does go down the weapon power build, does have the Swift Shooter there to get the extra attack speed for more Blood for Bloods. but with weapon power items, that Blood for Blood does an obscene amount of damage. I know from firsthand experience, weapon power Arden is actually one of my favorite sort of pocket picks to pull out in the game. So that's one of the reasons I'm so excited to see it here. Right now, a lot of focus on the lane for both sides, though.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting because you said Uni is going to go for a lot of weapon power, but right now he's actually building much more defense. He has the light armor, he has the Oak-Heart, and it's going to give him some good sustain in these early game battles, and might just be enough to tide him through the early game to do some serious damage once he hits level 6.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Could be having a fight here now, as it looks like all 6 members are together in the area, but just a little bit of poke coming out from the side of Phoenix. Not really enough to engage on. So wisely they do back off, but it's all about positioning right now early on.
Yeah, so all 6 members are in this lane right now. They're just going to face off a little bit. I don't expect too much to happen. Xenotech takes a bit of damage, but the Surge Strike is just to get him safely out of there. And Xenotech is actually, he started off with the Weapon Blade, but he is going to go toward that Crystal path. He has a Crystal Bit already picked up, and he's going to be doing some serious damage as long as he's able to stay alive in these fights, especially if he's able to kite that Kroll around.
Yeah, absolutely. He's doing pretty well for himself in the lane thus far. A very slight CS lead, which is going to disappear with this current wave. Starting all over is clearing out right now, but able to hold up against this Scarf, gets that first shop. Should obviously be answered right away by starting all over. That's one of the things these teams are so good at, these rotations of knowing, okay, this is our opportunity to shop. We know they were just there, and they're coming back to lane, so they're not going to be there to try and attack us while we are shopping. So the rotations are really just kind of one after another, just taking their turns, going down to the shop, getting some items, and then coming back to lane for a harass. But that's a beautiful afterburn. Is going to send Xenotech into the middle of the fight. Not a lot of damage coming out from the Phoenix side, though. In fact, it's the Kroll and Glaive that get taken down rather low. So a bit of a trade kind of going in the favor of Noble.
Yeah, I'm a little bit surprised Phoenix Reborn went for an engage right there. They don't have a particularly strong early game, and they continue to engage. This is very dangerous for them, especially with how much damage Xenotech might be able to do.
That's a nice goop being put down onto the middle of the team from starting all over. However, again, just not quite enough damage to secure a kill. It's a little bit too early to get a kill in the full-on 3v3 situation out in the open like that. If there was a wall that they could have gotten the stuns into in one of those choke points, maybe they secure a kill there, but just not quite having enough to pick it up. However, people are sticking around while awfully low. That's going to be a forward barrage. Nicely blocked by starting all over, but the goop and Spitfires coming out onto El Riesgo are going to be enough, and that is your first kill of the game 4.5 minutes in.
Yeah, and that's a fantastic play coming out from the side of Phoenix Reborn. Skojin, he walked up towards Xenotech, did a little bit of damage, which lured El Riesgo out into the open, where the starting all over was able to land that goop, land that Spitfire, and just completely melt him down.
It's a really interesting build right now I want to look at from Uni, going for that Shiver Steel first item. So really not actually building any weapon power at all just yet. We'll have to see if that changes. But right now it's a very defensive and utility focused build coming out from both of them. So it looks like they really just want to open up the path for Xenotech to try and carry.
Yeah, it definitely looks like the side of Noble Esports is protecting Xenotech as much as possible, and Uni is already level 6. He has the Gauntlet, and with the Shiver Steel, the big dog is kind of going to have a very, very difficult time to lock down Xenotech.
I mean, a Skye is hard enough to lock down on her own. Then you add in a Finn and an Arden with a Shiver Steel to that mix, and it just becomes immensely difficult. You can see right now they can't do anything to get onto that back line. Really, right now, Phoenix is relying on that poke and range damage from starting all over. Once we get later into the game and Big Dog starts getting tankier and along with Skojin, I feel like that's when we might see them start going for those dives. But both teams are really going to be lacking in damage quite a bit, I feel.
Yeah, until Xenotech picks up his Broken Myth and potentially another Crystal item, he's not going to be doing too much damage. Sure, Skye has a pretty good amount of base damage, but it's just not quite enough to get through both the Kroll and the Glaive. And on the other side, starting all over just won't have enough to burn through either Finn or Arden, especially with how defensive Noble Esports is building.
Yeah, so we could be in for a relatively long game, perhaps, and maybe one with a low kill total, but right now that's going to be another Afterburn. That's their key to getting damage onto Xenotech, is that Afterburn. The From Hell's Heart comes out. It doesn't connect onto the target they wanted, but it does get enough of a distraction in there to take down the Finn. It is now Xenotech trying to kite this one backwards, but look at Uni just going hard in the middle of the team. Xenotech tries to get in and so close to picking up kills, but he goes down himself. Uni, as well as most of Phoenix Reborn, are incredibly low. Oh, but Uni goes back in. He picks up one, at least gets something out of it, but does fall in the end. So this should be a gold mine going over to Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, that was a definition of worth right there for our side of Noble Esports. I believe we do have a replay coming up of that team fight, and that's some fantastic play coming out from Reborn. Even though they missed from Hell's Heart, the big dog able to stick on an LGS go do some huge amounts of damage, and Xenotech just gets completely taken out. And that was just such good play coming out from both sides.
Yeah, and you can see here on the end of the replay, Xenotech just getting a little bit too far forward and getting cleaned up by that glaive. But this play right here, Uni having the wherewithal to go in for this little bit of extra damage on right around that scout trap, was probably looking to get a little bit of help from that. As we come out of the replay, we are in a pause. Looks like there was a some kind of issue there over on the side of Noble being worked on. And so as soon as we have more of that taken care of, we will get back into the game. But right now, just looking at the situation we're in, like I said, just not a lot of damage being built on either side.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting because this is coming down to a very heavy sustained game, and it really just comes down to, will Starring All Over do more damage, or will Xenotech do more damage? However, with the Cruel on the side of the big dog, it's going to be very difficult for Noble Esports to get away from him.
Yeah, I mean, if Xenotech can't get the damage onto Starting All Over, where does it come from? You know, if with Arden building tank, you know, there's not a whole lot of damage there. You have the extra damage coming from the Stormguard banner, but again, that's not going to be enough to secure the kill. Like,
yeah.
It's going to be tough, especially if Starting All Over gets an Eve of Harvest. He'll have that extra life steal, and will be able to really sustain for a long time in the fights.
Yeah, especially with Stormguard banner being built for the side of Noble Esports on that Finn. It's just not going to be able to be triggered too often because Finn, pretty slow, not really going to be able to get close to the Scarf unless he lands a fantastic Force Accord, and that's really what I'm looking forward to.
Yeah, I think the key for Noble is going to be a Forced Accord. If they can get a Forced Accord into a Death from Above, and then maybe even put a Gauntlet on top of it, but that might be getting greedy. But it would just be absolutely disgusting. It would be so much damage, and if you can lock down an opposing team for that long, you're almost guaranteed to win a team fight.
Oh, certainly. And right now, it's going to be very interesting because they do have a triple stun team composition as we are getting back into the game very shortly. It looks like the side of Phoenix Reborn has taken the gold mine, so fantastic stuff coming out from them, picking up a little bit of goldie, about 1,000 gold to their name, and pretty solid overall.
Yeah, we'll have to see. Big Dog is actually going to be extremely important for this matchup as well. You know, when we were talking about the limited damage sources, if Big Dog can get onto Sky, obviously that's a task that's much easier said than done. But if Big Dog can get onto Xenotech and get those weakness stacks on him, it's just going to decrease that damage output even further. So we'll have to see how things work out. As right now, it's again kind of falling into that little bit of a lull with both teams really wanting to play more reactionary, it seems.
Yeah, both of these teams are playing very, very defensively right now, especially, I mean, Noble Esports just building so much defense. And I really want to stress that because I really expected to see the Ardent build weapon and just try exploding, Starring All Over. But on the opposite side, the big dog on that Cruel is very good with defense. He just needs to survive. If he can stick onto your carry, it's very, very difficult for your team to do any damage, especially when you're playing a single carry composition.
Yeah, absolutely. The other thing is the late game, it sort of favors Phoenix just because of the fact that just having a Scarf in general means you're going to have a strong late game. And then you add in a Kroll on top of it, and then with the damage source of Noble only being the Sky, Sky is really strong early and has a pretty strong mid game, but then kind of falls off a bit towards the very late game when you can avoid the Death from Above with relative ease thanks to your boots and things like that. So, and Noble is just a team that, in general, has always had a more early game style. They've always been very strong in the early game, and their decision-making seems to falter a bit towards the late game. So I feel like just the draft in general really favors Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, that's a very important pickup coming out from Starring All Over. He has his Broken Myth, and he actually has a Crystal Infusion and a Reflex block. So as long as he's able to block himself from getting pulled in by the Finn, he's going to be able to just continuously poke from a very large distance. And the big dog, I feel like he is a very pivotal member of the Phoenix Reborn composition because it's really up to him. He's going to be able to take all the damage, and he's going to be able to do it on himself.
And speaking of Big Dog, he comes charging in from the bottom in the jungle, and to help out with that, little mini engagement that started up there. I think we're going to be seeing that a lot of fights that kind of start and then immediately just get dissipated. And this is probably one of the slower paced games in terms of kills. A Gauntlet with a Forced Accord does get a lot of damage on the Starting All Over, but the Fountain of Renewal keeps him alive. Here comes the Dragon's Breath getting channeled. It's ticking down onto Uni, getting him quite low, but Xenotech will block that one. Oh, the From Hell's Heart not quite connected. If it had hit any member, that was going to be a kill. I mean, if it hits El Riesgo, obviously it doesn't do the stun, but I think the damage from Hell's Heart would have been enough for the kill there.
Yeah, El Riesgo was sitting on like, what, 100 health? He
even,
definitely would have gone down.
So
All right.
Very close from Big Dog.
Yeah, it does look like Phoenix Reborn is going to start on this gold mine once again. They're probably going to be able to pick this up with relative ease. They are now 1.2 thousand gold up, 10 minutes in, not too much of a difference, but still, they are just slowly accumulating a little bit more gold every single time. And if they keep doing this, they're going to be absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, the farm numbers are pretty much dead even. You can see Starting All Over and Xenotech both just eclipsing the 100 mark. Both Big Dog and Uni sitting right at around 50. So the gold differential is really heavily from those two gold mines. That's pretty much the entirety of the gold difference right now between these two teams. So very even matchup. This is what I expected coming in. I expected the teams to be very even. I didn't expect it to be this low damage of a match, but I definitely felt these two teams were extremely closely matched.
Right, and El Riesgo does have his Force Accord up right now, so he might be looking for an engage, but they are just going to back off, go pick up some items. Xenotech is sitting on quite a sum of gold, and looks like Phoenix Reborn is actually invading towards Sad Noble, and they're going to back off.
Yeah, another big power spike is going to come soon when El Riesgo hits that level 8. Oh, but there's going to be a From Hell's Heart landing onto Xenotech. He's taking a lot of damage. The healing comes out. The Spectral Smite is not enough. A beautiful gauntlet to prevent the aggression, but it's not enough. That is going to be the kill onto Xenotech. This should be Phoenix Reborn able to clean up now. They get another kill, and it's just chasing down Uni. He's in the jungle, does get stunned up thanks to that afterburn, and will he be able to get out of this one? I mean, he is a very tanky Arden, but is it enough in a 2-on-1 situation? It doesn't look like it. That will be another afterburn from Skojin to finish things off and secure that third kill and the ace for Phoenix Reborn.
And Phoenix Reborn really showing what they're capable of. Even though Noble Esports was able to disengage fairly well in that fight, they were able to land a Force Core. They were able to land a gauntlet with multiple stuns. It just was not enough. Xenotech, he got caught out multiple times. The From Hell's Heart catching him first, and then Skojin with the afterburn knocking him straight into a wall, and Xenotech was just not able to escape.
Yeah, I think that From Hell's Heart was really the key, though. Starting everything off with that stun. If that doesn't land, the fight never happens.
Right, and a couple more key purchases coming out. The double Eve of Harvest coming out from both Sky and Scarf. So they're both going to be a little bit harder to take down, but the one I'm really worried about is Xenotech. Will he be able to dodge around these fights a lot as much as he would like, or will the Big Dog be able to catch him once again?
Oh, well, we're about to find out because that's Big Dog charging on in underneath this destroyed turret. A beautiful death from above lands onto the entire team of Phoenix, but it's still Phoenix picking up the first kill. The Dragon's Breath coming out. Xenotech is burning down. Spitfire chunks him for the rest of his life, and then that Spectral Smite coming out of Kroll to really finish the job. Uni, once again, the only one left alive, but they're just going to ignore him. This is a tank Arden. They don't need to worry about his damage.
Yeah, this is a huge problem for side of Noble Esports. They're just not going to be able to do any damage once Xenotech goes down. And as you see, fight after fight, he is taken down. He is the priority target for side of Phoenix, and Uni gets burned down by the Phantom Flames from Starting All Over.
Not quite enough for the ace there for Phoenix Reborn, but they are starting to really take control of this matchup. Their gold lead has jumped up to almost 5,000 now in the last 2-3 minutes or so. It's really taken off thanks to those couple of fights, and it's looking pretty grim for Noble Esports in game number 1 here. Like you said, Noble has just not been able to protect Xenotech as much as they need to. There's actually now a weapon blade in the inventory for Xenotech.
Interesting. I think he's actually had weapon blade for quite a majority of the game. I don't know if he just picked another one up, but I think he's been sitting on it for quite a while.
I thought I had seen him sell it earlier and then grab it again, so I'm not really sure. Maybe he just wants to try and mix up the damage a bit because there is no armor built on the side of Phoenix Reborn, but it's very late in the game to try and switch up your build if that's the plan here. And the one thing that I'm really just have to criticize is the decision to go with this tank Arden on Uni. I feel like Uni is such a big playmaker for Noble that if he had been on the weapon Arden, he could have opened up the doors to make those plays. But on the tank, he's essentially just another roamer.
Yeah, right now it's a little bit odd of a decision, especially just because they just have no damage. Xenotech can be completely tanked up by both Skojin and the Big Dog. They're just sitting in front of him. Oh, starting all over. Gets the reflex block down, blocks Force Accord. No such luck for Noble.
Yeah, a beautiful reflex block to go ahead and deny the Force Accord. If that one had connected, it would have been just starting all over pulled in, which would have been a really nice opening for Noble. But those fast reflexes coming out, we can see the double infusions for every single member of Phoenix, whereas it's only on Xenotech now for Noble. So another advantage situation for Phoenix Reborn as they start with the Kraken.
Yeah, so Kraken should be pretty free for them, unless Noble is going to contest, so this could be a little bit dangerous. It's going to be very close, actually.
Yeah, the Kraken is getting low. It's going to be very, very close. The fight is starting. There's going to be a big stun from Finn, and it is Noble that steals the Kraken, and the fight is on. All the blocks, all the stuns coming out, and Noble Esports are doing some serious damage. The Fountain of Renewal comes through to heal, but Skojin is low, starting all over low on the backsides, but the kills are coming through for Phoenix. At the end of the day, Xenotech is the only one left alive. Does he have enough to try and turn this? A death from above just to try and keep himself safe. Keeps starting all over, separate from the team, but starting all over has the damage and gets the kill. That's an ace for Phoenix Reborn, but they still have to deal with this Kraken.
Yeah, that's a fantastic play coming out from the side of Phoenix Reborn once again. Even though Noble was able to take the Kraken away, Phoenix Reborn is going to get so much out of this. The Kraken takes down one turret, so not a complete shutout for the side of Noble Esports. But Phoenix Reborn just playing those fights so well. They know their priority targets, and we can see Kroll just taking this turret on his own.
Yeah, that was a great decision there from Phoenix. It looks like he actually won't be able to get the turret quite just yet, but nice Force Accord pulling him back in. This is should be a kill for Noble as they continue to try and chase this down, but here comes the rest of Phoenix. This could be a turnaround fight. The damage from starting all over from Hell's Heart doesn't connect. It looks like they are going to back off because of that, but somehow the Big Dog stays alive.
Yeah, the Big Dog just continuously survives these engagements over and over. 507 on that Kroll. He hasn't had his Pauldron in ages and a Shiver Steel. He is impossible to take down from side Noble.
Yeah, and not to mention a little bit of damage and attack speed just to get that lifesteal from the passive on Spectral Smite going. But this is, I mean, at least they got a turret off of it. They got a little bit of gold in their pocket for Noble. And getting a Kraken steal, even if you get aced afterwards, it's still a bit of a morale boost, I'd say, for the team. Like, it's such a big moment for you that you know you can at least contest the Kraken going forward now, and it's not just they're not just rolling over and letting Phoenix walk all over them. So really nice to see that there is still fight in this Noble side, but they are really starting to fall behind in terms of gold, and it's a dire situation coming up.
Right, just one more thing I really have to bring up. Skojin, that Warhorn is so pivotal in these fights because Noble Esports, all they are trying to do is engage. And as long as Phoenix Reborn has that Warhorn, they can easily just run away.
Oh, but here comes another fight. The Gauntlet is going to go down. It splits up the side of Phoenix, but it's only the Glaive stuck inside. Xenotech staying very safe, but so is starting all over. And the first kill is onto that Finn once again. The Afterburn knocking Xenotech back towards the rest of Phoenix. Xenotech doing what he can. You can see up on the top of the side too, Uni is going to fall to that Kroll, and it's just Xenotech left, but not for long, as that is another ace. 3-0 in favor of Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, I can see the Big Dog even throwing out his From Hell's Heart at the end of the fight just to clear out some minions. He didn't even have to use it during that engagement. They're so far ahead now.
Yeah, the turret is going down. This could very well be the game. We will have Skojin respawning, or El Riesgo respawning, sorry, in time to defend, but I don't think it's going to be enough. They've been able to take Finn out first in every fight that's happened. The turrets are falling. The second turret is down there onto the crystal. The respawns are coming through, but I just don't know if Noble has enough. They're trying to get the damage down. Death from above does get some stuns. There's going to be the Dragon's Breath being channeled, but the crystal is being taken down so low, and it does get taken out, and Phoenix Reborn will take game number 1 of this elimination series.
Yeah, fantastic play coming out from the side of Phoenix Reborn. Able to take it in game 1 against Noble Esports. I'm very interested in seeing what will Noble Esports do next.
Yeah, I feel like they definitely need to get Uni on a carry jungler. I feel like if he's not able to do damage, that it really hurt Noble's chances. I mean, they're such an early game team, And building that tank Arden early, he's not able to contribute anywhere near as much as he needs to in fights.
Yeah, it felt like a bit of a composition mismatch with the Scarf coming out, dealing huge amounts of damage to both Arden and Finn, especially with their high health pools. I don't know, I just gotta take it down to the draft, and I really wonder, will he change things up next game?
Yeah, they definitely will need to change something. The other thing to point out is El Riesgo on that Finn. Very unusual to see Finn being the first target going down in fights, and that was happening consistently. You can see he really wasn't even able to get those tank stats built up like Uni was, so just a really a strange composition. But hopefully they'll be able to change it up, and we can go ahead and talk to Rome, Playoff Beard, and Jinyi and see what their thoughts are on the double tank composition.
All right, Tasty Bacon, thank you. And I think that really nails it. You have Uni, he is such a playmaker. If he builds a true weapon build, say, getting a bone saw, a breaking point, maybe even a tension bow off of match start, could really make a play. Max Blood for Blood, do a lot of damage. They went a different route, and it didn't really work out.
Yeah, it showed, in one instance, right when they did steal that gold miner, the team initiated on their own terms. Everything was going out on their end, but there was 0 damage. It was XenoTech left by himself, and he didn't have enough just to take on anybody. Really, it was like a 3v0, that team fight. And I do feel this all started out within that draft itself.
Yeah, and Xingyi, they also didn't necessarily itemize to complement that choice. Like, there was no Crucible coming out. They failed to react to all of the pressure that XenoTech was getting and protect him when you're going to put all your eggs in that basket.
Yeah, and I have to agree with Rome in that you're not going to be doing anything with a Blazing Salvo at 16 minutes. You're an Arden, you have a high base weapon damage, a surprisingly high base weapon damage that a lot of people underestimate, and you should take advantage of that against a Cruel in the early game. And if you're just going to tank up as they did, then at least try and effectively front line for XenoTech and just try and take some of the hits for him, which they weren't doing, and he was just suffering so much from that.
Yeah, and if there is a silver lining, of course, we saw Noble Esports yesterday. Very rough first game, very superb second game until the late stages when it got away from them. So they can rebound, but that was our first upset of a single match of the day, so far. And the big dog, I feel like this really mattered. He just played with a lot of confidence. Seems like he's really kind of pulled this team together that had a very rough day one.
Yeah, he's quite used to this environment, so we do expect him to perform to the best of his capabilities. I feel on the side of Noble, though, they have a lot of things they have to work on this match. Just starting from the draft, making sure that they're finding their comfort level without going too far above it.
All right, and with that, draft for match 2. It's a best of 3. Now, Noble Esports, they must win or their tournament is over. All the pressure. Phoenix Reborn takes away the Adagio, and Xingyi Scarf off the board.
Yeah, so they picked up Black Feather, but I'm not sure a big fan of the Team A banning the Black Adagio, because it does, if you don't ban it, it leaves you open because you have the first pick, so you're going to be forcing Noble Esports to ban Adagio or let them have it. So I think from that part, I'm a little bit iffy about that.
All right, interesting, but I'm sure Phoenix Reborn, they like that they have a Black Feather and an interesting decision. Noble Esports, they picked the Arden, and now Phoenix doesn't really know if it's going to be a Roam or a Weapon Arden, but probably a Roam.
Yeah, but just quickly on Reborn, I do feel I have to agree with that, picking up that Black Feather first. They do know that Uni on that Taka, he is very devastating. By grabbing Black Feather first, they're making sure that their opponents aren't going to counterpick.
All right, so we'll have to see what they do. Noble comes back, takes the glaive away.
So they do have a lot of early game pressure on the side of Noble. They have to make the most out of it. They have to make those quick rotations down. And say, if XenoTech is able to lock himself up a very late game scaling hero up in that lane, they have to make the plays to help him out.
117 having a Black Feather and a Fortress, have to feel good about that.
Yeah, that's a very, very dangerous combination, and they're playing really well today, so I think this is going to be a good start.
All right, so a bit of a switch up here as Noble Esports takes the crawl. Will be interesting to see how this plays out, and with the call, it is Tasty Bacon and Zken.
Prepare for battle.
You, Playoff Beard. I'm Zeke, and with me here once again is Tasty Bacon. That was an interesting draft, I gotta say.
Yeah, very interesting. We're both sitting here talking. We're like, take the Taka, take the Fortress. Fortress is open, and they didn't pick either of them. I mean, for the side of Noble, we're talking about, obviously, because it then went over, and that's exactly what Phoenix took when they were open. So I definitely like the draft a lot better from Phoenix this time around.
Yeah, it's actually very interesting, though, because it depends on how well Uni does on that crawl. If he's able to get to any sort of tanky position, he's going to be incredibly hard to take down. Starting all over on that Blackfeather, Blackfeather does have the execute, but Cruel has so much barrier that he is going to be able to sustain it anyway.
Yeah, I mean, it definitely can work out, but on paper, if you show me these two compositions, regardless of the team that's playing, I would take Phoenix's composition almost any day of the week, especially on patch 1.17. So we'll have to see if the big dog can show off some Taka play. We saw a couple of really impressive Takas from both I Love Joseph and Uni yesterday. So now it's Big Dog's turn to see if he can match it, as it looks like we do have a fight starting out already. That's a lot of damage being put down onto the Fortress there on Skojin, but he should be able to get away from this one. The stacks kind of being shuffled between, but here comes the rotation from the laners now.
Oh.
It's a 3-on-3, but the first kill is picked up thanks to starting all over, and now that's some low health on the rest of the side of Noble, and it's a 3-0 cleaned up. All 3 kills going to Blackfeather.
Yeah, 3-0 off match start, especially to a Blackfeather, who becomes incredibly powered mid to late game. This is a very bad start for Noble Esports.
I'm actually really surprised that starting all over while they were down with that fight didn't shop. He didn't swing down to the shop. He just went straight back up into the lane, wanting to make sure that this lane wave got pushed into the turret for Xenotech so that there's less for him to farm. That's the other thing. Xenotech is on this lane glaive.
Yeah, lane glaive overall pretty solid, especially against the Blackfeather. I do like the matchup. Skojin right now, though, is just chilling. So it looks like we're going to go into another pause.
At least some really nice sportsmanship there from Noble, recognizing it and deciding not to take the free kill while they had the opportunity. So we'll be getting that situation sorted out. Unfortunately for Skojin, I assume as soon as they're back in, I would expect Noble to let him kind of back away out of that brush so that he can get to safety. But great sportsmanship from Noble there.
Oh, for sure. And right there, I really want to point out, like, Phoenix Reborn, they are doing particularly well with this composition early on. They have a double assassin team composition. They have the Blackfeather, they have the Taka. And with the Fortress to apply the bleed stack, it's going to hurt for anyone who gets jumped on.
Not only that, but you have Fortress to give that extra movement speed, and you're already talking about a Blackfeather and a Taka. Like, there's no escaping this team. They are going to, if you get away with low health, you're not going to be getting away for very long, because they will have the ability to chase you to the ends of the fold and take you down. It's going to be very difficult to deal with.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what Noble tries to do to counteract that composition, because right now they are falling behind, but it's early game. You don't fall too much behind by giving up a few early kills, but they really have to start building some defense, because what Reborn is trying to do is make sure they get an early lead, make sure they can get a huge advantage off of these snowball kills, potentially go for some dives early on. But if Noble is able to weather the storm, they can definitely take them into late.
Yeah, it's kind of funny how, just how drastically the game can change based on the picks. In Game 1, we were saying, oh, we don't like the fact that they're building so much defense. And now here in Game 2, because of the composition, we want them to build this defense. So hopefully they will take that advice. Obviously, they cannot hear us down on the stage, but if they do build up that defense, like you said, they can weather that storm. Taka falls off extremely hard. He's an incredible assassin early game, but if you can get to the point where he can't just jump in and take you down to like 25% health right off the bat, then you can start doing really well. We're going to go ahead and toss it on back over to Playoff Beard Roman Jinyi as we continue to get the issue sorted out.
All right, thank you very much, Tasty Bacon Rome. So now that you've got a chance to see the comps and how this is starting out, your impressions?
Well, I do feel like on the side of Reborn, they did a good job of countering that last pick, making sure that as long as they're able to hit their power spikes later on, they will do just fine. Just making sure that they jump onto the side of Noble Esports.
Rough start for Noble Esports.
Very rough start. They're being very brutal here for Phoenix Reborn. I think that first win was exactly what they needed to get this kind of push for the win. And, like we said, this is their last chance. And we said yesterday if they win against Velocity, that was going to be a big deal for them. And there is so much at stake for this team.
Yeah, and kind of the opposite happening for Noble.
Yeah. So Noble Esports, they're looking good, and they've got so much potential, and they've got so many seasons ahead of them. But they're not looking too good right now. This is not the Noble Esports I'm used to seeing, and I don't know what's going wrong. It's the mentality, the synergy just seems off right now.
All right, now this match obviously far from over. If you were in Noble Esports' corner right now, what would you be telling them?
I'll be telling them to start maybe building defense because you do have a attacker and a Black Feather right now who do seem to be building weapons. So you kind of want to get those pauldrons early because both of those heroes do rely on attack speed. So you want to slow down their attack speed and mitigate the damage that's been coming out from them, and then you can start building a little bit more attack.
All right, on the Reborn side, if you're going to stomp on their throat here in this series, advance to fight again later on in the day, what would you be telling the team to capitalize on?
Well, they have to do it early, just due to the side. We do have Noble. With that last pick, with that counter pick, they're making sure that they're going up against that Taka really well. And with Taka being able to, he does fall off later on. So they have to make their plays very early. And I feel like as long as they push it, they can snowball.
All right, so just break down for me a little bit what that might look like for these players.
Well, it's just pretty much initiating and making those quick rotations early up in that jungle like we did see right now. Where they came in, Black Feather did a lot of work, and he made sure that, he got to their back line, that nobody else was interfering with just Taka running around circles.
Now, seeing the comp, seeing the way the early game is playing out, has your impression changed at all in terms of who are going to be the most pivotal players to the outcome in this particular match?
Well, so far the thing is, on the side of Reborn, it seems as though with that big dog, the big dog playing for them today, they have a lot more synergy throughout the entire group. There's been a lot of communication. The rotations have been, it seems like it's been direct in terms of that. Everybody has been playing their point. Everybody has been going to the places that they've been told to.
All right, we're almost ready to resume the match, just working out a technical issue. So thank you for your patience there. Xingyi, any other keys to victory for you in what is an elimination match for Noble Esports?
I think they just need to focus. I think if anyone is watching any of their previous qualifier games, this is a team that if you just keep poking and poking at them, will fall apart. And I think that is one of the flaws of their gameplay, is that they need to maintain that mentality, stay positive, and actually just keep doing what you're doing, because one small mistake, you don't want that to mess up your whole game.
And that is a really interesting nuance. Of course, this is not just a remote qualifier. They are on the big stage. It is an absolute packed house here at the Avalon in Hollywood. They had to add extra seats to try to accommodate the overflow. So a lot of eyes on them. And when that early game kind of crumbles, it's very difficult to kind of regroup, pull yourself together, and pull through, especially when you are the favorite in a series.
Well, the thing was, the first match, I highly had to disagree with the composition that Noble decided to pick out, especially just starting off with their first pick, picking up that Finn. Things started blowing up from there. They really gave that second two picks for the side of Reborn like that chance to win, and the game was decided then.
All right. While we have the time, walk me through what you would consider the proper itemizations for each team moving forward. One side has that Taka Fortress Black Feather. Tell me what you would like to see in terms of, as the game progresses, what items that they use to complement out that comp.
Well, the thing is, they are going to go up against a triple melee composition, and they have to know whichever side sustains even longer will probably do better on the late game. Making sure that you have that sustainability, that defense. Atlas Pauldrons are probably the key items for both teams here. And then Breaking Point. I feel like Breaking Point and Bonestar will play the pivotal items in that late game.
All right, and on the other side, same question.
It's the same answer. To be honest, on the other side, it depends on who lasts the longest. With these item builds coming out, you have to make sure that you're shredding away that armor. You have to make sure that you're stacking up as many critical points as you can on your side as possible. And then the Atlas Pauldrons. This is very iffy here because a lot of great players do know how to reflex blocks these. And this will probably be the biggest game changer into that late game.
All right, so we're hearing for about 5 minutes until we resume, so hang tight for that. We talked a little bit about starting over. This is starting all over. This is a very young player, their most talented mechanical player. Tell me what you've observed through the qualifiers that makes him a standout talent.
I think he's quite aggressive, sometimes a little bit over-aggressive, but I think that aggression is really important as a laner to continually poke out, prevent the enemy laner from farming up. And he's also got quite good rotations generally, and I think Skojin and God of Sin's Big Dog have been helping a lot with trying to keep him in check, reining him in a little bit. And I think yesterday we saw a glimpse of the talent there, but I don't think we saw the full potential. And today we're beginning to see it being unleashed a little bit. He's playing a lot better, and it's quite impressive so far from what we've been seeing.
So just a few minutes from being back to the action. We just, of course, want everything to be right for both of these teams. So for anyone who might have joined us a little bit late, we're going to take a closer look at Noble Esports. Their backs are against the wall, and as soon as we're ready to resume action, we'll cut out of that video and we'll get back to it.
The roles on my team are El Riesco as our roam player, Uni as our jungle carry, and myself, Xenotech as lane carry. I respect my entire team a lot. I think they're really talented players. Riesco doesn't need to be told what to do, and he just goes for it, and it usually is the right thing to do.
He's the one that is going to be supporting me in the jungle and helping me to dominate the jungle and to gank lane. He's a really good support, and he synergizes with me really well. Xenotech is a really passive laner, but he does clear the lane really fast, so we can rotate to help us to be aggressive in the jungle.
Yes, there's always the games where someone has a breakout game, but without the other two players on the team, like that player wouldn't have that option. So I would say we're much more team focused than individual.
Good shot calling helps my team to win and to take objectives.
We communicate really well just by knowing what each other wants to do in the right time. Who I'd want to face most in the tournament is Velocity, because we've never really faced them, and it'd be awesome to see how we measure up to them as a team.
We are ready to get back to the action. So let's go back to our casters. It's Tasty Bacon and Zekent in what's an elimination match for Noble Esports.
All right, looks like we are back in the game now, and it looks like, Phoenix Reborn, they're 3-0. They're about 400 gold up. It's not huge, but, you know, it's solid.
Yeah, and looks like we were right. They did allow Skogent to go ahead and walk away from that brush. They didn't take that kill. I gotta say, I'm impressed by that sportsmanship. Facing elimination, I would have just taken it.
Dang,
I'm not. It's you gotta do what you gotta do. But
Scumbag
great
bacon.
job, Noble Esports. They are better people than I, as they allowed Skogent to walk away. We can see now, though, looking at the numbers on the farm, it's pretty close thus far, which you expect it to be just 3 minutes in. But here comes a gank onto the lane. It is a nice afterburn from Xenotech as he returns up to farming, but only able to get Starting All Over down to about half health.
Yeah, it's actually fantastic coming out from Xenotech, knocking Starting All Over into a position where he was basically forced to walk into that scout trap and take even more damage. And one of the great things I like about Uni's build right now, the double light armor coming out is going to make him incredibly hard to take down, and Big Dog and Skogent also picking up a couple light armors for themselves.
Yeah, it's a lot of armor to deal with. This is a lot of damage, but that's going to be another beautiful afterburn from Xenotech, securing that kill, the first one on the board for Noble.
Yeah, this is exactly what I love about seeing the Glaive in lane. He puts out so much threat, especially against those melee laners who are forced to go up to the minions to get those last hits. Every single time they step up, it's another chance that he can go for the afterburn and go for a kill.
Yeah, and then when he has his teammates waiting in the wings like he did there, it's a pretty easy kill to pick up. Even on the Infinite Escape Blackfeather, until he hits level 6, he doesn't have those Infinite Escapes, so it's much easier to secure the kills. And right now, even without the afterburn being used, a lot of damage being done.
Yeah, and you can see the difference between having those light armors and not having them. Right now, there's so many light armors in this game. I would really love to see it if Xenotech decided to pick a couple up for himself, because on that Glaive, he has a huge amount of health. His base health pool is absolutely huge, and having a little bit of armor to complement that is going to be absolutely terrifying for Phoenix Reborn to deal with.
Yeah, especially as we look at, like you mentioned, Big Dog and Starting All Over, both going to be going for weapon power builds. The 2 weapon blades in the inventory for the Big Dog. We'll have to see if he goes for that early tension bow that we do see some Takas like to use. I don't think so, just because he would be getting it relatively late regardless, thanks to picking up those 2 armors. But it's still an option. But I hope he doesn't take it personally.
Yeah, my guess is he's going to go straight for that Sorrow Blade, and so will Xenotech. Having that amount of damage on both Glaive and Taka is going to be absolutely immense for both of them. And the Big Dog jumps in.
Taka jumping in, trying to get some damage onto Xenotech, but just not quite enough. A nice stun from Xenotech with the afterburn into the wall. But it's Uni that is getting dropped very low despite being on that Krull, and it will be Uni going down. Xenotech the next target, and Phoenix Reborn is just diving right underneath this turret and making short work of Noble Esports.
Yeah, and that's exactly what we were talking about earlier. If Noble Reborn gets Phoenix Reborn gets ahead, they can just constantly go for these dives. They have the double assassin composition with the Fortress. The bleed proc is absolutely huge, and the big dog starting all over and Skojin as a unit, just go on to one member at a time, take out Uni, take out El Riesgo, and finish off Xenotech at the end.
And again, the ability to chase underneath that turret. A lot of times, once a team gets under that turret, you see the other team just peel off because they can't continue that chase. They can't deal with it because it will take too long to get those kills. But with all of the incredible mobility that is on the side of Phoenix Reborn, they were able to just stick to their target underneath that turret. It didn't matter. They took a few turret shots, but it was nowhere near enough to even get a kill answered for Noble. But now it looks like they want one as the Afterburn comes in onto the Skojin. Skojin is going to be taken pretty low, but he's still hanging on, and instead it is starting all over on this Black Feather, getting the first kill. Xenotech going down. Uni the next target, and look at how well they're able to stick to their target. Skojin still alive as it's trying to be answered by El Riesgo, but the damage from Black Feather and Taka is just too much.
Yeah, and the back-to-back aces coming out for us side of Phoenix Reborn. They are so hard to get away from. Even though Skojin was caught out, he had the fountain. He had a fountain at like 6 minutes in, and that is so much extra health that Noble Esports has to cut through.
Yeah, and now El Riesgo does have his fountain as well, which will help Noble, but they've already started to fall behind. They're 2,500 gold back at just 7 minutes, a much larger deficit than we saw in game number 1.
Yeah, things are looking a little bit grim for them. I would love to see them pick up a little bit more armor, but even though they had the armor, they need to have the damage to cut through that fountain, cut through the defenses of the side of Phoenix Reborn. If they're unable to do that, Phoenix Reborn is just going to walk all over them.
Yeah, Xenotech did pick up some armor for himself, getting that tier 2 armor, so taking your advice a bit there. El Riesgo, the only one without armor on the team now, but that's obviously because he was busy getting that Fountain of Renewal as quickly as possible. So with the armor coming out, they should be able to survive a bit longer. Xenotech actually already finishing the Atlas Pauldron now. First item for him. So they are really putting a lot of emphasis on the defense, as they should and as they need to.
Yeah, that's a very pivotal pickup for the side of Noble Esports. I would not be surprised if all 3 of their members decide to go for an Atlas Pauldron, just so they could constantly lock down Taka and Black Feather's attack speed. As long as they are not able to hit anything, they're not going to be doing any damage.
Yeah, I mean, Taka can still do some with the abilities, but like you mentioned, having that lowered basic attack speed can do wonders for your team. Looking at the scoreboard right now for each player, 3-0-6 on Skojin, 6-1-3 on Starting All Over, and 0-0-9 for the big dog. The thing that stands out to me is the 100% kill participation for all 3 members.
Yeah, and you can see another fight breaking out right now.
Yeah, they're looking for more kills. The From Hell's Heart does go out. It stuns up Skojin, though. Not the target you really want to hit with it, and that will be Kroll picking up the first kill. Uni getting some work in. They do manage to answer onto Xenotech, but now will they be able to take down Skojin? Skojin actually aggroing the Gold Miner just to get the Gold Mine involved and then trying to kite away from it. The Gauntlet goes down, keeping everyone within the area. Gold Mine is still working on Skojin, but the damage just isn't there right now for Uni and El Riesgo. El Riesgo is going to fall. Uni trying to get a kill onto Black Feather, has full weakness stacks, should be able to pick him up with a smite once it's available, but it doesn't come out. He didn't have the cooldown for it in time, and it is starting all over, and Skojin able to answer. But now here comes Xenotech trying to finish what Uni started. Will he have enough damage? The Afterburn knocks Starting All Over back, and a Rose offensive over the wall to get himself to safety.
Yeah, the Rose defense is coming out at just the perfect time for Phoenix Reborn. Starting All Over, just able to just barely make his way out, and a 4,000 gold lead along with that gold mine for the side of Reborn. Noble Esports, they are definitely digging themselves into a very, very deep hole.
Yeah, and it looked good for them at first in that fight. I mean, Uni got that early kill onto the big dog, but just they weren't able to finish off everyone else. Once Xenotech went down, that's a lot of their damage right now. It is, again, a mainly focused damage on one person for Noble. Obviously, Uni can get some damage built up in a fight, but once those cooldowns are used, then the damage just isn't there.
Yeah, and one of the great things for Noble Esports is that they are able to constantly build more and more defense. Even though Phoenix Reborn is going to be building into Bonesaws, having those extra defensive stats will slow down the advance of Phoenix. And if Uni is able to get a little bit more damage for himself, currently he's sitting on basically not much damage at all. A Swiss shooter, once he gets a little bit of damage, he's going to be a constant threat in these fights. And if they all pick up Atlas Pauldrons, it'll be very tough for Phoenix Reborn to do any damage.
Yeah, the other crazy thing about that fight, which could have been a turning point, Starting All Over actually had a weapon infusion ticking during it, a level 7 infusion. That's going to be a melee range from Hell's Heart to lock up Skojin. The fight is on, but once again, it is Noble Esports, the ones that seem to be backing away from this, except for Uni going right into the middle. Those weakness stacks just building up, but not slowing down the side of Phoenix as they dive in under the turret. They get one, they get two. It's just Xenotech, and he is going down. That is another ace picked up by Phoenix Reborn.
And Phoenix Reborn just getting aces all over the game. This is absolutely fantastic for them. They're going to be able to take down yet another turret. It's 11 minutes in the game. 2 turrets are down. It's almost certainly going to be 3. And as we see another replay of that fight.
Yeah, you can see here just Uni trying to do what he can with those weakness stacks, but as soon as he gets too low, doesn't have that Spectral Smite to come out, the chase is on, and they were able to just pick up those kills rather quick in rapid succession. Some frustration showing on the faces of the Noble players after that fight as well, which is something you really don't want to see. If you get out of the game mentally, then you may as well pack it in because it is so difficult to recover.
Yeah, one of the worst things here is
another
Hell's Heart.
Oh, trying to land it onto the Black Feather, but doesn't quite connect. The Rose Offensive to help Starting All Over get away from this. And now you can see Phoenix Reborn immediately re-engaging on this one, targeting Xenotech. All 3 members on him. Big Dog taking a little bit of damage, but just goes into that Kaku to heal up. Make sure he keeps vision on El Riesgo while his teammates to go and work on the Kroll. That's another kill picked up there. Uni and is the one to fall. El Riesgo trying to hold off the Big Dog, but is just unable to. And another ace, back-to-back aces picked up by Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, right now Phoenix Reborn just showing all of their power. They were not doing too hot in the first day, but they are almost certainly going to taking this game against Noble Esports. They are down to the last 2 turrets. The last turret, only the Vein Crystal will be remaining after this, and I don't believe Noble Esports will be able to mount a defense right here.
Yeah, this is going to be Team Phoenix looking for another fight. The Gauntlet comes down to try and keep Big Dog away. Big Dog's just working on the Crystal. He doesn't even care about the fight, and with that, the Chitin going over the top, he's going to finish the game, and Phoenix Reborn will take this one in decisive fashion, keeping their tournament dreams alive here against Noble.
Yeah, that's so well played from the side of Phoenix Reborn. Yesterday, they were looking pretty rough. They had some good moments. They were showing that they were a fairly powerful team. But today, they just absolutely took it to Noble Esports and completely destroyed them.
Yeah, it was very dominant performance in both games, and 2 very different styles as well. In game number 1, we saw them using that heavily defensive style with 2 tanks going for them. And then here in game 2, triple assassin, really, because you can essentially consider Fortress an assassin the way they were playing. Really great job of sticking on their targets. Noble, they fought well at times, but just it seemed like Phoenix Reborn really overwhelmed them.
Yeah, absolutely incredible stuff coming out from both sides. I mean, Noble, they were showing some signs of life in the first game. Second game, though, man, it was just all Reborn right there.
Yeah, you can see it there on your screen, 19-2. Looking at those item builds, the Bone Saw for Starting All Over. There was one about to be coming out from the Big Dog as well. Never even got that far. And again, the kill participation.
Yeah, so a little bit more breakdown from our analysts will be here in just a moment. So as we throw it back to Playoff Beard, Rome and Xingyi, take it away, guys.
All right, thank you, Z-Kent. So our first major upset of the tournament as the 8th seed, the last seed, Phoenix Reborn knocks off the 5 seed. Noble Esports, their day is not done. They will continue on. They will have to play again in order to try to make it into the semifinals. But we're playing now. These are the teams that lost yesterday.
Yeah.
So their hopes are still alive, so incredible job out of them. Rome, one really interesting thing we saw out of Phoenix Reborn in both games was early infusions that helped them win fights. In this game, Big Dog had a 9-minute weapon infusion. In the last game, the Scarf with a 9-minute crystal infusion. Those early infusions helped.
Yeah, and it just shows like how much communication they have across the board, making sure that they are popping these infusions, especially when they're very oriented towards getting those objectives down.
Now, other than that, what to you made the difference in this match?
Well, overall, I feel like, Reborn just played a lot better in that early game. And after the first couple of minutes, it started really to snowball. They had control of the jungle. They made sure that the rotations were set on their own terms.
Now, was this more of the team, Xingyi, that you saw in the qualifiers that earned them the right to be here?
Yeah, well, if you look at their stats, they have the shortest game, like game length out of any other team in the qualifier too. Their average match time is 14 minutes.
Wow.
They're all about the early game aggression, maintaining that and snowballing, and they did that these 2 games, which is what we wanted to see. And when we see them playing their their meta comps that we did yesterday, it just didn't work so well.
All right, and with that, we have a player who's been on this stage before. He was very confident and really helped pull this team together. Coming off the bench as a sub, it's Humanist with player the Big Dog.
All right, guys, I'm on stage live with the Big Dog himself. This is a series that you had to come in and win. I want to ask, did you have any pressure coming into this?
Going in as an 8th seed, we've had kind of came in as the underdogs. So nobody really expected us to do very much here, but we've proved them wrong.
It's very cool. And also coming off the bench, getting into these games, it's got to feel good to come in, have an impact like that. You got some fans out there. Is there anything you want to say to these guys?
I just want to thank everyone for cheering us on and giving us confidence. We're going to try to make it to the finals, and we're going to learn from our mistakes that we made yesterday.
All right, guys. Well, that's the Big Dog himself. Give it up for Big Dog. All right, thanks for joining me on stage, Big Dog. Good luck in your next match, my man. All right, let's send it back up to Playoff Beard at the desk.
Very important not to leave Humanist hanging there, otherwise you end up with a Twitter meme. So I'm glad he came back and shook the hand at the end.
I was just thinking
that. So the Big Dog playing very confidently on those junglers.
Yeah, and it just shows how much experience he's had just playing in the live events, and it just translates across the entire team.
All right, and with that, it is time for our MVP of this series, Xingyi. Who's the person for you?
It's going to be our favorite laner, starting all over.
All right.
Yeah, he had some really impressive play on that Black Feather and the Scarf. So in the first game, Scarf, he was just holding back at the right time. We saw him reining in his aggressiveness a little bit more, just coming in at the right moments for those fights, doing what he needs to be doing. And in that Black Feather, we just saw the power of the double assassin comp. And he's just doing so much work as that Black Feather, outputting all the damage there. And they were very unforgiving as a team.
Rome, any final thoughts as Phoenix Reborn moves on?
Yeah, I do feel like, starting over, just like Xingyi just mentioned, he is going to be one of those players that we have to keep an eye on. He plays those hyper carries very well, and he knows exactly what to do without, hesitating when he jumps in too early.
I do want to mention, if you're not following along on Twitter, using hashtag VainGloryLive, which was trending yesterday, was fun to see. You have a chance to win an iPad and just participate in the conversation over there. It's a lot of fun. We're tweeting when we're not on the air, so make sure you're participating over there. Maybe you will win an iPad. So we're going to take a very quick break, and when we come back, we have so many more series to do, and up next will be those fan favorites. Nemesis Hydra just barely lost yesterday, pulled out all the stops against TSM, pushed them to the brink. Will it be different for Nemesis Hydra today? We'll find out in just a few minutes. Welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the packed Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Xingyi and Rome. And if you joined us late, this is Elimination Day. We will keep playing until we know who our semifinalists are. We're doing the teams that lost yesterday first. These are the teams that cannot afford to lose again. Let's take a quick look at where things stand and talk about that. So Noble Esports, they fall to Phoenix Reborn in the first major upset that we've had. Next up, Liberation X versus Nemesis Hydra. This is an Autumn's Finals rematch, which should be really fun to see. It was electric last time, and yesterday, Liberation X, Rome, they came out and they played very well. They looked very good. We got exactly what we wanted out of Selena Gomez, who is not that Selena Gomez, but played a really do-no-harm style, really helped set up Status Baked for success. And then all of a sudden, here comes Gabe Bizzle with this CP pedal that no one saw coming, the alternating current pedal, and it just threw them for a complete loop, knocked them out, and they find themselves in the elimination bracket today.
Yeah, no, but the thing about that match yesterday was I feel like Liberation X was playing very well.
Very well.
They were making sure that they were synergizing. They were farming. They were everything that Selena Gomez was doing up in the lane, it was towards that late game. While, Status was in that jungle, making sure things were easy for them.
Yeah, all right. So with that, Liberation X, they turn their attention to today. And Xingyi, what do you think they have to do to ultimately get the win?
So Nemesis Hydra, they are, they've been around for a while. They're probably one of the oldest competitive guilds, along with Gangsters from NA. And they have a lot of experience in their hands. And Lost Boy Tough and Hardak have been together since the very start. So to try and get past that synergy is going to be very, very difficult. And I think they're going to try and find some flaws, take advantage of the mistakes that they will be making, because sometimes we do see them being a little bit over-aggressive. Sorry, Vansi. But that does happen. And what we need to do is just see Status Baked on that Glaive or that Sky. And we saw he can do so much on those heroes.
Yeah, Status Baked, he played a ton of Glaive yesterday. Rome, it was great to see because he's so good on that hero, but also a lot of counters came out.
Yeah, and the thing about this is, a lot of these players, they know their opponents very well. They get a lot of practice with them through ranked match, through scrims, so they know exactly what kind of compositions they're bearing in mind heading into these matches.
All right, and with that, we caught up with Liberation X. Let's take a look at that now.
My name is Ether6. I play the roam role. My brother is the jungler. And then we have Selena Gomez in lane. For the most part, I make the shot calls for objective, so I'll call for a turret, I'll call for gold mine. I'll even call for engages sometimes if I think we can take a fight, or if I think that they're out of position, I'll call a fight. Status calls jungle rotations, so if I'm up in lane and he's getting ready to invade and he sees them drop, he'll call me down there, I'll make the rotation.
I know the jungle so well, I know when minion camps will be up so we can go push. It's up to me to win the games mostly, that's what I think in my head. But it does help when your support and your laners also helps you out with that kind of stuff. And I think my team right now can do just that. As long as I can take a lead and they can just support me through the game, we should be able to win games just through my skill alone.
Our team definitely relies on Status Baked. He puts the team on the back, he carries hard, he makes plays.
There's not really a team that we're looking forward to playing against. I think all the teams are pretty good right now. We are coming in here as quite the underdog, but I still think that we'll be able to just still make something happen.
Something special about the Liberation team is that we're all in real life friends. We've all met each other and we've all hung out in person.
Whenever we go on Discord and we're playing, we just crack jokes, we're having fun while we're playing. And E36, my roam, is actually my brother, so family is also important.
That gives us a connection that a lot of other teams don't have, because they don't get to interact with each other physically and connect and build that the higher level bond. Friendship is power.
All right, nice to see that there in the Liberation X players, making sure everyone knows that they're brothers and not cousins, as I got pranked by Rome on the air yesterday, but we'll let that slide. And one thing, you saw a lot of footage there of Pon the Original, who is not here. And if you missed what we were talking about yesterday, this is a hyper-aggressive player who also plays a lot of Saw, which changes up the draft strategy a little bit. Instead, in comes Selena Gomez, but that means they can play slightly more conservative and let Status Baked pick his moments, which can really help them out. With that, Rome, who would you say is your player to watch on the Liberation X side?
I was paying a lot of attention, and I do feel like the player to watch has to be Selena Gomez. Just due to the fact that being that hyper carry, making sure that his late game, every time he does land that Black Feather like yesterday, he was playing extremely well, making sure that his CS was up to point, and those big pivotal plays in that late game.
All right, and with that, Liberation X, they were the Autumn champions. They've always played well when it counts in these big tournaments, but coming in a little bit more under the radar here. And let's turn our attention to their opponent, a team that is never under the radar, a team that really has been on fire in community tournaments leading up to this major event. Nemesis Hydra, oh, it was fun to watch them yesterday.
Oh, it was brilliant. You know, watching Lost Boy Tough on that fin with the hooks, we were all just screaming in the crowd there. It was insane. And, you know, Hardek bringing out that lane Koshka, I think, made someone very happy here.
Yeah, absolutely. It certainly did. Koshka very off meta right now, obviously. But Rome, one other big storyline, and Vonsi was a big part of it, was all the Kestrels we saw, a late developing meta in 117.
Yeah, but the thing is, Vonsi, even if he isn't landing that Kestrel or an off-meta pick, he does know a lot of the main jungle carries fairly well. And to play up against him, you have to be very aggressive, and you have to know exactly when to do rotations as a group of three. And that's something that I feel, you know, Libx will have to work on today. I do give them the advantage up in the lane. However, in that jungle, whoever wins this jungle, it's going to be tough.
All right, and if you didn't join us yesterday, if you haven't been following along throughout the spring season, you are in for a treat. Vonsi, incredibly fearless player. Hardek will pick anything and play it well. One of the oldest competitive players in this game. And then Lost Boy Top, a highlight reel machine out of the Rome position. No one can do it like him. And let's take a closer look at this team now.
Nemesis Hydra, as me as a captain of Hydra, I main jungle in lane, and Vonsi, he can jungle in lane as well, and Lost Boy Top, he main roam. Pretty much, we're not afraid of anybody because like we're really confident. Important about my team is just the bandings that we had together while practicing. Like we had fun, we talk what's the problems, and we always figure it out. So we always like there for each other. Bringing Vonsi to Hydra, it helps really good for that team, for Nemesis. He's the best jungle, I'll say, North America.
We both play really aggressive in the early game, middle game, even in the late game.
Vonsi always say, don't fear, just fight. Every time he always in the jungle, he always makes us laugh. Every time, like when he streams, just watch him, and then even though you're tired, like it's gonna be gone. But yeah, he's pretty much the clown of the team here.
I just like trying to do more stuff in the jungle, trying to steal everything, steal their jungles, and trying to kill them in the jungle.
I took this Vainglory competitive, and I had to quit my job just to practice with my team. And it hit me hard. Maybe this could be my last season if we can win this.
Wow, you can see how much it means to Hardek there, kind of putting it all on the line in this tournament, hoping for a big result. And one other thing, Rome, that we saw out of them yesterday, some very surprising comps, really fun.
Yeah, and you know, looking at Nemesis, I do feel like this is a team that brings their emotion, their passion towards the game. And that's what gets them through like these live, you know, intense scenarios. And you know, the pressure from the Autumn Championships, they went through it, and this is something they didn't have to deal with again today.
With that, Xingyi, no wrong answer. Who would be your player to watch on the Nemesis Hydra side?
So difficult to choose, but it's going to be Lost Boy Top. We saw some really impressive gauntlets. He was just stunning everyone.
Wait, that's not Lost Boy Top. That's Vonsi. Come on. Where's Lost Boy? We need the hat. No fear, just fight. Vonsi doesn't care.
He's a crowd favorite.
Vonsi doesn't care who the player to watch is. He's going to just jump in there anyway.
Yeah, he's getting all the limelight there. But Lost Boy Top, he is immortalized. He is the roamer, probably the best roamer in the world right now. He is unstoppable. He is every single game that we will be seeing him play. He will play out some of the most spectacular plays that we'll be seeing.
And that's high praise from Xingyi, coming over from Europe, doing a lot of casting and playing for Angry Pandas in Europe. Still thinks Lost Boy Top is the best. We're into the draft. It is a best of 3. These teams cannot lose. Their tournament will be over. Liberation X takes away the scarf because Hardek is one of the best scarfs in the world. Nemesis Hydra answers, taking away the Black Feather. All Fortress and Adagio are open.
So they are targeting like the laners here. We do know that Hardek on that scarf, he does make those early rotations that helps out his jungle a lot. And taking out Blackfeather is pretty much targeting Selena Gomez, making sure that he doesn't grab the hyper carry into that late game.
Oh, he did play great on Blackfeather yesterday, and Status Bake will go with Glaive all day long if they let him.
Yeah, and we saw how difficult his Glaive was to counter, but that Adagio pick, wow.
All right, and a Finn. Boy, Lost Boy Toph was a highlight reel machine on that Finn yesterday.
Yeah, but something I really want to highlight out here is pay attention to how Hardik is going to be playing this Adagio. Most likely he will be bringing him up to the lane, and he is very aggressive, something that we don't see too much from.
And the comp gets filled out from Liberation X.
So the Liberation X composition, this is something that's quite often in the meta right now. It gives you that early game pressure, and Sky scales fairly well into that late game.
All right, who will Von C be playing fearlessly? Goes back to the Kestrel. What a show he put on with the Kestrel yesterday. We are ready for game 1 in this best of 3 on update 117. And with the call, I envy them. This is going to be fun. It's Tasty Bacon and Zken.
Right, thank you, Playoff Beard. I'm Zken. With me here once again is Tasty Bacon, and this, oh man, I am looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah, absolutely. A couple of signature heroes coming out here. Status Baked with the Glaive and Von C with the Kestrel. It's going to be an intense fight in the jungle. We heard yesterday in their intro video, Status Baked saying that the jungle is his territory, it's his domain, but Von C, he's going to be looking to take it all away from him. That's going to be where I think the majority of the clashes are going to happen between those two. So I'm so excited to see this one play out.
Yeah, however, speaking of the lane just a little bit, Selena Gomez up against Hardik. Hardik on that Adagio is going to be so aggressive, and Sky is going to have a very tough time playing against him.
Yeah, the thing is, if Selena Gomez can get those forward barrages to be hitting Hardik, it can actually do a ton of damage to Adagio. Adagio has very low base HP, so if those forward barrages start connecting, it can spell trouble. You can see actually Selena Gomez being the one being the aggressor early on, but meanwhile in that jungle already Von C looking to steal away some camps.
Yeah, no fear, just fight. I mean, Von C, he just wants to constantly be up in the face of Liberation X, and it's really going to be up to Status Baked and E36 to make sure they don't go down.
Yeah, Hardik spotting out the enemies coming up into the lane, calls for Lost Boy Toph to come join him just for the extra protection. Meanwhile, Von C gets steals away those forward shop camps, and then immediately goes back to his own jungle to farm up safely, knowing that if normally you would see him try and go for an aggressive play, go into the enemy's backs, but knowing that he would have been essentially a 1v2 or 1v3, makes the wise decision of clearing out his own jungle instead. So for the first minute and a half, pretty standard game thus far.
Yeah, actually a very smart pickup coming out from Status Baked right here. He actually went for 2 flares for himself, so he's really going to be able to keep track of where Von C is going on that Kestrel.
Yeah, and not only that, but being able to spot the Kestrel after you see her go invisible, those flares can really help with that. But look at the damage coming out of Von C with those glimmer shots. His accuracy was the thing we pointed out so much yesterday, especially with the one-shot, one-kill. But meanwhile, that's a beautiful afterburn from Status Baked, securing the first kill onto Hardik. And now the rest of Nemesis are looking to get out of here. Von C still has a lot of health, maybe looking to try and catch a kill here because he's gotten the rest of Liberation very low, but they should be able to hang on a bit. Will he go for this? Okay, no, it looks like he's just going to go and steal this farm. A lot of times we see Von C make that move and just start firing glimmer shots over the wall and looking for someone on the who thinks they're safe underneath the turret.
Yeah, Status Baked goes into the side of Nemesis Hydra's jungle, and they're not going to be able to do too much about it. On the other side, though, Von C and Toph are just going to go take their own camps away.
Yeah, so it ends up being a pretty even trade because both jungles get stolen away by the enemy side, so not a whole lot to be gained or lost there. You can see the gold still very even as we approach the 3rd minute of the game. Looking at these items though, Von C immediately picking up a heavy steal.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see what he builds that into. He's almost starting to go for that Star Blade first, but we have seen him go multiple builds on Kestrel. He commonly goes for a double Star Blade, or he goes Star Blade into a Tyrant, and both of those are very good options.
Yeah, we've seen him go for a Saw Blade, and we've also seen him look for a Breaking Point as well. So a very versatile player on just that one hero.
Oh, Selena goes down.
Goodness, that was very quick pickup there by Hardik. Able to get that burn on, and now Status Baked wants to try and answer it, but he's going to be there with that Finn, getting a lot of damage down. And look at Hardik just immediately turning the damage. They are burning with that Gift of Fire, which means he's able to do a ton of damage thanks to the Agent of Wrath buff as well. That's the key to Adagio now. He's been kind of tweaked a bit in the past few patches so that it emphasizes hitting targets that are burning.
Yeah, I'm actually a little bit worried for Liberation X right here. Von C already he's almost level 6. Staspect is still level 4. This is so dangerous for the side of Liberation.
Yeah, the experience that Von C is able to pick up is immense, and now you do see he is level 6, while Statusbake still at level 4. Statusbake is going to hit 5 very soon, but that's still a level advantage from the jungle. And you can see even Lost Boy top 4, while E36 is 3, and immediately Nemesis looking for another fight, or at least Hardek is. He's going to get another kill. The one-shot, one kill comes out a little bit too late. It was on target, though.
It was. It almost certainly would have taken down Selena Gomez if Hardek didn't finish him off. But even then, it's like a zoning ultimate, because if Selena walked forward, she would have died because Hardek would have hit her.
Oh, and that's going to be Hardek actually getting an afterburned into the turret. E36 trying to chase this one out, but the heal keeping Hardek alive on the back lines. That's one of the most difficult or annoying things about playing against an Adagio, is just when you think you can go in and get that last little bit of damage for a kill, he pops a heal on himself. Now Statusbake looking to finish this one off after burning into the wall, doesn't get him, and Hardek picks up another kill.
Yeah, and Hardek just knowing his limits to the max right there, staying alive with just a sliver of health. That was absolutely incredible coming out from him. He knew he had to cut off Statusbake because Status was just going to retreat into Nemesis jungle, but just standing there, watching, and making sure he stood guard and preventing Status from going anywhere. Absolutely fantastic play coming out from Hardek.
Yeah, really smart play as well. We see him picking up a little bit more, going to be building towards that alternating current very likely first. Meanwhile, Von C in a world of trouble here, isn't able to get that active camo off thanks to the damage consistently coming out. Statusbake using the afterburn, just barely getting over the wall. Again, knowing the limits of your hero, able to get over the wall and secure that kill onto Von C.
Yeah, not quite enough here right there for Von C. I mean, going in 1 versus 3 is probably not going to work out in your favor. Oh, and then misses.
It hit the turret.
It did.
I mean, still counts. It's a little bit of structure damage, always helps. Lets them take it a little bit easier here in the lane. But yeah, very close to getting a chunk of health out of Selena Gomez. But Hardek is doing that just fine on his own. You can see Selena Gomez already down under 50% just from this harassment.
Yeah, and Hardek doing such incredible work on this Adagio. He's going to be a very dangerous pick for him in these coming games. And right now, Von C, he's well on his way to a Sorrow Blade. He has a heavy steel, he has the 6 sins. He just needs 1,000 more gold, and he has it for himself.
Yeah, he actually did also pick up some light armor just to deal with Statusbake. You're going to see some light armor and shields come out from this side because there is obviously that double threat of the crystal from Selena Gomez along with the weapon power from Statusbake. But looks like Nemesis, they're going pretty aggressive, trying to get some damage onto this turret. They've got it down to about half, but the pressure onto the heroes continuously coming out. You can see each member of Liberation is dropped to at least 75% health just from a single minion wave push.
Yeah, the incredible thing about the side of Nemesis Hydra is that they are constantly sending Von C to rotate into Liberation jungle and preventing them from getting fine. They're still going to take this turret down.
Yeah, here comes Statusbake trying to defend, but it's not going to be in time. He does get a beautiful afterburn onto Hardek. Hardek is ticking down, tries to use that Burst of Judgment, but it doesn't come out in time. Now will Von C be able to answer? He's chasing down Statusbake. A ton of damage from that Glimmer Shot secures one. The forward barrage doesn't connect, but the Suri strike into forward barrage does pick it up, and now it's only Lost Boy Toph. I don't think he's got enough to make a hero play here. He gets there, 36 low. Oh, he does get one of them. Very nearly picking up both. Never underestimate Lost Boy Toph. That was my mistake there.
Yeah, and Tosh is coming out with incredible plays once again. Von C! Oh!
Very nearly getting that one shot, one kill off, but just not quite connecting. Another one where if it had hit, it would have definitely been that kill.
Yeah, one thing I do want to point out, though, is Nemesis does something that no other team I've seen do in this tournament. They use a lot of minion carries on those minion waves, constantly allowing them to fight with their minions and allowing them to push just a little bit faster.
Yeah, and Hardek is really the only person that I've seen here buy the minion candy at all. And he buys quite a few of them. You'll see it down in his inventory. But meanwhile, Statusbake trying to get the steal onto the gold mine doesn't work out, and instead, it becomes a very devastating situation. He loses out his life as well. A nice forced accord pulling Selena Gomez in. Von C and Hardek gonna finish that one off, and now they want to chase onto E36. I don't think they have enough to really chase out this kill, but Von C, without any fear, getting so much damage down onto E36, but he does get behind the turret. This minion wave coming in though.
Yeah, I feel like this composition just plays out to Nemesis Hydra's strength so well. Von-C is able to control a jungle to such an extreme, and Hardik just pressuring the lane over and over.
Yeah, you can see how much damage Hardik has just gotten done on that turret. Now Von-C is here. He's going to stun up Status Bake with that active camo. One shot, one kill, not going to hit anything. But it was, again, it forces them to now have to try and recall underneath this turret where the Hardik can go in for that dive and pick up the kill. You were talking about the zoning ult before, and that's exactly what that one just did.
Yeah, so Death from Above comes down.
And Death from Above is being used there, but it does look like Liberation finally wants to back off of this. The turret is so low, they really can't hang around to try and defend, but they're gonna look to, Von-C did recall, so they are, now it's gonna be Nemesis backing off of this, but like I said, that zone, the ultimate from Von-C, even if it doesn't connect, it still forces Liberation into bad positions.
Right, and that's a fantastic usage of the ultimate, even though it does no damage. Even if it misses completely, the Liberation still has to fear it coming out. And right now, Hardik, he has a Broken Myth, he has an Alternating Current. His damage is going to be absolutely immense. And Selena Gomez on the other side has Broken Myth, but doesn't have much to go along with it.
Yeah, you can also look at the farm numbers to see just how far ahead Liberation really is, or sorry, Nemesis really is, as one shot, one kill does connect onto Selena Gomez, doing a nice chunk of damage, but 71 to 110 for these two laners as a fight breaks out. It is Status Bake, the priority target, but now E36 is just the one left in the fight. The Fountain of Renewal is already down, and that's actually going to be Hardik picking up the first kill onto Status Bake. E36 will be going down next. Selena Gomez, the last one left alive, but it's not going to be enough with the Forced Accord, pulling him right back into Hardik's waiting with open wings to pick that one up.
And so well played by Lost by Top right there. He was able to wait on that Forced Accord until the last possible moment. Selena thought he made it out, but Lost by Top just pulls him right back in.
Yeah, that was a beautiful Forced Accord. It looked like it was near max range too. As Status Baked on the hunt, looking to see if he can get an answer kill or try and find anything off of that, but there's nothing available for him.
So it looks like Lost by Top has actually picked up an Atlas Pauldron. I'm not sure if that's the greatest pickup right now. I think a Crucible actually probably would have been better, because right now Status Bake doesn't actually do that much damage. Sure, he's jumping into the middle of the enemy team, he's jumping into the middle of Nemesis Hydra, but he's just getting killed every single time.
Yeah, I mean, he did manage to get the kill onto Von-C in that last fight as well. So I think maybe it's just a preemptive Atlas Pauldron almost, because you know eventually Status Bake is going to get that damage. That's just what Glaive does. So I think it may be just building it as a preamble so that when he does get that damage onto his basic attacks, he's still not able to do as much as he wants to. I mean, Nemesis are so far ahead right now that it's perfectly fine for them to forego the Crucible for now. I definitely do want to see a Crucible get picked up eventually, but they definitely wanted to go for that armor. One shot, one kill. Oh, a big chunk of damage, 775 damage on to Selena Gomez. And now with this minion wave pushing in, you can just see Nemesis, they immediately go after this turret. This turret is getting taken so low, and it's going to drop. Forced Accord pulls in Status Bake. He then gets stunned by the Quibble. Death from Above coming out, but it gets blocked. I don't know if they're going to get any kills off of this. They do manage to retreat back to their fountain there. They get that healing up and then try and answer. But this is a very difficult situation. The Attack of the Pack comes out. This is a full-on fight. The Afterburn into the wall, but Burst of Judgment hits all three members, and that's going to be one kill. Status Bake falls. It's just E36 trying to answer at least one, but he doesn't get any. And the one-shot, one kill once again coming out a little bit too late, but it didn't matter, as that is an ace for Nemesis Hydra.
And there's just way too much damage on the side of Nemesis Hydra right now. Liberation cannot stand up to it. They don't have that much defense. Status Bake, he basically has just a reflex block to his name, and right now, Nemesis Hydra, they're going to take this game.
Yeah, they're looking to end this in 13 minutes. The Crystal is getting down to about half. This is the last-ditch effort from Liberation X to try and hold them off. Von-C is getting taken down low, but so is Selena Gomez, and it doesn't matter. The Crystal will be taken, and Nemesis Hydra in 13 and a half minutes pick up a victory against one of their big nemesis in Liberation.
Yeah, that's just such fantastic play coming out from the side of Nemesis. They were able to just completely dominate that game from the first minute. once Vonsi was able to pressure Statusbake out of the jungle, there was just nothing Liberation could do.
Yeah, Vonsi so dominant on that Kestrel. But really, the big thing for me was Hardek in the lane on that Adagio. We haven't really been able to see much Adagio because it's been banned so frequently, but Hardek showing why right there, because he was an absolute bully against Selena Gomez's Sky.
Yeah, picking up that first early blood, first kill, just absolutely fantastic play coming out from Hardek that game. But alongside that Kestrel, Adagio buffing up Kestrel can be just such insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, you can see the builds there. The alternating current into Broken Myth for Hardek gets him so much damage on his own, and then you throw in the buff onto that weapon power Kestrel. It just did immense work. So Playoff Beard, Rome, and Jinyi, what can Liberation do to try and answer the aggression from Nemesis?
That's an excellent question, and we'll give it to Rome.
Sorry, I didn't hear him too well.
What can Liberation X do about this?
Well, overall, I do think that they have to ban out this Adagio. I think if they focus down and make sure that Hardek doesn't grab one of his comfort picks, they have a better chance of making sure that they control that lane.
All right. For Nemesis Hydra, this was just quintessential No Fear, Just Fight play right here. It was amazing. And Lost Boy, come on. The force chords and the quibbles.
I'm sure everybody could hear the screams down there of everybody screaming, oh my God, Lost Boy does it again. And he did it again and twice and 3 times. Just a whole highlight reel right there. He was just doing an incredible job. And I think what was happening was that Liberation X were trying to put a lot of pressure into Hardek in the lane and to stay away from Vonsi. But that did let him farm up and become very, very, very powerful in the mid to late game there.
Adagio buffing up that Kestrel was a scary sight.
Yeah, but most of the time, Hardek was actually buffing up himself. And you do get more of that out of the Agent of Wrath. He's able to make a lot of plays, and he was being very aggressive, something that we don't see too much out of him.
Yeah, had the build for it with the AC and the Broken Myth. You like that choice?
Yeah, like right when they locked up Adagio, I did have a feeling that Hardek will be playing up in lane. And given the times that I have seen him play and have lost to him, he is one of the stronger Adagio laners.
All right, so for Liberation X, kind of expecting coming into this that they would have Pawn the Original with them. That didn't work out, so they're kind of learning as they go here what they're going to be able to do with Selena Gomez in the roster, an excellent player in his own right. What have you observed that if you were in their corner now, you'd be saying they have to take advantage of to turn this around?
Well, something I do feel like Selena Gomez is good at is just grabbing those hyper carries that are more melee in terms of grabbing something that's able to sustain himself. Sky actually is quite vulnerable. If he's landing himself a series strike in the wrong position, he does get tackled down, and he does pay that price for it. And they, Hardek and Nemesis did an excellent job of making sure the bans were coming out. Getting that Black Feather out of the way was probably one of the best things they could have done.
Yeah, and really giving Liberation X no room to breathe. Just constant pressure over and over. We are ready for the draft for match 2. It is a best of 3. That means that if Liberation X loses this match, their tournament is over. Black Feather ban again, Scarf ban as well.
Yeah, and that's something that, they obviously have been studying their opponents, especially yesterday, just making sure that they don't get that hyper carry that's able to make all those big changes in that late game.
All right, and it looks like a Finn and a Glaive. On the other side, we're seeing an Adagio and a Kestrel.
This composition coming out again, this is fairly dangerous. But given that it is the second time, I do feel that Liberation X has a better plan for it. Making sure that every time Glaive dives in, they have to be pinpointed so that both Vonsi and Hardek aren't right next to each other.
All right, and Xingyi, Status Baked gets Glaive again. He's so good on the hero, but it seems like these teams kind of have a game plan for this scenario.
Well, I like this composition a lot because they have Glaive and Finn, 2 heroes that can reposition that Kestrel. And if they can get on top of her, which they should be doing, this is not going to end well for Nemesis Hydra.
All right, it's a elimination game for Liberation X with the call. It's Zekent and Tasty Bacon.
All right, thank you, Playoff Beard. And once again, it's me, Zekent, alongside Tasty Bacon. This is going to be a fantastic game coming out from Nemesis Hydra and Liberation. A very, very similar team composition coming out from both sides. A little bit of a swap on the roamers. But other than that, this is basically the same 2 carries.
It's the same heroes, with the exception of the roamers being swapped. But there's another swap. You can see Selena Gomez is the one playing the Glaive this time, while Status Baked took the Sky into the jungle. So another slight change from Liberation. Rome was saying that he prefers seeing Selena Gomez on these melee heroes in the lane, so that's exactly what they did. We'll see if they can have some better luck with it this time. as Selena Gomez with that glaive should be able to survive a bit better against Ndajio because he's going to have that Book of Eulogies to start.
Yeah, Book of Eulogies is so pivotal in those melee versus range matchups, being able to sustain just a little bit better. But Hardik on that Ndajio is still going to be able to put out immense pressure onto the side of Selena Gomez. But Hardik always has to watch out for that afterburn, because in just a moment, he can completely turn the game around.
Yeah, the afterburn can come out at any minute, like you were saying in our first matchup. We'll see if it comes out here, as it looked like side of Liberation were posturing up maybe for a fight, but instead they do send Statusbake back into the jungle to continue farming up, making sure he doesn't fall behind Von C.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see how well he does this game, because last time around, with the Kestrel versus Glaive matchup, Von C was able to completely dominate, but against the Sky, it's going to be much harder for Von C to dance around.
Yeah, the Sky can do a lot of damage in an instant, and there's not really much of kiting you can do on the Kestrel against the Sky, but in the lane it is going to be a big fight, a lot of low health bars, but in the end it is just going to be a 1-for-1 trade. The Roamers going at it against each other. Now here comes Von C looking to try and make that an advantage for Nemesis, but at the end of the day, it was a regular 1-for-1 as both teams. It was an interesting 2v2 the way they were actually fighting.
Yeah, it was actually a very even trade in the end, because Von C and Lost Toph were able to survive in the lane, so Lost Toph is picking up a little bit more gold from that Iron Guard contract, and as long as they are able to extend their lead through that and just pressure a lane, and they have a huge minion wave right now, they're easily going to be able to invade the jungle of Liberation X.
Yeah, you can see the pressure that Von is looking to put on by shoving this lane into the turret. It allows him to then just have essentially sitting duck targets for these glimmer shots. You can see E36 just taking so much. Now they look for some damage onto the turret itself as Hardik arrives to help out his team, and the damage onto Selena Gomez burning, and it will be enough. The Gift of Fire taking him down in the end. And now they turn their attention on the Statusbake. E36 gonna take damage from over the wall. Will those glimmer shots start coming out? There they go, but it's actually on the turret this time.
Yeah, and Von C is absolutely terrifying on this Kestrel, just over and over. Hardik going in.
Hardik is going extremely deep there, and
that was questionable.
That was shades of like Nemesis from months ago, where they would just go just under the turrets for almost seemingly no reason.
Yeah,
it was something that they really haven't done at all, really, which is a big reason why they've improved so much. But Hardik, I think he just got way too greedy.
Yeah, Hardik just saw red and went for it, but right now the Hardik and Lost Way just holding the lane. It's going to be very easy for them to just contain both Selena and E36 in this lane, because having the Adagio with the Arden behind him, Hardik is not going to be it's not going to be possible to kill him.
Yeah, and also having the Arden there, it's a vessel for that Gift of Fire to be put on. Arden can jump into the melee, and then you just put the Gift of Fire down and get it onto all your enemies, so that Agent of Wrath is doing more damage. You can see a attempted gank from the side of Liberation, but it doesn't work out. In fact, it's actually going to be E36 getting dropped very low, thanks to Von C on this Kestrel. The damage from those glimmer shots is just ridiculous.
Yeah, I love seeing Von C play Kestrel this way. He's just constantly using that active count. Oh, Assassin goes in.
That's going to be actually a series strike going forward a bit, and it doesn't work out for Liberation. A nice forward barrage was coming out there, but in the end, Selena Gomez, the one that drops on this glaive, as Statusbake just going to try and defend this turret. Hardik, he goes in far though, trying to get that burning onto the turret to get some extra damage. But now Statusbake, he may have overstepped his bounds there as Lost Boy Toph comes up, gives Hardik a little bit of a shield, and allows him to secure the kill.
Yeah, and this turret is almost certainly going to fall. I mean, right now, Von C's Lost Boy Toph and Hardik are in this lane, and this turret just has a little bit of health left. It's almost certainly going to go down.
Yeah, they do go right after the turret and then turn their attention on E36. He's on that slow lumbering fin. He turns around for a lot of damage with that Quibble, but it's just not enough. One shot, one kill. Once again, getting denied thanks to Hardik picking up the kill first.
Yeah, fantastic play coming out from Ned's side. Just very controlled play after that one over-aggressive dive coming out from Hardik. Lost Boy Toph is probably not going to go down here.
Yeah, Death from Above doesn't lock up anybody. Hardik is so low, but the Afterburn actually pushed him away to safety as well. So not able to answer the kill our Liberation, and Nemesis once again just picking up an early gold lead.
Yeah, I'm loving the way Nemesis Hydra is playing this matchup. Right now, Vonsi already with Starlight, lost my toss the Fountain coming out super early, especially on these low health targets. The moment they get low, the amount of health that they actually receive from the Fountain is just absolutely crazy.
Yeah, it really does give you a huge surge of healing, and again, it is based on how much health you are missing. We can see Vonsi coming up, positioning himself past those minions so he can get the clear damage shots. The Glimmer shots are just doing so much work. Another kill for Vonsi. Actually, it's his first kill of the game, but another kill into the books on Kestrel. And now they do answer. Liberation does. A nice death from above does lock up Vonsi along with that afterburn. And then Status Baked, Lost Boy 12 just kind of stuck in the wrong side of the jungle. So they do answer with a couple of kills of their own, but what can they do off of those kills is the question.
They do show a little bit of signs of life, but one of the very telling things about this game is look at the CS numbers. Hardik, 57, Vonsi, 45, and on the side of Liberation X, they're sitting on 30 and 39, so they are very, very far behind in these CS numbers.
Yeah, especially in the lane. Hardik has just been absolutely dominant. As we see down in the jungle, though, Hardik getting found by Status Bake there, and Status Bake should be able to pick this one up. The Burst of Judgment and one shot, one kill come out to almost find the kill onto Status Bake, but it's just not quite enough damage.
I gotta say, that was a pretty awesome move. If that worked for Nemesis Hydra, that would have been fantastic.
That would have been absolutely like play of the game, maybe even play of the day, because that would have been so smooth, but just not quite able to get it. It does get the kill over to Liberation, which has to be good for Status Bake, but now, Status Bake, you're in some serious trouble, but he's got that forward barrage, the entirety of it connected. The shields coming out for Vonsi. There's the Fountain of Renewal as well. This is a 3-on-2 for Liberation. They take Vonsi out, and now it's just Lost Boy Toph. It will not be an ace as Hardik is alive, and Hardik's actually coming to try and maybe join the fight, get some healing onto Lost Boy Toph, and now the damage is there, but do they want to continue looking for the fight? Status Baked is super low on the backside, so he can't join in. And looks like Lost Boy will be able to survive this one, while Hardik just gets more and more farm.
Yeah, this is a very important pick up for Status, but he does have his Frostburn now. He's going to be able to lock down Vonsi just a little bit better. With the active camo, Vonsi will be able to dance around fairly well, but with the flares coming out from Status Bake along with the slow, it's going to be very tough for his Kestrel to get away.
I'm actually a little bit surprised to see the Frostburn first item on Skye. In 117, we've actually seen a lot of players shy away from that and go for a Broken Myth first item or things like that. As the one-shot, one-kill gets a big chunk on the Status Bake as he tries to contest this gold mine. He doesn't get the steal. It is Lost Boy Toph, one of the best at securing objectives. That picks it up. Status Bake jumping around does get the Fountain of Renewal, and it's instead going to be Lost Boy in a bit of bad position, but he blood for bloods over the wall to that minion and gets out safety. Now Hardik, he is going to get pulled in with the Forced Accord. Vonsi, will he be able to answer? He misses the 2 Glimmer shots onto Status Bake, and just like that, Liberation X have got themselves 2 kills.
Yeah, Liberation X doing so well for themselves, getting the ace, showing exactly what they are made of. And with this team composition of the Skye and Glaive, it's going to be very dangerous for Nemesis Hydra in the upcoming few minutes.
Yeah, that with the ace buff minions, they're going to be able to storm in and take this first turret. And we have a game on our hands now. They've got this gold lead diminished down to 1,000 at 9.5 minutes. That's a very good spot to be in. You can easily work with it, especially with that turret going down. Now that gap has disappeared.
Yeah, right now Nemesis Hydra showing a little bit of over-aggression for the past couple minutes. They might have to hold back a little bit, but it might be too late. The amount of damage that Status Bake and Selena Gomez are able to dish out is going to be very, very scary for them.
Oh, they found E36 mostly by himself. However, this does allow the rest of Liberation to try and collapse in on this fight. Will the Forced Accord come out? It does, but it doesn't connect with anything. So that is not going to be the fight starting up just yet. You can see Vonsi leaving those active camo fields down on the fold, hoping that anyone from Liberation will just walk through it and they can get the fight started with a stun. But Liberation, they do instead just decide, you know what, let's keep farming, make sure we keep the gold close here. See, again, more minion candies being picked up by Hardik.
Yeah, Hardik definitely want to push the lane as much as he can so he can invade with Vonsi on that Kestrel. But right now, one of the great things about Lost Boy Toph is the amount of body blocking he is doing against the Skye. Every single time the forward barrage comes out, the Lost Boy Toph is just right there in the way.
Yeah, really is a selfless job to take on against a Skye or something like a Kestrel too, to have that roamer or whoever is playing the tank to get in front and block those shots. It's not as easy as it seems either. You know, it sounds easy, just stand in front of your carries, but you have to worry about your carry moving around in the fight. You have to be in sync with them to move with your carry the entire time, as there's going to be a force core. Doesn't pull anyone in, but a gauntlet comes down. One shot, one kill does connect. It doesn't do a whole lot of damage, but the fight is on. You can see Hardek using that burst of judgment. It doesn't really connect too much either. Vonsea trying to chase the kill onto Statusbake. Statusbake doing a great job of keeping himself safe though, and it looks like we are not going to get any kills off of that fight, even though pretty much everyone fired off their ultimate.
Yeah, quite a few cooldowns being burned by the side of Nemesis Hydra, and Liberation has very short cooldowns on their own. So Selena Gomez, the Bloodsong, and Statusbake's Desmond above are already up. But one of the big things here is Lost Boy Top has yet to use either of his items.
Yeah, he still has both the Fountain and the Warhorn, and he may need to use them now, because that's a lot of damage going on to both Vonsea and Hardek. The Fountain does come out. The Hardek is in the middle of the team. Vonsea is on the backside, untouched. He does get the kill on the Statusbake. He gets stunned up from E36, but Vonsea has so much damage. He's looking for the kill. He gets E36, and now Selena Gomez, with that stun in the active camo field, will fall as well. Vonsea just fighting his way to an ace.
Yeah, I am loving the way he is playing this Kestrel. Those active counter traps are Hardek is taken out very, very early on.
Untouched. He does get the kill on the Statusbake. He gets stunned up from E36, but Vonsea has so much damage. He's looking for the kill. He gets E36, and now Selena Gomez with that stun in the active camo.
Alright, that was interesting. In any case, the Gold Knight is going to be taken down by the side of Nemesis Hydra. Liberation doing what they can, but right now they are falling a little bit more behind. 3,000 gold down, but it's not too bad. And we see Vonsea, the breaking point comes out. He has enough to just use active count whenever he wants, and Vonsea is going to be able to do the damage to Statusbake or on E36. He's going to get so many
He's
stacks.
looking for it right now. He gets a nice glimmer shot onto Statusbake to start things off. Now just getting those stacks building up in this fight. He's already up to 11 stacks as they keep chasing down. Look at the damage. The Gauntlet catches every member inside of it, and then Selena Gomez tries to use the afterburn to get far enough away, but it just isn't meant to be, and Nemesis Hydra pick up a very clean ace.
Yeah, very, very dominant performance coming out from the side of Nemesis Hydra. They're almost certainly going to be able to start it down, and they're going to go secure the jungle of Liberation X.
I actually really like that Hardek used the Verse of Judgment there on that turret. The turret was getting that shield because they didn't have any minions there. The Verse of Judgment not only helped them get a big burst of damage onto that turret, it also cleared out the minions of Liberation, which allows their lane to now push in even harder. So they are in a phenomenal position after that last fight. You can see the gold lead is back up to about 5,000 or so as we approach the 14th minute of the game.
Yeah, Statusbake is level 12 right now. They have a Bonesaw and a Starblade on Selena Gomez. Pretty important pickups. There's not too much armor on the side of Nemesis Hydra, but still being able to tread through the base armor is still very, very important.
At 14 minutes means infusions are coming out. Double infusions just picked up by Vonsea. One shot, one kill. Oh my, that's almost half of Statusbake's health there. He has to recall now. And Vonsea, he wanted to try and chase down that kill, almost stopping the recall there as well, but just not able to do enough. Obviously, one shot, one kill. You know, you may wonder, oh, why did he use it there? It was kind of a waste. It's back up in 5 seconds.
Yeah.
So he's going to have it again regardless. So it's one of those ultimates that you can just kind of fire off on cooldown.
Right, and right now we see E36, Statusbake, and Selena is coming in for potentially a fight. But they don't have any, they have a couple infusions, but Nemesis has so many.
Yeah, Nemesis has double on everyone. A beautiful gauntlet from Lost Boy Top locks everybody up. And now the Vonsea Menace can just start burning through this team. A nice stun with the Quibble from E36, and then tries to split up the attention of Nemesis. But he did split up one, and there's the one-shot, one kill. Finally connecting for an actual kill. Vonsea is incredible.
Vonsea, oh my goodness, just landing glimmer shot after glimmer shot, one kill, one shot, one kills all over the place. Just incredible work coming out from him. And Hardek, his team is doing the Kraken, but it doesn't even matter. He's going to end the game.
Yeah, he takes out one turret. He gets the second one. The respawns are coming through. Hardek may be in some trouble here on his own in the enemy base, but look at the damage on the Statusbake. He takes down one of them. He is going to fall here. There's no way he can defend against two members. But he's got both those turrets down, and now the Kraken is coming into a defenseless Vayne Crystal with a Von C and a Lost Boy Toph along with it. This should be the end of the game for Nemesis. The Forced Accord, last-ditch effort trying to pull them into that big turret on the base, but it just didn't work out. Von C's now just dancing around with that active camo, doing some damage onto E36. There's a gauntlet going to land the stuns, and the respawn has come through for Status Big. He's going to try and get some damage, but the Kraken is now onto the Crystal, and this is game for Nemesis Hydra, staying alive and defeating Liberation X.
Yeah, Nemesis Hydra just surviving just a little bit longer in this championship, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what they do next. Goodbye Liberation X, but they showed they still played very, very well.
Yeah, absolutely. It was not a super stomp like Game 1 was. Game 1 was very quick. Nemesis took it in 13 minutes. Game 2 definitely had a much better showing from Liberation, but Von C on this Kestrel and Hardek on Adagio, again, showing why Adagio has been banned so frequently in this tournament.
Yeah, Nemesis Hydra very, very happy with their performance. Von C, the Breaking Point and the Sorrow Blade on that Kestrel, just so effective. And Hardek with the Broken Myth and Alternate Current, just dishing out damage after damage, even though Von C doesn't have glimmer shots.
Yeah, it was really, really impressive to see. A lot of fun. And I like the Von C picking up the Breaking Point. He noticed that the fights were kind of going a little bit longer, which means he can get those stacks and get even more damage out, which really just secured it.
Yeah, it was absolutely incredible from the side of Nemesis, and I would love to see what our analysts have to say about that. Playoff Beard, Rome, and Xingyi, take it away.
Thank you very much, Z-Kent. So Nemesis Hydra, they stay alive. They will play again today. So make sure you stick around because you'll have more fun just like that. And the lower seeds, after chalk yesterday, the lower seeds are really showing up today, Rome.
Yeah, honestly, I do feel like both of these matches were excellent to watch. They played really good on the side of Nemesis Hydra, especially giving Hardek that Adagio.
Yeah, it's certainly Adagio on the Hardek, or Hardek on the Adagio, and Von C. Some interesting things about Von C, though. It was going really well. Then, as the match started well for Nemesis Hydra, Von C did what he has a tendency to do. He got over-aggressive, and the whole match started to turn because he was getting killed in moments when he shouldn't have.
Yeah, so I think he was getting a little bit too fearless, and he was leading Lost Boy Toph into 2v3s, and whilst Hardek was heading to the jungle. So I think that was a bit of an issue. So we're getting consistently caught out, leaving Hardek on his own. But they were able to pull that back and win the game and the series.
Yeah, excuse me, Rome, anything about those items that stood out for you? We saw a BP coming out of Kestrel this time as those fights were getting longer.
Well, the thing was, Von C was playing, he was watching his position really well, especially that combined with like all the support coming in from Lost Boy Toph. We could see that he wasn't afraid to use his auto attacks, and by stacking up that BP, he was doing insane amounts of damage.
Yeah, that was great to watch. With that, Xingyi, who would you say is your MVP of this series?
Well, it's going to be Hardek for me. He did such a good job on the Adagio. They were putting a lot of pressure on him at the start, and he was able to still pick up a kill and deal a lot of damage there. And he did a good job with pushing in the turret in the second game there at the 5-minute mark.
All right, so Hardek gets the nod, and soon we will have an interview. In fact, I believe that Humanist is standing by with that MVP right now.
All right, guys, I'm up on stage right now with Hardek. Hardek, you're way too OP, man. Coming into this matchup, did you know that it would be the Adagio Kestrel +1 compositions?
Actually, I watched their strategy from yesterday. So I knew they were gonna run the Adagio. They were really comfortable with Adagio, Sky Glaive, and Blackfeather. So we focused on Blackfeather because they built composition around the Blackfeather. So we took away everything from them. So.
All right, take everything, leave nothing. Hardek, a very exciting match. We're excited to see you guys moving forward. Are there any thoughts, anything you'd like to say to your fans out here before we get you off stage?
Thanks for coming, guys, and I'm really happy, guys. Like you're here, like really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
All right, guys, congratulations, Hardek. Looking forward to seeing you more later. All right, guys, back to Playoff Beard at the desk.
Thanks very much, Humanist. It's going to be fun to see more Nemesis Hydra later today. But what we have coming up for you next is really a series that could very easily be the finals of the whole thing. We're moving on to the winner's bracket, where we're going to have the number 4 seed Phoenix Rain against the number 1 overall seed, Hammers Velocity. This is a rematch from the second qualifier, where if you missed that, it was Phoenix Rain. They were up 2-0. They were up in the third game. They were ready to close everything out. They got one unlucky break. It really just all derailed from them. And Hammers Velocity, they're so good. They managed a reverse sweep and secured the number 1 seed. So a bit of a grudge match here for Phoenix Rain, wanting to show that that should have gone the other way. It is going to be tremendous to watch. Definitely a main event of the day. So don't go anywhere. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we have that series. Welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the overflow capacity at the Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here alongside Xingyi and Rome. We've seen some great matches so far from the teams that lost yesterday, but now we move into the second part in this double elimination phase. These are winners matches. These teams are going to play head-to-head, and then if either of them lose, well, one of them will lose, they will still have another shot at it later today before they are eliminated, but we will continue to play matches until we know who our semifinalists are. So right now, we're going to the number 4 seed, Phoenix Rain, against the number 1 overall, the qualifier winner, Hammers Velocity. This is a showcase of the young talent of Vainglory. Rome, so much talent on display.
I think like these two teams here is the top echelon of all the highest mechanical players in North America. And to come into this match right now, that's something that we're going to be seeing. Just watch out for all these team fights. Watch out for the small little things that they can do that nobody else can. Yeah,
and Xingyi, with so many people to choose from, is there anyone that you think is going to be the standout playmaker?
Oh my gosh, these are 2 teams full of like 6 outstanding players. This is so difficult. It's like a very tall challenge there. From any particular team, do you think? Are you asking me, or just anyone in general?
Just who's the player for you?
Oh my gosh, I think this is going to be old school for me from...
Velocity.
I was like, what am I talking about? So DNZO has been one of the laners that we've been focusing on a lot because he has so much star potential there. And ever since he came in the winter championships, we can just see that this is a team that is up and rising, and they have just been shining ever since.
Old school, of course, from Rain. So I'm just testing you there. All right, so Rome, these 2 teams, they battled in the second qualifier. And there's a lot that we kind of gleaned from that's going to foreshadow what we're going to see today. What were your main takeaways?
Well, one thing is that Velocity has been playing together for a little bit longer. They have that team synergy already. They have that communication thing set in place. And I feel like this is something that, with the team of Phoenix Rain, they have been working on, making sure that they're communicating, making sure that they know how to play when they are behind. And that's something that they really showed us yesterday.
All right, so on that Hammers Velocity side, we have DNZO, of course. He is the quintessential playmaker. If you can get him on a hyper carry, it's crazy. But this team, just so much talent, and it's often Aloha, actually, with the big numbers in the big games.
And yeah, that's due to the fact that with the DNZO up in lane, they don't have to worry about anything. Within that jungle itself, it is going to be Aloha and Veins that control. They set the pace of the game. They set the movement that they really want their team to hit. And once they hit that power spike, that's when all-out battles start happening.
So yesterday, if you caught our video, DNZO, he had some smack talk for his opponent. We caught up with this team again. Let's see if they created any more bulletin board material.
My team consists of Veins, Aloha, and myself. Veins is a support player for Velocity. He plays all the supports and he's really good at them. He's our shot caller and he does a lot of the strategies and what we should do during the games or helping us when we're behind.
Me and Zio gives Veins information so he can make the final shot call. And I always forget.
We like to talk with Kinetic, if we have questions, we scrim them. We're always feeding each other information. We want to always get better and improve. So outside of the game, we're usually talking to the other competitive team.
I think what's important about our team is we use trust. We trust the Veins to make the right shot call, and even if it's wrong, we outdo it anyway because it's better to just do it fully, committed to it, then don't hesitate.
I don't know who the best player on Hammers Velocity is. I mean, it would be biased for me to say myself, so I don't know.
When we're playing as a team, we rely on Zio and we play really around him. We either protect him or we rely on DNZO to carry the game.
We need to always keep playing together. We need to always play each day, these amount of hours. We don't want to lose our synergy or anything we built up by not practicing for a week or something. We just need to keep practicing, keep on going, keep on improving as people and as a player.
All right, fun to see from Dienzio and crew there, and just a threesome that has come a very long way. Dienzio is a player who he used to go on tilt a little bit when things didn't go his way, but they've used a coach specifically to help them with their mental game and have improved tremendously in that respect. With that in mind, who would you say is your player to watch on the Hammers Velocity
I feel
side?
like coming into this match here, it is going to be very dependent on Veins for the side of Hammers Velocity, due to the fact that they have a lot going for them. They have the mechanical skills, but it is Veins that keeps the whole team together, making sure that everybody is being very vocal, everybody is being very positive. And that's something that is very influential, especially when you're behind.
All right, so Veins on that side. Let's turn well, we can take a quick look at this player if we have the graphic there. There is Veins, and Fortress, Arden, Finn, but he can play anything and really has been the glue of this team, a fun player to watch, and will be an important player for sure in this series. As we move on to Phoenix Rain now, these three incredible young players, Old School and I Love Joseph. We've talked about them quite a bit with their mechanical prowess. And Xingyi, is it one of them that you would say is the player you have most have your eye on?
Well, I think this is a team that's just bursting with raw talent there. And actually, I have to say, Ezidox for me is that he's, in what Rome was saying, is that they're very similar in that a lot comes down to the roams and making the decisions, the strategy. And Old School and I Love Joseph are very they do it on instinct, and he kind of leashes them in a bit or reins them in and just controls the game a little bit better for them.
All right, so with that, Ezidox, is that the one that is your player to watch in this series?
Ezidox.
All right, so the roamers going to play pivotal roles when you have so much talent across the board. Who will anchor their team better? Who will call better shots? When it comes to the play of Phoenix Rain, we've seen some very interesting itemizations. We've seen some very aggressive play calling. What are you looking to see from them today, Rome?
I'm looking to see that they play more together in terms of getting that synergy out. What we saw right now is leading up to today is a lot of strong individual talent just combined to the one massive technical masterpiece.
It really is. They are a masterpiece at times. Let's see if they made a masterpiece in this video right now.
I'm actually the laner for Team Phoenix, and Joseph is the jungler for Team Phoenix, and Azidox is the roamer and the shot caller.
Then Joseph, he says stuff from time to time when I'm in lane with School, so we know what's going down in the jungle situation. I shot call like the rotations and when we want to pick a fight, when we don't, we want to back off, etc. The person who sets up scrims and practices, I think that would be mostly Old School because he is a very influential person since he's well known in the community and people tend to listen to him.
I think Azidox has definitely proven himself to be a really good shot caller. He's almost always led us to the correct choice in the team fight. I think our team definitely relies on Azidox the most because he's like the main shot caller of our team. Joseph and I will kind of give input to him and then he'll kind of make like the final decision.
In the game, I think the person who we rely on the most is Old School. This is because all around, I think if we play at our best, we're very mechanically sound and we're ready to go against anything. But in certain situations, Old School can make us win the game or make us lose the game. If he's feeling confident and he's feeling at the best of his ability, I feel like he can really exceed all of our expectations.
I Love Joseph and Azidox are players that don't have much live tournament experience, but even though they don't have that experience, I think they're going to be fine on stage. I don't think they're going to get nervous.
We're good mechanically, but I think most of the battle goes upstairs in the brain. We need to be prepared mentally, and we can't just let stuff like tilt or lag get to us and disrupt our gameplay.
Our mentality is really vital to our team strength, just like staying calm and composed during the match.
All right, nice to take a look at Phoenix Rain, looking to be the second Phoenix organization team to continue on today. And with Old School, he's so young, Xingyi, but he has so much experience. He's played internationally in Korea. He's just played in a lot of high-profile moments with a lot of pressure.
He's also played in a lot of high-profile teams as well, and I think that gives him the experience of working with other people, knowing how to adjust your gameplay with different game styles.
Now, Rome Taka has been a pocket pick for this team, and they've done some work with him.
Yeah, and the thing here is, with Ezidox, he is a very strong mechanical player. Like, you can throw him onto a carry and he'll make it work. And, you know, this actually opens up the roam position to so much more where, you know, we have seen a lot of roam Taka, roam Cruel, roam Blackfeather. And all of these work given the right scenario, given that right situation where you're using that kit to really be that supporting player for your entire team.
Do you expect to see surprises like that from them today?
No.
All right, we'll have to see. Of course, it matters how the draft plays out. With that, Xingyi, you mentioned that Ezidox was your player to watch. We can take a look at that player right now. And with these heroes and with his play style, what do you expect to be his key to this first match?
He's quite, compared to I Love Joseph and Old School, I think he's a little bit more composed in how he plays. He's not as aggressive, and he recognizes when to engage and disengage, and I think that's the most important for this team.
All right, so we are approaching the draft for match 1 in this best of 3. We are playing, of course, on update 117. And both of these teams, they will have second life no matter what happens here, but they want to punch their ticket to the semifinals if they can. And straight off the board, it's Fortress and Scarf. We've seen that play out a couple times now.
Yeah, and taking out Scarf, especially coming on the side of Rain, is very smart. It is targeting down the NZO, making sure that he doesn't have that late game carried with huge positioning advantage.
All right, Rome, they're coming in fast and furious. Tell me what you see.
Well, so far here, I do feel like Atlas Pauldrons is going to be a key item coming out of the side of Velocity. They have to make sure that once they dive in, they slow the attack speed coming out of everybody on Rain, because that buff coming onto that glaive is going to be tremendous.
Xingyi, they take the Taka away and everything slows down for Rain.
Yeah, so I don't think they were expecting this, because this is a hero that we most commonly associate with I Love Joseph, who's trying to decide what to do now. And this leaves him, so I was expecting a Catherine actually at this point.
Okay, so Rome, what do you expect from that Arden?
Well, I do feel like Arden is going to play a pivotal role here. You do have that buff composition coming out of the side of Rain. Look for Atlas Pauldrons and look for the team and the player that actually reflex blocks.
Who's the roamer? Who's the jungler?
The roamer is going to be Arden. The jungler is going to be Glaive.
All right, so we'll keep an eye out for that. And with the call of this incredible match, 2 gentlemen who are under the weather and quarantined back at the hotel to keep them away from the players, but we're excited that they're feeling better and calling this big game. It's Excoundrel and Action Jackson.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. We were finally able to kick that cold. We're actually ready to cast some games, and we're very excited to be doing it. We've got some fantastic teams here, Rain and Velocity. Velocity, of course, a team who actually finished 2nd place in the Winter Championship. Rain, the new kids on the block, and rather young kids at that. Should be an exciting match. Excoundrel, I'm kind of excited to see that actually Velocity took Taka away here.
Yeah, and I think it works pretty well into something like Adagio, especially with the Finn, and then you can get Force Accord. There's loads of burst damage there to deal with something like an Adagio, and you've got 2 decent peelers on the side of Rain here, and obviously, you know, if they have the potential to, they will be looking to peel it for as much as possible. They're going to be buffing up I Love Joseph, and Ezidox is going to be there to provide that at least front wall with the gauntlet. But you know, you have both Blackfeather and Taka. They're both highly mobile, and they can both jump straight onto those threats and, you know, get rid of the guy who buffs, and then you lose your entire benefit of having a buff composition.
Yeah, that is a very good point. Look at Rain right now. They're playing extremely aggressive right off the bat, starting to move up into the lane. They tried to maybe find an opportunity to pick Dienzio, but they couldn't get it, so they're now going for that jungle invade. Old School actually backed quite early here. I guess he felt like with his jungle pair moving into enemy territory, he was a bit at risk, so he's going to be going back, picking up some items at the safety of his home base.
A lot of the tactics that we've seen against Dienzio, not that they've worked out particularly well, has been focus Dienzio. He is that star player, and you know, as much pressure you can put on him, the better. But with a player like Old School, who, you know, if anyone's going to challenge Dienzio on a blow-for-blow basis in terms of one of the best players in the world, it would be, as we have affectionately named him, Gold School GG. He definitely has that prowess as a laner that really matches Dienzio in almost every aspect. So you have 2 key players here, and actually, do you run the sort of similar type of strategy where you try and focus down Old School on the side of Velocity? And I think obviously with it being a buff composition and having 2 heavy mobile burst carries on their side, then, you know, you can essentially run that and it might work out pretty well for you.
Yeah, that's a very good point. But I mean, that's just one matchup. And the thing is, with these two teams, all of the matchups are really important because you've got crazy good players like I Love Joseph as well inside of Rain. Aloha also in that jungle position. That's a matchup you got to watch. And the analysts picked out the Rome matchup as their featured one. So this is really, as we heard earlier, a finals-worthy match.
100%.
And I cannot wait to see which one of these guys takes it away. Actually, action happening quite slowly in this game so far.
Yeah, I think it's giving the respect that each team deserves to each other. These are probably two of the best teams we have in the competition. Just in terms of raw individual talent and past performances, Old School is going to catch out Aloha here, but Aloha just taking those bank camps, even if he does get taken out here, should make it worth it. And he's going to back, and they know that there's no point chasing him down. He'll get away.
Yeah, he can just Kaku out of there if they decide to commit. And if they make the wrong decision about where to chase, it could be bad. But let's have a look at some of the items that are coming across here for the two teams. Aloha already picking up a lot of armor.
So this is something that we saw from Rain quite heavily in the qualifier too, where they just itemized so much armor early on, and it ended up giving them that really nice ride all the way to the finals. And you're seeing it on Aloha here. He's immediately going for some armor off the bat, maybe working towards something like the Atlas Pauldrons, like you saw Rome saying on the analyst desk.
Yeah, and what I find interesting here is that you've got to remember this is a rematch of the finals of the VGL qualifier 2. Rain were 2 games up using this strategy with the Taka, building a lot of armor early on, and Velocity were able to reverse sweep, but maybe they've taken a few pages out of Rain's book. They're starting to adapt, realizing how potent that strategy was, and Rain, they're going to have to face against the kind of monster comp that they created.
Absolutely, and this is probably why you're seeing everyone be so docile very early on, because no one wants to make that first mistake. No one wants to give an inch to either of these teams, and especially with something like a Taka and a Blackfeather, which can just go out of control given the right situation. And obviously, when you're running a buff competition, you do want to ideally build up some items before you start to look for any sort of skirmishes or team fights.
And speaking of items being built up, notably Dienzio has already finished that Shiver Steel. He's farming so well right now. 47 CS at nearly 5 minutes is extremely good. He's pretty much par for the course there. So if a fight does kick off, he's going to be able to maybe stick onto the right targets. Rain beginning to posture a little bit around the lane at the moment, trying to find some opportunity to capitalize on mispositioning maybe from Velocity, but they just can't get anything yet.
You're mentioning the farm there. Old School's keeping up very nicely and is actually ahead by 5 in this situation. He's accelerating pretty quickly towards what looks to be an alternating current here, which obviously we're seeing most Adagio's build. There had been that previous buff Adagio where you would go basically full crystal power and you wouldn't really rely on having your alternating current to deal any sort of damage, but it looks like they're ramping up pretty quickly here. And as soon as Old School gets that item, he's going to start to do some real output of damage. But Shiver Steel is going to give Blackfeather the opportunity to stick to him, and obviously then they'll be trying to dive and deal as much damage to him as physically possible. I imagine an early Crucible ASAP after the Fountain, because that is something that does incredibly well versus that Versa Judgment.
Oh, absolutely. And one thing I want to touch on here, this is one of the exciting things about games which actually start slow. Because you're kind of trading farm, you're not really denying very much from your opponents, you end up both hitting your power spikes quite early, and that can really allow for explosive team fights as we move forward just a little bit. It's going to be interesting to see which one of these teams actually pulls the trigger first and is able to commit to something. So far, no ground really being given across the board. If we look at the gold, there is about 1,000 gold lead on the side of Velocity. So they're doing a good job, at least in that respect. Finn just picking up a Fountain too, really putting that gold lead into effect.
Yeah, Fountain's going to be really influential. We talked about it yesterday. We were actually discussing this about some of the tactics that, for instance, TSM goes for is they actually just forego any flares and scout traps and just rush that Fountain, looking to make a fight happen with it ASAP. It's finished up before the Fountain on the side of Phoenix Rain here. So, they could potentially try and fight, but there isn't that much damage on the Dienzio and Aloha just yet, as they did obviously go for the Shiver Steel, which is a little bit more utility based, and obviously that armor then also there on Aloha. So they're probably going to wait for their first item spikes, their first big item spikes, once that something like a Serpent's Mask is finished, and it looks like it's going towards a Sorrow Blade here for Aloha, and they're going to go for that double weapon power as well, which does make itemization a little bit easier in terms of defensive abilities here for Phoenix Rain. I will have to see when, if they do choose to go down some sort of armor path, because, picking up early Atlas Pauldrons could be really good here.
Oh, I've got to agree with you. I think an Atlas Pauldron against the composition Velocity is running would be great. Aloha caught out a little bit. Ezidok's trying to help Joseph get on top of him there. But actually, Aloha going back in, starting to commit some damage. He knows that his teammates are stopping Old School from rotating down, and he can get away with Kaku. This is creating a lot of space in lane. Old School gets the return kill,
nice
though.
Stun.
First blood for Rain. Now Aloha in a bad spot. He's got to deal with Ezidox. Doesn't have Kaku up just yet, trying to get out of there with the Kaiten. He's built a little bit of space. There's the Kaku. Maybe he could trade for Joseph here, but he's going to be revealed from stealth soon. Ezidox knows what's going on. Old School could maybe even rotate down here as well. Aloha with very low energy cannot go for another Kaku. It could be a second kill for Rain if they just close the distance, but they cannot do it. Aloha able to escape. So overall, Rain do come out with that one kill. Velocity playing their cards a little bit too early, trying to get the kill up towards Old School.
Velocity actually have the gold advantage in this situation right now, even with that kill being sent over. It's just so even between these two teams. And that was some brilliant play from Taka right there, using that Kaku every time it was on cooldown, just making sure that he's able to escape. But this is so tense between the two. A lot of this is coming down to minor advantages being sought when you're looking for an invade, looking for those back camps and even front camps in some situations. And actually we're seeing that Aloha doing it quite often now. He is moving into the enemy jungle as much as possible, just trying to get those small advantages from taking their camps away.
This is something that Taka really excels at too, because he's such a slippery hero. He can use that Kaku to get out of sticky situations. In certain spots, he can use Kaiten to dodge important abilities to buy him time for another Kaku, basically. He really is able to pressure the jungle more so than many other heroes. And actually,
force
the cord onto Old School. The Vanguard is there. Aloha knocked into the turret. Old School returns with the verse. He finds a stun on Dienzio and a kill onto Aloha. Big fight for Rain. That's their third. Veins could be going down here as well. It's an ace at 9.5 minutes. Rain so far looking extremely strong in the first game of the series.
It was essentially Adagio had already backed off by the point that they wanted to make this happen. Forced a core Juge on a singular target, but they didn't manage to burst him down. He got into a very defensive position, able to use Verse of Judgment, got the full channel off. No Crucible there yet, or as far as I can see, it might have been used maybe incorrectly, but it's, you know, all that was such a brilliant Verse of Judgment. I think it caught all three members at the very edge, and then they managed to burst them through just using that buff. And it's because Old School remained safe. They didn't actually get the ability to all hit him in that situation either.
Yeah, and one thing I gotta highlight is I love Joseph with a beautiful afterburn, keeping Aloha under the turret when he wanted to juke around the edge of the fight. That really put Old School in the position to be threatening enough that Aloha had to leave and not commit for the kill. Now you can see Rain starting to pressure the jungle. Veins falling quite low here. Look at the damage coming out of Old School. 1 or 2 more attacks would do it, but the Forced Accord does not land. Fountain just barely keeping Veins alive. The turret gonna be the new target for Rain, although Dienzio, oh that damage! Old School, he's going on a tear. Doesn't want to overcommit though, playing very smartly, not going to go too deep, just allowing his team to take the small advantage of the turret and back away.
I mean, that is what an alternating current can do on something like an Adagio very early on. It just ridiculous damage from those auto attacks. So we saw it with Petal yesterday as well. They run this similar kind of strategy where as long as they are kept safe, as long as people are peeling for them and they're given this situation where they can kite back and forth, they just output so much damage. And it doesn't feel like Hammers have the opportunity to even get into a fight at this point in time because they're getting poked out before they can even get there.
Yeah, and Old School, he's already got Broken Myth and Alternating Current
Ridiculous.
at 11 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, he is really outputting kind of a stupid amount of damage, able to just annihilate someone like Dienzio, who, if he's not sustaining with his Serpent's Mask, isn't really able to deal with that kind of aggression. Goldmine picked up again. That's only 103 for Rain, but you can see it's starting to really collect for them. 4,000 gold in the lead at 11.5 minutes. Rain, they're looking pretty dominant here.
Now, something I want to pick up on, which I think is kind of interesting, is no one has picked up a reflex block yet for Hammers. There's none of them. You don't necessarily need it on something like a Black Feather, but you're forced to make the decision where you have to use that, we say it all the time, Rose offensive or Rose defensive. And if you're having to use your Rose offensive to dodge something like a Verse of Judgment or some sort of CC, that's reducing your ability to get on top of the Adagio. And that's the real key here. They're going to go in for another fight, though.
Yeah, Veins just eating a little bit of poke here, though. The commit isn't there from Rain. They realize they're close, maybe too close to enemy territory to commit for something like that. And of course, Forced Accord is always very threatening in these positions.
And I think what really needs to be said is that you don't want to be making that decision as Hammers. You don't want to be making the decision whether I want to use my gap closers to try and negate some form of CC. You don't want that to happen. Yes, you've got really slippery heroes in the form of Taka and Blackfeather, but if they're having to use that to position away from getting blocked up by Versive Judgment, then they're not having the ability to jump on the key target that they want to be blowing up. And it's not working for them at this point in time. You need to think about investing in a Crucible ASAP, or at least the reflex blocks. And as I say that, Blackfeather has just picked up his.
Yeah, perfect timing. I mean, given how far behind they are, it would have been nice earlier if they were in a good spot, but I think he needed the Shiver Steel and the Serpent's Mask to even have a chance at fighting. We're also seeing, though, that the Atlas Pauldron has been completed on Ezidox.
Yeah.
So now, even more difficult for Velocity to output damage, something they haven't really had even the opportunity to do yet. It's just a contingency plan at this point from Ezidox. So
And there's lots of armor coming out right now for Phoenix Rain as well. I mean, every hero has some form of armor item. So they are definitely taking their defensive priorities seriously here, Jackson.
yeah, and I think that's smart. You know, you have to be able to deal with the potential damage coming across.
It's a metal jacket on Old School.
Yeah, I mean, that makes a lot of sense. I think it's a good plan to pick something like that up early on. Also, we're not seeing Bone Saws, for example, something which is crucial to running double weapon power coming out of Velocity.
Oh, yeah.
They're just too far behind in gold to afford items like that. They have to get their core build done first. Aloha, he's starting to go in here, maybe try and find some more invades, some more back camps. But he is sandwiched in here. Oh, the flare does not spot him out. He just got out of there.
So we've got double infusions here for both Joseph and Aloha. So they are going to be looking to use them at the right time. Now, the issue for me is, especially with that metal jacket being there in Old School, you're going to rely on either Dienzio stacking up his hero, his passive, just as much, get that full passive on with the 5 stacks, and then look to burst it down with an execute damage. But that's just not going to happen because of how fast-paced and how much kiting is going through these team fights.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. I mean, I think you can't rely on something like that. You just need to get a Bone Saw as fast
100%.
as possible. The problem is that they're being starved for gold. I mean, they can't really go out and farm the wave until it gets to their base. Now they're trying to make a fight happen, though. Dienzio jumping on the back line, Old School, going to be the target for the time being, but here comes the burst. Gonna land across several members, no stun, but it does deal some nice damage. Old School beginning to kite out here. Joseph
Nice
has
kite.
his back. Very nice afterburn coming across. Now that a lot of these cooldowns have been used for Velocity, maybe Rain can start to win this fight, but Old School has so much pressure on top of him right now. He can't quite kill Aloha,
Wow.
but Joseph finds it. Now Vaynes, the Roam, the only member left alive on Velocity. I can admire the attempt here from Hammers, but they just weren't able to find the kill onto Old School quickly enough to actually win the fight.
And it's that metal jacket is doing so much for Old School at this point in time that this is an Adagio he shouldn't take that long to take down.
Yeah, I mean,
and he really is, especially against a Blackfeather and a Taka, who just are known for their ability to just instantaneously delete someone given the opportunity. This is really good defensive itemization coming out from Phoenix Rain. And Old School, presence of mind to pick up a really, early metal jacket has served him well in this situation. They've got a almost 5k or just over 5k gold advantage at this point in time, and they are looking to push this game through at this point. It's a pretty long-standing game now. We're going to 15 minutes. Some of the games we've seen today have ended before this point, so it's really a testament to these two titans battling it out.
I've got to agree with you. So looking at the itemization yet again, Joseph now has also picked up the Atlas Pauldron. So everyone is going to be so slow. It's going to be extremely hard for them to get the attacks down. Aloha, I like that he's finally picked up the Piercing Spear. You know he's working towards that Bone Saw, but it might be a little bit too late with the Kraken starting to bear down on the base of Velocity. Old School already coming in here, starting to poke it down a little bit, even healing the minion wave up just to keep them alive for time being. But Old School actually gets forced to court it in. He can't quite get out of there fast enough. Burst of Judgment going to be coming across, though. Is it going to do the work? Aloha gets stunned. Look at how long Old School is able to live. He finally goes down. Dienzio's still alive. I don't know if Joseph has the damage to win the fight here. We're going to have to see if Ezidox can keep him alive. He's going to have to burn away, but this is all buying time for the Kraken to push into the base. Dienzio is quite low, but it looks like Rain want to play it safe, take their lead, and back away. I think that's the very smart thing to do here.
Kraken, she's doing Rain proud at this point in time, really beating down on those Vein Crystal turrets. Now, I want to point out something that is really interesting about that last team fight there. There is only one way that Hammers Velocity end up winning a team fight, and that's with a really good Force Accord. You know, that Force Accord there was fantastic, but they don't realistically have any other way to make a team fight happen in their favor. If they start to use their gap closers, which for some of them is their ability to dodge CC, to get on top of Old School, that's when they're going to really start to suffer. And you actually saw it there, because Taka had used some of his, he actually got locked up by that Verse of Judgment, rendered incapable of doing anything for a good couple of seconds, and he's only just picked up the reflex block. So we'll have to see how much that comes into play in the next team fight. But you can see there are glimmers of hope here for Hammers Velocity. They're definitely not out of this, but they're 100% on the back foot.
Yeah, I mean, I think the big thing to take note of here is that Dienzio, as it moves into late game, is going to start to ramp up a little bit. This is actually a good opportunity too. Rain is split. Old School needs to get to the safety of Ezedox, but he's right in the center of things right now. Burst of Judgment takes down Aloha. Old School, he's still alive. Dienzio just cannot do enough work here. Forced Accord buys only a fraction of a second for Dienzio to try and get more damage down, and it's an ace for Phoenix Rain. They're looking to end the game right here, right now. 12 kills to 2. This has been a dominant performance, and they certainly deserve to pick up this first win of the series.
Beautiful fountain right there as well, keeping Old School GG nice and healthy. They're going to pick up the Vayne Crystal and take the first game in this series. Phoenix Rain coming out swinging against one of the favorites for the entire tournament.
Joseph was just like, dude, you cannot pick my Taka. That's my thing, yo. I mean, he really did a great job of shutting down Aloha. Whenever Aloha was trying to jump onto the backline, onto Old School, there was an afterburn right away. Everyone, because they were so grouped up trying to jump on the back line too, was subject to a lot of the AoE damage that the cleaves coming out of I Love Joseph did as well. So tremendous work being done from all of the members of Rain, and I'm a bit worried about Velocity moving into game 2. I felt like they had a good draft, but it didn't pan out.
Yeah, I think their composition was fine, but as we said, that they really didn't prioritize picking up reflex blocks, relying on their abilities to negate things like Verse of Judgment. And it came too late, that they missed their opportunity to really shut down the Adagio. And eventually you just saw how influential those Verse of Judgments were. They were really, really strong. Let's have a look at some of the items here. Like you said, that double item spike picked up very quickly for Old School. He was outputting huge amounts of damage. Real key item there, that Full Metal Jacket. It made him so durable against the double weapon power. Carry threats coming out from Hammer's Velocity. And also all of the armor as well. Double Atlas Poldens, really, really influential.
Yeah, considering the fact that a Bonesaw was not picked up at any point in that game for Velocity, you can really see how far they were behind. They weren't able at any point to counter build against what Rain was doing, and that's something you have to do when you're playing that full weapon composition.
Absolutely. I would have loved to see Bonesaws. They really focused on their usual item builds, though, of Black Feather going Serpent's Mask and obviously picking up a Sora Blade early on. But I think that's everything. We're going to be handing over to the analyst desk, and they're going to be breaking down this game in further detail.
All right, thank you very much, Excalibur. So Phoenix Rain, they come out, they get a first win here. Interesting, Rome, both these teams were so confident going into this. Both thought, oh yeah, we're going to sweep 2-0, no problem. And really for the first time, Velocity, they got something to think about.
And like the really cool thing actually, is if we're looking at the team fights between both of these teams, that last match, it was always 3-on-3. And it was the longest team fights ever. They were all just jumping on top of each other. Everybody's just trying to get either Old School out of the way or Dienzio out of the way. And it just drew out, and it came down to the itemization. I do feel like Phoenix Rain, they did an excellent job grabbing those atlases, making sure that Metal Jacket and Aegis on top of Old School just made him impossible to kill.
Yeah, it's almost an instant replay of what we saw in the qualifier. A lot of defensive itemization from Rain. Velocity figured it out, started rushing Bonesaws, and it really made a big difference in the qualifier. We'll see if they have to make a similar adjustment here. Xingyi, Old School, he got ahead early, and really for any of these young star carries, if they get ahead early, they can just snowball from there.
Yeah, so his farm, he was consistently farming better, and I think there was just better target focus at the start, and like Rom said, the itemization, he had that Aegis and the Metal Jacket. It was very difficult to take him down. And he had that alternating Current Broken Myth as well, allowing him to build stacks and stay in the game a little bit longer. And because that team particularly had so much defense, this is why those team fights were being drawn out so long. But because I think the composition was working out a little bit better, that's why they came out on top.
We've seen Adagios get through in these last two series, and it's always worked out for the team that have had him. Rome, is that something you just can't afford to leave open?
Well, the thing about this is Adagio up in lane, he is probably like one of the strongest early game heroes. He's able to poke from far away. and then he's able to clear and then make those quick rotations. He does fall off later on, but what Rain did here was they took Adagio, they made those rotations, and they started pushing out. And this is where Old School, he just got so much CS on top of Dienzio, and it made that big difference in terms of that snowball. And that's something that they have to take consideration. They have to know that with their composition on the side of Velocity, they can scale a lot better. So they have to make a lot of smarter plays in that early game.
And take me inside the heads of these Velocity players right now as they're discussing how they're going to approach match 2, in your mind.
I think with them is like, they came into this with a set plan already, but they have to be able to change things on the go. I feel like by swapping up positions and by swapping up the heroes right after the draft is finished, it might help them a little bit better. They were very committed that last game, making sure that Taka was in that jungle and Dienzio on that Blackfeather was up in that lane, even though it was very hard for him to do those early rotations.
Xingyi, Phoenix Rain, they've been here before, having Velocity with their backs against the wall and couldn't close out. How do they get a different outcome?
I think what they need to do is just stay composed. They said this before in the videos that they know their own flaws and they know their own strengths, and they were going to be working on this. And as long as they stay composed and just keep that mentality going, they will be fine.
Rome, Scarf, Adagio off the board, quick Blackfeather, Fortress, and Glaive.
So, you know, here on the side of Velocity, right now, they are very focused on that early game, and they can make a lot of those big plays. They do know that Blackfeather does take a little bit of time to ramp up, and they have to make the most out of it.
This is a best of 3 on Update 117. So if Phoenix Rain can win this match, they will knock Hammers into an elimination scenario. These are matches of the winners now from yesterday. So in the double elimination format, they do have a little more life to them. Talk about these comps as you see them, Rom.
One thing here is Taka going to be played by I Love Joseph. It's going to be a huge threat. He's going to be very aggressive, always making sure that he's trying to take that back jungle. However, Velocity, they will be going that double weapon power build, most likely with that Bone Saw. So watch for them to take out Old School first, and then as long as they're able to do that, they don't have to chase down the Taka.
Watch those tower dives from the Taka with the call. It's Action Jackson and Excoundrel.
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. Man, I cannot wait to get into the second game. This time, I Love Joseph being the one picking up the Taka. He's so well known for it, so he's going to be trying to show Aloha how it's done.
I talked to these guys yesterday, and they said, if Fortress is left open, we're going to first pick it. No, they go for the Blackfeather instead. So it's a bit of a switch up here. And you're right, I Love Joseph, known for his ability to just escape towers with a sliver of health, and absolutely no one knows how. It's something that he just does time and time again. And he is the master of it. I think he's bribing the turrets to do less damage to him because he always escapes with just a sliver.
That certainly seems to be the case. I mean, I certainly don't think I would ever, in a million years, be able to pull off the kind of plays that I Love Joseph does, but we'll have to see if he can keep that aggressive playstyle working for him in the game 2 of this series. Rain currently leading 1-0. Velocity had a very tough time in that game 1.
So Velocity really need to get themselves ahead ASAP here. You've got Ringo, Fortress, you've got Glaive, all early game heroes. They essentially obviously can have an impact in the later games, but with a Ringo, especially if you're going down that weapon power build, you are on a timer here. You really need to make something happen ASAP, or otherwise you're going up against a super strong late game composition. This goes to like 15 minutes plus. Rain are in a really good position.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. I mean, you got to remember that although Joseph, everyone thinks of that Taka as certainly an early game hero. In most situations, you go in and you burst someone down. This sort of slipperiness that you have in the late game means you can keep the damage coming for such a long period of time.
So I think Dienzio is going to have an opportunity to really put the pressure on Old School in lane here, obviously just because of that range discrepancy. And I think that's why you're seeing Ezidox spend a lot of time in lane, because they know Old School's going to need the support, especially against a Ringo who's building weapon power. Now, what's so interesting here for me about Rain going up against the Velocity's composition is kind of the reverse. You're seeing Rain pick up that Blackfeather Taka. Is actually there isn't that much peel to protect Dienzio, especially as we go further on. You're really relying on just the afterburn and maybe some movement speed. So he's going to be an easier target, I think, than Old School GG on that Adagio was last game.
I'm inclined to agree with you. I mean, quite frequently we saw last game Velocity jumping in, But between the Afterburn and the Verse of Judgment especially, they were able, Rain that is, were able to survive. This time around, we've only really got that Afterburn to buy some time for Velocity, and Rain has multiple gap closers. They can keep the pressure coming as the fight develops.
I mean, the single target burst from Velocity is absolutely ridiculous here. You know, you get that brew onto Old School, which is what Rome has suggested that they should be focusing first, and then you double that up with Fortress and Glaive. You're really going to be starting to lay down that punishment very, very quickly. I Love Joseph now the target here.
He is, but I think he should be quite safe. Ezidox is nearby, Old School as well. Also, you've got to remember that Velocity are on the wrong side of the map right now. Dienzio starting to rotate down. We're going to have a full 3-on-3. Joseph doing a lot of damage right now. No one can really commit to the kills. Veins, he could be the first to fall, and he is. First blood to Phoenix Rain. Old School trying to kite back here. Goes back in onto Dienzio because he knows he has to. Joseph quite low, but can Aloha do anything here? Ezidox trying to keep the fight going. Joseph, he is so low. Aloha not quite able to finish him off though, and Joseph wants to keep the fight going. He's sticking dangerously close to Aloha right now, given that Aloha is going to have that Afterburn back up relatively soon, 6 seconds from having it. Kaku just to regenerate a little bit more health. Can he get the damage down? Joseph gets that Vanguard. It buys him some time, but Aloha just Afterburns out of there. 2 quick kills to Rain, but not a very one-sided trade. Velocity at least able to do some work.
It looks like Rain are really starting to put the pressure on here. They are not satisfied with a win in a team fight. They want to start taking away camps as well. I Love Joseph has to be careful. He will have his ability to get away using that stealth. They are just going to back out. I Love Joseph seems to be bribing Afterburn as well because he escaped with just another sliver of health. He is the master of escape in this game. Every single time he brushes death very, very closely. And comes away scot-free. So it looks like Rain again with another fantastic start, and this is really starting to put pressure onto Velocity, who need that early game bonus, or especially need that early game win to make sure they can snowball out of control.
Yeah, I feel like it was a little bit audacious of Velocity to go for the back camps when they did. They didn't really have Dienzio close enough.
Yeah.
Because it was the enemy side of the map, of course, the rotation, no matter what from Old School, was going to happen more quickly. It's one of those situations where you've got to weigh up whether it's worth the gold from the back camps to maybe lose 1 member, or in worst case, and in fact what happened scenario, 2 members. The flare comes out, Veins knows what's going on here, but we're going to have another 3-on-3. Joseph jumping onto the back line. Dienzio going to be the first target, but look at how quickly he goes down. Ezidox able to find that kill. Now Old School trying to keep the fight going. They really need to pick Aloha first here, but he is going to be able to Afterburn back to safety. So just 1 kill picked up this time for Phoenix Rain, but they don't lose anyone. That's going to give them a lot of momentum. They can start sealing away back camps, start pressuring the lane.
Positioning is key here for Velocity. If you let Dienzio get within easy picking range of anyone from Rain, especially Black Feather and Taka, you're going to have a bad time. You know, he will die instantaneously, and you saw there he was immediately the target. I Love Joseph positioning right on top of him, then comboing there with Old School on the Black Feather, just looking to burst him out very, very quickly. And Aloha now again.
Boy. Yeah, he's going for back camps again, this time with no support even, and with Ezidox and Old School nearby, he is going to go down just barely as the Afterburn over the wall tries to get him to safety. 4 kills to 1 right now. Phoenix Rain leading by a few hundred gold. Nothing tremendous, but certainly an important lead.
Yeah, but this is looking good for Phoenix Rain, and these are the up-and-coming young talent. These are the guys that have had some to little no stage experience, only Old School GG being that, I guess, veteran. And I'm saying this veteran, I think he's 15, 14 years old, and the guy's a veteran of live performances. And obviously everyone's stepping up to the plate here for Phoenix Rain. They've performed out of their skins in a scenario where they may feel uncomfortable, and if they have felt uncomfortable, it is certainly not showing.
Oh, absolutely. And at 14 or 15, the only thing your normal kid is going to be a veteran of is school, right? Like, that's the only thing they've had much experience with. So the fact that he's being so successful on stage here with his new team, Phoenix Rain, is really something very impressive. And Phoenix Rain, let's talk a little bit more about these guys, because some of you might not know, they have the only 3 Vainglorious gold accounts in North America. They're so strong as individual players.
Yeah, I think there's only 5 in the world. I'll continue after this fight. Ezidox is the target here.
Ezidox actually taking a lot of damage. This time Aloha with the Bloodsong, can't quite finish it, but the Hellfire Brew comes across, snipes him down. Dienzio does find that return kill. And now with the 3-man advantage, maybe a gold mine could be picked up here for Velocity. It's going to be hard for Joseph to go in. He is flared out. They know that he's nearby. I don't think Joseph realized he goes in very low already. The fountain pops. Dienzio staying alive for so long. Old School can't pick up the kill. Velocity find a very solid fight and the gold mine. That could be a turn in the momentum of this game.
Absolutely brilliant fountain from Veins there. Dienzio able to kite away and just kept himself alive. Didn't even need to use Reflex Block. And speaking of Reflex Block, you're going to need to start picking some up here for Old School and I Love Joseph. I know they have their abilities to dodge them, but it's the same paradox that we had last game, is where you do use them to dodge an ability. A little bit easier with Hellfire Bro, though. If you see it coming and you want to force a fight, you can use it to gap glows towards Dienzio. But realistically, if you can block that Hellfire Brew, it will put you in good stead, especially as the fight begins.
All right, so let's talk about some of the other items here. Interesting that I Love Joseph is going the exact same build that Aloha did last game, picking up 2 of those armors early on.
Everyone is actually. You can see, because this is basically an all-weapon power game, everybody is picking up early itemization in terms of armor. And actually, Velocity taking a leaf out of Rain's book and are doing the same thing here, but no bone swords, no early bone swords as of yet. We may see them come in soon. As you can see, there is some piercing on Old School. He may be looking for it as Ezdox target.
Oh man, he gets obliterated there. I was just about to touch on the fact that right now, although the gold lead doesn't look that substantial for Velocity, look at the gold in the pockets of Rain. They're actually sitting on 1,200 for Old School and close to 1,000 for Joseph. Before he died, Ezdox was on 1,000. That means that because all that gold is unspent, the actual gold advantage that Velocity had moving into a fight would be much greater. You can see that when you look at the builds. Sorrow Blades on 2 members of Velocity, but just components on Rain. They needed to shop before they fought.
So now is a really key time for Hammer's Velocity, because they have just had a series of little wins that has put them back in the driving seat in terms of the direction of this game. They took that gold mine, that gave them a little bit of bonus in gold. They've won a couple of team fights on the fly. Some questionable, I guess, decision making from I Love Joseph to try and make the steal happen. I didn't feel like they needed to make that happen. You know, they can just kind of stall this out, but they have the chance now with Hammer's Velocity to try and run away with this game, because they're going to need to do it ASAP. They don't have those bone swords, so as soon as the armor comes out, you can see Atlas Pauldrons and I Love Joseph already.
And Old School, they picked them up at the exact same time.
So that's what they were saving for, AJ. Yep. They were saving for those Atlas Pauldrons too already. This could be really influential.
Yeah, let's see if they can make it work with those Pauldrons. That's going to be the gauntlet coming down. Ezdox separating Dienzio from the fight. Hellfire Brew actually locks him in place, but it goes on to Old School, and immediately he needs to back away. Joseph wants to go into the back line, but he can't. The Fountain doing so much work for Velocity. Rain in full retreat right now. They have a turret to escape back to, but with all of them being so low, they might need to vacate the area.
Yeah, that was very, very tense there. And I think without those Atlas Pauldrons, it would have been very, very scary for Phoenix Rain. So it's a question as whether these Atlas Pauldrons are just basically tiding them over to try and negate some of the early power of this weapon power composition coming from Velocity until they can hit those late game spikes, because they have sacrificed some offensive capabilities here for picking up these defensive items. The Serpent's Mask is now here for Old School. That will be very, very good in the coming team fights, but there isn't yet a tier 3 item picked up for I Love Joseph. He's going towards a Sorrow Blade, but obviously prioritized the Atlas Pauldrons first. Also picked up some more armor, so they are really saying you better be building bone swords pretty quickly, otherwise you're going to really struggle versus us.
Now Ezdox has also picked up an Atlas Pauldron. Three Atlas Pauldrons picked up on Phoenix Rain. They really want to stop Dienzio from putting the damage down, maybe Aloha as well. And I have to admit, Rain, they might be in a bit of a panic mode right now, given how well the early game went, the turnaround Velocity has had, and flashbacks to the VGL qualifiers.
Here we go.
Here comes the fight. Old School already taken down to very low. The Fountain coming across isn't going to be enough. He's actually managing to kite through the fight. Dienzio, he's the first to fall. Old School gets taken down in the return, but Joseph just flittering around the edge of the fight here. He's got that Kaiten to keep him relatively safe. Aloha. Joseph, he actually thinking about going back in here. That's so bold. Ezdox knows what's up, though. I'm sure he made the shot call to back away. He's going to be the sacrificial lamb for Phoenix Rain. That was a glimmer of hope compared to the most recent fights for Rain, but certainly still a great pickup for Velocity.
And actually, Serpent's Mask kept Old School GG alive throughout that. Actually, Dienzio kiting back and forth, unable to really make the decision about which direction he wanted to go. It left him basically on top of both Blackfeather and Taka. Now, that is good That may have looked pretty bad as an outcome here. As I speak of an outcome, they're going for
Oh,
gold.
Vaynes has not healed up since. The gold mine is not going to be stolen away, but actually Old School doesn't have backup. Joseph couldn't get there in time, so Old School goes down. That's a 20-second death timer on him. Plenty of opportunity for Velocity to take control of the map.
I feel like Old School was making the call to go in there, but didn't quite have the support of the rest of his team. Ezedox wasn't in position. He provides a lot of the sort of team fight control for Phoenix Rain, and I think Old School was really looking to make a hero play there and able to make it happen completely. I think once we start to see some more offensive items picked up here, they should be able to burst out Dienzio. The problem they're having is because they prioritize defense so early on, they don't actually have the damage to delete Dienzio from these team fights, which is really their key play here. I guess the saving grace of Phoenix Rain is that they're not actually getting decimated. They are coming away with 1-for-2s. They're getting something out of these smaller skirmishes. And actually, the fact that they are taking out Dienzio is basically a pipeline hope for them that, as soon as they do pick up some more offensive items, that this will become easier as the game goes on.
So one thing that I heard when I was talking to some players a few days ago is the fact that Rain, when they're ahead, they really know how to stay ahead and snowball a game. But when they fall behind, they struggle a lot because they're not used to being in that position. I mean, think about it. 3 Vainglorious gold solo queue players, they're used to just dominating in their games. So the fact that Velocity has really challenged them in the second match might be putting them through
There's
their
the flare.
paces, but here comes the flare and the engage. Ezedox going to be the first target, jumping onto Dienzio. Dienzio is in the thick of things here. He's got to be careful, but the fountain keeps him alive for so long right now. Look at this. Dienzio is standing on top of melees. He finally goes down. Now Joseph trying to kite back. Aloha also quite low right now. Old School wants to keep it going. Ezedox has the speed up from the Vanguard. Aloha is not going to be able to get out of here. Rain finally starting to get some momentum here. Turn the fights in their favor. They've got a 2-for-1 so far. If Old School can keep on the Vaynes, it could be an ace. They've got 6 seconds to kill Vaynes. 4, it's going to be very close. Not quite going to happen though. I think,
They do! Right at the end!
Oh, Rain!
No!
They pick themselves up the ace. That was an extremely good fight for them, given how poorly the last few have gone. They're going to get a turret off of it. That is a big swing in the gold difference between the teams.
Sorrowblade picked up for Isle of Joseph. He's picking up a weapon infusion as well. He is really gearing up for that one crucial team fight, and it's going to be around that Kraken time, I think. This is why you're probably seeing that infusion. They want to make sure that Kraken is theirs. They're going to pop the infusion and then basically look to completely delete Dienzio like they did there. I'm looking at these team fights as well, Jackson, and Dienzio, he's stuck in the middle. He can't quite move either way, and it's just leaving very easy target for both Isle of Joseph and Old School. They don't need to make much happen in terms of gap closing.
You've got to argue, though, that maybe it's better because the fact is Old School and Joseph both have great gap closing potential.
Yeah.
So if you run away from your teammates who are trying to save you, it might actually be worse when
Yeah,
you're trying to kite.
Absolutely.
Something worth noting here, though, Old School, he's got a bone saw. We're seeing it this time.
Okay,
Last
here
game
we
it did
go.
not come across, so that's going to be a huge pickup. And now Warhorn on Ezedox. That's going to make those engages just a little bit snappier. They're going to be able to get on top of Dienzio more quickly, maybe get the burst down before the fountain comes across. These are the kinds of items that can really start to make Rain dominate the fights. And with kill score 8 for 8, gold 26.3 to 26.3, it's as even as it gets.
Absolutely. Defensive items, apart from those reflex blocks, as they're looking for a fight around this Kraken.
Attack of the pack getting popped. Vaynes
Infusion's
wants to go
there,
for
by the way.
something here. Dienzio, he's actually using that Hellfire Brew. That buys time for people to jump onto him.
Oh,
But
he's
look at
gone!
the damage.
He's gone!
Oh, he goes down. Old School manages to stay alive. Rose defensive buys him some time. There's the on-point shield. Aloha goes down. Old School might not even fall here. What a crazy fight for Rain. That was Velocity's choice. They started it. What a huge misplay. Rain, they're going to get Kraken off the back. This could be a game-winning play.
Double infusions for Old School and Isle of Joseph. They absolutely destroyed Dienzio. Fountain made diddly squat difference. And this is just that late game composition really starting to outshine. We are heading towards a very late period of the game. Kraken is going to be picked up and she will start to do some work. And actually, I don't see many ways for Hammer Velocity to get back in unless they are looking to isolate a target. The problem is when you've got your Bonesaw on Dienzio, he has to be the one that's surviving to build up those armor penetration stacks. He's not surviving, so that Bonesaw is having very little impact.
I'm not sure I would bother with the Hellfire Brews that
No,
DNZO is going for
the
in some
cast
of these
time.
fights. You kind of lock yourself down, and actually, in that fight in particular, it bought a lot of time for Old School and I Love Joseph to get on top of him. Because in actual fact, at the beginning of the fight, they were quite far away.
Really good unanimous team decisions as well, that they saw the Hellfire Brew. They said, this is our time to strike. Easy opportunity to get on top of Old School.
All right.
On top of DNZO.
Yes, the push is beginning to come through for Rain right now. Look at this, Kraken still extremely healthy. DNZO good, doing some good damage though. Old School prioritizing the base over DNZO. Could be a mistake here, but Joseph wants the last turret. Kraken still over half HP. Joseph just jumping across to an attack of the Pack Wolf. Very nice play there, but they are going to go down. We've seen this from Velocity before where they need to take down the Kraken in order to defend. This time, I don't think it's going to be quite as close as what we saw in Winter. They should be able to take it down before it really can do significant damage to the Vayne Crystal. 11 kills to 11. Again, gold dead even. This game, I mean, Velocity, they still have a chance to come back here if you look at it numerically, but it's going to be pretty difficult.
It's super difficult at this point in time. They might even get their first turret here, Jackson. You know, for an early game composition, that's pretty good at 17 minutes into the game. But, I think this is just a matter of time now. All that needs to happen is another nicely placed team fight for Phoenix Rain. As soon as they have the opportunity to jump onto top of DNZO, they should be able to do it very quickly and burst him out. DNZO actually double infused as well, so I think the reason he's been using that Hellfire Brew is he's obviously picked up the double infusion, is trying to make impact with it. He's got that for a couple more seconds, so maybe they can make use of it, but you can see here, infusions coming out all over the place for Phoenix Rain. Old School and Ezadox picking up one. I Love Joseph, the only member not to have one in his back pocket. They're saying that, they know that they can basically delete DNZO, and as soon as that happens, they have won the game.
And at this point, they have no turrets to prioritize, so it's going to be DNZO going down first for Velocity. Unless Aloha and Vaynes can keep him alive somehow, it's going to be an uphill struggle. Can Velocity come across with any kind of a fight here? Joseph actually gets jumped on, but DNZO is the return target. Joseph goes right back in. DNZO very low. Old School sustaining so well with that Serpent's Mask, but DNZO not down yet. Finally, he falls. Old School does go down this time. Joseph
actually,
very low as well. This could be a good fight for Velocity. Aloha finds the pick. Ezadox, last man standing for Rain. It's going to be hard for him to even get out of here, to be honest. Velocity, tell me what they did right in that fight.
Essentially, they allowed DNZO just to stay at the sidelines, and obviously everyone had to move across the entirety of that gauntlet to get towards him. And actually, I think it was just really nice prioritization of targets here as well. Both Aloha and DNZO were bursting the same member. Essentially, Old School was forced to use that Rose offensive. They're going to try and buy some time here for that ace buff.
Surely Ezadox does not get away here. Aloha,
Yeah,
there's
there we
the
go.
afterburn. That's going to be the final nail in the
what?
coffin.
Oh, he's
what?
done it! He's done it!
Oh my god! What?
That Vanguard right there, the speed buff, he got him round the corner and saved
insane.
the ace buff. That was a ridiculous play. But no, realistically, I think it was good target prioritization from DNZL and Aloha in that last fight. Aloha has actually picked up a significant amount of damage. He's got his own set of Atlas Pauldrons. DNZO's got some more defensive items. And actually, because that team fight went over a longer period of time, you actually saw the Bonesaw come into effect. It actually started to have a real impact. But Kraken is now the target for Phoenix Rain.
That's going to be a flare spotting them out, though, but a return sees Aloha and Vaynes. DNZO quite far away from the action for the time being.
I like this positioning from DNZO. I think previously he was a little bit too forward.
All right, Old School, he sees an opportunity to jump in, but his team aren't there quite in time. DNZO actually not going down just yet, and the fountain keeping him healthy. Joseph needs to get the damage down, but he's not going to be able to do it. DNZO, he's going to find Ezadox too. It's an ace. Everyone has very long respawn timers on Rain, 30+ seconds. They could maybe even push all the way through here. I don't know if the turret reduction death timer is going to be enough.
Here? What's happening here? I absolutely no idea how this is happening. Let's have a look at the replay. I think realistically, you're seeing the very end here, but the most important part was the start. Old School isolated himself, completely isolated himself right at the start of that team fight, and it made it very easy target prioritization once again for Hammer's Velocity. It was so easy for them to just turn around and wipe Old School off the face of that small skirmish there. I think what's been good for Phoenix Rain is when they've gone as a unit, they've sent both Taka and Blackfeather in at exactly the same time, and it's not happening. Now the Kraken's there, infusions coming out left, right, center.
They're
going
for
it.
For the base, they want to go for the back door. Old School is fully committing to this right now. Aloha is not there to peel for Dienzio this time. Maybe even Joseph can come out with a fight win
They're
on
going
the other
for the
side of the
backdoor.
map. It's going to be interesting to see if they can pull this one off right now. The Old School is actually fairly low. Aloha doing a lot of damage to him. Old School's not going to be able to survive this. On the flip side, though, it looks like Dienzio was not able to kill Joseph, so it looks like 2 members survived to maybe defend here for Phoenix Rain. You've got to deal with the Kraken at this point, too, still very healthy. Taka, what is he doing right now? Joseph trying to go for the back door. I don't think he's going to be able to find it, but he is buying some time, perhaps. You see, Dienzio wants to end the game, though. He's flipping over on the other side, trying to help out the Kraken.
I can't believe
Azadox
this.
Doesn't have the
I cannot believe this.
This is going to be a win for Velocity. There's no way Azadox defends here. He does not have the damage. Old School will not be up in time. Velocity from out of nowhere coming back into this game. Rain just completely fell apart.
They absolutely fell apart. If you were to tell me that a Weapon Power Ringo, a Weapon Power Glaive and Fortress would be winning a game at 22 minutes versus Black Feather and Taka, I would not have believed you. This is ridiculous from Hammer's Velocity. You can see it on Dienzio's face. The guy is on fire, and that is the Dienzio that we know. Had a shaky early game, into the late game, really great positioning, but I've got to say, some really weird team fight decision-making coming out from Rain. They had it in their hands. They could have easily finished, but Old School continuously isolating himself, made an easy target for that Bonesaw on the Ringo, just shred through any armor that they picked up early on. And honestly, I think Rain need to go back to the drawing board and say, what happened? We had that game in our hands. You know, we're going against a competition that shouldn't be winning post 15 to 18 minutes, and they did. And 2 really odd decisions, essentially, I think, through the game. Old School making that engage. None of his team followed up. He was instantaneously deleted. That's what Rome said needed to happen, and it happened because of just some interesting positioning. Let's have a look at some of the items quickly. Lots of armor stacked up for Taka. He actually only has 1 offensive item, so that kind of reduces the damage output for Isle of Joseph. Something that is interesting for him. Bonesaw picked up for Old School as well, so he picked up the Shiver Steel and the Bonesaw. They had the tools there to essentially delete Dienzio, but you know, that Bonesaw on Dienzio, when it got picked up, it really started to have an impact, and then I think it's the Full Metal Jacket as well made him very tanky.
Yeah, that's the point I wanted to really highlight here. I mean, in both of these games, we've seen the carries, Old School and then Dienzio, picking up these Full Metal Jackets, and because there's so much double weapon power, it's doing a great job of keeping them safe. It's something you've got to take in consideration when you're trying to dive into the back line. But, I mean, that's enough from us. I'm sure the analysts have a lot to say about how Velocity came back into that game, so let's pass it back to Playoff Beard and the gang.
Thanks very much, Action Jackson. Some incredibly long, incredibly close team fights there, Rome. Can you just take me inside those team fights for a minute?
Well, the thing is, like, everybody's been noticing, every time both of these teams fight, the area and the space of the map that they take up is really small. Everybody's jumping on top of each other to body block, and that's something that Dienzio is excellent at. We noticed multiple times he was getting jumped on by both Black Feather and Taka. Within the team fights, he wouldn't be running away or cutting away. He'd be staying in the exact same spot. Aloha and Veins would come on. They would body block for him. Like, you can't even see Dienzio for the next couple of seconds, and then he appears after somebody dies.
Along with some really clutch fountains.
Oh, well, the thing is, both of these teams have very clutch
Yeah,
fountains. Like,
so good.
excellent plays coming out of both of them, where we see all their team fights, it drags on and on and on. Like, everybody's really low health, but they'll still come back and engage if they feel like they can so.
Shingy, I think we've all been in that position. We have a chance to backdoor, kind of end up single filing into death. Take me through that for you.
Well, I think that was, I could see the why they were doing that, but I just don't think it worked out very well because we saw the Kraken going in, and you know, we just saw Old School and Isle of Joseph just walking towards their deaths, and that Kraken just marching towards those last 2 turrets. I think it was a bit of a split focus. That was a bit of a mistake in their hindsight. But maybe at the time it seemed the best option for them. But because they'd invested so much in defense, they weren't able to take down that crystal as much as they could on their own.
Yeah, so Rome, especially with TSM, but with a lot of teams, when we've seen that late game Kraken, it's finished off games. Velocity was able to survive. Why?
Well, I do feel like near the end there, it was, you know, the side of Rain had 2 options. They were either going to defend the Kraken or they were going to initiate a team fight, and it looked like they were getting caught off, so they were going one by one, trying to just, you know, steal that Vein Crystal, get that win. But I think this is going to affect them mentally coming into that 3rd game. I do feel like, you know, going in by one like that did put them on tilt a little bit. This is something that they're going to have to adjust.
All right, so with that, and of course there was a Kraken earlier for that scenario. So now Old School has really shown up. he has really come to play. And if you go back to, say, the Gangstars days, he was considered kind of the jovial kid of the group that maybe Fuji was always trying to keep on track. But here, he's really pulling everyone together.
Yeah, I mean, back in those days, he was the jungler, and I always thought at the time that he would have been done so much better in the lane. And now that he has the chance to be in the lane, we have seen so much potential coming out from him. In those team fights, Phoenix Rain were ahead. I think most people would say they had it in the bag, and he was just doing so well with the Rose offensives, blocking, and just using them so well to do everything.
Now, it's still day 2, which means that the decisive game in the series is blind pick. So we don't know what these comps are going to be, and they're going to have to try to anticipate what each other do. What do you think, Rome?
Well, so far, like, we have been seeing Joseph play extremely well in that Taka. I do feel like, going up against Velocity, they like to favor those hyper carry late games that are very tanky. And that might not work out too well for them. I feel like Joseph should be picking up somebody like Glaive. Pair that with a Fortress, works out very well for that side. On the side of Velocity, things have been working out fairly well for them. I do think that it's going to be dependent on Dienzio. The hero that he picks is going to stand out this match.
It's always so interesting to see. Do they pick a comp that's good for them? Do they pick something that they think counters the enemy? And to walk us through that and take us through this decisive match, it's going to be Xcoundrel and Action Jackson.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. We're super excited to get into this blind pick. The players have been just unbelievably strong in these last 2 games on such a wide variety of heroes that I can't wait to see what they're going to pick when they have all of the options on the table. Wouldn't surprise me if Old School picked up Adagio again, but let's have a look.
So we're going to see Dienzio on Scarf has been banned away pretty much consistently throughout the draft phases, so he's going to get the opportunity to have that 17-minute plus monster that we often see Scarfs do. I love that Vaynes has picked up the Finn, and obviously then you're going to provide an extra layer of protection for the Scarf in the form of Aloha on Glaive. I really like this composition coming out. It's all about buying time for Dienzio to ramp up at this position. But there are potentially the tools to deal with this Scarf. There is a Cruel and a Blackfeather here for Old School, and Old School obviously a fantastic Blackfeather player. Honestly, I'm surprised to see Cruel come through for I Love Joseph. It's something we haven't seen much in the North American leagues throughout all of the qualifiers as well. It's something that we mainly saw in Europe. But I do like the fact that it is there. You can, especially if you get on top of Dienzio, reduce his damage output, those weakness stacks start building up. There could be the recipe for success here for Phoenix Reigns, but I do like the composition from Velocity. I think it looks really strong.
Yeah, I mean, the good news, I think, is that the main peel, at least early on, is going to come from the afterburn of Aloha.
Yeah.
But at the same time, later on into the game, Finn starts to become kind of a monster at defending your Scarf. So it's going to be difficult for Rain to get the right targets. I do feel like in the blind pick, they have lost out a little bit, but I'm sure just through individual skill and mechanics, they can make this composition work. They've just got to find the right openings.
So I don't think we'll be seeing many offensive force chords here coming out from Vaynes. You don't really want to be dragging Cruel or Blackfeather towards your team, especially when you have a Scarf on board. But we do see often Finns in the later portions of the game drag people away from Scarf. So if they ever get past the Finn, then you can drag them back with the force chord, and that gives Scarf the time to either charge up Dragon's Breath or start to apply some sort of ranged damage. They'll be poking them out, though. They've got a really good poke here against a team that I think will struggle with the poke that Dienzio can apply.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you. I think Dienzio is going to have quite an easy time keeping the damage rolling on the back line. Vaynes right now got to be careful, though. Dienzio, I Love Joseph trying to go for that target. Maybe going for Vaynes would have been better here. They might still be able to find it. Smite not doing quite enough, though. It looks like Phoenix Rain are going to have to back away from them.
Absolutely. Vaynes, I think, it's nice that they're providing a little bit of more protection for Dienzio in lane here. We're not going to see that much up in the jungle. Speaking of jungle, though, Glaive taking away some back camps. I Love Joseph is just going to be chasing him around here. The Smite does manage to steal that one away. And I Love Joseph just going to go about his merry way. But nice offensive jungling here coming from Aloha, and he gets away with it as well.
Yeah, he's doing a really good job of, in all of these games in the series, pressuring the jungle, trying to steal away back camps and minimize the early aggression coming out of I Love Joseph by forcing him to be wary of what's going on his side of the map. I Love Joseph has gone for that one gank so far, along with Ezanox up in the lane, but I think maybe if they just committed to Vaynes, it would have worked. Maybe some poor communication there coming across from Rain. They've got to make sure that they don't get tilted. It's something we heard the analysts talking about earlier on. It's something they've got to be very wary of, especially given the young age of all the players on Rain's team.
So I Love Joseph trying to use that heroic perk to make something happen in lane. This is really going to rely on superior vision control here for Phoenix Rain. They need to make sure that the brushes they choose to move from aren't being spotted out, and there aren't those scout traps and flares identifying I Love Joseph, because he needs that time to wind up and then rush out of the brush like the death train that we know Cruel can be.
That is a very good point. Mining has begun. We're now sitting about 4 minutes into the game. Looking across at the itemization, nothing too crazy coming out just yet. Looks like these teams going for fairly standard builds.
Yeah, I do like the early, again, defensive items by Aloha here, especially against what appears to be very early double weapon power, as you would expect with a Black Feather and a Cruel, but Cruel may be going a little bit more defensive, so you may have 2 defensive tank-based carries here, and I Love Joseph more going to be heading towards, I guess, Shiver Steel, something like that, slow down the Scarf if you can never get on top of him, and then you're relying on Old School to really output the majority of your damage in these skirmishes and teamfights. But I think against a Finn, he may end up struggling as we go on. That's why I really do like this composition from Hammer's Velocity, especially the fact that Dienzio is potentially on one of his best heroes.
Yeah, I mean, I'm inclined to agree with you on that one. Veins is in a bit of a dicey position there, but able to back away with the help of Dienzio. Aloha actually doing what he does best, going for those deep invades on the back camps in the jungle. You can see some nice poke on the Veins, but nothing really able to commit for Phoenix Rain. They can't find the opportunities to get actual kills, and certainly they've got to be wary of Velocity reaching like a mid-game point or a late-game point without having suffered too much in the earlier stages, because Dienzio is just going to be such a threatening force later on.
Veins,
oh, he's
dead.
gone. There's no chance there.
Yeah, really nice collapse here by Phoenix Rain. And actually, we're going to go and take away, or at least try and put some pressure in lane. It looks like I Love Joseph is going to have his opportunity to be offensive, but look at Aloha. He is doing exactly the same in the opposite side of the jungle, so it is just trade for trade when it comes to counter-jungling camps away here for both sides. And this is what Aloha is so good at, just making those decisions at the right time, realizing that he's not going to have an impact in that skirmish, and he's going to make the best at just taking away enemies' camps. I Love Joseph spending a long time here, though, with Ezadogs. They are taking away everything at this point in time.
Yeah, and I like that they're prioritizing trying to get this minion miner, actually. Given the fact that Aloha took theirs, if they want to stay even on gold, they kind of need to take their opponents and then get theirs later on so they can trade back. Both actually recalling all the way to base, so they don't want to risk getting caught out en route to their friendly territory. They want to play things a little bit safer, and in the position they're in, I can kind of appreciate that. You know, this is the final game of the series. Whoever loses it going down into the decider games later on against the winners of the loser bracket.
When we chatted to Phoenix Rain, they said that their biggest problem was their mental approach to a series or to a game, where if they do end up getting on tilt, for instance, they find it very difficult to balance themselves once more. And actually, this could be something that Hammer's Velocity can have a play on, because essentially they are very good at dealing with the tilt aspect. We saw them in Winters where they said, hey, we've had work. We've really looked to deal with the mental aspect of the game. And it's really showing here. They have managed to go into the blind pick. They've picked a really solid composition, and they're playing it out very effectively. Yes, they lost a 1 kill, but essentially they're managing to keep things in a status quo, which is really good for a Scarf.
Yeah, I mean, I like the fact that Velocity kind of did something super standard here too. We've actually seen quite a few interesting change-ups in terms of the 117 meta for the duration of the championships in spring so far.
Yeah.
But this is like back to basics. This is what has been strong in 117 for such a long time.
I mean, during the European qualifiers, this was a standard composition that we saw time and time again. Actually, I think the most common composition that we saw in Europe was Scarf, Arden, and Glaive, and that just came out time and time again. So it is, it's one of the 1.17 standard things. We have seen some crazy things during this, this tournament. Petal did make a reappearance at the very end of the 1.17 era and has been very effective so far. But like you said, I love that this is just going back to basics. Scarf has been banned. As soon as they have an opportunity to pick him up, Dienzio is straight onto that champion, because everybody knows what Dienzio can do with it.
Yeah, I have to admit though, I also kind of like what Rain has done here, even though I think if you stack up the compositions, it might be difficult for Rain. I think the fact that they've got this, go in and be very tanky and not die composition, that's going to work well with them, because they're aggressive. They like making plays.
I think they need to make plays before Overdrive goes on to Quibble, though. because they rely on just rushing in, attack of the pack.
yeah.
I Love Joseph gets that movement speed, tries to get on top of Dienzio. As soon as Quibble has the ability, speaking of which,
Dienzio wants to be the target for Rain, but you can see Aloha peeling for him with that afterburn. Vayne's just a sacrificial lamb, really, for Velocity. They know that they're not going to be able to keep him alive, so good pickup for Rain. They're doing a good job of getting small incremental advantages where they can, but no big team fights so far.
And they need to capitalize when they have this kind of thing happen. You can see the gold mine isn't particularly stacked at this point in time. And I Love Joseph, he needs to be doing this. He needs to be saying, okay, we've picked up a kill, we have a man advantage. Let's go and take some jungle away. Let's not try and dilly-dally. We're not going to get anything under turret. I know I love diving turrets. I Love Joseph. But, you know, they need to be taking away things from the enemy when this kind of thing happens. You know, when they pick up a kill, they need to take something from it, not just say, hey, we got a kill, that's great.
Yeah, I mean, you really have to leverage your advantage in every way possible in order to come out with the win here. We are going to have a quick pause, guys. Hopefully, it can be resolved quite quickly. But whilst the pause is going on, let's talk a little bit about how things are developing. If we're talking about the itemization coming across from both of these teams, do you think it's on the right track?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you can see Broken Myth already picked up for Dienzio, so he's picked up one of the items that he really needs there. Maybe go for a Frostburn. Sometimes we see them go for an early Eve of Harvest, especially in Europe. We saw second item Eve of Harvest that come out all the time against Black Feathers, for instance, against Krulls, for instance, because it gave them the edge in the skirmishes and team fights that essentially they channel Dragon's Breath and suddenly their health bar just boop, 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 all the way up. And it's something we saw time and time again, and maybe we'll see that because they are going against a very dive-heavy composition. Dienzio does need the ability to sustain in some way, and having those clutch breaths where you can just deal huge amounts of damage and get it all back with Eve of Harvest can be really influential. Aloha has gone for, it looks like he's going to be building up towards a Sorrow Blade, hasn't quite finished it yet. He's picked up some early armor, which is pretty good. The Fountain has been finished already here for Finn, so they're looking in good stead, you know, as the game goes on. And like I said, you know, I made all this spiel last game about, you know, how a Weapon Power Ringo shouldn't be winning post 15 minutes, but they ended up winning post 15 minutes. So let's be honest, anything can happen at this point in time. With two teams, you know, equally as skilled, it all comes down to these clutch plays during skirmishes and teamfight situations. It's all about positioning, all about decision making. And while they give themselves the platforms to win with based on the compositions that they pick, these teams are just so good that it's all about those tiny mistakes.
It absolutely is. Past a certain point, when you reach a certain level of skill, it is about the mistakes that you make, not how good you are, because you're just 90% of the time you're playing on form. So I want to ask you a question about the Scarf build. You mentioned we might see the Eve of Harvest, we might see the Frostburn. Which would you prefer here?
It really depends if he's going to go for any armor. Now, obviously, if you pick up some armor here, then it actually makes Eve of Harvest slightly more efficient because obviously you can negate damage coming in and then you heal up more because you're taking less and then you're healing up more. But honestly, if they're going to be looking to use Finn as a more of a kiting or rather a peeling roamer here, then maybe Frostburn would be better, just trying to slow down anybody heading towards them. Just got to stop I Love Joseph getting on top of Dienzio at this point in time.
All right, we're back into the game and back on some action right away as Aloha has to afterburn out of there, getting caught out just a little bit. Not much has happened in that short break, though. And you can see Rain still sitting at about a 2,000 gold lead. So they're doing a good job. They just need to translate that, of course, into something before Dienzio really ramps up and gets out of control.
Yeah, and also Dienzio, before these skirmishes and teamfights could even happen, he has the potential to poke down everybody on the side of Phoenix Rain. As long as they play their positioning right, as long as they don't give the opportunity for Phoenix Rain to be aggressive, then they can just continuously poke them down with that Scarf and reduce them to a health that isn't even appropriate to seek a team fight with. And that could be something that we see the later this goes. He has picked up a reflex block here, so he can potentially block an execution with the smite, but also you can block numerous things like Esodox's pounce, anything like that can be blocked here. So good early reflex block, really prioritizing keeping Dienzio nice and healthy and alive.
Yeah, and that's really what you got to be doing, right? The composition of Velocity is running. This is kind of, if you listened to the interview earlier, what you might even expect from Velocity. They said that they played around Dienzio a lot, and Aloha kind of was like, if we don't play around Dienzio, and then he paused, and then he didn't have another thing to say, because they do tend to play around Dienzio. That's how they win a lot of these games. They sometimes are in situations where they play around Dienzio, and because everyone goes for him, they're able to find kills from Aloha. But it's all about, like, Dienzio is the star player.
Yeah, and honestly, I think what you mentioned to me before we were talking about this matchup, and you said actually Aloha is the unsung hero.
Oh man, that was actually pretty close to the gold mine maybe being able to be taken by Velocity, but here comes a potential fight. Joseph trying to back away here. Aloha can't quite get in range for a good afterburn, but the force support actually sets him up. Here comes the Dragon's Breath, slowing Joseph up. He is not going to be able to get out of there. I'm kind of surprised Rain didn't try and turn to fight. They just gave up and ran away.
Yeah, and they potentially had the opportunity to turn and jump on top of Dienzio, but they said that they were in a poor position. I think they were just going to say, okay, let's take the payout and head out of here. I guess one death for a payout isn't the worst thing in the world, so I think that would have been their thought process in that situation. But Aloha, again, taking this opportunity to take away as much as possible on the map. And Old School and Esodox, they're just going to try and clear out the vision and the scout traps here. They're also going to go for some counter jungling of their own. And I Love Joseph has now returned, and they'll be in a fairly good position. But honestly, the way this is playing out, it's not looking bad for Velocity at all. They may be down in gold, but at this point in time, all they want to do is make it towards that 17-minute mark, make it towards the point that Scarf is really going to turn on.
Yeah, and speaking of Scarf, worth noting, it looks like he is going for that Eve of Harvest with the Void Battery there. He's going to be doing a great job of sustaining once he picks it up, and should have it quite soon, sitting on around 650.
I really like the Eve of Harvest against compositions that are designed to burst you, because especially with Scarf, it doesn't matter where you channel that Dragon's Breath, as long as you can get it down with the Eve of Harvest and start to hit more than one opposing hero, you're going to really, really refill that health bar. And it's something we saw time and time again in Europe. The clutch Dragon's Breath ended up saving the day for the Scarf, and they turned the entire team fight.
Okay, so Old School just picked up a Bone Saw, as the Eve is now completed for Dienzio, what we were just talking about. Do you like the Bone Saw here so early, when you can see the itemization from Velocity is not tunneling particularly hard onto armor just yet?
Yeah.
Maybe just sitting on the components of the Bone Saw and building something else made more sense.
Potentially, but it does give him the option later on, because you imagine, Atlas Pauldrons for Vayne has just been finished, and you imagine that Aloha will pick up his own Atlas Pauldrons soon enough.
But you're going for Dienzio.
Yeah, exactly. This is something that I was about to touch on, that you're going for Dienzio, who hasn't actually picked up any form of armor at this point in time. So how effective is your Bone Saw going to be in this situation? Maybe you're saying that these are going to be elongated fights, so I can maybe get something out of this Bone Saw regardless, but yeah, I kind of agree with you that maybe Bone Saw wasn't the best item to go for second here. Maybe just some flat burst damage would have been slightly better, but this is Old School. He's a far better player than I am. He will have his reasons for picking up that Bone Saw.
And, it's funny that you mentioned that, right? Because when we were interviewing the players, Phoenix Rain actually mentioned that they didn't really think about the whole Tank Taka thing they were doing in the second qualifier as a particular set strategy. It was just something they did instinctually. Maybe that's what's happening here, but here comes potentially a fight. Aloha this time, caught out quite far out of position. Dienzio not in a spot where he can really deal the damage and be threatening. Rain are able to get one as a result. So they're sitting at 3 kills to the 1, 3,000 gold in the lead. How realistic is it that they can leverage this to take a tower, though, for example? The wave here from Dienzio is just wiping the minions out.
I mean, we're saying this is great for Rain and everything, and that they are picking up the kills where necessary, but they're not really doing anything with these advantages that they're gaining. They're just accruing gold. And that's just giving time for Dienzio to ramp up. I guess that's, say, why is there a Bone Saw? That is why there's a Bone Saw. They are picking people off in the enemy jungle. Realistically, most of the kills that they have picked up has been, as I said, that it rears her ugly head. There is... I know, it's so mean. There's the situations where Rain have actually picked up kills has not been in skirmishes, has not been in team fights, it has been picking off a singular member, and that at this stance has usually been Vayne's.
So far, but now we've got 3 people sitting here from Velocity. We could see a proper team fight for the first time this game. Dienzio so far in a good position on the back line, just poking away at the health bars of Phoenix. Rain want to get an opportunity to jump on the back line though, and Joseph sees it. He's going for Dienzio. Can they get the damage down? Old School sitting in goop for a very long time here. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. Gonna be sustaining Dienzio up, but they don't have the damage. Rain, they're actually able to take down Dienzio before the fight can really turn for Velocity, and they've managed to use that gold lead, leverage it like we just said they needed to actually get 2 kills and a Kraken here. That's big. They need to get as much out of this objective as possible.
Yeah, they pick up this Kraken, that'll be huge. A couple of things there. Again, this is exactly how they wanted their composition to work. I Love Joseph got a really good burst of speed. They obviously had Attack the Pack going too. They managed to get everything on top of Dienzio. He wasn't able to body block in that situation. He was isolated completely, and that gave them the opportunity to build up the weakness stacks. He was starting to do less and less damage, and then they just managed to burst him through. Interestingly enough, the way that they kind of tiptoed around starting that fight maybe allures to how they potentially want to play with this Bonesaw. They say, actually, if we can just attempt to dodge the majority of Dienzio's damage, then we can potentially deal with the front line, then deal with Dienzio.
All right, well, Joseph right now certainly trying to deal with Dienzio jumping on the back line, but getting knocked back by Aloha. You see Ezidox very low after that exchange. Oh, forced the core, 2 people in from Veins. Not the way we were expecting him to be using that, but it does put them in a good position. You see Velocity should be able to defend against the Kraken here. They might not even lose another turn.
Look at I Love Joseph. He's already picked up his tier 3 boots. He is really prioritizing that ability for movement speed. He hasn't even picked up any form of weapon power. He's not really going damage here. His entire role is get on top of Dienzio, build weakness stacks, and then I don't really mind what happens to me after that situation. I'm going to be relying on Old School to be carrying me through and trying to deal with a low damage output Scarf at that point in time. We haven't really seen super influential from Hell's Heart at this point in time, and obviously the reflex blocks are all there, and Dienzio would imagine that would be the thing that he is prioritizing on blocking. But I would like to see some clutch from Hell's Heart plays, just try and lock up Dienzio, and then that should give them the tools that they need to run Old School through.
We've seen close to a record-breaking distance from Hell's Heart from Joseph before in the qualifiers. Actually, look at this, so hang on a second. Aloha miles away from his team, very far out of position. He has no way to escape, surely. From Hell's Heart, there it is. I was wondering where it was. Easy pickup for Phoenix Rain, and then a lapse in judgment from Aloha and Velocity. You can't really be letting that happen this late into the game.
This is kind of what happens, and that's kind of been the story of the game, I would say, for Velocity. Both Aloha and Veins have been singled out by Phoenix Rain. They have been looking to make those picks. They actually haven't been super interested in forcing skirmishes or team fights, just because I guess they are worried about the peel that can come through, and maybe, if they don't initially manage to get on top of Dienzio, they may end up losing. So they've been looking to make picks and exploit poor positioning from Hammer's Velocity. This could start to provide a little bit of a worry for Velocity at this point in time. If this keeps happening, they keep forcing this man advantage, and they're never going to get the team fights that they need, and they're realistically going to be relying on Dienzio just to clear waves over and over.
Yeah, I mean, past a certain point, Velocity really need to start being a bit more proactive, I would argue. Not just using Aloha. I mean, I don't even know what Aloha was doing there. He kind of, if he wanted to shop, because he was near the shop, he should have been back at base at this stage in the game.
Yeah.
And if you wanted to steal away back camps, well, that's just a bad idea. You should not have been that far out of position.
Honestly, this has actually been a fairly tentative game. There's only 7 kills, and we're 20 minutes in almost. That is really, really cautious on both sides. I think both of them are looking to say, we need a perfect scenario. You can actually see that I Love Joseph has picked up a weapon infusion. They're going to go for Kraken again. Double infusion for Old School. Crystal Power infusion for Ezidox. They are in a situation where if they want to fight, they have got those buffs needed.
Velocity certainly do not want to fight right now. You can see they're just ignoring the Kraken attempt coming out of Rain. Admittedly, I mean, they can clear Kraken quickly with a Scarf, but at the same time, I mean, that is kind of desperate when you're saying that you don't feel confident enough to actually contest.
Look at Old School. Look at the defensive items he's got.
It's pretty ridiculous.
Yeah, he's just saying, okay, the only person... That makes sense, though. The only person you are worried about is Dienzio, so why not? This is classic Phoenix Rain at this point in time, taking defensive items to the absolute maximum and really prioritizing 2 item slots here. He's only got 2 offensive items, 2 item slots to just defensive. And it's really, really good peace of mind, I would say, to say, okay, we actually don't care about anybody but Dienzio.
All right, well, we're going to see a fight kicking off here, though, as the Force to Court comes down onto Old School. It's not really doing much, though. Old School very tanky, like we described. Dragon's Breath across across 3 members, though. Old School, as tanky as he is falling extremely low. Fountain keeping him alive for the time being, and actually Joseph is the big threat here, going on to Dienzio. They can't close the gap, though. Dienzio makes it back onto the Fountain. Kraken is doing work. At the moment, Rain just buying time for her to really push onto the base, be the one who might even win the game for them. But Joseph, by himself here, I don't know if he can do the work needed. Old School trying to position ahead of time to try and maybe get onto the Vein Crystal. Joseph is going to go down. Dienzio's full health. Old School, he's burning away in the goop. The Kraken very low. Ezidox and the Kraken, they can't kill the Vein Crystal in time. It looks like Velocity defend. That was close, though. Very, very close.
Deja vu, AJ. This is exactly what we saw last game. Phoenix Rain tunneling in when maybe they potentially should have backed off, but they do pick up all the turrets, so they do get something out of it at this time. This time I just don't want to see a random backdoor. Don't want to see that. I want to see them play them. They played the whole game methodically so far. Continue to play it that way. You know, you saw Dienzio, he was locked down by Isle of Joseph. They managed to get a good smite on him. Had they picked him up with that smite, that could have been game.
Yeah.
I think it would have been game. But again, I really love these sensible item decisions coming out. I'm kind of worried about the offensive output here for Phoenix Rain, but you've just got to admire their defensive theory crafting in this situation.
That said, you've got to realize how quickly Old School was dying in that last fight. He actually did go down fairly fast. The Fountain really what kept him in position here. Oh, they're going to get the flank down, though. Vane's not in a position yet, but of course the cord hits on Bree. That sets up the Dragon's Breath. This could be huge. Dienzio doing so much damage on the back line. He's still very healthy. Ezidox and Joseph trying to stick on top of him. Old School actually going for the back door. Do not do this to me again. I can't handle it. Joseph, he's weakening Dienzio, trying to keep the fight going. Ezidox wants to back up Old School on the back door. We've seen this before. Can Aloha take him down like previously? Dienzio, he's not taking down Joseph quickly enough. Ezidox, if he, for example, has a Fountain, he's actually going to Alice Pauldron as well. The Crystal! Oh no, they're going to get him! Whoa! What? Oh my god, Rain! They pull off the back door. Dienzio could not kill Joseph in time to back and help defend. Rain make it through. That was such a ridiculous series.
I mean, we talked about this series being close, but I was not expecting anything
finals
like this,
worthy.
AJ. That was a finals-worthy game. The analyst desk were not wrong. Honestly, I actually think there was a slight misplay for Phoenix Rain in that last team fight. That Forced Accord should have been crucibled.
Oh, man.
It should have been crucibled, but it didn't matter because obviously that was a split-moment decision by Old School. He used all of that competitive live experience. He said, okay, I'm just going to go for it. And honestly, the pressure that Isle of Joseph was putting onto Dienzio meant that the only damage threat was being locked up. He couldn't escape from the weakness stacks. They had to deal with him because that smite could have been absolutely game-ending, and it just allowed some beautiful play from both Ezidox and Ezidox and Old School to just go for that backdoor. And we talked about not wanting to see the backdoor. I mean, I can eat my own words because that was fantastic.
You know, I really feel like the difference and the reason why the backdoor worked was because Joseph was on Kroll this time. Yeah. It bought so much more time due to the weakness stacks. But looking at the items here, obviously the one thing which stands out, Old School's build. 2 Aegises. Yeah. He's also got that coat. He really was super defensive.
Two Aegises, and again, you know, Old School's only target was Dienzio. It makes a lot of sense. Dienzio going for some armor very late on here. It was really late armor, but he actually had a pretty good game at 3-1-2. But honestly, it was super methodical, and I think the story of the game was just these picks and the mispositioning from both Aloha and Veins in the wrong place at the wrong time, and with use of Joseph and Old School, they just picked them off and eventually managed to capitalize them. And we didn't actually see any capitalization happen until around 16 to 17 minutes in the game, but when they capitalized big.
You know, something that you got to remember here as well is Rain showed a very different side in this game. But to talk more about that, our analysts are ready and waiting. Let's throw it back to Playoff and the gang.
All right, thank you very much, Action Jackson. So much to unpack here. All right, let's start with kind of these comp dynamics. Despite the fact that Velocity had a scarf, they were kind of on a ticking clock here. Rome, tell us why.
Yeah, so we were like discussing it before the game happened. I did feel like the composition coming out of Velocity, they had the advantage early game. We could see it, like Aloha was making a lot of moves in that jungle. He was very far ahead in CS. However, they didn't capitalize on the objectives, and that costed them so much. It was a lot repetitive to the second game where, there was 5 turrets on one side and 0 on the other.
Now, there was an opportunity with the Finn into a triple melee to get some clutch quibbles there. Just a whole bunch of things happening in this match.
Yeah, there was a lot of elements there, and Phoenix Rain really invested on their blocks. So we saw Old School there with his double Aegis, but you could only use one at a time. We saw the Crucible, everybody had a reflex block. It was insane. And I think there was one crucial point in that one of the early team fights where we did see the Force Accord coming out, pulling all 3 members of Team Phoenix Rain in. And that was not blocked, which I think was quite an important part. But what happened was Team Phoenix Rain were able to overcome this and actually turn it around for them.
Yeah, a lot of Forced Accords defensively to stop an engage as opposed to setting up a single one. Now, I want to talk a little bit about Old School here. He got ahead early, and his build was out of control 13 minutes in. Travel boots, Aegis, Serpent Mask, shield and armor. A Bonesaw ends up with a double Aegis and was still the primary target for the Dragon's Breath. He was just stacked.
Well, the thing about Old School that game was he was above 10 CS per minute, but the main thing here was the way he was using his abilities, just getting that barrier up, making sure that the fortified health along with the evasive from his Rosa Fence was being used properly when he had to. Like, a lot of times, Scarf's Dragon Breaths came out, he would ultimate to behind the Scarf, making the place there.
All right. So much to choose from, Xingyi. Tell me who you'd like to say MVP for this incredible series.
Old School. Old School, that was absolutely incredible play coming out. His CS was out of this world. He's always been known for being one of the top farmers, and I think he's just topping all the lists on Fame Glory right now. And that Adagio Blackfeather play was outstanding there. The Blackfeather, he was all about the sustain. He had the Journey Boost, the health regen, and the extra defense those offered. He had so much defense, and he also had that Serpent's Mask as well. So for him, it was all about staying alive in those fights. Because he had that execute, he knows when he's got those full Heartthrob stacks, and he knows exactly when to use it to execute someone.
All right, with a triple melee comp, so hard to complete those Kraken pushes. They tried and tried throughout that match, and Old School really was a key, and he is now there for an interview with Humanist.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm up on stage right now with Old School himself. What an exciting match. I saw you were up there, you're hyped. The crowd was going crazy right there at the end. I wanted to ask you a couple questions about item builds. It looked like you guys prioritized a lot of defense there at the end. Can you talk about that?
All right, so we definitely made sure to build a lot of defensive items against Scarf, because if you don't build defensive items against Scarf, you're just going to get blown up by his ult.
Very good, very good. Well, it makes a lot of sense. You guys were able to close out right after you got those items. Also, Blackfeather, every single game. What does Blackfeather give you guys, and why is there such an importance on this hero right now?
Blackfeather's kit makes it really easy to go in and dive one person. So our goal was to go in and delete Zeo, which is the main damage dealer, and Blackfeather just makes it really easy to do that.
Nice. That makes a lot of sense right there. All right, Old School, you got a lot of fans out there. Everybody wants to be as pro as Old School. Can you give us one pro tip?
I don't know.
That's all right. That's all right. Old School, we talked about this in the strategy, and he was like, I just get out there and I just play Vainglory. So it's a natural thing for you guys. Congratulations on the win, and look forward to see you playing more. All right, guys, we're going to send it back to Playoff Beard up at the desk. See you guys.
He just didn't want to give any tips to the enemies that he's going to have to face throughout the rest of this tournament. So for Hammers Velocity, the #1 overall seed, they do fall, but their tournament is not over. This is elimination day, so they will drop down now into that elimination piece of the bracket and have one more bite at the apple. Let's take a look at kind of where everything stands. We still have a lot more to come. So what will be next is TSM versus Hammers Kinetic, another excellent series, and then we'll know what we have to do in the decider. So we already know it's going to be #1 seed Hammers Velocity in a rematch against the upstart Phoenix Reborn team that pulled an upset over Noble Esports. Hammers Velocity, so they have to still feel confident that they can make it to the semifinals. And then we're going to find out if Nemesis Hydra is playing TSM in a rematch, which would be fun, or Hammers Kinetic with Gabe Bizzle and crew. That will be fun to see. Semifinals, the one team that has punched their ticket for tomorrow's big game is Phoenix Rain off of the win just now. So a lot more still in store today. Make sure you are following us along on Twitter with hashtag Vainglory Live, which has been trending, for a chance to win an iPad and just have fun in that conversation. A lot of behind the scenes stuff happening there that you can enjoy. So with that, let's all catch our breath for just a minute. And when we come back, we have one more huge series. Can Gabe Vizel, T Tigers, and Sui Generis, can they pull through? We'll see Hammers Kinetic in just a few. Welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the sold-out Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Xingyi and Rome. And for all of the Team Solo Mid fans out there, your time is now. This is still winners bracket matches. TSM versus Hammers Kinetic. So many storylines to get into here, but first off, Rome, we have to start with this battle between Gabe Vizel in jungle versus Kuldamik in jungle. Former Gangstars teammates now head-to-head in a critical battle.
Yeah, the thing about this one is I could probably talk about it for an hour, so I'll keep it down short. I feel like Kuldamik, he is the master of many comfort picks. However, Gabe Vizel, his hero pool is so vast that it actually gives the side of Hammers, they have a larger draft pick options. They're able to make a lot more strategies work on their behalf. However, Kuldamik, he knows how to control that jungle. So it's going to be very contrasting between these two.
Now, for these two players who have literally played thousands of hours of Vainglory together, who gets the edge in knowing their jungle opponent so very well?
I feel like they both are exactly identical in terms of their map awareness. Knowing exactly when to be able to grab those backs, when to be very engaging towards their opponent. These two, they've been playing with each other since they started playing Vainglory, so it's going to be very hard. I do feel like Gabe is going to be a bit more passive in that early game, whereas Kull is going to try and make those plays.
If there's any advantage, maybe it's that Kull is Gabe Vizel rather is moving into a new position, so Kull has a little less experience seeing him at the jungle position. And then Xingyi in the lane. What a treat this is going to be. The incredible farming machine T-Tigers against the playmaker Mixi. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, so they are quite different in many ways. And T-Tigers, a lot of people rave about him. He was a star laner for Liberation X, and now he is the star laner for Hammers Kinetic. And he, like you said, is farming machine, but he does tend to be a little bit more aggressive sometimes. And I think this is something that TSM could capitalize on. And whereas we've got Mixi, who a little bit more conservative, likes to prefer to just focus on just farming and just waiting for the late game. He's not of an early game player, I would say.
All right, TSM, they are the reigning North America champions. They are the VIPL champions. They are the champion of champions after beating Team Secret, the EU champions, in a recent showcase. So they got to try to put it all together here against Hammers Kinetic. And with that, let's take a closer look at this TSM team.
I started playing Vainglory in September, November of 2014. I thought it was an absolutely beautiful looking game, and I thought the concept that it was coming to a touchscreen device was super cool. So I downloaded it immediately when it was still exclusive to the SEA servers, and then once it came to North America, I was really hooked ever since.
I started playing competitively a long time ago. It has to be more than a year now, or it feels like it at least. And when I really started to play competitive was when I was playing with a group of players. I was playing with Gabe, and I was playing with two other players, Potka and Light Raid, and we had a team. Those are my roots, and that's where I started.
My first teammates were two guys, John Stamos and C. Witt. We were known as Team Venom at the time, and then very shortly after, actually merged into Gangstars when I started playing with Iraqi Zoro and Chino way back in the day. And then I actually met Mixi in May of 2015. Mixi was not recruited into Gangstars, and I thought that he was just such a bright, prospering star that it was worth probably parting ways with them in order to pursue a future team with him. Our current TSM roster has been together since the second winter qualifier. I definitely believe that just overall synergy is really important at TSM. Mixi does most of the laning, Kuldamik does most of the jungling, but the two definitely alternate whenever the draft calls for it, and I pretty much exclusively do the roaming. In terms of shot calling in the game, I think that both Kuldamik and I split the shot calling. The biggest challenge we've overcome to get where we are now is really just growing and bonding as a team. Obviously, Kuldamik stepping in and joining our roster after Mixi and I had been playing together for so long was very new. He brought a lot of different perspectives and insights as to how to optimally play Vainglory. We're definitely looking into getting a team house together, and hopefully we will also continue to see improved results and synergy from that as well.
All right, so a lot of rock, paper, scissors there. Maybe they were determining who gets to play Sky today.
Possibly.
All right, so with that, Team Solo Mid, who would you have to say is going to be the most important player for them today?
I feel like the player to watch for TSM is going to have to be Mixi. And this is due to the fact that he is a very versatile player. You can throw him in the lane, jungle, or roam, and he can make it work. He knows every single hero back and forth, and he's going to open up the drafting and make life so much easier for TSM.
All right, on the Hammers Kinetic side, first off, with T-Tigers playing into Mixi, do you like that for T-Tigers?
I love this matchup more than the match we previously just watched between Hammers and Phoenix. I do feel like these two teams have a lot more experience playing on the live stage. They have more experience playing as a group in general. And it's all going to come down to mechanics and how to execute.
Is there one key to victory for you for the Hammer squad against an incredible TSM team?
I think the way that TSM play is that they're completely different from the other teams in that they play a very clinical strategy. And if you ever look at Hammers Kinetic, they go a little bit differently. They like to go for the shock factor. When they pulled out the Pestle yesterday, we could, everybody was just surprised by this. And they have a very organized approach. And I think if they just continue to be organized and just maybe not let TSM push those objectives, they will be fine.
That's a great point. The pedal pick certainly adds a wrinkle to the draft strategy today. Let's take a closer look at this Hammers Kinetic team.
They're still a fairly new team. We did win the first qualifiers, but there's a lot of amazing teams out there. Phoenix, Reign is a very good team. We hope that Velocity will beat them, and I think we're going to meet them in our bracket if they were to go into losers brackets and then come back up. Most important thing, I think, is synergy. I think the communication and the trust. When we don't do well is when one person makes a call and the others don't follow through, and that's something that we've worked on a lot and practiced a lot.
I'm Gabe Vizzle, and I am the jungle main. I'm also accompanied by T-Tigers, who is our laner, and Sui J, who is our roam. So when it comes to shot calling, we do it in 3 separate ways. T-Tigers would usually shot call how he wants his lane to be formed.
Tyler is really good at lane pressure when he tells us when he's able to push or play defensive, so then that impacts how we rotate in our jungle.
I would usually shot call jungle, just whatever's happening in jungle, counter rotations, that kind of stuff. And Sui, he would be the shot caller for the macro, and then we're kind of micro. Also in team fights, I shot call the team fights most of the time, or just feed information to Sui on who to focus.
It's not one person making every single call, it's all of us working together as a team and feeding usually me the information, and then I would make the call to either counter jungle or let's 3-man rotate into them, etc. And I feel that works out really well for us.
What's important to our team is definitely synergy. I feel like synergy is the most important thing in any team, because if without synergy, you can just put 3 players together and they're all really good, but that doesn't mean that they're going to perform well. Team synergy is definitely one of our goals, and we're going to try to improve it during this tournament.
Once we have that synergy and communication down, I don't think there's a team.
All right, yeah, nice to see from them. It is so interesting with Gabe Vizzle. Coming from that roam background means multiple players can call shots, means you're getting a lot of information, and something we saw from Gabe Vizzle, all of his personal reflex blocks, whether it's on Kestrel or anyone else, were so on point because he's used to, crucibling those blast tremors.
And no, that's something he has been doing for a long time. Like when we look back when he was playing with Gangstars, Iraqi Zoro would never get a reflex block just because he can rely on Gabe Vizzle to get that done. He'll be very clutch with those reflex blocks and the crucibles that his team doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah, it really is amazing. And so Xingyi, for the Hammers Kinetic side, who would have to be your player to watch here?
It's going to be the opposing laner, T-Tigers. So he is such a mechanically gifted laner. He can pick up any hero and just be perfect at him. We've seen him playing so many. He's got such a deep hero pool as well. So I think he has an interesting dynamic to this team, and it's certainly going to be adding a lot to Hammers Kinetic.
All right, T-Tigers getting the attention there on the screen. A little bit of laughter out of him. All right, we're getting ready for the draft of match 1 in this best of 3. This is still the winner's bracket, so whoever wins moves on to the semifinals. Whoever loses, they will drop down into the elimination bracket, and we'll have one more chance to get it done. The draft is just moments away, and Rome in this draft, it's usually TSM who tries to set up interesting dynamics, tries to make the other team worry about what they're going to pick, but here it's definitely Hammers who set it up with the pedal. Does TSM have to worry about that pedal?
I feel like TSM doesn't have to worry about like any surprise picks coming out. This is one of the teams that strategizes any opportunity, any option that their opponent may have. And they're looking at Kinetic. Kinetic is going to be very distinctive. They know for sure that T-Tigers will be in that lane and Gabe will be in that jungle. However, the same can't be said for Calden Meek and Mixi. They like to switch up here and there.
Mixi on a Scarf, though, would be phenomenal. Look at how fast this is coming in. They don't want to give the other team a lot of time to think about it. Interesting that a Finn picked straight into a Scarf.
Yeah, so they do know that they have a lot of sustain in this game. What's going to happen here is there is going to be a lot of poke damage coming out, and whichever team knows how to engage as all three will win the team fight.
You hear the crowd erupt as we get another off-meta pedal pick. Thank you, Gabe Vizzle. Let's see what's going to happen if TSM is prepared overnight for this eventuality. With the call, it's Action Jackson and Excoundrel.
Oh boy, a pedal. I'm very excited to be casting this one. I actually cast TSM during that NA versus EU series, and they had mentioned that they were kind of holding some of their cards to their chest, that they wanted to maybe save their strategies for the championships. This composition from them, though, not that crazy. The one on the flip side from Hammers Kinetic, a bit crazier.
Yeah, and they kind of have two aspects to their composition. They either say they want to dive in, or they have someone that's going to be poking from the backline. Now, what could happen here is you basically have two compositions that are going to be looking to poke before they engage. And I think Rome was spot on in the sense that whoever can make a succinct 3 versus 3 happen, who can ever get the priority when it comes to really starting the engage, is going to be the one to favor in this situation. I kind of prefer the engage, but just because there is a Finn on the side of Kinetic, so they have a little bit more, I guess, reliable engage in that situation. But obviously, if a Crucible comes out, then they kind of lose that entire aspect of their engage potential. So I wouldn't be surprised to see FlashX go for some sort of Crucible. And you can see here a little bit of a team fight happening already.
Yeah, Suigeneris needs to be careful here. He's taking a lot of damage, but Gabe Vizzle doing a great job of really just stopping the initiation from TSM. And actually, Gabe Vizzle stole away both of those front camps, so a very successful pressure coming out of Kinetic so far. We're going to be looking to keep that going as T-Tigers rotates down quite early here. But you can see with Suigeneris missing the Quibble, it's hard for them to initiate.
T-Tigers is absolutely ridiculous on Blackfeather as well. It's one of his best champions that we've seen him play. So we expect him to go absolutely mental in this series, especially in this game in particular. Again, FlashX and Calden Meek, they are wanting to stay aggressive in this situation, and they really, really are sticking to their guns.
Suigeneris actually quite low health right now. Hard for the side of Kinetic to really go for a fight. Look at this, Gabe Vizzle getting chunked out too, but T-Tigers is here, trampling in. Gabe Vizzle wants the fight, and the first kill goes to Suigeneris. Now FlashX trying desperately to get some kind of return. He cannot do it. Hammers Kinetic leading the game with 2 kills against the former champions of Winter and the champion of champions, TSM.
Oh, I feel like they had to be more hot on the communication in that situation. You know, Blackfeather leaves lane, they still continue to aggress the enemy's jungle, and then they end up in a 3 versus 2. And obviously Mixi just focused on farming in this situation, doesn't come down to help, and probably wouldn't have had a major impact in that fight either. And obviously, as a Blackfeather, you're going to be able to jump on top of the Kestrel and start to deal some serious damage. You know, for a team that is really prided upon their ability to communicate, it seemed like there was a little bit of a lapse there.
Yeah, I'm inclined to agree with that point. So we're going to have to see if maybe they can tighten up their play a little bit moving forward.
What aren't you inclined to agree with, my friend?
Your hairstyle.
Oh, wow. Sorry, I'm only teasing.
All right, let's have a look up at the lane, though, as Mixi gets jumped on here. He's going to be able to kite back to his teammates for the time being, though. T-Tigers needs to try and get out. Moving back towards the turret, manages to get to safety as Gabe Vizzle comes in and threatens TSM enough that they need to back away.
Yeah, Mixi just really focusing on the farming. He's 25 farm. But T-Tigers has got a good minion wave, and obviously should be able to build himself back up his own level of farm. But yeah, it was a good start, to be honest, for Hammers Kinetic at this point in time. And Blackfeather is going to be the real turning point for this game. If he has the ability to do what he did to Koldemeek in that jungle later on in the game, then obviously then Mixi and Koldemeek will have to be incredibly careful in those situations. We'll have to see how T-Tigers ramps up in this. You know, maybe he'll get to a point where he can just instantaneously burst Koldemeek and Mixi, because to be honest, outside of the Gauntlet and obviously Vanguard, there isn't that much peel here for two pretty squishy carries.
I think it's really going to be down to Koldemeek getting some good active camo stuns off if possible. You know, we've certainly seen some amazing ones from other Kestrels in the tournament, but
especially Von C. Von C is an absolute monster at that. What I envision happening is the active camo coming down, and realistically, you're going to be looking to proc it once the Rose offensive has been used, and obviously, as we've seen Black Feathers do throughout this tournament, Rose Offensive really going to be there as a gap closer for the majority. So once that goes down, then maybe they're looking for a stun.
All right, so let's take a look at the items actually here, because so far, not too much crazy being picked up. It looks like T-Tigers is going for that Shiver Steel quite early on here. Gabriel's just getting some pressure down. Look at the damage he's doing, actually. Pop Boots, try and commit for the kill. But Koldemeek is going to be out together. If Gabriel had pulled the trigger on that play just a second earlier, I think it might have worked out.
That attack speed really coming into its own, obviously going for the alternating current, as you would expect. On a Petal, works a little bit like the Adagio, can really start to put out immense amounts of damage. And what Petal is so good at doing, that yes, they don't provide the buff, obviously, that Adagio provides to the teammates, but it's far better at a self-peel scenario. Not that there is much to self-peel against here, and I think that's a key. We may not be seeing too much defensive trampolining taking place for Gabe Vizzle, but obviously you can use it in an offensive way as well, because you get that bonus to your crystal power and your weapon power. And given the right positioning with that trampoline, they can absolutely execute one of these targets, especially most likely going to be focusing down Mixi on that Scarf. But given the opportunity with a good trampoline and combo that with Black Feather, you could be looking to absolutely decimate a singular target on the side of TSM.
I'm really curious to see how Sui Generis actually does moving forwards, though, because something that you see frequently is you try to go for the Force Accord, but like Koldemeek on the Kestrel will pop active camo and walk away, or something along those lines, so it can be quite difficult to utilize. I think Mixi is going to be the biggest target here. The fact that he has two kind of semi-decent ones is good for Sui Generis.
No, I absolutely agree. The interesting thing for me here is that I don't realistically think that we're going to get huge amounts of all-out engages happening. This is going to be a real game decided about who can poke, who can catch someone out, who can get superior positioning when it just comes to skirting around the edges.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at Petal's recent usage in the VIPL, that was actually paired with a Kestrel because the poke was so disgusting, and if you tried to initiate on them, they had good peel and kite as well. As it currently stands, TSM is playing something kind of similar. They actually have the Scarf and the Kestrel for poke. Their peel is a little bit less strong, though, so it's going to be interesting whether this composition works out as nicely.
I mean, realistically, if one of the teams is going to need peel, it's obviously going to be TSM, because you've got the Black Feather to contend with. But it's how are you going to play this Black Feather? Are you going to use this Black Feather as an offensive style? Or are you going to realistically use him to reposition with Gabe Vizzle? And he's not going to be going as deep as you potentially would expect him to, because you could leave Sui Generis in the dust in that situation.
All right, so TSM, they tried to steal away the gold mine there, unable to do so, so 219 pickup for every member of Kinetic. Quite a nice lead developing for them given the early stage of the game. They're sitting at about 700 ahead of their opponents here. T-Tigers is getting pressured a decent amount up in the lane. Definitely worth noting that. He is falling a bit far behind in farm, but everyone's getting their items pretty much on time. Not too bad for either team.
Yeah, and actually, look at... Oh, okay, we're having T-Tigers go offensive. Look at the first item for FlashX here.
Tigers.
Wow, okay.
Oh, look at the damage coming out there. Spontaneous Combustion keeping T-Tigers a bit healthier as well. That's going to be Blight Company, Sui Generis.
What?
That is ridiculous damage out of Gabe Vizzle. What?
Oh, my God!
What? That was insane!
Oh, my word. And just as I was about to point out that the first item choice for FlashX, but we'll talk about it. We do have a replay coming up here.
I actually feel like that Forced Accord at the end was just for style points.
Look,
like
actually, Sui Generis levels up at the end of this fight as they pick up FlashX. He manages to get the kill. A couple minions. There you go. Hit 6 right there. Levels up, and Mixi dragged right back into the fray there. And this is just, again, it's sort of elongated the team fights that we're seeing. Gabe Vizzle just in the back line. T-Tigers, we are seeing him play aggressive, but they're getting good follow-up with it. You know, Gabe Vizzle using that trampoline offensively. They're making sure that he has the backup that he needs. And then they just chase them down. They do well in these elongated chase scenarios. And I'm gonna see anything. But yeah, I wanted to point out the first item of FlashX, it's not a fountain.
That is kind of surprising, actually. I would have expected him to be going for something like that. It is, in fact, a contraption, though, and that is definitely worth touching on because it's excellent against clearing Petal's Munions. You have the splash damage to just get through those a little bit faster.
And this is something that we saw in VIPL as well, that we did see Roamers pick up that contraption ASAP, just because they really did need to deal with the Munions. You know, they are a very big threat. And obviously, alternating current finish for Gabe Vizzle now already. They've already picked up some defensive items in the form of armor on both T-Tigers and Gabe Vizzle. So it looks like shaping up Hammers Kinetic starting to steal away the game.
See, this is like meta BM from Gabe Vizzle. He's like, Flash, I know you don't like Vision, so I'm going to force you to buy it.
Yeah. we know that the thing about Flash is he very rarely buys early Vision. We almost see no scout traps come out from him. Kuldameek tries to snipe someone out, but it doesn't really do much in terms of damage. But yeah, we see FlashX often not prioritize things like scout traps and flares in the early game. He really rushes that tier support item. That fountain is one of the earliest fountain completions in anybody in the roam position, and then they look to fight with it. In this situation, you can't be overly offensive with contraption. Is a defensive item to deal with Gabe Vizzle.
And that's a big part of the reason why earlier when we saw T-Tigers running in so far ahead of his team as well, they didn't decide to try and like turn and burst him down because they didn't have the ability to win an extended fight, especially against Sui Generis' Fountain and Gabe Vizzle's Spontaneous Combustion. We do have it acquired now for FlashX, though, a little bit later than he usually goes for, but it's going to help a large amount in these fights.
Oh, they're going to need it, absolutely. Kuldameek going towards what looks to be a Sorrow Blade, also picked up basically components of loads of items, so he could essentially build up into numerous paths.
Keeping his options open.
Keeping his options open. Looks like Mixi potentially going for that second item, Eve of Harvest, at least, you know, the early indication that's potentially what he could be going for. It's going to be, you know, Broken Myth for Gabe Vizzle. That alternating current Broken Myth is extremely powerful, and he'll start to do some serious damage once that's completed. Oh, actually, is it? To just double check on that situation, but yeah, essentially they're going to be starting to ramp up a ridiculous amount of damage.
Yeah, I mean, Gabe Vizzle right now is already super threatening. Once he finishes that, he's going to be ridiculous to deal with. And it's quite hard for TSM to actually pick a fight right now. Everything's being kind of dictated in terms of the pace by Kinetic.
The Warhorn is really important for me here for Sui Generis because they need something to allow Sui Generis to keep pace with both T-Tigers and Gabe Vizzle. I say that Flash
That damage is insane. The Gauntlet comes across, does keep Flash alive, but two people get forced in. It's both the carries. That is the nightmare scenario for TSM. They get collapsed on under the turret. There's no way this isn't an ace. FlashX, surely he can knock it out of here. Trampling for it. Gabe Vizzle picks it up. 8 kills to 0. The champion of champions, TSM, they're not looking so hot right now.
Oh, this Petal pick has been phenomenal for Hammers Kinetic throughout the entirety of this tournament. He has been doing some serious work on this hero. Honestly, this has looked so good. They played a very methodical game. It hasn't been too crazy in terms of action. And I just think that picking the Petal puts something that is incredibly difficult for FlashX to work out what to build, right? You need the contraption because you want to deal with the Munions, but then you kind of want the Crucible to deal with Force Accord. So, you know, there's so many avenues that you have to rush down to deal with so many different threatening aspects of the Hammers Kinetic composition. You know, like you said, that contraption is so key, but that Forced Accord wasn't blocked. And you're just going to see that time and time again.
See, the thing is, if the draft had gone differently, I think TSM could have dealt with it, right?
Yeah.
If Petal was not the last pick, you just pick something other than, you know, the Kestrel. But here comes the fight. Oh, again! 2 people get hooked in! What is this? Sui Generis turning things up a notch. FlashX, he's getting jumped on. T-Tigers with huge damage right now. A back-to-back ace after ace for Kinetic. These guys are on fire. TSM They need some miracle to come back into this game.
So Mixi, I think, used his reflex block, but it didn't work on that forced accord there. He actually got dragged in.
He used it too early.
Yeah, used it too early. Kolomik doesn't even have one because I think he's been so starved that he's 0-4 with 62 farm at this point in time. He's only picked up a Sorrow Blade, working towards a reflex block, but hasn't got it. And obviously, because FlashX has got so many decisions to make in terms of his itemization, we're not seeing a Crucible yet. So these forced accords are having huge impact. Sui Generous absolutely on fire with them. This is looking to shape up to be potentially a perfect game here for Hammers Kinetic. No one has died as of yet, and they are roaming as a team. This is exactly what Rome said. They are forcing the 3v3s. They're doing it as a team. No one is getting caught out. The positioning is the rotations together, and now they're starting to just starve away the jungle as well. They're just giving TSM no quarter.
Honestly, if you look at Kinetic as a team, right, back in winter, a lot of these members, T-Tigers and Gabe Vizzle, they were not part of the team back then. They've kind of taken all of these all-star players from other teams, put them into one, with Sui Generis being the original guy, the glue for them, and they've made it work so well. Their synergy is clearly a cut above TSM's right now. Maybe that's because TSM is just struggling to work out what to do with the pedal. Maybe it's because Kinetic is that good. We're going to have to wait and see as the series develops, but man, I'm sure a lot of people did not expect, even if they thought Kinetic would win, for it to be this definitively in the first game. TSM, maybe they can come back, but it's going to be hard.
Yeah. I just want to look up at some of the items. We may even see a fight here. So we have to be super careful. Look at all those scout traps just to potentially clear the waves. So that is a huge amount of scout. That's the most scout traps that FlashX has ever bought. Honestly, there's a Bone Saw here for T-Tigers. Doesn't necessarily need it because we see absolutely zero armor coming out for TSM, but, it gives them the option to just burst through anything should they pick it up, obviously. Gabe Vizzle's picked up his 2-item spike, also has a little bit of armor in his back pocket. And I was going to pick up earlier, Sui Generous with the Warhorn. It allows him to keep pace with T-Tigers and Gabe Vizzle, who are so mobile as the carries. That allows him to keep up. That's super important. He needs to be having an impact. And the Warhorn, and obviously using his boots, allow him to keep pace, which is allowing them to roam as a 3. These team fights happen as a 3, and Sui Generous is always in the right position.
Wow, they're actually just pulling off the Kraken to go for the fight. Look at Mitch, he gets melted just by T-Tigers. Gabe Vizzle backing him up, finds the kill, and FlashX is going to be able to jump over the wall, though. Very well played by Cole the Meek to give him a target for the Vanguard.
Yeah.
But Kinetic, they're so far ahead, they can pretty much play this however they want.
And they can just take Kraken now, and this should be a very easy Kraken. And to be honest, I don't see many ways TSM make their way back into this. Cole the Meek has had a particularly poor performance from a guy that is known as potentially one of the best junglers in the world, definitely in NA, and I think, known for his glaive, but is really struggling on this Kestrel. And I think some of the early decisions, they invaded the jungle, communication seemed poor, Mixi didn't rotate, didn't maybe cool that T-Tigers was running down, they got caught out there, and that seemed like the start of the end for TSM that early on.
I love this contraption play. It's just ridiculous. How do you push through this? They're taking the time. It's actually stalling quite well for TSM to clear these few minions.
I really like this. He's just continuously stopping minion waves pushing towards them. I don't know how effective it's going to be versus the Kraken, however.
Gabe Vizzle did just take a lot of pokes, so maybe this is the opportunity for TSM. They have to defend right now. FlashX, look at the damage he takes during the Quibble stun. Here comes the engagement. Dragon's Breath from Mixi, though. They want to turn things around. Sui Generous will fall. FlashX, the spontaneous combustion from Gabe Vizzle isn't enough. Only one minion really exploding there. T-Tigers, he can't get into position for the fight. And TSM have defended against the heroes of Kinetic, but they've still got to deal with the Kraken. Over half health, 1 turret remaining, and T-Tigers helping out with the push.
Going for it.
He might be able to end right here. It is definitely possible. He's got to get to the other side of the crystal. He cannot do it. Can TSM defend against this Kraken? With Mixi on Scarf, it looks like it.
They should be able to.
They're just going to be able to stay in this game. It was extremely close, but Kinetic, everything, the ball is in their court right now. They just have such an easy time in these fights.
And I think that was where Kinetic were looking to pull the trigger as well, because you can see they had double infusions running across almost everybody in that situation. They're now starting to drop off. TSM also going for double infusions on Cole the Meek and Mixi, knowing that they realistically needed that input just to keep up with the pressure that Kinetic were putting out here. I expect to see some infusions come out for Hammers Kinetic again when they look to make that final push, be it with the Kraken when it respawns, but I don't necessarily think they need that. There you go. There is the infusions. Double for T-Tigers. Are we going to see Gabe Vizzle pick up his own? potentially. He's sitting on quite a...
He's got enough money
He's
for it.
sitting on a numerous amount of gold at this situation.
All right, he's making his way towards the shop. There it is. Double infusions picked up for Gabe Vizzle as well. So everyone is locked and ready to roll. TSM trying to make a push towards the turret here. It is already low from earlier efforts, and they are able to find their first of the game. Given the split nature of Kinetic right now, they do have to be careful. Oh, the triplet misses! Oh, Gabe Vizzle! The gauntlet hits him! That is huge! He gets annihilated. TSM, they're going to be able to find Sweet Generis. I mean, T-Tigers, he's nowhere to be seen. What a huge fight. Gabe Vizzle has got to be kicking himself right now. That was a huge, huge misplay.
Yeah, and look at T-Tigers as well. He's potentially looking to make a backdoor happen here. He's just going to clear out those scout traps, though, and he'll see Mixi running towards him. T-Tigers going to just back away. Actually trying to maybe catch Mixi here.
Oh, he could do it, but he misses the on point. Mixi doesn't have a Frostburn, but look, all the team from TSM are nearby. T-Tigers just has to back away. One shot, one kill, just barely missing him.
Mixi's going for it.
Know what's up. T-Tigers going to have a hard time getting out of this one. And because he died so late, he is not synced up at all with his team.
And they're going to get the crack. This is classic TSM right here. This is classic TSM right here. They're going to take the Kraken and eventually pick up some objectives of their own. What has happened? Gabe Vizzle is going to be so upset with himself, failing that trampoline, unable to escape, getting caught up by the edge of the gauntlet there. TSM pulling the trigger when it absolutely mattered most.
I think that might have been, like, if TSM do come back and win this, I think that might have been the biggest throw I've ever seen in Vainglory.
Potentially.
It was really, really rough. That said, all the members of Kinetic are very experienced players. Their mental game should be on point, even when things like that happen. Gabe Vizzle has played for a long time competitively, as has Sweet Generis and T-Tigers. But here comes the Kraken push. The TSM special is definitely a possibility right now.
TSM need to play this correctly, though. They have superior poke in this situation. Just don't get forced to cord by Sweet Generis. Block it. Oh, it misses.
Perfect. They're not going to get forced to corded in, but Flash X does take a lot of damage on the front line. He goes down immediately. Dragon's Breath, I don't know if it's going to be enough as Mixi gets jumped on. T-Tigers and Gabe Vizzle doing the damage. Cole the Meek needs to active camo out of there. Sweet Generis, he's going to have forced to cord in about 10 seconds, but I imagine Cole the Meek should be able to get back by then. Cole the Meek actually going for a bit of an aggressive play, trying to get damage onto Sweet Generis. He's going to go down. It's an ace. I think Kinetic should be able to rush down the base here. I don't think the Kraken can actually get through the turrets in time. It's still got both full health turrets to take down. Kinetic managed to come back from the throw. They are going to be able to win this
game. What was Flash X doing? Like, he was just single-handedly right up at the turret by himself with no one there to support him. They should have just played the poke game in this situation. I mean, this is Kinetic saving from what was potentially the biggest throw we've ever seen and taking the first game in this series.
Kinetic, what a performance from them. Gabe Vizzle, yes, he had that one misplay, but he managed to come back from it, right? Like, they did a good job of defending against the Kraken push, even though Flash X maybe mispositioned a little bit. But
a little bit?
Well, a lot, you know, but...
No, look, okay. I think he wanted to push on with the Kraken here, you know, play that TSM special, run with the Kraken, look to take objectives, but his team weren't quite in position to follow him up, and he took a huge amount of damage, and his team was so late to react to that. They waited for so long before pulling the trigger for the engage, especially after Forced Accord missed. I think what happened was in Flash X's brain, he saw Forced Accord missed, hit no one. Now is our time. Now we just push in. There's no way they can engage properly. But the rest of TSM weren't quite at that point. They weren't ready to pull the trigger. And they just, unfortunately, died off one by one.
They could have poked.
Yeah,
you know,
exactly.
They could have poked and waited for some other kind of commitment for maybe a gauntlet. But let's have a look at the items here. I mean, pretty much everyone had a decent chunk of itemization. Looking at T-Tigers, he went for that Bone Saw, which I think is kind of interesting. Does help against Mixi's Atlas, though.
Cole the Meek went for Breaking Point.
Oh,
which is kind of interesting. I think they're expecting the longer fights here, and obviously Cole the Meek can stack that up as much as possible. So potentially looking to win the elongated fights. But honestly, they should have been poking in that situation with the Kraken. That should have been just firing out as much poke as physically possible. Flash X didn't need to commit, but then also, if he was going to commit, the rest of the team had to be on the same page. Didn't see it, you know, and eventually they just got picked off one by one, exposed. Vein Crystal went down.
All right, well, that was a pretty insane game one for the second game of the winner bracket. But you know, I'm curious to hear what the analysts have to say about that one, because it felt like it was just on a super thin edge. Either team could have taken it home.
All right, thank you, Action Jackson. So what we learned, petal does not equal potato. 6, 2, and 10 there. Very interesting. Obviously, Petal's Minions can block those glimmer shots very effectively. You see Flash X, he always rushes a quick fountain. Here he rushed a quick contraption with the splash damage on those Minions. You can understand why.
Yeah, and it did work out for them. Like that is the strategy when you're going up against Petal and especially her Minions. However, I do feel like there was no balance on the side of TSM. They had 2 pokes, they had 2 very squishy heroes, and there was no supportive abilities coming out of them. You did have that Vanguard coming out of Arden, and then you just have that camo coming out of Kestrel, and that was it. Where on the other side, you had T-Tigers always diving deep into that back line, supported by Polite Company and his fortified health. There's nothing they can do to stop that.
Now, Xingyi, making that call to get the ace and go for the win, even though Kraken is just to the inner vein turrets, it was the right call, but you have to have a lot of composure, a lot of intestinal fortitude to make that call.
Yeah, it was certainly very close. We had to get they had to get across the whole map to try and get to that Kraken. But I think having two heroes that can jump over a wall really did help in that situation. And I think they really had to balance up how fast can that Kraken take down those 2 turrets and how fast can we get there. And it was certainly a very tough call. And the timers were really ticking down by the end of that.
Now, a couple things we saw as the game progressed. No team is better than Team Solomid in stalling the game out when they're behind, in just waiting patiently, finding a way to turn it around, as well as no team is as good as the North America champions in getting one Kraken, pushing all the turrets down for a win. Those 2 things, it gave you a moment there where you thought they might pull this out.
Yeah, the thing was TSM was behind by so much. That deficit was both in kills and in gold. However, they play very smart when it comes down to their last 3 turrets, and they stalled it out appropriately. They made sure that they wait out for a couple skills, especially when Sui J just messed up his all. He got crucibled up by that. However, when they were pushing with their own Kraken, that TSM special, I did feel that flash death when he died there, right in front of their base. That was the pivotal play that gave the game over to the side of Velocity Hammers.
Now TSM, they have their support staff here. They're obviously huddled up now, thinking about what they're going to do in this next match. If you were with that support team, what would you be telling them to take into match 2?
I would actually throw Call onto a melee bruiser up in that jungle, or I would make Mixi do it. One of them has to do it because they need diversity in terms of their team composition and how they flow into a team fight. Having 2 squishy heroes doesn't help them at all. I feel like this is one of their biggest weaknesses every time they grab a composition like this.
Interesting. So for Xingyi, on the side now of Hammers Kinetic, do you just keep doing what's working, or do you need to show them something different?
I think when you're playing against a team like TSM, they certainly put a lot of thought into their draft strategy. And now that we've seen Gabe Vizzle play Petal 3 times, they're still going to be planning against that. So they want to pull in something a bit more unpredictable. We want to see a hero that's not been played yet.
All right, so with that, we're ready for the draft. In match 2, it is a best of 3. TSM, their backs are against the wall here, but if they lose, they will just drop down into the elimination bracket. It would create a rematch, actually, against Nemesis Hydra, which would be fun to see, but certainly they want to try to push this to a blind pick match 3, and they just say, forget the Petal.
I feel like this ban on Petal actually isn't the best one. The thing is, TSM they will be picking last. They do have that opportunity to really counter the Petal pick, Camera Kinetic, should they do it.
Well, clearly no one was prepared to see it in this tournament, and they just don't want to deal with it the way they didn't want to deal with Team Secret Saw in the Champion of Champions battle. And we see EU-style comp, actually, in the Scarf and the Finn come out of TSM.
Yeah, and that's going to be very strong, but I really do like the Catherine pick, because Sweet Generous, I think he is one of the best Catherines around, and this update may have not been the best for Catherine, and we've not seen that many, and he is excellent at playing that Catherine.
Rome, why would you go Catherine here?
Well, the thing is, I do feel like as long as they get to Catherine within that back line, making sure that she is able to stun up on that Scarf, they will win that team fight.
Okay, and a Kestrel.
With the Kestrel, we saw a lot of the buff compositions coming out today. Adagio does a lot of work by himself. However, add that Agent of Wrath onto Kestrel, she does insane amounts of damage.
All right, clearly the Blast Tremors are going to be a big part of this for Hammers Kinetic. Can they get that silence and then capitalize on it when they have that, rounding out the comp? Flash X, one of the best Ardents around.
Yeah, this is going to be really interesting seeing this very tanky front line there for Scarf. Their main focus for Kinetic will be to try and get to that Scarf, but with a Finn and an Arden there.
Oh, that's true.
I think
That's gonna be
Call is
difficult.
going to be
It's gonna be
playing.
Call.
Call's going to be playing.
Will we
this
finally
weapon.
get to see the weapon Arden as opposed to the tank
Yeah,
Arden?
so it's going to be the weapon Arden being played by Call. And this is one of the comps that they have been working on quite a bit.
All right, for the call in this decisive game, it is Action Jackson and Excoundrel.
Wow, TSM with their backs against the wall yet again, actually, in this position. This happened during the Winter Championships as well. They were able to bounce back that time. Maybe they're even able to bounce back in this series. We'll have to find out. Kinetic put a very convincing performance up in Game 1. This time round, not getting their kind of signature pedal pick at this point.
Yeah, I really like the fact that Colomique's been thrown back onto a melee hero at this point in time because he is so known for those melee heroes. You know, he's potentially one of the best Blaves in the world. And I think, you know, Rome was right. 2 squishy heroes, especially ranged for Colomique. Stick him on something melee, give him something that he's used to, and maybe we'll see a change in TSM's play.
Yeah, that's a very good point, actually. And I like the fact on the side of Kinetic, though, that they have picked up this buff composition. I think it's going to be really interesting to see how they use it. T-Tigers, everyone knows him as someone who's a very dominant laner as a carry, but is he going to have that same level of performance on Adagio?
You can carry as Adagio,
yes,
right?
and this is what I was going to say. I'm sure he's going to go for the AC build. Like, he's not going to go for the Shatterglass. He's going to
Yeah, we very rarely see that Shatterglass anymore at all, to be honest.
At least in NA.
Yeah, at least in NA. We do see it in Europe sometimes, but yeah, I imagine that alternating current is going to be the play for T-Tigers here. Gabe Vizzle as well on this Kestrel probably has a similar kind of impact. They're looking to catch out Colomique and FlashX here. FlashX is going to face check.
Oh, this could be a bad position for him. FlashX immediately getting bursted down. First blood of the second game, going the way of Kinetic. T-Tigers does have to be careful here, but Sui Generis has his back, and Colomique needs to run away. So again, early game, at least so far, going the way of Kinetic with some very solid aggressive plays.
This is something that FlashX has been criticized for. He actually did have a flare in his inventory, by the way, but it's something he's been criticized for because he doesn't really focus on early vision. Sometimes he is suspect for those face checks. It does happen, but honestly, it was just really good aggressive play from Kinetic. You know, they went straight into TSM side jungle. They waited for it. They knew the positioning, and to be honest, for a team, when we talked to TSM yesterday, they are a team that say that they just know the enemy's rotation positions. They know where they're going to be. They don't need the early vision. Well, they got caught off guard right there.
Yeah, I've got to agree with you, and maybe this is just kind of Kinetic taking those mind games to another level, playing in a way that they think will throw TSM off explicitly, and it certainly seems to be working for the time being. You can see Kinetic's gold right now about 600 ahead of Solo Mid, which is actually a pretty large amount for this point in the game. Colomique caught out of position. Gabe Vizzle and Sui Generis, they're just walking in casually and picking up kills right now. Where's Flash? Where is Flash going at this point? Trying to go steal away some back camps or something. T-Tigers rotating down from the lane. There's no opportunity for FlashX to get away here. It's going to be a third kill for Kinetic at around about the 3-minute mark, maybe exactly the 3-minute mark at this point. Just falling short of that one. But
this is going to need to be a TSM special again. They are going to need to turtle hard and get Mixi to a point where he is absolutely huge, because they are not playing the kind of safe and calculated early game that we often do sometimes see from TSM. I really like the fact that Catherine is here for Kinetic. It does allow both of them to be aggressive in the jungle, because Catherine's stun is just so good, you know, especially when isolating a singular target. And let's be honest, FlashX and Colomique on these two heroes, not exactly the most threatening presence in the jungle in the early game. They're not going to be putting out huge amounts of damage. And honestly, Sui Generis and Gabe Vizzle just isolating singular targets in the enemy jungle, picking them off, and they're going to do it again.
Yeah, FlashX the main target right now, although the stun comes across on the Colomique. T-Tigers with the rotate as well. Look at the collapse from Kinetic. They are all so quick to just jump on anyone who basically moves past the back camps. That's the line in the sand which TSM cannot cross.
Yeah, and honestly, Mixi again is very rarely having an input when it comes to these engages. He's going to get caught here, but he's trying to pick up some back camps.
It's Vizzle, he sees him. He actually gets the camps too. Mixi tries to out-mind game. Gabe Vizzle there as well, tries to make a thing. Oh, he walks into the trap.
That's brilliant. That was so good from Gabe Vizzle. He sets it up
God.
and gets the stun, gets every single camp, 100% not particularly worth there for Mixi and TSM. They have got their tails between their legs.
This is kind of insane. This is one of the most dominant early games I think we've seen so far in the tournament. Kinetic showing up in a massive way. And, you know, I remember Rome talking about the experimentation in the second qualifier and whether it was good they got it out of their system. To be honest, they're kind of doing a little bit of off-meta stuff and making it work this time. So I guess it just worked out.
It's the first
well.
Catherine we've seen, right?
Yeah.
So they're making Catherine work incredibly well for them. And why let off the pressure? Why not just continuously be in TSM's jungle? They absolutely win all of the fights at the moment, so they have no need to relent at this point in time. And honestly, Hammers Kinetic are looking incredible.
Look at the items right now. This is where you can see the real big difference in the teams. Basically just some defensive tier 1 items for TSM, and on the flip side, Kinetic starting to get sort of significant components of their first tier 3 items.
I mean, look, you're probably thinking Sweet Generous is going to go towards a fountain. It's going to make these engages slightly easier for them to bear. Once picked up that fountain, they're going to have really good team fight presence. Gabe Vizzle, he has options here that Heavy Steel can build into numerous things, but I imagine maybe a Sorrow Blade at this point in time. And obviously T-Tiger's going towards an alternating current. And like you said, there is absolutely nothing for TSM to work with at this point in time. Absolutely nothing.
They're trying to tank through a lot of this damage, but frankly, I feel like that's not going to work so well. They just need to stay by turrets. Like, that's how you avoid getting damaged in this situation. Flash X does find that cripple onto Swede, but here comes the rotate. Can Mixi make anything happen? You can see, I mean, that...
Look at that damage!
Oh my... That was just insane.
That was dirty.
That was dirty.
That was some serious damage on Flash X. I've got to be honest, people have questioned
Tigers?
Yeah.
Oh, he's actually in a pretty bad position right now. The heal coming out, keeping him alive for the time being, but he's got to stop, drop, and roll. Oh, the fountain! It was just there from Sweet Generis, but not in time. Finally, TSM get a kill on the board. Wow, that was actually really close to not happening, though.
So people who know TSM know that Flash X, he may not be the best mechanical roamer in NA or even, potentially on a worldwide stage, but he is there for communication. He is consistently calling things. He is saying, oh, these camps are going to come up here, we're going to rotate here. That's his input in the TSM team, and then you really rely on Cole-a-Meek and Mixi to perform that carry role. But he has been caught suspect in terms of his positioning and some of his early decision-making, I guess, moves. And especially, we saw in that last game as well, it was Flash X that got caught out. He's going to have pressure mounting on him at this point in time.
All right, so finally a good item picked up by Mixi. He's got that broken mid quite early here. Is finally going to have some damage. But the question is he going to be able to get into position to use it? Flash wants to steal away this gold mine. We've seen him steal things before, but it's not going to happen. He goes down again. Now Sweet Generis and Co are going to move into the enemy jungle, maybe try and get some pressure down here.
Do they need to be that desperate at this point in time? For going for this goal, I guess, you have a kind of a late game.
I'm sure they feel like they do.
They probably feel like they need to be that desperate. I guess objectively, we could say they don't necessarily need to. They're going to try and collapse onto T-Tigers.
Yeah, that's actually a lot of damage coming across. One shot, one kill, not going to connect with anyone. T-Tigers trying to find Mixi. The burn damage not quite going to be enough, though. One more attack, and Mixi likely would have fallen. So it was close, but no dice for Kinetic there. 7 kills to 2. They still have a very significant lead, about 2,500 gold at the moment.
Huge at this time as well. I mean, TSM, they can turtle up. We said that this is something that they're incredibly good at. They are the kings of making their way back in the late game. You have a Scarf. You've got a Finn, who is arguably the best late game roamer or support in the game. You can just try and avoid any form of engage and just clear waves with this Scarf, and then try and have an impact maybe post 15, post 16 minutes. That looks like the avenue of play here for TSM, but you're going up against a very strong buff composition. Yes, the damage from T-Tigers is going to fall off, but you're buffing up a Kestrel who's going to be absolutely insane.
Speaking of Kestrel, I really want to talk about Gabe Vizzle, because man, making the change from roam to jungler might have been one of the best decisions he's ever made. He's been performing so well this entire tournament.
I mean, he came from Gangstars, right? He was basically known as potentially the best roamer in the world, and he made the leap to jungle
At
position.
least the best at crucibling things.
Yeah, he made the leap to jungle position. It was a big change for him and a huge risk. But as it stands, Hammers Kinetic, he is really making it work for him, and it looks like he's shaping up to be one of the best jugglers. He's toe-to-toeing with Cole-a-Meek right now, and potentially even beating him. You saw Cole-a-Meek had an awful game last game, and he's put a lot of pressure on that TSM side jungle this game. I've got to say, I'm incredibly impressed with Gabe Vizzle.
I am as well, and moving forward here, We're about the 10-minute mark. When are we going to see some more cohesive fights start to happen? Because so far, honestly, it's just been kinetic, out-rotating, finding picks, that kind of thing. It's been very little cohesive team fighting.
Yeah, the majority of the advantage has been sought through these invades in the TSM early jungle. Things have kind of stabilized. You know, we're not seeing that happen as much now. Some key items are starting to ramp up here for TSM. So, you know, there was a very distinct item advantage in the early game that allowed both Kestrel and Catherine to move in. And obviously, with Catherine, you can make these early game plays. Her stun is so powerful in the early portions of the game, and then combine that with Kestrel, huge amounts of damage are coming out. And the more important fact is that actually, they were isolating people. They were catching people out in 2-versus-1 scenarios, and TSM looked all over the place, but they're slowly regaining their composition now. We're back into game, ladies and gentlemen.
Only a very quick pause, thankfully, as Kinetic begins their onslaught onto the turret here. Look how quickly that is going down, but Dragon's Breath out of Mixi. He wants to start a fight. The only person he finds is Sui Generis, and I'm not sure that's going to be good enough. Coldemik forced to burn the gauntlet, but he has to run out of it. Force the Cord, pulls in T-Tigers. That just puts him close enough to deal damage, but can Mixi find a return here? He's trying to move forward. Spitfire actually lands. T-Tigers goes down. No return kill for Kinetic. That looked for a moment like it would be good for Kinetic, but they overstayed their welcome just a little bit. Gabe Fizzle now wants to turn things around, but he doesn't have backup. Sui Generis is not helping him. Can they find anything here? What is happening? TSM with the ace.
Just as I said, they started to look more composed. Another brilliant fountain as well. And TSM, they got the ace buff too. They're starting to regenerate. This is TSM in a nutshell, ladies and gentlemen. Doesn't matter how far you put them behind, they will find a way to get themselves back into the game. And Mixi, he has been farming a storm right now, 105. He's got that broken myth. He looks like he's working towards an Eve of Harvest, which has been the item of choice for Scarfs in that second item slot. And they've all picked up some reflex blocks too, so they're going to provide a little bit of defensive capability. And importantly, Coldemik, he hasn't actually gone for that weapon power build that everyone is expecting of him. He's gone for the Atlas Pauldrons here. You know, he's essentially trying to shut down both, I think, T-Tigers and Gabe Vizzle in terms of their attack speed, and that will slow both of their damage outputs.
That is a very good point. So let's break down a little bit what happened in that fight, because they took the turret. They actually basically utilized you know, the opportunity where Mixi went for the ultimate and couldn't get anything out of it. They thought maybe they could fight.
It was a really good gauntlet, to be honest.
Yeah.
It basically put Hammers Kinetic in a really awkward position where Mixi was just able from that backline to deal as much damage as possible. T-Tigers overstepped his bounds, the burn damage went down, and once T-Tigers is down, you kind of ruin the majority of how the composition works in Hammers Kinetic. Once that buff is gone, then it's just a Kestrel. You know, and it's a Kestrel versus lots of CC, which is pretty easy to try and work around. Obviously, she does have that camo, but you know, once you can get past that, you can very easily take down a Kestrel with the composition that TSM has.
All right, we might be seeing another fight here. Actually, Sui Generis finds 3 people with the Blast Tremor, but the positioning not there from Kinetic to really capitalize on it. TSM just back away, play things quite safely. Gabe Fizzle is kind of split from the rest of Kinetic here. Ooh, nice reflex block. It was actually not needed. He was, I think, just out of range of that force the cord, but you can't blame him for being a little bit worried given what happened last time. So let's take stock of the game as a whole here. Still around a 2,000 gold lead for Kinetic, 7 kills to 5. This is a far cry from the tremendous lead they had in the earlier stage of the game, though.
Absolutely.
TSM, I feel like they're starting to maybe work out Kinetic's deal here.
Yeah, we're not seeing any infusions. To be honest, I would have thought that potentially we would have seen Hammers Kinetic pick up infusions earlier, just to try and capitalize on their advantage, but it hasn't happened at this point in time. Maybe we'll see some come around soon, because obviously one of the best times to fight is around when that Kraken is spawning, and obviously infusions can have huge influence in that scenario. Remember, we're on 1.17, you can double infusion. So a lot of people can make use of that, especially Kestrel, as can T-Tigers. You know, loads of people can make use of double infusions in this scenario. I guess one of the biggest things for me is can okay, well.
Gauntlet being popped by Coldemik. That's going to be a force scored onto 3 members. Mixi, he's fairly safe right now, all the way on the back line. The Dragon's Breath going across. The Blast Tremor did not land onto Mixi. T-Tigers manages to get back to the turret, though. Can he escape? However, that is a different question as the remaining members come in. Spitfire lands on T-Tigers, but looks like they're not going to go completely completely ham out of the turret for him just yet.
Yeah, the point that I was going to make before I actually Sweet Generous looking to defend the turret here.
Wants to keep this one going. Gabe Fizzle just back from base, still very healthy, doing a lot of damage onto Flash X, but the fountain, oh, it's not going to be enough to burn. From Adagio finds the kill. Mitchie, he jukes into the bush. He finds one. He's going to get two, but he goes down surely to Gabe Fizzle. He does indeed. It's a 2 for 2. One shot, one killed. Cannot find Kolomik, who was too high on health anyway to go down. But the fights, I mean, they are close right now.
The point that I was going to make before I completely lost my train of thought, which happened just before that fight, is actually we're seeing Sweet Generous use that Blast Tremor as some sort of engage tool, but they're never able to follow up on it. What I want to see is that Blast Tremor come out when something like Dragon's Breath is charging up. You want to use it in the chaos of the moment, get that silence down, then start to swing things. Because realistically, they don't have that great engage. There's no one apart from Catherine who is better at picking people out of position rather than looking for an all-out engage, whereas TSM can dictate when they want to fight using that Finn.
I agree. I feel like Kinetic need to be focusing on sort of disengaging and then re-engaging a fight.
Yeah,
and maybe
back
trying
and
to peel back a little bit. That's what Blast Tremor, I think, is very good for them right now. But 15 minutes has hit. Kraken spawned. It's going to be interesting to see if these teams play heavily around it or maybe try and move towards the lane a little bit more. Currently, TSM, oh, they're going to flare. This might be the Forced Accord. Sweet Generous has to be careful here. I mean, he's tanky, but if he's caught alone by a Forced Accord, Flash still might go for it.
Only infusions. There is an Crystal Power Infusion on Mixi. Weapon Power Infusion has just been popped by Kolomik, and there is one sitting in Gabe Fizzle's inventory. There is a wow!
That lands right onto Gabe Fizzle. Here comes the Polite Company. T-Tigers channeling that stun, finds it onto Kolomik, and Flash X gets melted. Just able to get back in time for the fountain to start ticking, but he's got to run away from the fight now. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. T-Tigers hooked in. He's gonna surely, oh, he doesn't find Flash. This is bad news bears for Kinetic. They need to get out of here right now as Kolomik and Mixi try to hunt down a little bit more. Gabe Fizzle doesn't have very much energy, falls. T-Tigers needs to back to base. TSM with a beautiful turnaround in that fight.
But this is it. This is exactly what the TSM composition has over Hammers Kinetic. They dictate when they want these fights to happen. I've got to be honest, it's great disengage coming from TSM when they look down for the count. And suddenly, some brilliant fountains and some brilliant boots just managed to get them out of the way of harm's way. And obviously, just Flash X surviving on such a minimal amount of health there. But, you know, unlike Hammers Kinetic, if TSM want to turn, they can do it very easily. They have that Finn, they can use the Forced Accord, and then the Dragon's Breath is such a brilliant spell, you know, that can just turn things around instantaneously. You back off, the team overextends, suddenly Dragon's Breath is right there on top of your enemy team, and you saw how quickly it burnt through T-Tigers and Gabe Fizzle, forcing Gabe Fizzle to completely back out.
Kinetic still have a gold lead. That's something you gotta look at here. I mean, TSM, they've been fighting from behind for quite some time now. Oh, the flare is gonna spot out Kinetic, waiting in the same bush that TSM actually used during winter to kind of cheat out a win against a Kraken push. But are they going to be able to find the turret here? It looks certainly like they should be able to get at least one. If they find any more.
The issue... Oh, okay. Ooh. That gauntlet was slightly off. The issue for me here is... Oh, they go for the positive on Sweet Generous.
It only lands onto Sweet Generous, so this is maybe an opportunity for Kinetic. Both the big team fight spells are down, or at least the control aspect of them. Mixi still has the Dragon's Breath, I believe. Blast Tremor silencing out Flash. Here comes the Dragon's Breath, though. They're all inside of it. Oh, that is so much damage. Everyone burns down. T-Tigers, he will fall. Mixi with the triple kill. TSM with the win. We're going to a blind pick.
And this is exactly what Scarf is so good at. When you think you're going to get an engage, suddenly that Dragon's Breath channels up. That choke point, absolutely ridiculous amount of damage, and TSM, the kings of bringing it back, once again, bring it to a 1-1 here, and they're looking to play for the series. I've got to be honest, Jackson, you know, you look at the composition from Hammers Kinetic, they didn't have anything that could dictate the pace, and I think that Blast Tremor was far better used in a re-engage or a counter-engage scenario. We saw it used far too liberally when looking to engage, but they can't really engage with the composition they had. They didn't have the opportunity to seek someone out. The reason we saw them excel in the early game is because they were able to use Catherine and sync targets out. When it got to a 3 versus 3, Catherine doesn't have that same kind of impact when they're looking to engage upon.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And in addition to that, when they got ahead, they couldn't keep pushing themselves further ahead because they couldn't set up fights. They just didn't have a composition that worked that way. Looking at the items, anything that stands out to you?
not particularly. It's a pretty standard build coming out from Adagio. Obviously, the Aegis and the double spike there. Catherine started to build some cooldown reduction. Obviously, trying to make rotation of her skills happen. It's a Tyrant's Monocle, pretty standard build coming out from Kestrel. Obviously, Eve of Harvest was the second item for Mixi. But honestly, these are pretty standard item builds. The Call of the Meek, obviously picking up the Atlas Pauldrons was super important. It's so good against both Kestrel and Adagio. What I would have liked to have seen, though, and this is just my final point, is when you're trying to look for a team fight with Kinetic, they can't be the ones that are trying to force it. They need to turn things around, use Blast Tremors, silence everybody, and suddenly then turn on their buff composition, then start to chase them down once that silence is gone.
All right, let's throw it back to our analysts so we can get this blind pick going.
All right, TSM, the North America reigning champions, they find a way, Rome. Walk us through kind of the late stages of that match.
Well, the thing is, we have to look at the early game first because we did see Kinetic have a huge advantage. And this is due to just the setup between Catherine and Kestrel. They made all the plays and they made it work. However, you look on the side of TSM, Call the Meek, he saw his former partner, Gabe Vizzle, transition up to that lane. I do feel like Call the Meek is flexing. He's like, I can play a roamer. I can make those plays. All he did that game was protect Flash with that Vanguard, and then he came out and made sure that Mixi never died. Throwing down those gauntlets, Mixi was a beast that game. He never got into any dangerous parts within the team fight. He always stood back, making sure he gets those Spitfire off before he gets that Dragon's Breath.
Now, Xingyi, we thought we might see the weapon Arden. It was another tank Arden. It looked for a while like another mistake, but ultimately not.
Well, I think what was happening this time was we had Arden and Finn, and both of them have offer a lot of utility in what they can do to protect Scarf. And if Catherine wants to dive on that Scarf, all Finn has to do is step back and prevent Scarf from being stunned. And Arden provides an effective frontline, using that gauntlet to peel away and letting Mixi just withdraw that gauntlet and re-engaging with that Dragon's Breath. I think in this instance, double tank worked really well because Scarf is such a late scaling hero.
Now, on the other side, when it was looking good for Hammers, they were getting stuns into Glimmer shots, just unloading all the arrows, and it was kind of like, oh, this is not going to be good, but TSM just typically patient, waiting for their moments, and then no one does it better with Kraken than
Yeah, because the TSM did know that, especially you have that Finn on your team, you have Scarf, your scaling in that game is way better than the composition coming out of Kinetic. With that Kestrel and that Adagio, they have to make sure that they were pushing that early game, and they did. However, the biggest thing I feel here, and I have to agree with Excoundrel, was they weren't capitalizing off of the Blast Tremors in that late game. They weren't engaging like they were supposed to, and that costed them a lot.
All right, so for TSM, they find themselves once again in this situation that they do not like, having to face a blind pick match 3, at least in the semifinals and finals. They won't have to worry about that anymore. It will be draft throughout. But here, Rome, once again, TSM has to figure out what are they going to play, what are they going to worry about, especially with the pedal possibility on the board.
I kind of feel it now, like this pedal is probably going to come out in that last game, and TSM most likely is going to choose a composition just to make sure that they have something to deal with this. And that first game, Flash with that contraption, excellent job by him. He knows exactly how to deal with those minions. But it's going to come down, I do feel TSM is always at a little disadvantage coming into the blind draft.
Yeah, just struggles with it sometimes, Xingyi. So if you assume for a moment that it is going to be Gabe Vizzle on pedal, who would you advise TSM to take?
So not to take Sky, actually. And I'll advise something that could do Mortal Wound. So I want Fortress, because you can dive straight past Petal and onto her and apply that Mortal Wound, reduce the healing as well. And I think I'd want Ranged as well, because you don't want everyone grouped in a group with melee comps, because of the spontaneous combustion offers that healing. So I think I'll stick to ranged heroes like Scarf.
Okay, so, and if you think about how these comps might play out, if it all centers around a pedal dynamic, what do you think we might see overall?
Well, the thing is, every time that Kinetic does pick a composition that has a ranged hero in the back, and somebody very tanky in that front line, they play very well. And throwing T-Tigers on somebody like Blackfeather works out for them extremely. And the same can be said for TSM. I do feel like every time Call the Meek does grab himself a strong melee bruiser, the team eventually wins. He knows the limitations on how far he can fight in a team fight before having to either back out or just dive straight in.
Now, for Hammers, some very professional players who are not going to get too out of whack based on how that match turned.
Yeah, so both of the sides, they're remarkably composed. They know how to turn a game around, and we've got TSM, the Comeback Kings. That is their TSM special. And Hammers, Kinetic, we can say the same for them, actually. They know how to just stay calm, not to start throwing the game and making silly mistakes. So this is going to be a very close match, and especially if it does come down to those blind picks.
Yeah, excuse me, we are moments away from the blind pick match 3. Rome, talk well before I die.
Well, coming into this match, it is going to be very heavy. Like, I do think that TSM has to make a plan around this. Like, they're always coming into the draft, into the blind pick, assuming that certain compositions are going to come out. And most of the time, their opponents just do a whole 360 and make things very difficult for them. However, as long as they stick to a basic composition, it will work out very well for them. And that's throwing, Call the Meek on somebody like Glaive, on Kroll even works even really well for them, as long as he's in that front line, because Mixi knows his position. Don't force him to be in that front. Let him chill in the back, and he'll make those plays happen for you.
All right, I'm going to put you on the spot here. Who wins this match?
Who wins this match? All right, I'm throwing it to TSM. Because I bought a bunch of TSM jerseys.
You want to be able to wear them more.
Yeah.
For anyone who might have joined us late, this is a winner's bracket match on Elimination Day. So whichever one of these teams falls, they will still get one more chance. They will fall into the elimination bracket and will end up playing Nemesis Hydra, who have just put on a show throughout these tournaments. Will it be a rematch of Nemesis Hydra versus Team Solo Mid, or will it be Hammers Kinetic falling down? I assume we're just moments away from the draft here on match 3. Xingyi, any additional keys to you for this third and decisive match?
I think what TSM do is that they do tend to overthink the draft a little bit and come out with something a little bit wacky in the blind pick. So I think they should stick to something safe. Glaive, Scarf, Sky, they're all solid choices. Don't overthink it. Don't try and, I think what they like to do is that they try and predict what the other team is going for. Just go for something solid, I think, is a good point.
All right. And if there is one player who, when all said and done, we're going to say that was the superstar who pulled their team through, who do you think that might be?
Well, looking inside TSM, Mixi has been doing a lot of huge things, but it was the coordination between all three of them. This is something that makes them, the TSM special, the comeback kings. It's because they have great communication across the entire roster.
And it's so interesting. Some of these teams, they're very clockwork in the choices that they make, but Mixi does not fall in that camp. An incredibly instinctual player. He just sees what's developing and then reacts accordingly. We are ready. It is match 3, and with the call, it's Excoundrel and Action Jackson.
Oh boy, blind pick game 3 between Team Solo Mid and Hammers Kinetic. It could not be any closer than this. Both those last 2 games extremely exciting. We're going to be having a look at the compositions these guys have locked in as we hop onto the Halcyon Fold. Interestingly, the composition that Hammers Kinetic are running is actually the composition that TSM lost to at this exact stage in the tournament during Winter.
Wow, and that is something that TSM may have playing in their minds, but they have definitely done what they should have done and have picked a very standard safe composition here. FlashX again on the Finn. Cole the Meek going for, his best hero by a significant margin. He's known as potentially one of the best Glaive players in the world, and he's going to pick that up here in the blind pick. Mixi on that Scarf that worked so well for him last game, but they're going up against a buff Ringo composition here. Gabe Bizzle going to be on the Adagio, and it's going to be T-Tigers on the Ringo. They do have Sui Generis on Fortress, so it's going to be I think the first Fortress we've seen of this series so far, so that'll be there for them. Interestingly enough, FlashX going for the Finn. He's not known to be one of the best Fortress players in the world, and definitely wants to provide that late game layer of protection for Mixi here.
So the interesting thing to me here is that pretty much everyone has gone for comfort picks. I mean, back in the day, T-Tigers was really well known for his Ringo play. Gabe Bizzle has always been a godlike Adagio. He's got to be careful here, though. He could get caught out of position as Mixi catches him trying to invade on the back line. Gabe Bizzle with the boots, trying to juke out, but he's not going to be able to get out of there. TSM, for the first time in the series, finding themselves first blood in the game 3.
And really nice rotation from Mixi as well, to be completely honest. It's not something that we've seen him do as frequently, but he does manage to catch out Gabe Bizzle there. And that's just because of the, I guess they saw 2 members of Kinetic in lane, so they just then decided to rotate Mixi into the jungle. And Cole the Meek and FlashX, they're able to be aggressive. They're taking away back camps. And TSM coming out with a pretty good early game start here, despite being slightly down in the goal.
Yeah, I mean, as it stands, T-Tigers has been farming extremely
Yeah.
well. That's the big differential. Mixi, having left lane, lost about 10 farm. Coltamik does have to be careful here. He's got Afterburn, of course, to help him get out. But everyone's going the same way for Kinetic. Should be enough, though. Gabe Fizzle does pick himself up that kill, leveling the score at 1-for-1 between TSM and Kinetic.
This is always that age-old question: is if I get the back camp, is it worth? So he did actually pick up the back camp there. That did go over to Coltamik. So I guess in some ways you can say the time spent that they sort of invested looking to take Coltamik down there, and the fact he came away with the back camp at this stage in the game isn't too much of a blow.
Did also allow Mixi some time to get farm whilst T-Tigers was gone, which helps equalize that a little bit. T-Tigers still ahead, but the wave is bigger for him. So long as Mixi gets back to lane soon, he should be able to draw pretty much exactly even.
Yeah, exactly. It allowed him to catch up to T-Tigers here, because obviously he fell behind when Mixi rotated into their own jungle. Huge wave building up for Mixi, so he should be pretty happy in this scenario. FlashX going to flare up. They're going to see Sui Generous. FlashX now hitting level 3 himself. But this is a huge game, AJ. TSM would love to be going in tomorrow with a dedicated place in the semi-final. They don't want to have to play again today. And they'll be reverse sweeping Hammers Kinetic if they're in this situation. So they're going to be feeling pretty happy. No Petal, no Petal in this scenario, which we potentially were expecting from Gabe.
I was hoping for it. I don't know if I was expecting it, because certainly there's an argument to be made that maybe TSM would expect that.
Yeah.
But I tell you, TSM, I'm sure they're especially hoping to win this game, given the fact that if they lose it, it will be twice that Hammers has kind of been their kryptonite in this round of the tournament, having lost, of course, to Velocity during Winter at the same stage. So.
Do you know what I find so interesting is that TSM have been renowned for overthinking the blind pick sort of phase, where they say, oh, they're definitely going to bring this, so we should bring this, and then they basically overthink the situation.
You don't need to think at all to pick this comp.
Exactly. they pick thinking that the opponent is going to pick something, then they overthink themselves, end up with a really rubbish composition.
Coltamik, he only got one of the 2 camps there. That's not too great. Well, 1/2 of that camp, in fact. So, again, another kill going over to Kinetic. They are doing quite nicely here, but the gold is even Stevens.
I think that mining camp went down to Hammers Kinetic, and Coltamik thought, okay, we didn't realize they were there. I want to try and respond with something. Good presence of mind from T-Tigers, though, to realize that was probably going to be the case. And Coltamik, 0-2 right now, a guy that we have continuously touted as one of the standout players for TSM, has been struggling in the early game through all of these games, to be honest. So, an area of the game where he's renowned for being aggressive.
Yeah, right now Kinetic's starting to put a little bit of pressure on objectives here, getting some early damage down onto TSM's tier 1 turret, but they aren't at the position where they can really commit to that just yet. With the rotation from everyone on TSM making their way towards it, it's hard for them to continue on. Let's have a look at the items real quick as we hit around the 5.5 minute mark. Actually, hang on a second, because Mixi getting jumped on there. You need to back away. He was able to get out of there, though, thankfully, with TSM having all the members nearby. Again, items. Let's talk about those.
Yeah, absolutely. We are, gearing up towards what we expect to be a broken myth here for Mixi. That'll be the standout first item. Every Scarf picks that up. It'll be more his second item. That'll be what we are trying to focus in on. Coltamik hasn't really given it a super big indication as to where he's moving, but I would expect probably going to go towards a Sorrow Blade. That is generally what we see Glaive players pick up as their first item. And FlashX looks like he is rushing towards that fountain, as we know and love him doing.
I'd especially like to see a Sorrow Blade this game from Coltamik, purely because everyone is so squishy on the side of Kinetic, and you want to burst someone before Adagio keeps healing.
Yeah, I mean, Adagio going for the alternating current. T-Tigers looks like he's building up towards his own Sorrow Blade. That is standard weapon power Ringo first item choice. So, they're gearing up to nothing out of the ordinary here, AJ. It's just some pretty standard builds. Obviously, Sui Generous, his own fountain already completed. So actually beating FlashX to the punch in this scenario.
Yep, standard builds, but outstanding players. That's the story of this third game so far. Goldmine started off here by Hammers Kinetic. They look to be in a good position to take this way uncontested. They do find an immense payout as a result.
That's good, given the fact that they have that weapon power Ringo. Now, I'm not even going to say weapon power Ringo is an early game hero anymore, because Because honestly, from that previous set where, you know, Glaive and Ringo in that weapon power composition actually ended up winning. But, you know, any advantage that you give a weapon power ring in the early game is only going to give enhance his ability to snowball. Obviously, pair this with an Adagio, you do give him the ability in the mid to late game to have more of an impact than you would usually expect. That's just what Adagio does provide. And I really like this. They're really focusing on huge amounts of gold income here for Hammers Kinetic. This is just what TSM are used to, though, right? They're used to being in this position.
Yeah, they really are. I mean, Kinetic, this game, unlike last, they are pulling ahead, but it's to do with their farming and their map rotations and stealing away camps. It's less to do with just aggressively pushing in, finding picks onto members of TSM to get them ahead. That said, TSM, I feel like they're kind of struggling to come up with an answer anytime soon, and the siege early on is going to be really good from T-Tigers, so long as they can avoid being hooked in by Flash.
Good wave clear, though, from Mixi. You know, he should be able to clear these waves pretty rapidly, so the siege should get stopped in its tracks, and if TSM just play this correctly, you know, they're going to... Yeah, that's a lot of damage going.
Oh, forced the cord. Gabefizzle, he's got the block, though. Actually, Afterburn away, too. T-Tigers, that's going to be the green light for him to start putting some pressure down, I'd imagine, with the basically primary initiation tool for Team Solo Mid being the forced accord this early. Having that already down gives him a lot of room to move.
Yeah, that was almost perfect from TSM, able to isolate Gabefizzle. Unfortunately, Afterburn unable to have the impact the right way. Flash X now the target
Lord,
here.
that is a lot of damage coming out of T-Tigers, but he does have to be careful not to overcommit here. Flash X leading the front line as Mixi goes in for the Dragon's Breath. Afterburn, Colamik, it's not going to be enough. Oh, the burn damage, it picks up the kill. Very nice by Team Solo Mid, and now Gabefizzle going for the first judgment. He stuns all three people. Mixi could go down. It's not going to be enough. Sui Generis has to get out of there. Somehow, Team Solo Mid turn that fight around. They pick up 2 kills, and Kinetic are now on the back foot.
Colamik again, knowing the absolute limitations of his damage output, and really being in the right place at the right time, taking out T-Tigers there. That was a brilliant... Yeah, let's have a look at the replay here. That's a beautiful Dragon's Breath, by the way, and there you see he knocks him away, and he knows that the burn is going to have the impact that it needs to. And the Verse of Judgment is fantastic, but obviously by himself, without the Ringo, you aren't going to have that damage output that you need. And Gabefizzle just obviously going to be taken down very quickly there. Honestly, that was fantastic from Colamik. He knew exactly how much damage he could do. The burn able to finish them off. And even the Verse of Judgment, perfect 3-man Verse of Judgment there, just unable to secure the fight for Hammers Kinetic.
That said, look at this. Kinetic going right back to the gold mine, finding almost 200 gold from it. They are certainly still in control of the map. It's hard for Team Solo Mid to contest anywhere in the jungle right now. They're mostly capitalizing on Kinetic overextending in the lane.
Exactly, and this is something that you see with Scarf all the time. He really punishes teams that go for an engage, overextend, and don't make it work for them first time, because the re-engage from Scarf is absolutely ridiculous. We've seen it across all the games that Scarf has been picked. When you manage to get a Dragon's Breath, and the enemy team is overcommitted looking for an engage, it can be extremely influential. TSM don't want to fight at the moment. They don't want to take team fights. They'll just happily take those counter engages that give them the position to set up and win out from that period.
Look at Mixi's items too. He's got that Broken Myth and Eve of Harvest now, which is going to make it even more difficult for Kinetic to take him down. Obviously, he's the primary damage threat on TSM.
Look at the farm he's managed to catch up as well. That's something that he was originally behind T-Tigers. Now he's storming ahead, and not by a huge margin, but 15 is not too bad at this point in time. And honestly, it's something that Mixi has been consistently good at throughout this series.
Mixi is so well known for his Scarf play, and you can really see it exemplified in games like this. He's just been able to stay out of harm's way 90 to 99% of the time in both these last 2 games. Look at this though. Gabefizzle wanted to start a fight, but Mixi rotates down already. That damage is insane.
What an afterburn.
Gabefizzle gets burnt out there. Sui Generis is able to escape that forced accord, but very well played by TSM to rotate and find a kill. Kinetic, they've got to be sweating right now.
Absolutely. That was, again, Colamik. Brilliant afterburn to keep Gabefizzle well within reach of going down to Mixi. But honestly, communication seems to be back on point for a team so renowned for it. Colamik going to afterburn away the hit.
Oh, he blocks the stun, but not the knockback. That's brutal. That happened to me in Battle Royale against some of the other casters the other day, and I cried because it was actually into their team. But
So FlashX could look for a forced to court. No, he doesn't. He doesn't have it up. Actually, that is a lie. I am lying to you, ladies and gentlemen. He doesn't have it up. But 15 seconds, he could look for a forced to court to play around that turret.
And by that time, Koldemeek's going to be back with his squad, so it's going to be arguably a better time to be going to that one.
You could be right there, AJ.
Right now, both the teams actually sticking together. They realize now that if anyone's caught out, it could snowball out of control into some kind of objective.
I like this on TSM, and it's classic TSM, by the way. Risk-free play. They're not taking the risks themselves. They are punishing the opponent's mistakes when the opponent is the one taking the risks. And when you have a Ringo, I guess that you want to be proactive in that scenario. Looks like Sui Generous is just going to have a little bit of a powwow with FlashX, but Koldemeek comes and breaks them up. But you're going to want to be looking to be proactive when you have that Ringo, and TSM are just the ones that are punishing the mistakes that these proactive plays are making. It's going to be another gold mine that TSM just do not give two flying donkeys about, by the way. They literally couldn't care less about these gold mines right now. They may be looking for a steal, but they don't necessarily need to worry themselves. They're just waiting to get Mixi into a position where he will start to be a real threat.
The thing is, TSM haven't even lost a turret yet. It's 2 minutes until Kraken, and the gold mines aren't giving so much gold to Kinetic that it's going to stop TSM from ramping up.
Yeah.
They just want to get to the late game. That's all they really care about. That's when Mixi on that Scarf is going to be the most effective.
Exactly.
So why risk fighting over a gold mine if you don't need it?
And honestly, how are Hammers Kinetic going to deal with Mixi with all of this peel?
Yeah, that is a very good question. I mean, you see Attack Attack getting popped there. Sui Generis, I guess, thinking an opportunity. Ooh.
He tried to go for the counter engage. Didn't quite work out.
That could be bad. TSM are going to get jumped on right now. T-Tag is doing a lot of damage on the front line. Here comes the Burst of Judgment, but it's not going to land on the Mixi. Sui Generis needs to back away here, and Mixi still... Oh, that was dirty. Mixi coming in here with a big chunk of damage, too. Gabe Bizzle, no easy way out of this one. An ace for Team Solo Mid in their final game of the series. They're looking pretty unstoppable right now, Scoundrel.
Yeah, and this is the issue. Yeah, let's have a quick look at that again. The point here is that Versa Judgment was rushed in by Gabe Bizzle. And this is just after that situation. Mixi actually blocked it. And honestly, that three-man quibble right there. I mean, who says FlashX isn't a mechanical? Who says FlashX isn't a mechanical god? Because honestly, that was absolutely ridiculous. Koldemeek, again.
Well, you did earlier.
I did earlier. Yeah, that is true. But honestly, this is why TSM haven't needed to take risks, because they get to the position where Mixi can just do that. And I said just a minute ago, how do you deal with Mixi, with the composition that Hammers Kinetic are running? How do you deal with Scarf? Who is going to get on top of Scarf? If Burst of Judgment is just going to get blocked every single time because there is a Crucible for FlashX, so that is probably one of the best items you can have against Burst of Judgment. Who is going to deal with Mixi?
Sui Generis, he does actually not get hit by the Force Accord, but here comes the damage. Mixi, he's got the Dragon Breath doing so much to everyone. T-Tigers was on the front line there. Way too extended. Sui Generis, he's going to be going down. Team Solo Mid are out of control at the moment. Kinetic has fallen apart, and this could be a TSM special. They've got the opportunity to take Kraken here uncontested.
Koldemeek's afterburns have been absolutely on point every single time almost. They're going to take away this Kraken, and the TSM special is about to start, ladies and gentlemen. She will be unleashed, and TSM will start to take turrets off the map. I think this is just a pure compositional difference right now between Hammers Kinetic and TSM. No one can get on Mixi. The Verse of Judgment is going to get blocked every single time. There's no one, apart from Sui Generis, who's going to be able to gap close on top of him. And T-Tigers is never going to be in a position to deal with Mixi, so it's looking good for TSM right now.
I've got to agree with you. 9 kills to 3. Admittedly, only about 1,000 gold in the lead, but Team Solo
feels like more, right?
Yeah,
feels
it
like more.
Definitely feels like more. Kinetic haven't been able to make anything happen in the last few fights, really. And with Kraken now pushing for Team Solo Mid, I've said it before, it's kind of the fourth member of their team. Sui Generis looking damage already getting chunked out a little bit. Mixi's got to be careful here, though. Going for that Dragon's Breath. No one can contest the charge up. Gabe Bizzle stunned into the turret. Mixi doesn't land the Spitfire, though. If he had, that would have been Gabe Bizzle going down, too. I mean, Mixi has got to be the MVP of this game. 901.
9-0-1.
It's insane.
Honestly, he's been absolutely consistent across every single game. Koldemeek has had a brilliant start, a brilliant recovery from an iffy start. He's been fantastic on this glaive. And honestly, this is just TSM in a nutshell. They find the right time to strike. They pick up the key items. There's a Broken Myth, Eve of Harvest. It's Mixi starting to do some serious damage. And right now, Hammers Kinetic, they are on their last legs.
They're trying to maybe go for a fight here, but the Kraken's still doing work in the base. At some point, they need to turn around and deal with that. It is still around half HP, but I don't think it's going to be able to find another turret here. They've got enough DPS to stop that. So for the time being, that turret's going to be able to hold off the onslaught. TSM playing it very safe in this all-important game.
The Frostburn picked up for Mixi as well, by the way, so now
boy.
he's able to just have, he had it previously. The zone control from him in these team fights is going to be fantastic. If you weren't able to get on him before, try getting onto a Frostburn Scarf, especially with the composition that Hammers Kinetic have. There is absolutely no one that is going to touch Mixi, and as long as Mixi maintains his fantastic positioning, TSM are going to run away with this. I just don't see a way, unless they catch someone out, that Hammers Kinetic make their way back.
I've got to agree. I mean, I feel like Kinetic, they really don't have any positions on the map even where they can make a fight work for them. They kind of have to, I think, get some kind of a cheeky play in a bush, perhaps, but there's no good places for them to do that right now. They're trying to go for a flank. Can they make it happen? Here comes Attack of the Pack. But look at this. TSM, they're just running the other way, buying space from Mixi, and as soon as he's safe, he's going to turn. Here comes the Dragon's Breath. Goldemeek is low, but T-Tigers can't get onto him. Versus Judgment, it does actually do some good work. Though T-Tigers, oh, look at the stutter step. He's going to find Mixi. I just lied right before that fight. Kinetic, they are back in the game. That was beautiful. That was stellar play from Hammers Kinetic.
And they said the only way that they're going to find a position to get back into this game was by utilizing some superior positioning, and they certainly outpositioned TSM right there. Look at them, they've come around the backside. Mixi is taken out. Previous to this, they actually flanked TSM. Mixi was caught in between a rock and a hard place, literally. He couldn't go anywhere further up because, unfortunately, the wall was there. And Hammers Kinetic, they pull something out of the bag right now, AJ. Absolutely no idea how they did it, but it was just some really sensible gameplay and positioning from them. They may even capitalize and pick up the Kraken here. Can TSM do anything about it?
They're too far away. The damage is way too quick on this Kraken. I'm sure that TSM aren't going to be able to steal this one. And actually, Kinetic, look at their gold too, 2,000 in the lead. Doing a decent job in many aspects, but see the Kraken already getting chopped away at here. TSM does not want to let this anywhere near their base. Trying to bribe it back onto their side, but here comes the damage. Tigers doing some nice work on Goldemeek. Mixi wanting to kite back. Dragon's Breath going out. Blocks coming out from his reflex. And actually, the Verse of Judgment may be a bit too far back there, but it's going to be enough, I think. T-Tigers, he's going out the back line. Flash, he goes down. That might actually be game. We got 40 seconds on TSM. Kraken pushing. Game. Oh, what?
This was TSM's games to lose, and some superior flank and positioning from Hammers Kinetic.
It's deja vu from last winter. All over again.
Absolutely no idea how Hammers Kinetic pulled this one out. TSM looked dead set to win this. And honestly, what a brilliant flank play. That last team fight spoke for itself. I mean, Mixi was just pushed up. They gave him great positioning to get on top of. I don't think TSM should have picked that fight. But the team fight before that, that was the important one, AJ. Hammers Kinetic found the flank. Mixi couldn't kite any further up because he was stuck by the confines of the Halcyon Fold, and there was no way to go. Nowhere to go for Mixi, and unfortunately he could only go forwards, which played right into the hands of Hammers Kinetic. Super sensible late game decision making from those guys, because honestly, if they were stuck in sort of a straight up I guess parallel fight, no way they would have done it. Mixi would have been able to kite backwards. Honestly, fantastic play.
Yeah, the flank really was, I think, what won them the game there. And I kind of said it right before. I was like, they need to get into a cheeky position. They did exactly that.
Cheeky position, eh?
A cheeky position. They were sneaky sausages.
You've been living in England a little bit too long.
I have. So really well played, of course, by Kinetic to come back into this one. You can see the items on your screen right now. It was a sudden turnaround, though.
I mean, Full Metal Jacket as well on Mixi. He 9-2-1. He almost put no foot wrong apart from right at the end there. And I think that was a global team decision by TSM when they moved up here. Very aggressive build coming out from Goldemeek. He prioritized the Atlas Pauldrons first, then started to build towards some weapon power, but never actually finished that Sorrow Blade there. You can see the heavy steel and Sins. But honestly, T-Tigers picking up that Bone Saw, I think that was realistically the best item they could have picked up against the Full Metal Jacket. Obviously, we've seen loads of Bone Saws come out this championship. Fantastic play by Hammers Kinetic. Great late game team decision making, and that flank team fight,
It was pretty much perfect. So guys, let's throw it back to the analyst because I want to find out just how that game turned around in some more detail.
All right, thank you, Action Jackson. Hammers Kinetic, they move forward into the semifinals, but if you're a TSM fan, their day isn't over. They are going to have a rematch against Nemesis Hydra in just a little while, so stick around, watch the rest of the action, and they'll have another chance to advance. I want to start all the way back with the hero picks, Rome. I love these picks. Gabe Bizzle on the Adagio, T-Tigers on the Ringo. When this team first formed, and they won the first qualifier, the very first glimpse we had into Gabe Bizzle was all Adagio, and he really, really played well on that.
And I think TSM forgot about the whole Adagio thing, especially coming to blind pick. They were so focused on, making sure that they don't give, they have a counter for Gabe Bizzle, especially he's been playing a lot of that pedal, and pedal has been a huge difference for that team.
Yeah, T-Tigers, the stutter stepping was just unreal.
Yeah, he is a mechanical god. We could just see him in the team fights. He is on the lowest amount of health. He's just kiting back, and they're dying. And they're like, oh, we should probably pull back now. And they just die. This happens so many times. People underestimate how powerful T-Tigers is on that Ringo. And we've not seen him on that hero so long, so it's fantastic seeing him on Ringo again.
And I was hearing you say MVP, MVP. So I guess it's clear who you're picking here. It is T-Tigers. What a job on that Ringo that he did. On the other side, I want to talk for just a moment. TSM, they just have superior use of infusions, just head and shoulders above every other team, and it was what helped them get to the position they got earlier on in the match.
Yeah, honestly, they were going to win that game. Yeah. And it didn't really turn around when they got flanked out, like everybody was looking at. That although they got aced, they haven't lost yet. It was that pressure on them that they went and fought again right after they respawned. That was the fight that really threw everything away. And I feel like they should have taken 1 or 2 seconds, made sure that they were timing out their infusions again, making sure that they were picking another fight on their own terms. Instead, they got caught out in the jungle and the game finished from there.
All right, with that, I believe we have Sweejay with Humanist. Let's go to that interview right now.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm up on the stage right now with Sweejay himself. What a comeback. That was serious hype. I didn't know who I was going to be interviewing up here on the stage, honestly. It was a ridiculous comeback. But Sweej, what was going on when you guys were talking to each other right there at the end?
Yeah, first off, I just want to say thank you to T-Tigers and Gabes. I have such amazing teammates, so give them a shout out. So thank you so much. So what we were thinking is we knew they wanted to bait us, our over-aggression, which is what we're known for. So we wanted to make sure that we didn't make any mistakes. Because TSM, such an amazing team, they're really good at capitalizing on their opponent's mistakes. So we got to make sure that we played a better game when it came to setting up the engagements. And they caught us out a few times, so.
Yeah, they definitely did. It was an amazing game. And also, I'm curious, like coming into this blind pick, just if you want to share any strategies or ideas that you had when it came into the blind pick, I'm sure everybody's curious to know.
Yeah, I knew. We were talking and debating because I knew they would run Scarf and Finn, maybe Kestrel. And I knew that they would want it to counter a Black Feather pick in lane with T-Tigers because we ran Black Feather, Fortress, and Petal. And we were thinking about running that against them, but we knew they would pick a comp that would counter that. And we picked an aggressive comp and a range comp to combat the Finn compositions that they like to run.
Definitely, definitely. And one last question. You guys have been running Petal. You've been having success with it. No one else is doing it. Is it something that only your team can achieve right now, or do you think the Petal is a hero that we could see played by other teams before this tournament's over?
No, Petal's not that good, actually, guys. Don't play her.
Kappa? No Kappa? I don't even know. Sweej, thanks for talking with us. Good luck in your next matches. Guys, that's it from Sweej up at the stage. We'll send it back to Playoff Beard.
All right, thank you, Humanist. Nice to hear from Hammers Kinetics. Sweet, generous there. So with that, we can take a look at where we stand. We still have a lot more action still to come today. Let's get the bracket up on the screen and we can talk through all of those matches. And as we look at this, still to come, we have they're both rematches. They're both day one rematches. So in the 1-8 Hammers Velocity, they rolled over Phoenix Reborn, but Phoenix Reborn, they scored one upset today. They'll be looking to do that again, and then the rematch. Oh my goodness, is this gonna be fun to get to see TSM go head to head against Nemesis Hydra again. Von C looking for a different result. And then we have to wait and see what happens to find out who Phoenix Reign and Hammers Kinetic will be playing in the semifinals tomorrow. It is going to be incredible. So we still have 2 more full series to go today. So don't go anywhere, and also make sure in these breaks that you're taking advantage of Twitter, that you're going and using hashtag Vainglory Live, because you could win an iPad. Also, lots of videos, behind the scenes things happening over there. So enjoy that second screen experience. And we will be back in just a minute. And we're going to have Rome. Any final thoughts on the matches still to come today?
It's actually going to be really hard. I'm super excited to see the TSM versus Nemesis rematch. I do feel like after Nemesis lost yesterday, they made sure to make everything on point coming into their match earlier, and I feel like they're going to do some wonderful things.
All right.
Wonderful.
So, and first up, though, Xingyi, it will be the number 1 seed against the number 8 seed. Again, that's going to be a very tall
I
order.
feel like Phoenix Reborn you're feeling like they've drawn a bad straw right now, but just coming up against Velocity over and over again. But they may have had a disappointing series yesterday, but today they've shown that they've got what it takes to beat a top team.
All right, so we'll have to see if Phoenix Reborn can find a way to turn this around. It was a bit out of control the first time around on day 1, but we'll see. You never know, and you have to stay tuned for that Nemesis versus TSM match afterward. We will be right back in just a few minutes with the first of those 2 remaining series. are back at the 2016 North America Spring Championships live from the sold-out Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome and Xingyi. We are down to 2 more series that will be elimination series now. First up is the #1 seed, Hammers Velocity, narrowly lost to Phoenix Rain, and they are taking on, again, the #8 seed, Phoenix Reborn. This is a very tall order. Dienzio, Vanes, Aloha. Dienzio is just a god here, but the whole team, you know, they have to rebound now from a loss.
Yeah, and I feel like after losing to Rain, they will be taking and venting all of their anger towards the sister team of the Phoenix Rain team.
Now, Xingyi, on the Phoenix Reborn side, they did something that clearly worked. They beat Noble Esports in an upset. They have something they can build on. What do they have to do to get a similar result?
Well, I think last time they definitely won in the drafting phase. I feel like they had a superior draft to Noble Esports both games, and they were able to take advantage of that. However, against Hammers Velocity, I don't think it's going to be so easy this time around. And what they should be doing, as Rome mentioned the first time, is that they should be going for those off-meta picks that we've been looking for them to play, but they haven't.
Yeah, and so specifically on that, who are the types of heroes in these kind of other, you know, more unusual comps that you would like to see Phoenix Reborn running?
Well, the thing is, coming out of Reborn, we have been seeing a lot of Kestrel play, and I feel like this is one of the biggest things, especially when starting all over, is taking control, making sure that he does those early rotations, those early ganks that benefit the team so much.
All right, so anything else here that you think is going to be a big key to this series?
I feel like in terms of individual mechanics, both teams are pretty equal. However, when it comes down to team fights and how they're initiated and how they're actually executed, huge advantage goes over to Velocity. And, you know, Reborn has to make sure that they're keeping up to it, or they're making sure that they're jumping into these team fights with a plan.
Yeah, and if Reborn is going to be able to keep pace with Velocity, it's going to have to be on the back of the play of starting all over, a young, terrific player in his own right. And because it's a rematch, we can take a look again at the video from day 1 where we met these teams, talked a little bit about each other.
Team Phoenix Reborn doesn't really have a threat to us in tomorrow's matchups, but we are scared of what they might pick. We know starting all over, he's strong on a hero, and we don't want him to get that, but that's pretty much it.
We're being known as the underdog. But I feel like we have a good chance at competing in this tournament. A lot of people don't really know what Phoenix Reborn is. They don't know what we play because we haven't had much experience out in the competitive scenes. But we can use that to our advantage because people don't know us. We can go out and surprise them.
I think we have an advantage over Team Phoenix because Zio is a better laner and he has more map awareness, and we have a better synergy in team fights.
I think as the best player, definitely Dienzio, their laner. He definitely brings their strong backbone to their team, and you know, he definitely what makes Velocity.
I think the best player in Phoenix Reborn is starting over. He's really good mechanics, and his caster is really good.
As a 1 seed, I'm very confident. I think we're going to 2-0 them and move on to the next day.
Hammers Velocity being the #1 seed, for us, it doesn't really matter. Both teams are starting off with the same amount of gold. We both have different strategies going along. For us, I think we have an equal shot at it.
We definitely do have a few ideas and a few tricks up our sleeve that we are going to definitely have to pull out, considering since it is the 1st seed and we are the 8th seed, and you know, being the underdogs, we do have a lot to prove to people.
We're always catching people off. Like people will think that, hey, we're gonna draft this certain way because that's like the generic draft that everyone does. But then we throw a curveball and we throw in like another hero.
I think my team has a better shot call than Phoenix Reborn because of Vanes, and we are mechanically better than them, so we're pretty confident, yeah.
And if we just rotate together, we're fine because I think we out-mechanic them. Like, we have better mechanics, so we'll just destroy them.
We definitely like to co-shot call. We have different people that look at different situations as far as part of that shot call. I think that is definitely going to help us than having their one shot caller on their team. Yeah, we definitely can beat Velocity.
All right, so you can see Dienzio, a very confident young man, but Xingyi certainly has the goods to back it up.
Yeah, well, they've certainly proved it. And even again in their losing game against Rain, that was one of the closest series that we've ever seen in our life. Like, just the comebacks, and it was insane. And, you know, both these teams are saying completely different things, but only one of them can be right. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Phoenix Reborn will be trying to upset Velocity here.
All right, and another factor, they put in the big dog, a sub who you didn't see in that video coming in for God of Sins, showed a lot more confidence, brought the team together, helped them pull out the upset against Noble Esports. So he will be in again, and we're ready for the draft in match 1. So here we go. It is a best of 3. It is being played on update 117, so keep that in mind. And Rome, it's a Fortress coming off the board.
And, you know, taking a Fortress, they want to lean onto that mid to late game scaling composition, and they know that as long as they don't have that pressure, they can dictate the pace of the game.
All right, Dienzio will not be on a Scarf, but there is an Adagio.
And that Adagio is very dangerous. You know, you've got so much potential with the Adagio there, with what they can do.
All right, we'll have to see. A Black Feather and a Glaive, and it looked like it might be a Saw, but in fact it's a Kestrel.
And you know what, this Kestrel pick, they are trying to counter out both the engages coming out of both Black Feather and Glaive, but it comes down to the timing of that camo. If they don't do it right on that Kestrel, things will go really array, and I feel like late game scaling, it goes over to Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, it's going to be all about when Kestrel vanishes into that mist and then looks to set up a basic attack or a glimmer shot to stun up multiple members of the Phoenix Reborn team. Will they be able to do that? Chances are they're going to be super aggressive throughout this match. They feel like they're the better team. We'll find out. And with the call now, let's go to 2 new casters, our final ones of the day.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm Humanist, joined with Forecourt Jester up here at the desk. We're ready to call all of this action. Forecourt, how you feeling?
I feel like I was just here yesterday in day 1 because these are the exact same teams, the exact same seeds, and almost an exact same situation. This time, though, whoever loses goes home.
That's right. This is a tough situation to be in for any team. Let's see who shows up today. Right now, we have the game just getting started. Players making their way out onto the fold, and I think this is going to be fireworks. No team is holding anything back here.
Well, they shouldn't, because again, like, if you do lose out here, there's no second chance. This is the second chance, and Velocity, not exactly who I thought might actually be coming down here, but if it was even Rain, that could have been even worse for Phoenix, so I'm sure that they're counting their lucky stars. They don't have to eliminate their own sister team, but these are also very different picks than what we saw yesterday, Humanist.
Yeah, they definitely are. I mean, each team, I think, you know, just taking a different approach based off of maybe what they talked about last night, analyzing day 1, and we'll see if they're able to get it accomplished here.
Because, I mean, Kestrel, like the meteoric rise, you got to fin to win. We've been saying that pretty much all broadcast here. But now the Catherine as well. That is not something that we get to see a lot. Not in the qualifiers, not in these finals, not until just today have we actually finally seen some Catherine. And that's Skojin. He's going to be rocking it this round.
Yeah, Skojin on that Catherine. I mean, I think, honestly, Catherine can add a whole lot to your team composition. You just have to know what you can do on that hero. I think Swede, an incredible Catherine, and showing the power earlier today.
Yeah, so the big thing for me is that what are the stuns for Skojin here? You can't do him on top of Veins, which means you got to put him on top of Dienzio or Aloha. And Aloha, I think, is going to be a big target with Blast Tremor or the stun because of the verse. It's very choreographical. You can really just see it coming. A lot of reaction time to get that stun off.
Yeah, it definitely will be. I think positioning will be a big key here, but starting all over on that Black Feather, he'll have the ability to get to that backline.
Yeah, again, I really just think Aloha's going to be the big target here for Phoenix Reborn. But, you know, Big Dog, we didn't get to see him yesterday. That's another big change. God of Sins was playing, but Big Dog did phenomenal earlier today. That's what the analyst said. And now we'll have to see if that confidence will bring these guys to a win, because so far we're sitting 0-2 in the history of these two teams.
Yeah, definitely. And these teams a little bit passive here in the early first couple minutes of this game. I think just getting a feel, they want to get maybe their first item or 2 up and then start to take some engages. I think also one of the things with Phoenix Reborn is there's not as much footage on this team, so it's a bit of a wild card coming into it. And they always can put God of Sins in for Big Dog if they need to.
Yeah, but I mean, Hammer's Velocity have their sub here as well. They've just not up to these.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is a pretty OP starting lineup here. A little bit of movement up towards lane. Hammer's Velocity not going to find anything, so doing a rotation down, and it looks like we might have an invade happening here.
Well, Big Dog is going to get his back, so invade, you know, might get a kill at best, but no, they're actually not going to turn it right back around. They're going to look at starting over, and well, he's not that level 6. He is gankable. I'm not saying in this situation exactly, but yeah, there's not really a lot of pressure being applied from either side. They're just kind of taking it a bit easy.
Yeah, it's interesting here. I feel with the movement around the map, they're giving a lot of safety to Dienzio, which, you know, we've seen when Dienzio is able to have a decent early game, he'll snowball out of control. So I think a pretty smart move by Velocity at this point.
They're also rotating as 3, and early on, like, they're leaving that lane. They did get that one invade off with the jungle minion. Now, of course, you know, you're gonna see Dienzio coming back up here, but 26 farm, 15 there for Aloha. They're keeping pace. I mean, starting over a little bit higher up. Again, you know, these youngsters are just so mechanically gifted. Starting over, if he's gonna be given a lane, you know he's not really gonna miss anything.
No, he won't. I mean, honestly, it's only if he loses focus or something like that, but mechanically, we would expect these guys to be making every play that they can. And looks like maybe a little bit of an engagement here in the bush. And it's a afterburn in. Big Dog, he finds Dienzio. Can they follow up? Dienzio goes down. First blood to Phoenix Reborn. Are they able to find more off the backside of this? Starting all over pretty low at this point. Skojin chasing forward. Merciless Pursuit lands onto Aloha with the dip back towards turret. And we have first blood just about 4 minutes in.
I think Big Dog's completing that sandwich, punting Dienzio back into the danger zone. That's a phenomenal move on their end. So they pick up that kill. They might actually lose out this farm. Look at Big Dog. Now it is actually going to go the way of Aloha, and that will not be the successful steal there from Glaive. But now coming down, like, this could easily be a 3v2 situation.
Yeah, it could definitely be dangerous indeed. Aloha just manning up on this, starting all over, taking a lot of damage. He's going to go down. Aloha finding the kill. Looks like it will be a trade 1-for-1 at the end of that fight, unless Velocity want to continue. Dienzio running forward. It looks like Skojin's in a bad place. Oh, rest in peace, dear Skojin.
Yeah, the pullback from Vayne just setting it up for Dienzio, no problem. So 2 for 2, you know, blow for blow. These guys, they are giving it their all. And already a few items, you know, coming down. You saw starting over about the 3.5 minute mark. He picked up that Shiver Steel. And a lot of just tier 1s across the board. Weapon blades, we got attack speed, we got armor now also developing for a lot of these guys. Now, Aloha, I would expect to see an alternating current coming down from him fairly soon. But I think Dienzio, he's really going to be gearing up for that Sorrow Blade. Now, will we see the double Sorrow Blade Von C style, or what we've been seeing this whole day is actually breaking points on top of Kestrel's as well?
Yeah, that was a little bit of surprise to me when I saw that earlier, and it was a question that I meant to ask of the players. But honestly, I think you could go either way. It depends. Are you getting that damage out? Do you need that damage right out of your item immediately as the fight's starting, or do you want to get those stacks up? Oh, Skojin running forward. He thought he was going to find an engage there. Stormguard activated. They're going to back up. Starting all over. Got to be careful here in these fights. Big Dog ready to dish out the damage, maybe looking for that afterburn. They don't find anything, so Reborn will just back up.
Yeah, the teams just bounce off each other. 2-2 and like 5 minutes in, you should be looking a lot more at farm, not really this early game kind of pressure that, you know, we were just saying, hey, there isn't any, but not entirely too sure right now is the time.
Well, is it the time? Looks like Velocity really actually setting the pace with their movements. And as you caught on to earlier, you know, they're rotating as 3 constantly.
Yep.
And I think a pretty smart play out of this. You know, Forecourt, as we look at this, do you expect any big power spikes in the next few minutes here?
Well, I mean, if Big Dog can actually finish up something, that would go a long way here for Phoenix Reborn. But Dienzio, at his current pace, he has a kill, 54 farm. He should be well on his way to picking up that Sorrow Blade sometime in the next 60 seconds or so. We do have a fountain, though, for Vayne. If we can get that Sorrow, that's a great time to fight.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, you have that fountain up. It is a great time to fight. This is going to be a contested gold mine. Who's going to get in here? Phoenix Reborn grab that gold mine. They moved in, and the fight's going to start. Burst coming out. 3-man stun! Oh my goodness, that burst. Easy to follow up right there. Starting all over slow. Big Dog's low. Can they follow up? The Polite Company buying a little more time. Quibble on top, and hammers Velocity. A wonderful fight.
Man, like, one shot! Was that it? Did it hit the tower? Turret?
It looked like a turret.
Yeah, not a tower, turret. But either way, Phoenix Reborn, that was very close to getting that 3-0 exchange. So, yeah, sure, Hellman Velocity didn't get that gold mine, but look at the pressure they got here. There's nobody to contest this, so they're going to say, all right, well, we got the kills, we have the pressure, we're here, let's take a turret. We don't mind about the gold mine that much. They are going to maintain in the lead for gold here as well, about 1,000, and now they're starting to set that tempo. I would be very surprised if Dienzio didn't cash out right here.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be picking up that Sorrow Blade right then, as you said. And Reborn, I mean, it makes sense that they're going to go ahead and contest that gold mine, but you don't want to lose 2 or more off the back of that fight. If they can get 1 loss out of that, 1 hero dying, I think it's going to be okay for them, but they're going to have to be careful moving forward.
Big Dog is starting to actually show signs of starvation. 37 minions to the 65 of Dienzio, and Dienzio has kills and a turret on top of that. Big Dog actually did just finish up 6 sins, so he is at like that cusp. of a Sora Blade, but it's going to be a little bit more. Whereas D'Enzio now has a reflex block on top of it. He's just looking into just a much better position.
Yeah, I think honestly D'Enzio coming into this, he was super hyped and ready to close out this series. So he's going to come out swinging, get that damage up early, and you can see the way they're playing. You know, they really aren't scared to team fight at all.
Now, Vaynes has actually prioritized getting those travel boots, as he should. I mean, Vaynes is kind of a big lumbering troll unless he does get that. And now Aloha picks up that alternating current. So again, like you're looking for those power spikes, now's a fantastic time to fight. Velocity have a huge item advantage because of that gold and that pressure that they've been accumulating.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's a 1K net worth at this point, and they can continue to stack on top of that. As long as they're continuing to take these smart fights, they don't really force them. Sometimes Reborn even come to them, but really it's just a wonderful movement out of Velocity at this point.
If you're looking at the supports as well, look at that Iron Guard gold. It is pretty even, but look at the experience bar under them. Vaynes is actually just, at least from here, looks a lot farther ahead than Skojan. So we do have level 6s on both sides, but if Vaynes, continues on staying ahead of the Catherine, he's going to be a little bit more potent.
Oh, definitely will. You know, getting cooldown, swing and a miss right there from Vaynes. Wishes he could have that one back. One shot, one kill comes down, not doing much. The fight started. A big blast streamer landing right there. Aloha taking a lot of damage. Aloha down, starting all over, barely getting out of that. D'Enzio can't clean it up, and D'Enzio in a bad position, dips into the bush, turns on his Skojan. Can he get it? Oh, D'Enzio, he wants it. He's in a dangerous position. Nice job there, D'Enzio. Oh, what a player.
Wow.
It is the kill going to starting all over, and Vaynes, last man standing. A wonderful fight for Phoenix Reborn. It looks like they're going to be able to get every single kill that they need to out of this fight.
Aloha just way too far forward in the beginning of that fight. He was too much of a target, and as soon as we had one stun, it was the blast tremor to kind of seal the deal right there, and Aloha was not part of that. That was a 2v3, but again, D'Enzio just so mechanically good at this game. He landed at least 2 stuns from the active camo right there and nearly took out Big Dog after that afterburn.
Yeah, I mean, he has the ability to make those plays. It wasn't the fight that they were looking for, but still crazy that he was able to get so much work done there. And with that, it looks like Reborn's going to go ahead and secure a gold mine.
Now, if Aloha doesn't get caught like that again, like if he's more in the back, if they got those reflex blocks ready to go, if, like a Crucible come down sometime, he's just not going to be able to do anything about that gold mine. But the bigger thing is, again, Aloha is a big part of this comp. If he's going to be the first one to go out, then just I don't have faith in Hammer's Velocity doing a 2v3. As good as they are, Phoenix Reborn just proved that they can win those.
Oh yeah, of course. I mean, Phoenix Reborn, this is one of the best teams in NA, and of course, you know, they've fought so hard to make it here. So Velocity, you have to respect this team, and you have to play your best.
They're still going for this.
Well, it looks like they'll be able to get out of this. Of course, Velocity on the chase, but without a forced accord, I don't think they'll be able to grab anyone.
Yeah, and they already missed it out once. But the bigger thing is that, again, Hammer's Velocity, as soon as they lose that fight, they just keep going right back to aggression. More aggression time. They are keeping Phoenix Reborn on their side of the map, even though that gold difference is now evened up, and we just saw starting over actually pick up that Serpent Mask to go with the Shiver Steel. No fear.
Well, they caught Aloha again on Merciless Pursuit, stun, and an easy kill going to Big Dog. Now they got the NCL. Big Dog hammering away. It's 2 kills for Big Dog. He wants more. He's looking for Vaynes. It's the ace for Phoenix Reborn. This is a crazy game.
You know what? I'm going to say that a big linchpin here is Skojan. Skojan's getting that stun, those 3-man silences, and Phoenix Reborn is able to pick somebody out.
You know, people were talking about Catherine earlier and saying, you know, they didn't think you could get too much done. But you see right here, Catherine starting off the fight, and it's so easy to do. And you follow up with that glaive, Big Dog able to get 2 kills, and then move in right there. Black Feather securing the 3rd. Did a great job out of these guys.
It's crazy. It's crazy how, like, Catherine goes almost 2 whole qualifiers with, like, 1 play, and that was Flash X in qualifier 2. And now today, this is the 2nd time, and it's actually working out. The picks, the meta, it's really fun how the 117 meta is evolving, and it will never be seen after this again.
Yeah, it's like it's the post-mortem meta of 117 developing, and I do enjoy it a lot.
Well,
we're gonna have a stun right here. Vaynes, he's locked down the big 1-shot, 1 kill. It's not gonna do too much. Vaynes is trying to get out of here. Vaynes goes down.
No!
Let's go with the stun coming out. Aloha, can they get out of this? Kiting backwards. D'Enzio is the target. Into the active camo. He gets the stun on his Skojan. Starting all over. Wants him. Can he get him under turret? Just a couple more shots would seal it. D'Enzio goes down.
Skojan's actually taking out that tower as well. Aloha with that split, that actually makes it an ace now. Phoenix Reborn, another 3 kills on the board, and they're taking this 11-4. As I said, Hammer's Velocity, they were no fear, but that fear should start setting in sometime soon because these plays are just going all the way to Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, I mean, they definitely are. I think one of the things that Velocity have going for them is that they're not probably going to go on tilt if they start to get snowballed against. This team's going to keep together mentally. We know that they're a strong team. They've had this competitive tournament environment before, so I would expect that they're going to stay strong here.
Well, I mean, you gotta, otherwise it's gonna be a 2-0 and you go home in the 5-6 slot, and that would be very interesting for the first seed to not progress into top 4 tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, that would be a big storyline right here. And honestly, Phoenix Reborn coming into this, I feel that they didn't get the credit that they actually deserve.
Yeah, day one was pretty unkind to them if you look at it. It was a quick 2-0 up against Hammer's Velocity. They were the first loss of the day. That's a lot of mental kind of anguish to take with you, but they bounced back today. Big Dog is really living up to his name. He is the big dog in this matchup. 6-0-4. Of those 11 kills, he has majority under his belt and assists for the rest.
Yeah, Big Dog doing a great job thus far. Another gold mine payout right here. And these guys, I mean, they're up 5K net worth at this point.
Yeah, all of a sudden, they were down a K, took a fight, even took another fight, and they're starting to snowball. And it's past that magic 12-minute mark. So 13 and a half minutes in, now we're going to be seeing those infusions. Look at how many infusions already on the board, because that's going to carry all the way through to Kraken, and that is an all-important kind of game changer right there. If Phoenix Reborn continue on with as much pressure as they have here, it's going to be a Kraken and then a hopeful sweep for them.
Yeah, as long as they don't get too aggressive here, just continue to take those smart fights. Let Skojin start things off with a nice stun, Big Dog to follow on top of it. If they can do that, I think they'll look just fine. And
well, not exactly the Warhorn for Skojin, but he did actually pick up that Crucible. And again, right, remember, a lot of the commentary here is against Aloha. Crucible, if they can't stun out that burst, Crucible is the next best thing.
Yeah, it definitely is. And we'll just see if they land it or if not. I mean, I think, honestly, if a nice Crucible comes out, it's just an easy fight.
Yeah, no, because Aloha's just going to be sitting there. You surround him, you take him out. Vaynes is not going to be going anywhere because he's big and slow. And that leaves you with D'Anzio. And in a 2v3 situation, Phoenix have been winning those fights. So we got the Kraken coming up 30 seconds or so. If you look at the rest of the items, you see infusions, you see the completion of a few of these. Like, look at starting all over. His start, a little bit shaky, but now he has that Serpent's Mask, that Bone Saw. They're going to be looking to get this gold mine because, again, like, it's just not going to come back in 20 seconds. This Blackfeather could actually just win these fights now.
This is such an important moment of the game. Big Dog onto D'Anzio. He finds the kill. They're looking for more. Who's the target? Vaynes getting chunked down. Is this a Fen? Look at this. They're just melting him, but they want Aloha on the backside. It's an easy ace for Phoenix Reborn. And with that, they can do whatever they want.
They're going to take turret. They're going to go back. They're going to get that Kraken. Just get as much infusions, as much items as they can, and win game. Or are they going to be a little bit greedy here and try to just end it right now?
I think right now they're going for at least one turret, and when it comes up, they may decide to fight or just go for objectives.
No, they're doing
it
right here.
On
they're
the
doing
turrets.
it.
It's doing. Oh, Phoenix Reborn are doing it. Are they going to close it out? The force to core it in. Can Velocity tie this out? They cannot do it. Phoenix Reborn are going to take game one.
The death timer is just a little bit too long at that point, and even with D'Anzio up, by the time they got to those turrets, I mean, a 1v3 situation, if you can't win a 2v3, he's not going to win a 1, and they recognized that, they took it, and this is a Krakenless game. This is, I think, our first Krakenless game.
Krakenless game. I mean, you don't need the Kraken if you're Phoenix Reborn, apparently. It was a great job out of them. I love how, they were down a little bit, but they just hung together. And, so much work out of this Catherine. Honestly, it seemed like it was such an easy engage. You just pick D'Anzio, or you pick Aloha, stun, and follow.
Now, when those bans came out, it was just like, it was Scarf and Fortress. Like, okay, yeah, no problem. First pick Adagio, cool, yeah, all right. Catherine, oh, all right. But, I mean, this, again, the meta's kind of evolving. We've seen so many Kestrels, Catherines, Petals. Where were you during the qualifiers? It's really amazing to see how VIPL has impacted this with the time, the study, the practice, the tournament client. It's rather fantastic. And again, like, these items, it was just such a rocky start from the beginning for Phoenix Reborn. Like, Big Dog eventually got that Sora Blade. Starting over, eventually got that Serpent's Mask. But by then, the momentum was in their favor, and they catapulted.
Yeah, no, phenomenal job. And I'm excited to see what they can do in game two.
Yeah, man. So, all right, that's game one in the bag. Definitely looking at a different history than yesterday. The Wayback Playback's all messed up. Reborn is here to rewrite history, and who knows who's going to go home. Could be Velocity, could be Reborn, but as we set up the next game, we're going to throw it back to the analysts for now with Playoff Beard, Rome, and Jin Yi.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. Are you kidding me? For anyone who missed yesterday, we can't stress enough how much of a stomp it was for Hammer's Velocity over this team. A completely different story today. And Rome, one of the big differences, the Big Dog, his play 8-0-5 in this, and they've been a different team since he came in.
Yeah, like they play with a lot of confidence today, both earlier and right now. However, the one thing here is I felt like the draft coming out of the side of Velocity was very sketchy at the most. They picked up that Adagio first. They did see that both Blackfeather and Glaive coming out. Instead of grabbing something very tanky, they opted out and picked up that Castro, which I felt was a very big mistake.
So Xingyi today has been a day of upsets. Every single lower seed has won. Can Phoenix Reborn actually do this?
I think they've got the momentum going. They're certainly looking really good right now. I think the most important thing right now is for Velocity not to underestimate Reborn. They can't be feeling too great right now. They just got knocked out by someone they just trash-talked quite heavily. So I think in that last game, it certainly showed that Phoenix Reborn, they have the potential there, and they will be looking to round out this series with a 2-0 finish.
Rome, you could see not just adulation on the faces of the Phoenix Reborn players, but a little bit of shock. Like, did we really just do that?
No, I'm pretty sure like they have ran into each other quite often in like either ranked matches or queues. So they do have that experience. They know who they're going up against. However, they knew exactly the strengths of their composition. They knew they were very tanky. They knew they could dive. And the thing there was like, a lot of times Aloha was, playing that Adagio. He was very front forward instead of being in the back where he should have been. Getting caught by that Catherine stun just threw out the entire team fight for them.
Now for Hammers Velocity, still the heavy favorite. Still probably very confident they can win 2 straight here. What do they have to do now?
I think it's just starting with the draft. From team play rotations, it's always been excellent on their end. However, being at a default right before the game even starts, it is one of those big disadvantages that they have to work on.
All right, so Xingyi, if we're going to get another huge upset, if you could sit in the corner of Phoenix Reborn for 1 second, what message would you be hammering home to them?
If you just keep doing what you're doing, they're doing a great job. Just look at that last game. Look at what they did in Noble Esports. They have just been handing out upset after upset today, and I think they could do this. And I completely agree with Romo about what you said about the drafting. The drafting was off. They had they drafted in Catherine, perfect counter to Kestrel, and they should just focus a lot more on the draft phase, which they have been doing, and just go for those aggressive games and those early infusions.
All right, it's completely impossible to predict what's going to happen next. We have seen Hammers Velocity roll over this team, but now we've seen something very different on day 2. This is going to be extremely important here, how this draft plays out, and we are just about ready to get into it. This is a best of 3. This is on update 117, and here we go with the draft. And right off the bat, Scarf Adagio gone.
Well, I feel like taking Adagio was pretty decent on the side of Velocity. Like, they took one of the heroes that helped them lose that last game.
All right, and obviously, neither of these teams can lose here. They must win to move on, and it is a Fortress first pick.
I really like that. Fortress is really strong right now, and by not picking a carry, they leave their last 2 options open to counterpick whatever Velocity are doing.
We've seen a lot of Blackfeather Glaive.
Yeah, and the thing here is, Velocity is going to opt out, and they're going to choose a composition that's very tanky, so they know that they can make those big plays in that early game with Glaive, and then they can scale out very strongly with Blackfeather later on.
Okay, do you like what it looks like is being locked in here from Phoenix Reborn as an answer?
I'm not too sure about this Taka. I feel like Taka right now, he can give that pressure in that early game, but he does fall off later on, especially when he's going up against so much tank. I do see Taka building an Atlas Pauldron though. He's going to Kaku himself in there, throw off an Atlas Pauldron, and then their team is going to start engaging.
All right, the last pick coming out of this upstart Phoenix Reborn squad is by the hair's breadth of not canceling our match is a Ringo Xingyi.
I really like that. This is a very attack-heavy, attack speed heavy composition, and Velocity also should be looking for those pauldrons there.
Wow, so Phoenix Reborn early game all the way. They're gonna have to apply a ton of pressure here. Hammers, they want to see a Hammers versus Hammers semifinal, but to get there, they have to find a win in this match. To give us the call, it is Forecourt Jester in Humanist.
Playoff Beard, that's Humanist and Forecourt Jester up here at the desk. We got our mic working, we're good to go. What a game 1 Forecourt. What do you expect in game number 2 here?
Well, I'm going to give you props, first of all, because during the draft, you're like, is it Crystal Ringo? And it's like, no, it's going to be Crystal Sky. But
don't tell Rome that.
It's going to be a Ringo, and I'm just very curious. Will this be double weapon, or will this actually be a Crystal? Because Crystal Ringo is just not something we see a lot of in this side of the
Yeah,
bottom.
we don't see a lot of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if they go with just the double weapon. But in one hand, it would make sense if they just went for that full bursty comp.
Yeah, the full burst. I mean, Big Dog going to be playing that Taka. Taka has been seeing a good amount of play, but I think this is the first time I've personally gotten to see Big Dog on. I know Uni on Noble Esports, for example. Fantastic stuff from him. But starting all over, if it is going to be a crystal from him, you're looking for Hellfire Brew and then all the jump with the X-Retsus and the Kaitans and all that from Big Dog in order to try to eliminate... Glaive, I guess, Aloha.
I mean, yeah, you could go for Dienzio, you could go for Aloha, it really depends, but the most important thing is that you kill them when you engage.
Yep.
If you allow them to live, you're probably going to lose the fight.
Yeah, and if they are going to go double weapon, then all Hammer's Velocity have to do is just get a lot of armor. So it's going to be interesting to see which way they go. Now on the flip side, Hammer's Velocity, they got a good rushdown comp right there. You know, Dienzio Aloha with those gap closers, Veins to get in with the Vanguard or his uppercut for the blood for blood, and on top of that, Gauntlets. So if they can get on top of the Ringo, I think the comp falls apart here from Reborn, whereas on the flip side, if the burst is enough to take out somebody from Velocity, their dive comp's not nearly as effective.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that. I think Velocity do have an advantage compositionally in this game right now. Dienzio loves Blackfeather, plays it to an extremely high level. We heard earlier, even team captains talking about why Blackfeather is so strong. You're able to get so much done, dive, and take out any target you want.
Yeah, and he also soaks up a heck of a lot of damage, and he has, what, the invulnerabilities? He can get that shield from the on point. Like, it's just sometimes ridiculously hard to kill him. And if you're spending, you know, seconds and seconds and seconds trying to kill him, you're leaving yourself vulnerable to the rest of the team. So yeah, Blackfeather, I mean, there's a good reason. I think that I'm not too far out of the realm of saying this, that he's the most picked carry I think we saw in 117.
No, I think I would agree with you on that one. And of course, one of the top, if not the top. And I'm just curious, like, when will this fighting kick off? When, like, at what minute mark do you think that everything's just going to blow wide open? Because Phoenix Reborn, they're on a timer here.
Well, the big thing is Glaive. Glaive comes in, he gets that gank on top of starting all over, they get the kill, right? But if they can't find that, then there's not going to be any kind of fights. And look at this, like, they're trying to even go as far as to intercept the return back to lane here from starting over, but they find all three, and that's very smart from Reborn because they saw Hammer's Velocity keeping us 3 early game. It worked out fairly well from the last round, so if they can keep that Ringo alive and in good position, there's not going to be really any kind of fights until about 5-6 minute mark.
Yeah, that would make sense. Then those ultimates will start to come out. If a team does want to force a fight at that point, they'll have the capabilities.
Yeah, and tier 2, perhaps tier 3 items, depending on how well you're doing. I mean, a lot of that will kind of come together. So Skogent, again, like, he throws out that flare. Nobody there, starting over. You're good to move up. Skogent's in the bush. He's going to be there for that scout. And this is what you got to do.
Yeah, I would agree with you. And with, you know, Skogent on this fortress, big dog. Come on, let's see how's this going to play out.
It's going to be a
Big
2v1.
Dog poking around. Well, 2v2 at this point as Skogent's rotated down. It's going to be kiting forward. Big Dog, it looks like he does want to fight, but not going to commit to anything just yet. Flare out. They see that scout trap in the bush. More flares. It's just a vision game at this point. It's so important that you know exactly what kind of situation you're getting yourself into here.
Yeah, and Taka, like, clearing out this vision is going to be great for Taka because when he has that box and he's in that pinch, he needs to stay hidden. If he walks over top of any of these scout traps or he gets hit by anything in terms of a flare, or he does actually just, you know, kind of pop on top of one of those, then he's just not going to be nearly as effective. So if we can keep vision for Phoenix Reborn, that's going to keep starting over safe, and that's going to be clearing the escape routes for Big Dog if he goes in for invades.
Yeah. And, you know, one of the things I think we can keep our eye on with Skogent on this fortress, if he's running away from a fight, if he's backing up, they're losing the fight. It's only when you see Fortress generally running at people that means they're winning the fight.
All right, so it's not going to be that Crystal Ringo. Starting over does solidify a heavy steel on top of that that little pistol of his, the Swift Shooter. So it is going to be double weapon, at least I'm assuming. Big Dog's not really showing too many of his qualities. He does have double weapon blade, but you could easily swap that out into Crystal if you really need to. He does have double armor, though, because he knows that when he's going to go diving, he's going to be the target. He needs that survivability. And just like the Vision game, he needs to make sure he can live so he can use the box.
Yeah, well, it makes sense to me, and as long as he can continue to just fight around those cooldowns, I think he will have a lot of success. But we're getting closer and closer to that 6-minute mark where you thought this game might start to actually kick off. 5 minutes in right now, Aloha engaged onto just a little bit, but with a rotation down from Velocity, this could be a dangerous situation. Poked back and forth right here.
Dangerous.
Big Dog pretty low. He's got that X-Retsu, though, so he can probably get himself into or out of a bad situation. And it looks like they decide not to commit onto it at the end of the day.
I love the Kaku on this skin. It reminds me of some futuristic Star Wars kind of thing.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, okay, fine, be that way. 0-0 for still the score. 5 minutes in, you are going to be looking at some of those bigger items. Starting over is taking a break from his progression on offense and has taken now a reflex block on top of things. So again, safety, priority, farming. It's all in the colors here for Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, it definitely is. And these guys, if they could knock off Velocity, it would be
he didn't
such a
reflex
big
it.
deal for them. Oh, it's pretty easy kill, honestly, once you grab starting all over and knock him like that. So that's first blood. I can't believe 5 minutes, 30 seconds into the game before we got our first kill here.
Plus or minus 30 seconds. It wasn't so bad after that. But that was the first kill in lane on a Ringo. And again, like, it's a credit to Reborn that they've been keeping him so safe that there haven't been any opportunities for Velocity in order to make that happen sooner. But the bigger thing is that I think starting over, he didn't use the reflex on it. He bought it for that exact reason and just didn't get it off.
Feels bad, man.
Yeah,
well, I'm sure he'll activate it on the next one, but sometimes
he'll do amazing.
You get afterburn so quickly sometimes that you would expect that these professional players will have those reaction times.
Yeah, these younger players have definitely better reaction times than you and I, my friend. But Dienzio has actually finished up a Shiver Steal there as well, so some of his survivability is kicking in. We got Fountains. Well, at least we have one Fountain. Vaynes has his, where you don't quite have it there on Skojan yet. It's still Life Spring.
Yeah, and Vaynes and Skojan both hanging up around this lane, just providing that extra security blanket for their laner. And there you go, you're going to have that Fountain picked up now on Fortress. So, you know, I think, honestly, once you get level 6 on Skojan, that could be their go mark.
Yep, because that would be the puppies. The attack of the pack coming out. Starting over is actually level 6 right now as well, but he's going to be going into that weapon Ringo, so we're not going to be relying on the Hellfire Brew to finish off players, but you might see it just like what we've been seeing with Kestrels today. They've been starting a lot of fights off with the one-shots, or they just randomly seem to do it. It could be a very similar situation for Ringo, because it locks you down. It's just like Scarf. It's going to be a problem to cast in the middle of a fight.
Yeah, well, we're going to have immense gold payout collected here by Velocity. But, you know, regarding the Hellfire Brew, like you were talking about, I think, you know, as the game goes on, it's not as impressive when you have this weapon Ringo. But early on, it can actually do pretty significant damage when you're around this level 6, level 7.
I just wouldn't rely on it in the middle of a fight, and I'm pretty sure that these guys know that as well. There's the level 6 done. Just waiting for Skojan. He's not too far off. A few more minions, well, maybe the whole minion wave, and he will be ready to fight. Big Dog's level 8. He's just flying right through those levels, and Aloha at the 7-minute mark gets himself that Sorrow Blade. Starting over, not quite there, but of course he went a bit more defensive first.
Yeah, well, he's feeling that he needed to be the Gauntlet. Drop down, wonderful Gauntlet. Glaive able to find the kill. Aloha wants more. The afterburn, Skojan into the wall. Skojan's going to go down as well. That leaves Big Dog left to his own devices. He's going to go ahead and juke through the jungle here and try to get himself out. I imagine it would be a tough kill to find, but Aloha doesn't think so.
Nope.
Oh, Aloha, too easy.
When you get slammed into that wall, man, that stun duration is just absolutely insane, and a nice 3-0 trade right there. And if you look at this replay, I mean, that Gauntlet is what really set it up right there here, but it's like it goes right through that bush, it sets him up, it splits the team. Skojan goes down on one side, and of course we do have that chase there on top of Big Dog in the others. So not only did that become an instant 2v3, I don't think we even saw puppies. I think Skojan got stunned on the attack of the pack.
I think so as well. I didn't see them come out. And whoa, starting all over, melted, diving under turret, Hammer's Velocity, don't even care. And with that, Skojan almost going down as well. But it seems like Velocity really starting to find their rhythm here.
Yeah, as soon as they got that shot of confidence, they just pushed forward, another kill, a turret on top of that. They already had a gold mine, and look at the gold. I mean, they were ahead in gold anyways, but this is solidified into about 2,500 gold lead. And that's not too shabby at 9 minutes.
No, it's not. And you know, earlier I said that Reborn, they need to play from ahead, right? Once you start to get behind and you're on a timer, I think it starts to get actually pretty stressful to be in a game like this.
Oh, there's a lot of weight on your shoulders, especially on Illumination matches. And if you're up 1-0, yeah, if you're riding that momentum, it's great. But when you hit this wall known as Hammer's Velocity, you know, what you do next is going to define how the rest of this game goes on. So 5 kills nil, Hammer's Velocity. They looked like they really assimilated the knowledge from game number 1, said, okay, this is definitely a different team than yesterday. We got to adjust tactics. Tactics so far are working.
I like that the tactics are working, but you know, Hammer's Velocity, this is just team beef at this point. I mean, they are hard to cut through, and I don't really see how Phoenix Reborn can approach these fights in a way where it feels like they're going to come out on top, unless really you find a Velocity member on their own, isolate them, and maybe get some picks that way. But when you have the 3v3 engages, the clashes, I think it's just going to be so hard for them.
Well, I mean, I mentioned this a bit earlier. If you are going to go double weapon, you just build armor, and like, oh, all right, Big Paw's coming out, no problem. But Aloha has that light armor. We got now not only the Shiver Steel on Dienzio, but an Atlas Pauldron on top of that. Vaynes with the Fountain goes right into armor as well. It's likely to be a double Pauldrons When you do have a lot of that armor and you can reduce the attack speed, especially against Ringo and Taka, two very attack speed heavy kind of players or heroes, this is going to look very bad for Reborn if they can't puncture through that and get some bone saws soon.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I mean, I said early on, you want to burst one of these heroes down early on in the fight. Like,
and I said, who?
How
like,
do you do
Glaive?
it? I mean,
you can't do it to Blackfeather because of Rose Offensive. You can't do it to Arden.
I'm sure Twitch chat knows.
Yeah, of course, they're 9,000 MMR players, of course. We bow down to you. But like, there's just no good target. Aloha will go away. Rose Offensive will go away. Arden can even Gauntlet away if he really needs to. And it's Arden. You don't focus down Arden. That's just silly, especially with that much armor. So what do you do?
So, I mean, my thought was you're going to have to find someone who's out of position. You're going to have to find a way to just
It's not going to happen.
take them.
Look,
but okay,
Velocity's
so
been solid
if you don't find someone by themselves, if you get into like, what is the? How do you do it?
Well, I mean, we're just asking each other the same thing right now.
Well, I gave you like one reason.
Well, I mean, the Ringo being weapon is definitely going to be a challenge. The burst of the CP might have been better, but you just don't see it in NA. So I think Velocity just figured it out. I think that they're just saying, okay, we don't even need offense. They do actually have that Sword Blade in Aloha, as I said, back at the 7-minute mark. But Dienzio tanking up so much and Vaynes with those amazing gauntlets,
yeah,
it's just going from bad to worse.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I guess, our analysis is pretty much all in favor of Velocity at this point, but they have just, come out swinging in this second game. And
5,000 gold up in 10
I would
minutes.
expect it. After game one, I'm sure they were not happy, and they're trying to just wreck the second game.
Now, it's never over until it's over. TSM has really shown us that in the last series that they just played up against Kinetic. But at this point, it's a little bit of a steep mountain to climb. And Phoenix Reborn, I'm not too sure they brought their climbing shoes.
All right, well, let's see. Do Velocity keep this together, play safely? If they do, the game will be theirs. Otherwise, Phoenix Reborn, they have to make some godlike, crazy plays, but I am ready for it to happen. Skojin's going to have that perfectly timed attack of the pack. Everything's going to have to come together for this team. It's just a matter of time. 11 minutes into this game, it's 5-0 in favor of Velocity. Dienzio doing a little bit of poking in lane. That's going to be a Vanguard to start things off. Attack of the pack. The fight's on now.
Oh!
Gauntlet, they've been baited in. Starting all over with the reflex block, guiding backwards. Dienzio getting low with the fountain, buying a little bit of time for him. He's ready to hop back in, but Vaynes is low. Big Dog found a kill. They want more. Skojin goes down to Aloha. Aloha with the afterburn. Starting all over. He's down. Now it's a 2v1. Big Dog. He wants Aloha. He's got him. He's got him with that kite. And now Dienzio and Big Dog in a 1v1. It looks like Dienzio should have it.
Phenomenal.
It's the ace. Dienzio, the all-star. Last man standing.
I thought maybe I was just going to have to eat my words there as soon as we saw that first kill, but I mean, it was just absolutely amazing. That's totally a great replay of the ace, but like Dienzio lived through that. He kites it back. Vaynes, he's going to take the brunt of it, but look at Aloha. He finds Skojin, and then he kicks back starting over into Dienzio, and that is what really, that juggle was just absolutely amazing. Now, Aloha, he turns right back around. He says that we got to go back to Dienzio so that Dienzio can get the kill. If you go too far from your teammates, it's like he's going to be too far to actually be in range for that poke. And Dienzio cleans up for the 3-2. Still, I mean, that's signs of life from Phoenix Reborn, and they picked up a whole bunch of armor. A ton of armor have actually come down to these guys in the last 60 seconds. So they're seeing the double weapon. They're like, well, if it works for them, it could work for us. And I gotta say, that definitely, worked. 2-3 instead of the 0-3s they've been having.
I mean, yeah, definitely. That was an incredibly good fight for them. When we didn't think that they would get one kill, going into these team fights, but to take two and almost actually win the fight, pretty impressive.
Yeah, so if they can do that while behind 5,000 gold, while 6,000 gold now, imagine what they can do if they do a few times more and then they bring it to gold parity. Could actually have a 2-0.
I mean, we honestly could, and that would be a huge upset. I think a lot of people expecting Hammer's Velocity to take this series, but you can't go to sleep on a team like Phoenix Reborn.
Well, I definitely wouldn't. That's not what the doctor has prescribed, but 8-2 is still a little bit of a mountain to climb at this point. So Velocity, they're kind of well aware of that. We do actually have some bone saws now coming up. Piercing Spear for Dienzio. Aloha actually has finished it up. So he has that Soro, he has that saw, and now he also has that weapon infusion because we're past the 12-minute mark. This is prime time to pick up some of those boosts because you need to be in tip-top fighting form for these next set of fights.
Yeah, starting all over. He cannot get caught right now. Gauntlet's down. Skojin stunned up, starting all over. He's chopped down. Now Skojin will be second to fall. Big Dog is nowhere to be found, and with
he's out in the jungle. He's getting the minion mine. No, he's not even getting the minion mine. He's going home, but he might as well have gotten it because there's no way he's going to hold in the 3v1 defense. He might be able to hold them off from both turrets. If we are going to go for this, then there's a little indecisiveness. They're going to get one, but they can't get both.
Yeah, Velocity do decide to move in on the turret. Let's see how long they stay around. No, it's an immediate
Here comes the
zip
pups.
back right outside. Attack in the back is let loose. Aloha's been slowed up, but Dienzio, he's right onto Ringo's face. He wants starting all over. Can starting all over lead through it? No, it's going to be the kill for Hammers Velocity. They want more. Big Dog. Oh, Big Dog's alive. They're going to go ahead and turn it around right now, but can they find the kill for Court? These guys are completely pinned in their base, but they're still alive.
They're still alive. They're still kicking. Game's not over yet, but Kraken 30 seconds out, and look at the cash amongst everyone there from Velocity. You know there's going to be like items and double infusions, but we got that Bonesaw now, and the doubles for Dienzio. I think we're actually into a fantastic position to end game here from Velocity.
Tier 3 items and double infusions, oh my. It's a scary situation indeed. And forecourt, we now have Kraken coming out on the map. So do you think that this Kraken, if Velocity get this, is the game?
I mean, there's one turret left. There's one turret left. Hammers Velocity's up 9 kills and now approaching almost 10,000 gold. There's no doubt in my mind if they have a Kraken in this game.
All right, well, let's see. It's going to be so important that Reborn take an incredible fight here within the next 30 seconds.
There's no position.
How is this going to play out? Forecourt, we have Reborn moving in towards Kraken. Velocity securing it up, starting all over. Has to be careful, but he's forward for his team.
Gotta steal it.
Skojin's in there. They're trying, but the gauntlet down. They got it! Oh, starting all over, got the Kraken, but he's instantly melted down.
If they ace, they lose. If they get ace, they lose.
But Big Dog's down, Skojin's down as well, and
Doesn't
Velocity have just done it. So right here, that's going to be Hammers Velocity taking game number 2, and we're going to blind pick.
We are going to blind pick, and Hammers Velocity said, I think that they had this one figured out. We had 4 sets of weapon, no crystals to be found, and there are actually 5 pauldrons on the map. 5 sets of Atlas pauldrons, doesn't seem to matter. It just early on at that 5-minute mark with that first kill, it was just right then and there. The shot of confidence, the positioning, and the gold train just started. It just left the station. And Dienzio at the very end of it just comes out ahead, and Velocity with another blind pick situation.
Yeah, definitely. The gold train leaving the station. Hammers Velocity, I'm sure, happy with their performance there in game number 2. And yeah, I don't know what's going on. This is game of pauldrons apparently now. It's all physical damage.
Game of gauntlets. Those gauntlets were insane.
Those gauntlets were on point. I will definitely agree with you on that one. But so much weapon damage coming out recently.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen double CP, and we've seen it fail. I don't think I've actually seen a double CP win in Qualifier 2 or the finals here, but double weapon, even though there's more ways to counter it, it is just more effective. And the reason why is because if the double CP, if you don't actually like hit the skill shots or you miss or they just have so much shield, you got nothing left. With double weapon, you at least have your auto attacks.
Yeah, you definitely do. And in majority of cases, so easy to push and take objectives.
Yeah, absolutely. So if you look at the items here again, like it's just weapon across the board. Dienzio has that Bonesaw by the end of it. Aloha early, well, sort of early, 7.5 minutes he got that Sorrow Blade, but then into the Bonesaw, he has a spear at the end of it as well, just for that extra little oomph. And it doesn't matter how much armor you build really at that point, I guess, because Reborn, not only were they always behind in gold and kills, almost pressurized seems like just across the board behind, and their armor just didn't hold up.
No, it did not. But I'm curious to see what happens in game number 3 here.
Yeah, absolutely. So game 3, blind pick. You guys know it and love it. This could be potentially the last of the blind picks. So we have to see what our next game series do, because tomorrow the tiebreakers are not blind pick in the semifinals. So that means that we're just going to set this up almost one last time with Playoff Beard, Jinyi, and Rome.
All right, thank you, Forecourt Jester. Hammers Velocity not ready to go home. And once again, it is Aloha stepping up. Started 4-0-1, finished 8-1-6.
No, it's definitely, Aloha has always been one of those players that he isn't flashy, but he's very consistent. Even when his team is down or even when they lose, he's always performing like to the best of his ability.
And we've certainly seen him on that Glaive before in these situations.
Yeah, like I believe Glaive is probably like one of his best heroes, and one that he knows the limitations so well to make sure that he lands those combos. He knows exactly when he's able to come in to initiate team fights, wait for that follow-up before like the whole team just turn around and collapse.
Now, it was interesting. I was sitting with the Phoenix Reborn support staff, and they were completely baffled by that Match 2 draft. It was not what they had planned out with the team. Talk to me a little bit about how the comps played out there.
So I think what they were going for, Phoenix Reborn were going for what, so they had Attacker, they had the Fortress and the Ringo. This is very much an early game comp. And if you think about it, they won't do very well in the late game. You've got a Fortress who isn't very good at defending, actually. He's more of an aggressor. He initiates and perpetuates fights. And all Hammer's Velocity had to do was wait till the late game, and then they were able to very efficiently shut down that Ringo. And, you know, he was getting caught out every single time. Taka didn't have enough damage because of all the defense that both sides were building. That what we've just been seeing, what's been happening a lot, is that Taka is not doing much right now.
All right, so Rome, on day 1, every higher seed won. On day 2, every lower seed has won. Does Reborn have a chance?
I think they do have a chance because it all comes down to how the draft goes out, what they pick during blind pick. I feel like the composition that comes out right now is going to depict who wins, but however, I have a feeling that both sides are going to go very heavy on that sustainability composition.
Talk more specifically about what you think we might see from these comps.
Double Black Feather, then we probably get 1 Glaive, 1 Cruel,
Yeah,
1 Finn, 1 Fortress.
I would say near 100% chance that Phoenix Reborn ends up on a Black Feather unless they get into a situation where they're, you know, changing their pick based on Velocity anticipating what that pick will be and getting into those kind of machinations that often lead a team astray and don't work out. Xingyi, is there a particular pick that you would like to see especially?
I think I would like to see Phoenix Reborn playing that Kestrel, because I think I can probably quite safely say DNZO will be on that Black Feather. He's been using that hero a lot, and Kestrel is a good counter against Black Feather, but it does depend on what the other 2 picks for Velocity will be.
All right, we're just a couple of minutes away from the blind pick match 3. You can see the full support staff for each of these teams is there talking to the players, making sure they have their game plan straight for this critical match in Rome. I just can't stress enough. Other than, you know, maybe David Lee and the actual Phoenix organization, 0 people thought that Phoenix Reborn could make the semifinals. Let's just be frank about that. This is quite a storyline we're seeing unfold here.
No, the thing is, the roster on Reborn is actually quite strong. One thing that they do lack is that high-tier chemistry in terms of initiating and executing team fights, so they do need that advantage during that drafting phase. I feel like as long as they grab a composition that does have the advantage, they can come out with the win, no problem.
Yeah, and they get their pick of heroes. Yeah, they just get what they want here.
In terms of like individual mechanics, they are excellent. They know what to itemize against. They know how to engage in the team fights. They just have to have that advantage because I believe on fair grounds, going up with a composition that is fairly balanced against Velocity, it will be very hard for them due to Velocity being dominant in terms of those team fights, in terms of executing and how to manage back and forth, and the body blocks. I feel like body blocks and Velocity is insane.
Yeah, and of course, we're not showing how the blind pick is unfolding as we speak right now, just to make sure nothing is given away as that happens in real time. We are just moments away from Game 3 in this best of 3 on update 117. If Hammers Velocity can win, it sets up an epic semifinal showdown of Hammers Esports versus Hammers Esports, but they have some work to do before that happens. We're getting ready for the draft, and the team that will break down these comps for us, I'm giving Humanist a little extra second there to get ready. All right, let's go to Four Court Jester in Humanist now.
All right, well, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I'm Humanist, joined with Four Court Jester here at the desk. We're ready to call all of this action. And Phoenix Reborn, you know, catching Velocity by surprise in Game 1. Velocity, they came
Caught
back
me by surprise,
dominant in Game number 2. And I'm excited to see what we have going on in Game number 3 here. It looks like we're locked in, loading into the Halcyon Fold.
Yep.
And what do you expect here?
Well, I can tell you that Rome is wrong on at least one of his calls already. But, you know, going forward, double Black Feather's not a bad way to call it. But the Kroll, I was like, I never, ever expect the Kroll. And unfortunately, you shouldn't either because it's not here. So it is actually going to be 1 Black Feather, DNZO on Black Feather, as we get into it. But there's not going to be a Black Feather on the other side. Starting all over's on a Kestrel, though.
All right, well, I mean, when we talked with these guys, they said if Starting All Over gets this Kestrel, he can get a lot of work done on it.
I think it's his most known hero.
I mean, honestly, paired up with the Adagio, it can be a monster to deal with.
We've seen that comp already today. When you deny Gabe Vizzle his pedal, he goes Adagio, and then, of course, the Kestrel came into it, and, well, history was written right then and there. But Starting All Over, you know, that 12-year-old mechanically gifted god of a player, now coming in on one of his strongest heroes. This will be certainly a match to be feared. And, well, Vanes, Aloha, DNZO, they're going to do that 3-man thing.
Oh, that active camo though. Skojin, he's been caught out. Aloha, nice afterburn. And that's going to be the first kill. Aloha credited with that. And let's see if Phoenix Reborn can chase and find something of their own. Vaynes TP's out right above them in that bush there. And it looks like Velocity will be able to square it out of this scary situation.
They're looking. Yeah, Big Dog there with that scout looking for some of those glimmer shots from starting over. But so, okay, fine. Yeah, one kill, not the worst. They are going to get the backs, and you can now see that Glaive is going to be trying to do his best in order to get into the other side. Has a potion now ticking there as well. If Aloha can actually pick up the backs and get out, it's not going to be the worst of trades whatsoever. Vaynes did not pick that one up, I don't think. So starting over actually picked that. So Dienzio in lane on this Blackfeather. I'm always a personal fan of him on this Blackfeather. I think that the win rate goes way up whenever he is going to be sitting on that. But Big Dog is going to be carry Adagio to go with this Kestrel. Like the alternating current plus the auto attacks plus the glimmer shots from Kestrel are going to be immense.
Yeah, they definitely will be. It's for Velocity, they have kind of a mix. Like with Blackfeather, he's a pretty durable carry. He can get so much work done for your team, but sometimes you see him paired up with a hero like Arden, with the Finn that can give him that a little bit extra tankiness. But here with Vaynes on this Fortress, they can just run at you. And I would expect once Dienzio gets his first item and just dive on top of Big Dog, delete him out of the map.
Yep, and once more, if you see an Adagio, he's almost always the linchpin of the comp, and he's going to be the first target. If they could take down Adagio, this comp falls apart.
Now, Dienzio, another wonderful rotation down. They found starting all over. That's the stun. That's the kill. Another one going over to Aloha. So 2-0, about 3 minutes into this game. Velocity, they look like they know what's going on here.
Well, the big rotation after the kill is going to be the important one, and you can see they're off into the backs, and that's the correct move. If they can get these kills on top of Kestrel, it will keep her off the fold, and that means no farming. If you can steal the farm, that means no farming. If you can starve out Kestrel, it doesn't matter how big Adagio gets, the comp, or at least the idea of the comp, is going to get crippled.
Yeah, no, I do agree with you on that. Of course, if you can take out the Adagio, the fight falls apart, but if you can continue to find kills on starting all over, they really won't have a chance to snowball at all.
Yeah, there's no starting all over after this one because this is game 3. Somebody goes home.
Well done, sir.
And we're not too sure if it's Velocity or Reborn, thanks so much. But, 6K, 6.4 to the 5.6, you're still looking at about 1,000 accrued in just 3 minutes. That's impressive.
It is indeed, and I'm curious to see how these fights will break out once these heroes start to get those ultimates out, because I feel Phoenix Reborn, they can take an incredible fight, and Velocity sometimes do get a little over-aggressive.
Oh, no, the over-aggressiveness has definitely been there. As I said, in the last one, they had no fear. They get ace. Well, that fear should probably step in sometime here soon. So now they're going to be trying to get these backs. Nope, they're going to value their life. Get one. Nope. All right, 1 for 1. But now we're in a spot.
Oh, it's an Aloha sandwich. They've got him pinned in. Aloha goes down. That's going to be a kill going over to Skojin on the Catherine. First kill for Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, but it's not the biggest of deals. He did steal out one of those backs, and yeah, he's going to die, but by the time he gets back onto the fold, his backs should be there. They just spawned right now. So he's not going to miss out on too much, and at the same time, Dienzio was able to push up a bit. He's sitting at 42 CS compared to Big Dog now, trailing behind a little bit at 35 because of these rotations.
Yeah, rotations are so important in these games. And these teams, I mean, they've done the research on each other. You get to the point where you can predict what the other team's going to do, but you start to mind game yourself because you can get into that kind of reverse psychology kind of moment.
All right, so 4 minutes in. Big Dog is still going to be looking towards that alternating current and starting all over. He's actually gotten the double weapon blade into armor. I'm still going to put money on top of the Sora blade, but you're going to need that armor because it's a double weapon from Hammer's Velocity. We've solidified it. There's no random crystal glaive or something. It will be that Sora blade coming up probably in the next 2 minutes or so for Aloha. Dienzio, though, very similar build to last time. He starts off with the book, Shiver Steel, and from there probably going to go into Serpent's Mask.
Yeah, and honestly, once Serpent's Mask comes out, Blackfeather, he feels like he just hits another gear.
Yeah, he feels like a god. Godfeather.
Godfeather indeed. And, if the Fountain has a nice timing, if he hits the Rose offensive, dodging out ultimates or anything like that, it will pretty much mean fight over. But if they can catch Dienzio out, if they can get the damage onto him, Phoenix Reborn can definitely take these fights.
I need a picture poster of the Godfather, but you put in Blackfeather instead, the Godfeather.
Yeah, someone get on that.
Yeah, starring Dienzio as the god, yeah. So we'll see. I mean, 2-1, game's still young. Big Dog is going to find Vaynes here, but the 3-man collapse.
Oh yeah, they've found Big Dog. Big Dog stunned up, but Vane's eating a lot of damage. Big Dog goes down first.
Aloha!
Can he make it out? Skojin, one more shot. The Glimmer Shot coming forward, starting all over. Wants him, one shot, one kill.
Whoa!
Oh, he's gonna find the Black Feather, and now Aloha, one more shot. Looks like, there you go. That's the stun. Chops him down. Skojin finds the kill.
Cooldowns can definitely come back to bite you in the butt a little bit there. And Aloha, 2 seconds from an afterburn when he went down. Yeah, here comes so if you look at this again, like the 3-man collapse on a Big Dog took so long after that initial burst to kill him. And that left Aloha just running for his life. Dienzio is going to take these Glimmer Shots because they were looking for Aloha. And this is going to leave Skojin in the beautiful position to pick up not only the assist on that one because the one shot was tanked out, but now the second on Aloha as well. So that ties up the kills, brings the gold close to parity here. And it's still, again, a young game, anybody's way to go. If you can't bring down Big Dog fast enough, that's what's going to happen in these fights.
Yeah, it definitely will. And, you know, like I said before, I feel that Velocity, while they are an incredibly all-star team, you know, a high-powered squad that a lot of teams fear facing, sometimes they do over-aggress, and that can get them in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, Velocity is definitely a little bit more of a guilty party on that front. But look at this 3-man. They see Vanes. Yeah, no problem. They're going to go on him.
Oh, starting all over, starting the fight. Skojin's there. One shot, one kill, just off the mark.
I love the prediction.
Easy prediction there.
Wow, he didn't hit it.
Well, I mean, Vanes knew what was happening.
Oh, yeah. If that had hit, that would just be another level of ridiculousness coming out from Phoenix Reborn. And it's going to force, you know, like people like Playoff Beard to reevaluate their evaluation.
All right. Well, it looks like Phoenix Reborn are going to go ahead and start up this gold mine. Aloha, he's moved down, but Scout Trap has vision on him. Let's see, do Velocity do any sort of attempt to take this away? That's going to be a no. So immense gold payout here for Phoenix Reborn. And, I mean, this is pretty solid net worth lead. 1K here, 8 minutes into the game.
Well, it went 1K at 3, now 1K at 8 for the opposite side. So there's definitely that potential for the early to mid-game dominance here from Reborn. But is 1,000 going to be enough? Because we know that Dienzio is going to get stronger. Vanes, once he hits that level 6 mark, his true potential is going to be coming out with the attack of the pack. Fortified health and some bleeding, yeah, no problem. Could actually break the bank. But Phoenix Reborn do have their alternating currents. At the same time, Aloha did actually get that Sorrow Blade. And, you know, I feel like Phoenix Reborn is a little bit like their sister team of Rain right now because they all have armor. If they pick up just a little bit more, they might just actually be able to take these early game fights in better form.
Yeah, I think so as well. And starting all over, I really like how he's using active camo to position himself early on in these fights. A lot of times you see kiting backwards with these Kestrels. Active camo, you know, looking to be that kite backwards damage utility, but he's just using it for positioning.
Yeah, and we've actually been seeing that a lot this tournament. Not only is it great for those stuns and the counters, but yeah, the positioning, because if you can't see him, you don't know where he is, and there is the chance that if you try to knock him out of stealth, you've wasted your skill shot.
Yeah, and this is going to be another fight breaking out, starting all over. They found him. The verse is going to be channel. Comes out Aloha, taking a lot of damage. Vanes activates the fountain, but goes down. Dienzio, he wants starting all over. Can he find him? He's doing work. It's going to be Black Feather finding the kill. Now Dienzio wants more.
No way.
Oh,
no
way.
Find
it. It's going to be Harmer's Velocity taking this fight, and can they find Skojin? Dienzio's locked on, but he's not going to dive under the turret. He knows better than that.
Yeah, so it's not going to be an ace, but hey, a 2-4-0, take it 2-for-1, take it any day right there. When Dienzio used that Rose of Fence to get out, it's like, all right, he's going to stop this ace. Ooh, saw that coming a mile away. Dienzio just brushes his shoulder and walks away. But when he went back in, like, it's crazy. You know, they see these opportunities. They can win out these fights, and surprise, surprise, they are able to take the better of the trades.
Yeah, that was a very nice fight for them there. And that's kind of what I expect to see happening in these 3v3 engagements as time goes on. But if Phoenix Reborn can put it really well together, I think that they could take these fights.
All right, now it's already started. We got one Pauldron here on top of Dienzio. We have Coda Plates not only on Big Dog, but Skojin there as well. So it feels a little bit like we're watching the old Excursion, now Team Phoenix Rain, because they would always just get a lot of armor early on, forsake some of those offensive items, and now Dienzio, he's doing the same thing. Aloha, we're going to have to start looking at those bone saws soon, because if this level of armor keeps getting up there and we got no penetration, it's going to look bad for the Velocity team.
Yeah, well, I mean, the item progression will come eventually. It's just a matter if it's in time. A nice attempt there, but it will be Hammer's Velocity getting a decent gold payout on that gold miner. And, I mean, a lot of times we'll see Bone Saws come out at the same time as an Atlas Pauldron will on the other side, but whoever gets that early spike, it will be a big deal.
So, Dienzio with, not only the Shiver Seal, but that Atlas Pauldron on top of it, he can go on top of starting all over, he can go on top of Big Dog. It doesn't really matter since both of them have some pretty powerful auto attacks. With that alternating current now, starting over with that Sora Blade on top of things like...
Oh, Velocity want the fight. Are they gonna find the target they need? Dienzio right on to starting all over. He's chopped down. Veins and Aloha are pretty low, but a fountain activated attack of the pack's going to come out. Big Dog, there's no way out of this one. I'm sorry, dear Big Dog. And now Skogin, very similar situation. Deja vu here, forecourt, last man standing.
Yeah, but Skogin will stop out that ace, and again, like that verse just did not really look like it hit the mark. Like as soon as it went off, it almost looked like starting over was down for the count.
I mean, the thing is, they're going to have to land this. It's going to have to be a 3-man stun at this point. And here we see the replay. Forecourt, break it down for us.
I mean, they bring down Aloha down just low, but he has that reflex block, and of course, we had that fountain there as well. And well, all right, we've already seen it. It's enough of that. And we're just going to go back to live. So 7-4 for the kills. That one shot is going to go real wide. I don't think that was even aimed at anybody in the mid, because I think Aloha ducked down to the south. So again, these guys, they can see some of the predictability in their play, and they just go to a tangent of it. Phoenix Reborn has not really been able to hit some of those one-shot kills.
Yeah, but you can't land them if you don't throw them.
Yeah, it's just like winning the lotto. You got to be in it to win it.
And honestly, right now, starting all over, it's 24 seconds till that's going to be up again. So if he feels like he's not going to have the engage, hey, why not throw it out? If you smoke Aloha at that point, I mean, you just, it's such a big deal.
Here's something, a little bit of food for thought. Skogin on this Catherine, yeah, he's a little bit tanky. Yeah, he's been surviving through some of these aces. Hasn't even gone through past an Iron Guard contract. Still actually sitting on the base version, because instead of looking for something like a Warhorn or a Crucible or anything like that, an Atlas Pauldron came out from Skogin. And again, it's a double weapon system from Hammer's Velocity, but okay, all right, fine. Stormguard banner now. Thank you, Skogin.
Now, would you expect infusions to start coming out on these heroes right now, or,
Yeah,
or would they wait a minute?
No, 13-minute mark. It's a good time, and as you said, there it is. Danzio picks up his. I would be very surprised if Aloha, he has 700 in the bank, if he didn't pick up his fairly soon. Goldmine is in perfect position here. We get a few on the side of Phoenix Reborn, but because there's nobody to contest this mid, we got that flare out on top of that bush. It's a decent gold payout going to Hammers, and they will stay about 3,000 ahead.
Yeah, well, they have the lead in net worth. They're leading in kills, and it seems to be going their way as these engages happen. Let's see if Phoenix Reborn can take a very good fight.
Oh,
the 3-man blast trimmer. They're moving forward. The damage, the follow-up, just not there. Attack of the pack comes out the opposite way. Verse channel. Big Dog, is he going to get enough done? Big Dog's down. Veins did so much frontlining for his team. Skogin will be next to fall as long as Dienzio can get the targeting down. Yes, he finds the kill, and that means starting all over is still alive, but he really can't do anything.
Even with those infusions, Phoenix Reborn just, I'm not entirely too sure they really played that out well. I mean, with that Blast Tremor going back and then Hammer's Velocity kiting, there was just no 1-2 punch combo. There was no Blast Tremor into the burst, which is I think what they were trying to aim for, but it came out staggered. The damage just did not stack. The fountains ticked, and well, Hammer's Velocity come out way ahead.
Yeah, they do. The thing, it's so tough. You want to land that Blast Trimmer, you only have certain opportunities to do it. You know, Skogin saw an opportunity, and sometimes it can be a miscommunication. Sometimes it can be a misplay as far as a team. But yeah, mass infusions coming out right now out of everyone. They're realizing this is such an important moment of the game. 14 minutes, 30 seconds in. We're going to have Kraken coming out very soon, and a one fight's going to spell Kraken. It's going to spell turrets.
Skogin almost feels a little bit like a one-trick Catherine right now. You know, between the stun and the Blast Tremor, like there's no Warhorn, so you got to commit to the fight. They don't have a Crucible, so there's no extra, stun mitigation or a little bit of shield there. It's just all about these Atlas Pauldrons, and we have a lot of Atlas and a lot of armor across the board. Veins, however, I mean, he has that Warhorn, he has that Fountain, he has that Crucible on top of it. So, I mean, there's been a big reason why these verses have not been working.
Oh, indeed, right there, and it looks like starting all over. Found Skogin lands the Blast Tremor, the verse comes out, but Velocity have the advantage in this fight. Big Dog, he's been found. Aloha wants him, Aloha gets him, and that means Skojin's going to go down as well. Dienzio finding the kill, that's going to be the ace. Forecourt, we just talked about the team that takes this will be able to take turrets or Kraken, whatever they want, and Velocity have found the fight they needed.
Well, I want to say they're going to take the turrets, and well, at least they're going to get one. I also want to say they should go for the Kraken, but they didn't last time. They just ended up winning. But, I mean, if you look at the beginning of this fight, it's all about, the Big Dog, and he's the only one still standing there. He is going to drop, unfortunately, by the end of it because it was actually starting all over, not Big Dog whatsoever. He just evaporated. I don't even think he was part of that fight. Starting over got just 3-man zerged, and then there was a verse, and again, like we have a Crucible on Veins. Veins was able to negate majority of it. That is a heck of a lot of infusions coming out. Then it was Big Dog dropping and Skojan splitting, and well, Ace Kraken, this is actually now staring disqualification in the face here for Phoenix Reborn.
Yeah, you know, one of my thoughts, starting all over, he's leading this team, right? They said that he makes the calls in these fights. He's been aggressively positioning. It feels like he needs to get a lot done. I wonder if he would be better suited on a hero that could do some sort of engage for his team.
If you put a Kestrel on the front line, like right next to the Skojan, yeah, guess who they're gonna fire upon? It's gonna be starting all over. If you got Skojan, he's not really a big threat. He gets out that blast tremor and then he's kind of done.
All right, Reborn, this is your last chance right here. That's the big blast tremor coming out. The NCO on the back line. Burst is going to come out, but a nice block starting all over.
Boom.
They found him. This looks like the fight velocity need. Big Dog's down. Skojan's going to go down as well. Hammer's velocity have done it.
I could just hear the fangirls in the crowd right behind me. 15 kills to 4, up nearly 7,000 gold, and the Kraken just swings away and puts Hammer's velocity into, well, yeah, a great position today, but a terrible position tomorrow because now it's a Hammers versus Hammers semifinals. Only one of them can go to top 2.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely crazy. I'm excited for those games, but you know, at least Hammers are there together, and I'm sure they'll be happy with one of those teams moving forward.
Yeah, but having those kind of team kills brings it down a bit. But still, I mean, the number 1 seed not getting to that top 4 would have been a heck of a story for Phoenix Reborn. The number 8 coming into this, and you know, they had a valiant effort. But yesterday they dropped out 2-0. Today with the Big Dog coming in for God of Sins, they did, in my opinion, just phenomenal. But history will eventually repeat itself, and it will be a 2-1 this time. But it is Velocity with the win.
Yeah, definitely. You know, but I'm glad to see Reborn come out, play incredibly well. They took game 1. They showed that this is a team that can take games off of anybody, and a lot of respect to them.
Yeah, absolutely. So it might be the 8th seed, but they go home between 5 and 6. So a little bit of progress on their end, and phenomenal stuff for them. So that is going to be it for that series. But, I mean, starting all over, he's 12 years old. If he doesn't win this one, he still has like another 5, 10 years to win another. I mean, like, when you're that young, your future is just so bright. Don't let it get to you too hard there.
You know, also, like I said before, it's not only is he like an all-star player at 12 years old, he's leading his team. He's making the calls on this. So, any items standing out to you here before we send it back to the desk?
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Go for the double weapon. Dienzio, though, with that Atlas Pauldron as a second item instead of that Serpent Mask, I think just did phenomenal. Because, again, like starting all over, auto attacks with the Glimmer Shots, you get that Pauldron out, and you're going to negate those auto attacks. And it's the same for the Big Dog. If he has the Pauldron on top of that alternating current, on top of that Adagi, then you're going to be slowing that damage output. And the Crucible from Veins on the Fortress, it was the prioritized item after the Fountain, and that just negated a lot. If it wasn't the Blast Tremor, it was the Verse. And you know, you can't have those tools eliminated so easily on one side of it.
No, you can't. But Velocity, I mean, this team is phenomenal, so it's going to be pretty hard to outplay them.
Well, they're going to have another chance to get into that top 2. For now, though, we're taking a break and setting up the next match. So we're going to see what Rome, Playoff Beard, and Jin Yi have to say.
Thanks very much, Forecourt Jester. Huge scare coming out for Velocity as Phoenix Reborn. Boy, did they show up to play today. Congratulations to them for nearly scoring a massive upset. But Rome, you go all the way back to before the match even began. You saw Dienzio gave a huge thumbs up when he saw how those blind pick comps played out. Tell me why he was so happy with that.
And like I was talking a lot about this. Remember when we were saying there was most likely to be both Black Feathers up in lane, one Glaive and one Sky. I did feel that, you know, starting all over would have picked up that lane. Big Dog would have been on that Sky, and their composition would have worked out so much better because the composition they ran last game was the one they're most known for. And I feel like looking at the first and second game, this is something Velocity has been preparing for.
All right, Xingyi. It's a broken record, but Aloha just putting up big numbers when it counts. 10, 2, and 4 in this one.
Yeah, he's doing an incredible job on that Glaive. And, you know, Glaive has been such a pivotal pick in these championships so far. And he was showing the power of being able to reposition, using his Afterburn to stun the Adagio or the Kestrel out. And when you are able to get onto top of Kestrel like he is, it's very difficult for her to output any return damage there.
All right, so you really have no wrong answer here with the play of all 3 of these players, but I'm curious who you're going to name your MVP.
It's going to be Dienzio. So they called him in the video that he is the backbone of the team, and that is very much true, as he is the one leading the team to victory. In the first game, when they were shut down quite quickly by Phoenix Reborn, they were picking on him every single time, and when they weren't able to get to him in those last 2 games, he was doing so much.
All right, Dienzio, he finally gets his time to shine on the stage. He might be half as tall as Tasty Bacon, but he's at least twice the player. Let's go to that interview now. Your go.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I am here with the superstar laner of Hammers Velocity and MVP of that last match, Dienzio. Now, it got a little hairy there. You guys dropped the first game against Phoenix Reborn. Can you talk me through what was going through your guys' minds? What were you guys talking about after that first loss? How did you rebound?
After the game, we knew that we didn't stick to our draft plan, and we tried something we really didn't practice. And also, we weren't really playing as a team we did play before.
All right, so then you guys were able to turn it around. Games 2 and 3 you looked a lot more like the Hammers Velocity that we saw on day 1. So you guys pulled out the glaive for Aloha twice. You started going back to more comfort picks. How quickly were you guys able to turn it around from that loss? Like how quickly did you know that you were kind of back into your groove?
We knew that we needed to fight early because that's where we really excel at. So when we got the glaive and the black feather, we knew we can play to the best of our abilities, and that's what happened. And then we got the momentum back, and we felt like Velocity like day 1.
All right, and now going forward, tomorrow, you guys are going to be up against your sister team in Hammers Esports Kinetic. What are your thoughts going into that one? I know you guys had talked to us before saying you scrim them a lot. It's a lot of 50-50s, but what do you guys expect coming against Kinetic?
I think it's going to be a great match, very fun, but I think we're going to win.
All right, there you go, guys. Dienzio himself saying that Velocity will be taking it to the finals. And now the other semifinal is going to be the winner of our next matchup, taking on Phoenix Rain. So who would you, if you make it to the finals, who would you most want to see of those 3 teams?
I want to play against Rain again.
You want the revenge?
Yeah, 3-0.
There you go, guys. All right, thank you very much, Dienzio. Congratulations once again. Playoff Beard, Rome, and Jinyi, take it away.
All right, thank you, and terrific to hear from Dienzio, which means that we will get to see him laning against T-Tigers tomorrow. That'll be a lot of fun, Rome.
Yeah, they actually battled each other out in the first qualifier where Kinetic did take the win.
All right, so we'll have to see what happens there. Now, let's take a look at where things stand. We're still not done, and still to come is the rematch of TSM versus Nemesis Hydra. This was just the series that was absolutely off the charts on day 1. We're going to get to see if Nemesis Hydra can manage to pull through this time around. We know one semifinal is set with Hammers Esports versus Hammers Esports, and then Phoenix Rain. They're watching and waiting to see who their opponent will be in the semifinals. It's going to be a lot of fun, Shingy, when you think back on that Nemesis Hydra versus TSM series that we already saw in this competition. What stands out to you?
Well, it was Lost Boy Toph, and those incredible plays coming out from him as a roamer. And this is what I'm looking forward to in this next match, is that he is the one that makes up the plays for Nemesis Hydra. And I think he's going to give Team Solomid a very interesting battle.
And just a reminder, in North America, we have never had a champion that hasn't come through the elimination bracket. TSM has been here before. They know what they need to do. They always seem to find a way, Ro.
It feels a little repetitive of last season, actually, where they come in the second day, they take a loss, and then they come back in the third day and just all hell breaks loose.
Yeah, they have all their people here. They'll certainly be ready for this match that is coming up in just a few minutes against Von C. No Fear, Just Fight against Lost Boy Toph with those incredible plays, and against Hardik, who can pull out just about anything, that incredible veteran of the game. It's going to be spectacular. Remember, you can win an iPad potentially if you use hashtag Vainglory Live. Follow along. That's been trending over the weekend, which has been fun. And when we come back, it will be the North America champions, Team Solomid, trying to knock out Nemesis Hydra once and for all. Don't go anywhere. There are going to be fireworks. Welcome back to the 2016 North America Spring Championships, live from the jam-packed Avalon in Hollywood. I am Playoff Beard here with Rome and Xing Yi. Let's get right to it. Team Solo Mid, the reigning champions, in an epic rematch against Nemesis Hydra, the number 7 seed, but that is extremely misleading. It is Mixi, Kuldameek, Flash X against Hardik, Von C, and Lost Boy Toph, the ultimate playmaker out of the Rome position. They are already ready to get into the draft for match 1 in this best of 3 on Update 117. Let's get the graphics out of the way and get right to the action. Rome, as you think about these picks that are going to come out in this draft, what are you looking for out of TSM? They have to make some adjustments.
The thing is, with TSM, I would ban that Adagio first, pick up that Scarf, and then roll with it. Most likely, I will be seeing Von C pick up that Kestrel. And Lost Boy Toph can play every single roamer, so let him do that.
All right, I'm hearing we are ready to start the draft. Let's get that underway. Xing Yi, if you were in the corner of Nemesis Hydra, what are you looking for them out of this draft?
I would be trying to force them onto a roamer that maybe they weren't so comfortable with. So I think Flash X, although he does like that Fortress, there are certainly roamers that he's not as good on.
All right, Kestrel gone, Team Solo Mid, they've had enough of dealing with that roamer.
I do feel like, leaving that Kestrel open does give you a composition that you can get very comfortable with, and that's something that TSM is very good at, those dive-heavy comps. If Hardik picks up this Adagio, it will be very difficult for TSM.
All right, what do you want to see on Von C now that the Kestrel has been taken away?
The thing is, Von C can play almost anyone. Just going up against Black Feather, you do want to get a good counter up against that. Grabbing a Glaive, grabbing a Cruel would be really good on their end.
% chance we see an alpha.
I want to see an alpha. Well, Von C's known for his alpha.
The same thing. All right, it's an Adagio Finn. They have to be happy with that.
Yeah, I do feel like, Hardik has a couple comfort picks that I think once he reaches those, once he's able to confirm and lock those in, he plays really strong. He plays to his best efforts.
All right, a Sky and a Fortress round out that 117 ultimate meta comp out of TSM.
So it's all going to come down to the poke out of the Sky here, and it's going to make one of the biggest impacts within the team fight itself. If Sky doesn't get any chance to get that 4 barrage off, I feel like Nemesis Hydra is going to burst somebody down very quickly.
If Sky Feather isn't dangerous enough, you add a Fortress into the mix. It is that Glaive coming out for Nemesis Hydra. This is going to be fun. Our final series of Elimination Day. One of these teams going home, one of these teams advancing to the semifinals, and with the call of match 1 of the best of 3, it's Forecourt Jester and Humanist.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. We are here at the end of the day. Forecourt, it's been some pretty exciting matches, but now Team Solo Mid versus Nemesis Hydra. This is going to be crazy.
Well, again, it feels like the way back playback. I'm going back in history. I just did this series yesterday, and, well, as you know, it was TSM to actually move on. That being said, Nemesis Hydra, just like Playoff Beard mentioned, the seeds are very deceptive here because it was down to the wire. It was a game 3, but Team Solo Mid have changed tactics and banned Kestrel. Right now, Von C doesn't have a win on anybody except Kestrel.
Well, I'm excited to see what he can get done on this Glaive. Of course, that buff comp, he can just rip through heroes. That's the kind of situation where you can see him getting all 3 kills, but only time will tell. Look at those nice camera shots as we're getting this game underway. And, I mean, compositionally, do you feel that one team has a strong advantage here?
Well, yes and no. I was really looking for the setup for a Saw, because a lot of teams did mention Saw as fears, as picks, as bans, but this weekend I'm just left wanting. Last Boy Toph, it's going to come low. I don't think he's going to go down, but in terms of the earlier aggression between Flash and Kuldameek, especially at level 2, if Kuldameek can get like an energy battery, there's no reason to just consistently keep invading.
Yeah, I mean, Cole, he's an absolute beast on that Sky. If he gets any sort of advantage, he'll look to snowball that into a win. It's going to be a dangerous situation for Nemesis Hydra, but these guys are all-stars in their own right, able to make crazy plays, and I imagine with Lost Boy on this Finn, we're going to see some great force to courts.
Well, I think Lost Boy's a little bit too far on this one, Humanist.
Yeah, well, I was talking about the force to courts. Those will come with time, but yeah, Lost Boy a little far forward, caught out, and a pretty early first blood here as Hardek's able to stay safe in that lane.
Now, so first kill, that's fine, no problem. Something that does catch my eye is that Mixi's actually not playing the Sky. It's Kuldameek on the Sky, and he's going to be out in the jungle with it. Mixi's really well known for some of his Sky play, but he's going to be the one on the Black Feather instead.
Yeah, I mean, he is, and I know people have been critical about Team Solo Mid doing these kinds of things, but honestly, I think, whoa, yeah. Mixi caught out here,
Easy
and it looks
kill.
like a pretty easy kill. Nemesis Hydra on the board. But I really do think Cole can get a lot done on Sky, and he's underestimated.
Not putting down Cole, just like, if you see TSM got Sky, you immediately think Mixi, because that's just how, this fame thing works. But either way, I mean, coming up, looking to Von-C to come up for those ganks is definitely going to be something that Nemesis Hydra wants to do. Mixi is only level 2. He's got a long way until that Infinite Escape does kick in, and if he's going to be pushing forward, then that's just really easily punishable by Glyph.
All right, Cole and Flash wandering around the jungle together, and Xingyi was talking about different roamers that Flash is better on. I mean, for me personally, I like to see Flash on that Arden, on that Finn. He has a tendency to face check bushes, do some kind of predicting, and it can get him into trouble when he's on that fortress.
All right, Lost Boy Top just a little bit too far forward again.
Oh, Lost Boy, he stays alive. Flash actually maybe going down. Looks like Hardex here. It's going to be Von-C with that afterburn. Finds the kill. Von-C looking for more, but under the protection of that turret, looks like the rest of TSM is going to be just fine.
Instincts kicked in. It's like, totally great fountain. Nope, not at 3 minutes he didn't. So the potion coming in there with that fortified, I really don't know what he thinks he's going to do against Mixi there. But could this be enough for Von-C?
Well, it looks like it could be Mixi. Well, no, not under that turret. They're not going to dive this early. I mean, potentially, if he was a little more forward, they could have got the kill, but too dangerous right now.
Yeah, just a bit. Hardic doesn't actually have really any identifying items past some attack speed. It should be okay here. If Cole went diving, I'd be super surprised. But so right now, Hardic is just going to be holding on top of his cash. And, well, there's the dive.
I mean, honestly, it's not that surprising, and you could tell from his movement he wanted it. Mixi eating a lot of damage there, but they're going to be just fine. I think the thing was Cole was a little bit low on energy and waiting for that cooldown previously, but as soon as they have that, they find the kill.
That's why I suggest getting an energy battery. Like, if you're going to get an Eve, you're going to need it anyways. So, yeah, just pick it up. Just go around destroying people with Forward Barrage, because it is going to be a Crystal Sky if you were just a little bit unclear on that one. With all those crystal bits, yeah, it will be crystals. So both sides actually going to be rocking crystal and weapon. None of this double nonsense going on. Von-C's looking for Flash, but I don't think he found him, Humanist.
Well, he found him, and he knocked him backwards, but that's going to be the end of the
fight
and
release.
there. Yeah, catch and release, a little fly fishing by Von-C here, and it looks like they're going to move up towards lane. I don't know what they really get accomplished. Maybe just a little poke on turret and wait for TSM to rotate.
I think Top's just putting up a big front. Yeah, big question mark. Mixi saying, I think it's Mixi. Either way, he's just saying, well, there's 3 of them here, kind of need some help, but Flash is going to be now the target. Not quite the direction he wanted.
Yeah, I mean, Nemesis, they're doing the right thing. Fortress is actually pretty easy to kill, and as I say he's easy to kill, Hardeck able to find it right there, and Flash goes down, but it's pretty easy. Fortress wants to run at you. Once he starts to get into that defensive mode, I don't think the hero does too much.
Well, Koldamiki's trying to do something here in the jungle. I'm pretty sure he actually picked that up there as well, but Von-C's level 6, Koldamiki's not.
No, Cole just poking. As long as he can land forward barrages, dance around Von-C, he'll be just fine. But it looks like they're going to go their separate ways as Lost Boy and Hardeck continue to poke on this turret in lane. Flash is back here with Mixi. Let's see how this is going to work out. Quibble lands. Pretty good damage coming out. Hardeck is such a beast in this lane. For Mixi, it's a very tough composition here.
Tough and Hardeck both actually have travel boots.
Well, Von-C doesn't care about turrets, diving in for that one, finding the kill. And Nemesis really not showing much fear.
No fear this time, but, with it, okay, Cole just saying you cannot pass through that line, but nobody seemed to be interested. Lost Boy, is he going to be tanking this up? Are they actually looking for Flash? As I said, they got travel boots. Lost Boy, Top, and Hardeck actually do have a lot of mobility under their belt this early on, and, well, they're gain worked here. I mean that turret is now gone.
You talked about Saw earlier, that you thought Saw could be a pick coming into this, but
it's kind of a similar strategy, isn't it?
They're playing like they have a Saw comp. It's just Hardeck and Lost Boy up there and turrets down.
All right, Hardeck finally gets a bit shopping done. He has actually been buying minion candies. This is the second, if not the third time this game he's done that, and that actually attributes a lot to the push here. He clears out the waves, minions up, he can heal his minions with, and then he can candy them on top of that.
Oh, that's pretty impressive right there. We'll see what they're able to get done. I mean, we don't see a lot of minion candy too often as of late.
The change to the gold miner. If you can't minion candy the gold miner because nobody owns them anymore, it just really limited the use.
Sometimes you just turn them into that mercenary when things get crazy around that area. But with that, it
Speaking
looks
of.
like Nemesis want to move in, and they're going to start this gold mine up. Team Solo Mid, they are in a position that they could look to steal, but it's going to be dangerous. Flash moves in, he's frontlining for his team. That's going to be the death from above coming down.
Nope.
Burst is out. Flash eating a lot of damage. Mixi, can he get out? No, he can't. On C with the afterburn to get him out, but Mixi got the bros defensive, as you say right there, and then looks like he may take it down. Do they find the damage? Not gonna be there.
burning, not enough. Von C was just way too far from the afterburn. He still might actually go for it. No, he did go for it. Just too little, too late.
No
Didn't see it in time.
Just fight, and I love that they're going for these plays, but with that, I mean, it's a pretty easy second turret here.
And this is a very strange position for Team Solo Mid to be in. Like, usually they don't suffer this much damage early on.
But I mean, Team Solo Mid they're a squad that oftentimes when they get behind, that's when you see their best play.
Well, yeah, and I'll totally go with that. They had a heck of a game series up against Kinetic a little bit earlier on, but when we talk to Team Solo Mid, they say a lot of emphasis for them goes into the jungle. If they can deny farm from 2 players instead of 1, that's where they're going to put, kind of the eggs in the basket. But this response from Nemesis Hydra, like just playing just like a Saw a little bit with that Adagio in lane with these minion candies, and he just picked up 2 more, by the way. It's kind of, I don't really think that they have an answer for it. They've never kind of had to deal with this. 117 was a while ago, and I never saw once candies then and there.
No, I really like what Nemesis is doing, and as far as items, I mean, we may have a fight breaking out. It looks like Lost Boy may be looking for that Force to Court. Oh, that's going to be Flash, actually, with the attack of the pack coming in from behind. Both the Ford Barrage dances over that fight. Flash and Hardik eating a lot of damage, but Cole finds the first kill. Von C dropping low. TSM, they found the fight they needed. Flash X knew exactly what they needed to do. They started that fight, and they finished it.
Well, the split was amazing, the fountain was great, but I mean, the initiation tried so hard, but look, like TSM spread right back out. There's no AoE for Von C to kind of capitalize on, and because they juggled out very well and so much damage went on top of Flash, you just fountained it all back. Nemesis Hydra basically just couldn't get anybody down low enough for a kill, and trading out 3-0 after having such a great early game, that's going to be a bit of a shock to the system.
Oh yeah, it definitely is. And on top of that, they get a decent gold payout. They take away that small double camp there. And yeah, looking pretty good. Team Solo Mid just right back in it.
Yeah, 17,000 gold, so they have taken that lead. They might be down in turrets, but they're still up in momentum and fighting capabilities. Another big thing for that fight is we had a lot of tier 2 items, but at the point, 8 to 9 minute mark somewhere, we didn't really have any of the tier 3s. Now we have an alternating current on Hardik. He's been putting a lot of money into those minion candies. Von C has a little bit of armor and just a little bit of everything, but everybody also has travel boots, so that's really delayed some of these tier 3 pickups. That's a big factor when it comes to these fights, because we have a Frostburn from Cold Meek, we have Mixi, not only that Shiver Steel, but a barbed needle on top of it. So the item advantage from Team Solo Mid, I think, really helped out there.
Yeah, definitely. And I do feel that Nemesis are on a timer. It's not a super early timer. They can scale decently well, but across the board with the Sky, with the Black Feather, things are going to get crazy.
Come on.
And that's going to be
Face check
the
Flash.
10-minute infusion.
Face check Flash. They knew!
Oh, you knew! That's going to be the burst coming out. Lands, but not too much to follow. Hardex down. Golden Meat finding that kill. He's going to get Lost Boy Toth as well. Amazing plays there. And Von C looks like he's going to try to teleport out.
They found him.
Does he make it?
They found him.
Oh, no! Von C, rest in peace. Team Solo Mid with the ace.
3-0, and it's just like, guys, we're the ones that party bush. I'm the one that party bush. Look at this replay. Like, they knew exactly what's going on. That verse only, I think, hit one person by the end of it as well. And now with that follow-up, like, Golden Meat comes in, they just immediately evaporate Adagio. They immediately evaporate that Finn. They found Von C eventually for the ace, and now, like, we've gone from a great Nemesis Hydra position to now very much on the back foot.
Yeah, definitely. And I don't know what the play was there. They thought they were going to be super sneaky about it. I think they'd have better chance finding picks and going like that. But
I think the play was totally fine. Just they got found out.
Yeah, exactly. But you can't be in a position where if you get caught, then it's just over.
But all 3 of them clumped up was just like picture-perfect placement. Golden Meek's like, okay, death from above. Now what are you going to do? You're in that bush. Adagio hits his ult.
Now
like,
what are you going to do?
Dang. TSM just had it. As soon as they saw it, they knew exactly what to do. They piled on, and they got the kills.
Yeah, they definitely did. And moving forward right now, do you see any big power spikes, items coming together that we should take note of?
Well, Flash in that last fight as well had that Warhorn to go with his fountain, and I just got to say, now coming into the 12-minute mark, you're likely to see him not look for the infusions because he just picked up that reflex block, but a Crucible, again, like we've been saying this, every time there's an Adagio on the other side, Crucible comes out. Sometimes second item looks like it's going to be third here for Flash, but if he gets that by the time we get to Kraken territory, then the chances of Nemesis Hydra getting some more of these surprise bursts is just going to go down the drain.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough. They're going to have to land big plays. Lost Boy with that Forced Accord into Hardex, big verse of Judgment. I feel like it's a much harder composition to win with.
It's not for the faint of heart, that's for sure. And making it work requires a lot of skill, a lot of coordination, a lot of trust in your teammates in order to make it happen. Cole the Meek, now, kind of touched on this earlier, but he has a Frostburn, and that's something that we saw kind of fall out of favor, especially in qualifier number 2. It was always about the Broken Myth. Now, he has that Broken Myth on top of it, and I might talk about the rest of that later, but it's working out. The utility's working out.
It's had a great effect thus far. Now, Death from Above is going to come down. It will miss, but no big deal. 10 more seconds, so we'll be able to use it one more time. And Nemesis, they're in a pretty tough situation. Von C feeling the pressure. He'll go to take the back camps away from Team Solo Mid. And I feel, this next couple fights really are going to define this game.
Now, Hardek has himself that reflex block. He's looking to make sure that if he is going to get that ult off, he has that anti-stun. But Lost Boy Tough has that Atlas Pauldron. We have some armor on top of Von C as well. It's 4 kills for Mixi, 3 for Cole the Meek, and I'm not entirely too sure that building armor is actually going to be the bigger of the difference here, because Cole the Meek with that Broken Myth and just the ridiculous plays that you could do with Skye might actually be outdoing Mixi here.
Well, I mean, Mixi's able to do a lot of damage. It's so tough. You have to choose one of these high damage output heroes, and I'm not jealous of Nemesis Hydra making the call here. I wouldn't be against taking infusions right now if you are Nemesis, because you have to have some sort of advantage coming into this next fight, I feel.
They have the gold. Well, okay, Lost Boy will have the gold here fairly shortly, but everybody else, we can even double infuse here from Hardek. I'm not entirely too sure he's going to be able to do too much else with that reflex, and he's not going to get that Broken Myth, I don't think, by the time we do get to the Kraken. But another gold mine going over to Team Solo Mid is just going to be feeding the coffers, and now 2,000 gold advantage. This is the time to do it. Like, here comes some infusion from TSM. They're going to get answered. No, he does actually get the Myth. Never mind.
Well, I mean, he feels that is an important tool for them. It's a tough goal, but Broken Myth, it's very important. So it's a good one there. And coming into this, we have Kraken up in 45 seconds. If Nemesis lose a fight, this is TSM we're talking about. There's a good chance that they can close out the game off the back of that. But can Nemesis Hydra put together a good fight and take Kraken of their own? We are going to find out very quickly here. 30 seconds till Kraken's out on the map. Nemesis have to be feeling this pressure right now. Team Solo Mid getting in position, taking a little bit of the jungle camps away, and I don't know, I feel like there's not too much vision around, or at least not the vision that I would expect.
There's not a lot of vision, period. I mean, not only is it TSM playing, so Flash X notorious for no scout traps, but you're right, we don't really have it on the flip side here either. We do actually have double infusions for Von C, and now Hardek does get that crystal, so again, like, prime time. Kraken is about to spawn. There's a bigger question to be answered by the end of all this, though, Humanist. If Von C doesn't win here with Glaive, is he only a one-trick monster?
No, I don't think so at all. I think,
well, the statistics would prove that it would.
Yeah, I mean, here in this competition, I guess, the statistics aren't going to lie on that. But I think that, it could be just, it's a number of factors. But right now, this isn't going their way.
Well, still, if Team Solo Mid do take this win, I can almost guarantee it's going to be a first ban Kestrel next round.
I mean, I would agree with you. It makes sense there. But coming into this, if Nemesis are able to take a fight, if they get an ace coming into this, if they get Kraken, they have huge damage output potential in which they can take multiple objectives.
Yeah, but the potential is there. It's just, you got to realize it. 9-5, it's not unwinnable. 2,500 gold is not the worst. We do got a lot of flares going.
Looks like this is going to be the fight. Attack of the Pack is out now. Death from Above coming down, swing and a miss there. But it's Lost Boy Tough frontlining for his team, doing what he can.
Mixi
going to wind up that ultimate. Mixi roasted and toasted. They're looking for more. It's Cole the Meek dipping out towards the back. Flashback dropping
Oh,
low.
wow.
This is the fight. Nemesis needed this fight so badly, and they found
Scout
it.
trap.
I don't think Cole gets out of this one. I mean, he's a talented guy, but Afterburn over the wall.
Phenomenal.
Von Z eats him up, and that's the ace. That's going to be the Kraken, and it looks like Hardic's going to start pushing the lane. I mean, Forecourt, what do you think they get out of this?
Well, let's just take a quick look here. You chased into Nemesis Hydra, who has that fin right there. Mixi just goes way too deep. Hardic does not go down. He gets off that first. The stun on top of Mixi means he's just out of there. Kolomik has to split. Flash is now a big target, and you can't really, kite into. Nemesis Hydra can totally kite, but Team Solomid can't chase into these fins. Like if you get that 3-man Quibble, you get that good positioning for a verse. It's clearly able for Nemesis Hydra to take a win, and now with that ace, with this Kraken, it's like you're some kind of fortune teller.
I mean, there's just some factors here in the game, and it makes sense. Nemesis Hydra, I'm really curious to see how much they can get out of this. Are they going to over-aggress? Will they play carefully and just push with this Kraken
Party
or
bush.
force a
Party
fight?
bush.
Oh, TSM hiding
How did
in
you
the
not see him
bush
go in
right
there?
now. Oh, will they come out?
They're
Who's
going for
gonna be
Hardic.
the
They're going
target?
for Hardic.
How long are they going to wait? Cole
Hardic.
dips out, attack the pack, coming out. Hardic, he's on the opposite side of the fight, but Mixi, has he found him?
No.
Hardic dancing around. Mixi getting pretty low, but so is Hardic. They're trading back and forth. Big Burst gonna come out, landing the stun. Flash is low, Mixi's low. TSM's falling apart. Cole the Meek, he's gonna go down. Nemesis Hydra are doing it. Are they gonna get the ace? They've got the Kraken, a second ace.
Cue the lights.
Nemesis Hydra.
Cue the lights, cue the memes, they're doing it, it's happening.
Cue the memes.
This
I
is
love
an
it.
ace, this is a Kraken, they're gonna get this now, and Hardic was the target, they
This
waited
is
way
GG.
too long.
How do you can't stop these guys right now. They're not coming up in
No,
time.
no, this is
Nemesis Hydra. Phenomenal series here.
Just like yesterday, I mean, they're able to take a win. This time, though, they're the ones setting the momentum, and Von C is saying, he's answering my question, am I a one-trick Kestrel? No. Will this be a ban on Kestrel? Now I'm questioning it.
Wow, I think Von C might have heard you,
If he could, someone flag a ref.
Turned up his game a little bit right there at the end.
Oh, my goodness. All right,
Woo!
so chasing into fins, mistake number one, chasing Hardic right through that bush, all the way into the back. Like, he saw it coming, he jipped all the way left. And he's saying, I'm not going to deal with any of this party bush coming in here. I'm just going to go straight there. You got to go right through my team. Another versus the triple stun. The Crucible's just not on point. And that was it. Like, that was game right there.
Well, I mean, you can't telegraph the fight like that. If Nemesis know what's coming, they have the tools. The team fight potential is there. We talked about it. It felt like if TSM was a little more patient, they could have kept this game going and potentially taken it. But Nemesis, incredible job.
Yeah, so they bounce back. They are going to take this this win for game series, but this is only going to be game number 2 next round. Last Boy Tough, again, like early on, we had a lot of mobility. Now, Last Boy Tough on the fin, picking up the boots of travel, no problem. But the rest of them actually got boots before their tier 3 items. Hardic, by the end of it with that alternating current, just doing a fantastic job. But Von C, he gets himself what looks like, I think he might have actually been going for a double Sora Blade, but that's the Von C method right there.
Yeah, and all makes sense. It worked out for him.
All right, so game number 2. Who knows what we have still left in store? But it's at least one more game. We're gonna get the thoughts there of Rome, almost humanist. God, so often that I used to say that. But Jin Yi and Playoff Beard.
All right, thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. Wow, TSM really came out to play, but Nemesis Hydra, they turn it around. I want to go right to that critical moment in the match. They decided to try the party brush and come out and attack Nemesis Hydra, and then lost that fight. The match was over at that point. Talk to me about that decision.
I can see exactly why they made that decision, because I don't think Nemesis Hydra actually knew that they were there. They probably thought they were just pulled back behind the turret. And although the idea in principle was good, and it was a very big gamble, it was not a gamble that paid off, principally because Nemesis Hydra were able to reposition themselves really quickly and force TSM into choke point in 3 walls that, they were running into Finn's Quibble as well as Von C's Glaive. And at that point, the fight really started turning. It was, a lot of action happening, and that just lost the whole game for them. They got the ace, and Nemesis Hydra got that Kraken as well, and they really were able to push with that.
Rome, you took exception to some of those draft decisions.
Yeah, I do feel like TSM made the wrong drafts coming to this match. You can't ban out Von C due to the fact that he can play every single jungle carry. I feel like as long as they're able to ban out and focus on Hardic, they would have taken the win down very easily. By banning out that Adagio, picking up Scar first, he's left with only 1 or 2 comfort picks that he's more reliable on. And that is where they take their advantage on. That's where their strength is, their diversity in the compositions that they can make.
Talk to me about the Adagio. Some really critical verses of judgment there to getting stuns onto the TSM squad.
And yeah, that's just due to Hardik mastering Adagio. He's played Adagio for the longest time, ever since way back then when breaking point Adagio was the thing. So he knows that timing. He knows the limitations that Adagio can do, which is why I heavily fear for TSM when Hardik is able to pick them up.
Shingy, I want to ask you about Hardik's use of minion candy, much more aggressive than any other player, using it early and often. I'd have to imagine into that Blackfeather, setting up a situation where Blackfeather has to spend more time on those minions, and that means Adagio has more time to poke.
I think this is a two-way process. One is that it helps him clear the lane a little bit faster, and once he is able to push into the turret, it allows him to rotate down to the jungle to help out Von C and Lost Boy there. And also, it's also good in those team fights. If you're able to activate that minion candy while there's a big crowd of minions there, that does increase the aggro from those minions onto TSM there.
All right. You were talking about how Von C can play anything. Here we see him on Glaive, not something we've seen before. Tell me what you thought of Von C's Glaive.
Von C's Glaive, the thing is, Von C can play every single jungle carry. Back in the days of Von Menace, we saw him playing that jungle Scarf, we saw him playing that Taka, and he knows how to synergize, he knows how to initiate these team fights. So don't ban against him, just give him whatever he wants and try and counterpick against that.
On the TSM side, a lot was going for them early on. Talk to me about what you saw from them, what went right, what went wrong.
Well, one of the questions was, I didn't want to say it out loud due to the fact that TSM was winning early. With Blackfeather, how come Colin Meek isn't playing Blackfeather and how come Mixi wasn't playing Sky? Both of them are great on both of the heroes. However, Colin Meek is a better Blackfeather and Mixi is a better Sky.
Yeah, I'd have to agree there, but I'll let you be the one to say it. We're ready for the draft in match 2. Now TSM's tournament life is on the line. Team Solo Mid, the reigning North America champions, must win or they will be unable to repeat as champions. It is an Adagio gone and a Scarf gone.
So Hardik is really well known for his scarves. I can see that they are doing what Roman said, and they are targeting Hardik there. So it does leave a lot of options open for both teams right now, though.
All right, please.
No, with these two bans, I'll take TSM to win.
Really? And tell me why.
Just due to the fact that, Von C will be playing this Kestrel, TSM will be able to counter it, and Mixi will win that lane.
So basically, Hardik's 2 best heroes are gone already. That's why you feel like that's an early indicator. You see Von C most likely on this Kestrel, which has just been unreal so far in this tournament. On the other side, TSM, they take a Finn, but Flash X has been really good on Finn.
Yeah, he's been really impressing me with his Finn play. He's had some really nice forced accords, and he has been body blocking for Mixi quite well in some of the previous games that we've been seeing.
All right, once again, it will be a Sky. We'll have to see who they choose to put on that Sky.
It Blackfeather.
Depend.
Yeah, so Hardik on that Blackfeather works out very well for them. It gives them that distance and that space for Kestrel to be in that back line.
It's a Saw, quick, 10 seconds on the Saw pick.
Saw pick is really good up against Blackfeather. They will have that early game, and hopefully Colin Meek will be able to own that jungle.
Now keep in mind, Mixi and this team, they're capable of running a Saw fight comp. Not necessarily a push comp, but it might be. We'll have to see. This is going to be very interesting. Everything just got turned upside down with the call. It's Forecourt Jester and Humanist.
All right, thank you very much, Playoff Beard. Once again, we're here at the desk, Forecourt, an incredible game number 1, Team Solo Mid tournament on the line for them. I mean, what are your thoughts coming into this match?
Saw! Why? What? When? Where? This is the first one. We talked to all these teams and they said, yeah, Saw's a threat. Yeah, we're going to be banning Saw. Yeah, we could actually play Saw. And finally, it actually just happens. And it's on tournament live for TSM. That's my thoughts in a nutshell.
Yeah, well, okay, thank you for sharing with us, Forecourt. And it makes sense to me that they have this Saw coming out here, and you're right. A lot of teams talked about what Saw could accomplish, and we haven't seen a lot of it. So we'll see what Mixi can get done here.
Careful, Hardik.
It's going to be pretty tough. Hardik doing the best he can, but this lane eventually will get very tough for him.
I love the animations of watching Saw. He just looks like he's just doesn't know what to do. He's left, right. Oh, shoot. Now here comes the rest of the teams. They're going to come in. I'm not entirely confident they can get a kill here, but once more, Colin Meek is actually going to be on this Sky, and like what Playoff Beard said, this might not be a push comp, might be more of a fight comp. There's definitely missing an element of support there. There's no Arden to go with it, for example, but they do got the Finn, and Von C is just saying, I'm not afraid of your Saw. This is me on Kestrel. He's 100% on Kestrel right now.
Yeah, I mean, he can get so much work done on this hero if given the opportunity. Opting to start with that Weapon Blade and the Crystal Bid, we see a lot of Kestrels do that. Some just straight into the weapon. But how would you expect this to play out here?
Well, I mean, Von C, no fear at all fight, right? So if we can use the Black Feather and Von C in those Glimmer shots, you can't body block him, they have a good range, and Mixi's going to have to just kind of try to dodge as best he can.
Well, Mixi eating a lot of damage. Overstaying is welcome, and that's first blood for Nemesis Hydra.
So yeah, more or less something like that, but repeated over the next 10, 15 minutes. But, I mean, if you can't body block the Glimmers, you have a one-shot even if he does get off that roadie run. His repositioning skills are going to be very much similar to that of Flash. I mean, they're both big and slow and turret-like, so there's a good chance that Nemesis Hydra with these dives are actually going to be very effective.
I mean, I would imagine that they will be. It's just going to take those first couple items, and the first real big engagement, I think, will define who's going to start snowballing.
Look at that, Hardek, 2 more candies. 3 more candies, sorry. He's going to go for a similar situation. I don't know if that's going to work against Asa.
Well, I mean, Hardek, this guy, he's played this game so long and so much. He does some things, you know, bringing a little bit of the past back. Some of the Koshka play, you know, people were surprised to see that. One. But he can still get work done with it. I'm excited to see the minion candies being used here.
All right, so they're going to see Flash. They're going to see Mixi, the immobile turrets and defenders of the right-hand side up against, well, Toph and Hardek with that mobility, that range, a little bit of poke. Von C coming up, I'm not convinced that they can get a kill, but again, like a lot of emphasis on this game should be on lane. It's going to be trying to curb down Mixi. Now they're going to tag team out, and Colton Meek's going to, you know, do a little bit of farming here himself. So we got to get some items there for Mixi. But still, when it comes to these fights, it's all going to be about taking down Saw.
Once Saw falls, they really start to fall apart when it comes to just that pure physical damage output. But they're going to have to respect Cole. Cole jumping over with that Suri strike, and he's just going to be quite all right as Flash X is there with a little bit of polite company, and Von C was not quite in position yet. He'll use that active camo to get in position and moving forward. Mixi's in trouble. He tries to reposition, but that's a kill for Von C. Pretty easy.
There's another actual factor into this one. This is the first time Von C is going Crystal Kestrel.
Yeah, I mean, that was my thought, that he could potentially do that. And, I mean, how's that going to change up their approach to this game, you think?
It's going to be a heck of a burst. I mean, like, Hardek going in, he's already building into that armor. He has that coat of plates. You're going to be looking for the pauldrons. If he dives in, gets those pauldrons off on top of Mixi, and then we got the burst from Von C coming out with the crystal, this could be lights out.
Well, they will have to land their combos. Hardek eating a pretty good chunk of damage. Koldemeek's going to be just off with that forward barrage, and once it's going to start to not land, you're usually canceling the fight as a Sky player. He'll pump out another forward barrage into the bush there, not finding anybody. We now have 3 heroes from each team up here in the lane. Von C, he found Flash X. Flash pretty low, but it looks like he'll be able to make it back under the turret before falling.
The Glimmer shots just alone, the poke is absolutely phenomenal. Mixi.
Mixi, he's in a dangerous position. Hardek jumping onto Cole, but able to get himself out of there with the help of Lost Boys, Vanguard. And both teams, you're right, I mean, they're just poking, but nobody fully committing onto this. But Mixi sitting so low, that's just bait right there. You know, that the Nemesis want to jump on and kill that solo.
Now, so Team Solo mid pushing in. Von C's come back. He has level 6.
Oh, Von C is here. It looks like it could be bad for TSM. Flash is low. Mixi, it could be an easy kill if they're able to, but he's stunned.
One shot.
The roadie run.
Gets it.
It's the Eagles, Von C.
That crystal is already hitting for 355 damage.
No big deal right there, huh?
Just brush off the shoulder a little bit, go right back to it. Von C with that level 6. He went off, he farmed, he came back, they got the kill. I want to say I don't really know who has the better poke, but I think that the finality for a kill is definitely landing right now towards Nemesis Hydra.
It felt very similar from both sides, that they were going to poke and then wait for someone to get low, jump that target. The difference is TSM is trying to push forward. Nemesis Hydra was in a more defensive position. I feel it's much easier to execute for Nemesis.
Cole's doing actually a really good job into the counter jungling. He picks up the minion mine. He had already that healing camp, and all right, he's going to make an exit because, well, once you take a minion mine on your side, yeah, you kind of know what's up. Von C's going to get some damage, but ultimately he's going to be A-okay, so nice rotations, and they will survive. But Nemesis Hydra, they got their 3-man here, and after those kills, they should have some confidence for this.
They should indeed. One shot, one kill is going to come out, lands onto Cole, nice bit of damage.
Yeah, not Flash.
Of course. And Flash there on that Finn. He's got that tier 3 skin. He'll go ahead and teleport himself home, look to pick up some items. That's going to be Fountain.
Once we get some level 6s for Team Solo Made, the dynamic's going to change a little bit. Right now, all we got is Cole the Meek and the Death from Above. Not exactly a game-changing defensive ult in terms of kill, but it should be able to zone out a little bit. Once Flash gets his anchor, once he gets that Accord, it's going to be a little bit of a different game.
They will have to respect that. Positioning is going to be a big thing here. Can reflex blocks come out? And the Crucible will be a big deal as well. More candies coming out this time. And Hardek just making good use of these candies is actually pretty funny. But Vonsi up in lane, doing a bit of poke damage, trying to get this farm as well. Flash hanging up with Mixi here. And it feels Nemesis Hydra, they have a very commanding lead.
It definitely feels like that. The gold lead will actually be pretty negligible at this point, but the momentum and the kills and everything and the one-shots are just really keeping Team Solo Mid from going for a full committed fight.
Honestly, I feel like the moment Lost Boy hits level 6, we're going to see one of those godlike gauntlets come out, and that's going to spell disaster for Mixi.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, what did I say?
He got the stun!
Yeah, he said it right there. Immediately, Lost Boy, he smells it, he gets it.
Oh, Toph. Yeah, there you go, Toph. Back up, buddy. That was a little scary. Vonsi, though, still no fear.
Well, no fear indeed, but you gotta be careful at least. Under this turret, Cole's gonna dance around, and you have to respect the damage output. With Flash X, though, he's decently tanky.
We got 20 seconds, 15 seconds for Vonsi to get that one shot, but if they can bring Cole down to a situation, it might be a kill. There's the anchor.
Well, that's your forced Accord, but they don't follow up. Hardek slow. Oh, Mixi just in time.
Turret gets one, goes to Sky. Cole gets the other. Vonsi!
Vonsi, he's found Cole. He wants to kill Death from above. It's down. Can Vonsi find it?
He dodges. Not a single glimmer, and the one shot all missed.
These guys just dancing around here. The predictions are pretty real.
Dancing is, yeah, good job, fortune teller humanist. But the dancing is absolutely real. So Lost Boy, he's had that fountain for a bit, and Hardek, something I noticed for Hardek, he has that barbed needle now, but he didn't actually have a book of eulogies. He just went straight from the boots into the Atlas Pauldron, and well, he has to make it stick.
Well, Mixi, he will use that roadie run to reposition himself there, dip backwards, feeling, it seems like he's playing a little bit more cautious here.
Well, he should. If he's going to be that far forward, he's already shown that he can die. He's 0-4.
Yeah, he definitely is. Well, Saw spun up. He's going to continue to try and apply pressure here. I just don't know if it's working. But, once he's spun up, if they're able to land that Forced Accord into a Quibble, they can get a lot of work done. So, while Nemesis, it feels that they have an advantage in these fights, they have to be careful.
Cole. I'm not sure he instantly regretted that one.
One shot, one kill is going to come out off the mark. Both teams just trading. It was a 2v3 situation, but TSM would just do it just fine.
Now the gold mine is full, so whoever can actually get an advantage in the next fight might be able to take home a little bit of a gold bonus. Vonsi is just going to rotate down looking for those backs. Cole the Meek's going to go home, but Mixi and Flash should be able to defend turrets. Turrets are actually very even when it comes to their health. They have both been really battered.
Yeah, they have indeed. And Vonsi, he's able to move in here. He takes one camp away. I was curious to see if he would look for more, do some cheeky plays, but I think the smart play is just going to teleport out right there like he did.
Now, Flash actually just fixed up his own Pauldron, so a little bit of weapon negation with that, but as well, that Pauldron is going to be great when Blackfeather goes diving in. Now both of our AD carries, or weapon carries, are going to be, really just brought down with those Pauldrons, because the attack speed is going to be just absolutely critical for these guys. Vonsi, though.
They're looking for the fight. Lost Boy, gauntlets down. One shot, one kill out, lands onto Flash. Hardek jumping forward, but he's very low. Hardek's going to go down, and it's TSM looking for more. Suppressing fire down from Mixi. The Forced Accord onto two. Can they follow? Vonsi eating a little bit of that forward barrage damage. Feels like Cole wants to dive. Cole, are you going to do it? He's poking, just keeping that target lock as long as possible while Mixi continues to dish out that physical damage.
Jeez,
and it looks like,
Vaughn.
Nemesis, they're doing such a good job in this 2v3 situation, but Death from Above is down. They're split up. Lost Boy, can he live through it? No! The roadie run.
Touchdown, Toph. And now Vonsi's actually in a lot of trouble there as well, because we got Flash, we got Cole the Meek, but Hardek's back in town.
Hardek's back in town indeed.
Mixi! No, they didn't check the bush!
Well, Flash will go down. It looks like it's going to be a reverse turret over here, as Nemesis should be able to pick that up.
I like this.
Yeah, Cole doing the smart job to move down here, take away the double backs there. And as long as he's able to get out without dying, it's going to be just fine.
So TSM know that Hardek going in is going to be a big amount of trouble. So they get that Pauldron, and then Hardek just absolutely blew up that fight. It was basically a 2v3. Huge props, though, to Toph and Vonsi, just just holding him off as long as they could and getting so much damage done as well. Vonsy with the Shadow Glass on top of things, he's now starting to hit, more like a Vonsy-sized truck. So he's doing a great. Flash X, though, as we'll finish that later.
Oh, I mean, go ahead and
maybe
finish
not.
it
Okay.
now.
One thing I noticed is that last game, Nemesis Hydra prioritized Boots of Travel on pretty much everybody, including their Finn. Flash, though, just got them now.
Well, I mean, to each his own. I guess he didn't feel that he actually needed it.
He felt that he was going to be the one get jumped
early.
on. It's just a style difference.
But I do want to give credit to Flash. His quibble in that last fight, landing onto Hardek, really sealed the deal for him on that fight. Death from Above down. Who's going to get the gold mine? Oh, it's Saw that actually grabs it. The one-shot, one-kill did come out. There's the two-man Forced Accord. How will it follow Hardek? He wants Mixie. He dips in. Lost Boy the gauntlet, but there's nothing to come out of that. And Team Solo Mid, they take two, get the gold mine, and that is a huge swing in their favor.
I don't know if TSM are just gods of predictions, but as soon as that gauntlet went up, Mixie took one step forward and just resumed auto-attacking, and it didn't hit him. Crystal Kestrel, ladies and gentlemen. Crystal Kestrel.
It's really so much fun to walk around in that active camo, and of course, they had no idea that he was
like an
there.
X-Man.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's a superpower. You can be permanently invisible if you're using that properly.
It's absolutely ridiculous to kind of see it here, but Vonsy is sitting at 401, 72 creeps to his name. He's actually pretty much just neck and neck with Cole, but the momentum is really shifted. Like, there's definitely more fighting on top of the Nemesis Hydra side of things. Cole has been doing a lot more counter farming in there as well. Gold, not really that different though.
Well, there a little bit of pokes, going to cancel off the teleport home. Lost Boy, he should be just fine, I would imagine. I mean, though you could have thrown the hook out, but they probably get out of that one, so they save it. Now it looks like this could be the engage right here. How's it going to play out? They're both just poking from range, but TSM feel like they want pressure. Man, the damage is real. Mixie eating that one-shot, one-kill. Now it's the chase on here. Lost Boy, he doesn't have that gauntlet.
Spinning
he
up.
Really wishes he could have it. Hardek, he finds Mixie, but Death from Buffs right on top of Hardek. Eaten alive. And now it's Lost Boy in here with Vonsy. Are they in too deep?
Brody, run.
Can they turn around?
Man.
No. Team Solo Mid just taking everything.
That was the stun from Flash X into the death from above. There was nowhere for Hardek to go. He did not get that reflex block off. He didn't stop that first stun, and he just dropped like a rock. You're going to see it here very quickly, because Hardek jumps on top of him. Stun, dead, done. Mixie had already spun up. He was max damage. Toph, he has no damage. He can't get into that back, so that leaves us with Cole and Flash on top of Vonsy, and then eventually, to avoid the ace, you leave Mixie to his own devices. He comes back in, finished it off, a nice 2-0.
Yeah, that was pretty tough, and I don't know if reflex block did come out
Reflex
there.
block? I remember that.
Don't worry about it. All right, well, the chase is on now. Lost Boy with that gauntlet, stunned up as Cole dipped out over it, and it looks like that's going to be a pretty easy out. Death from above, just going to go ahead and cut the path off here. You shall not pass. And Nemesis Hydra look like they want to take some of the jungle away from TSM, but pretty dangerous situations, honestly. Flash X, he does have Forced Accord. Will he land this? He's waiting for that perfect opportunity. Suppressing fires down. Flash, he's going to grab Hardek. Hardek with that Rose defensive gets himself out of position, or into a better position, out of a bad position. And now the chase is on from TSM. Both teams, I mean, it's just back and forth.
Hardek got an infusion. He's ready to go.
Oh, Hardek, he's infused up, ready to go. Forecourt,
Stun,
calling it out.
stun.
The death from above. Cole the Meek, pretty decent sky right there. But he's cutting backwards. Vonsy off the mark. But it's Flash X buying a bit of time. Polite company. Lost Boy's really low. Oh, it's Hardek down off to the east side of that fight. And Cole the Meek, he will claim Lost Boy for himself. Vonsy, last man standing. TSM, they're just getting every single fight.
Vonsy's just going to ghost walk out of there and just say bye. But no ace. That's important. Nemesis Hydra not going to give up the ace. Hardek, though, he has this reflex block, and he's just waiting so very long to use it. There's some very obvious stuns coming down on top of him, and he's just not reflexing them, and that's putting him in some pretty bad positions. He is taking the brunt of the damage. He's 2-5. Most deaths on team, because again, if he's the guy to jump in, he needs to survive. That means he has to get these reflex blocks off.
Well, I mean, everyone talks about Mixie Sky. He's an incredible Sky. He's phenomenal. But I really think that people need to start giving more credit to Cole Sky. He's very aggressive. He's landing all of these death from above on the important targets and just jumping around, dancing around these fights. He's so incredibly hard to lock down.
Cole last round did actually go into a Frostburn, but it worked for the comp. This time he just goes straight into the Broken Myth, into the Shattered Glass. Something that we have been seeing a lot more, especially with the qualifiers for 117, was the Broken Myth first. There's actually no Eve of Harvest on top of Koldamik. He went into the Shatter Glass. So Shatter for Shatter to match that of Vonsy. I think it's been working out great. He's 5-0 and 5 on that Sky.
Yeah, I mean, my thought on that is that his team is generally a slow-moving comp,
Yeah,
so
that's
not going to.
100%
I
true.
mean, so you're just going to fight around your team. There's no reason, let it come to you, and that's just high damage output. Now we're seeing mass infusions here. Flash, is he going to get this hook over the wall? He's waiting for that perfect target. The flare is there, not going to find it. Kraken irritated that TSM are hanging around. He's going to get out of my house. He's going to start slapping around on Flash X. Nemesis know exactly what's going on. Oh, swing and a miss. That's going to be forced to core down for just about 55 seconds. But this Kraken, I mean, if they don't jump in right now, it's stolen. Look for the one-shot, one kill. Too late. Too little, too late right now. And Team Solo mid, they're going to Warhorn forward. They're looking for the engage. Lost Boy, he's going to defensively gauntlet over the wall. Hasn't bought him enough time. Lost Boy is so low, but he's going to live through it. It's the forward barrage. Koldamik just off the mark. But now Lost Boy is completely isolated. Run, Lost Boy. Can he get out of it? Hardek trading with Cole there, but it's Mixie and Flash. They're going for Lost Boy top. Oh, the quibble. It's just one more shot. Suppressing fire finds the kill. And Kraken continues.
Vonsy's pushing. He was on the other side. He's been pushing.
Oh, I love it. I love it. He's making a pretty decent call, but I mean,
I don't think it matters.
Yeah, it was just, it was so tough, honestly. And Kraken lumbering down the lane. They take that choke point turret. 2 turrets remaining. 12 seconds left. Do you think they close it out?
It's going to look better on the stat report with having those turrets down, but yeah, this is it. Team Solo Mid bringing back the Saw on Tournament Life. A little bit more of a fight Saw, just like Playoff Beard said, and I think it worked out tremendously well because this Kraken has now sealed the deal. It is another Game 3 here on the Championship Saturday.
Man, I am really happy that we're going to be going to Game 3, especially for this series right here. It's sad to think that one of these teams is going to be out of the tournament after this.
Somebody's got to lose, man.
It's exactly. This is competition, and great games by both of these teams. Excited to see what they put together in game number 3.
This ain't no Care Bear tournament. People are going to go home today. And, I mean, the Phoenix Reborn are already out. Who's still to join them? Nemesis Hydra. Fantastic game number 1. I'm not going to say really too much about game 2, but Vonsy on the Crystal Kestrel. He's now broken that 100% win rate with his Kestrel, and it was Crystal. So in a blind pick, I think it's 100%. He's going to be rocking it, but I think it'll be a weapon.
I mean, I'm not sure what they're going to go with, but sometimes the thing is TSM can kind of get ahead of themselves when it comes to those blind picks. So I'm very curious to see what kind of compositions come together. Now, before we throw it back to the desk, Forecourt, is there anything that really stands out to you as far as item builds here?
So Vonsy, again, like if you're going to be running a Crystal Kestrel, I think it's a textbook example. You get into the Shatterglass first, Broken Myth. Koldamik, I think, did a really good job not going for the Frostburn or the Eva Harvest. He just needed pure damage. But again, like the comp demanded it. They're the ones to be aggressed upon. And the other stylistic choice was the lack of movement early coming out from TSM. They neglected upgrading their boots until later in favor of some of those more powerful items earlier. And I think that was definitely a big factor in some of these fights.
Yeah, it was indeed. And it worked out for TSM there. So excited to see what the future holds for these teams. And I'm sure that this is going to be pure excitement in match number 3.
Now, I'm not going to call TSM with a Saw Game 3. But it's no doubt in my mind it's going to be a Kestrel. But you know what? Hashtag Rome is right, hashtag Rome is wrong. I'm not entirely too sure, but we'll find out what he is after this game. But let's get his thoughts first here with the desk.
Thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. So really, Rome, a cold sweat moment there for TSM. I was down there watching the match right beside Gabe Bizzle, and he says, the Saw has to have a turret after 5 minutes. At 10 minutes, still not a turret down. It looked like it was getting very sketchy there.
Well, it did start off very bad, but however, Mixie was farming very well. And the fact is, if you're going to dive onto Saw and you have no stuns, you're not going to get away with it. We saw multiple occasions where Hardek he dove very deep, and then Saw would just burst him down.
Now, another big key. Mixie, the reflex blocks to protect himself on that Saw, so critical.
Yeah, they're so important, especially when you are facing an Arden. You need to get out of the gauntlet as fast as you can, because otherwise, you will have Hardek and Vonsy on you, whereas Flash X can just body block for you, and he can walk out the gauntlet on his own.
Now, let's talk about something. Nemesis Hydra, normally when you think about playing against a Saw comp, you think, we're going to go in, we're going to dive that Saw. They didn't do that, partially because there's a Finn on the other side, which is the ultimate dive protection. So some really good thinking early out of Nemesis.
Well, the thing about this was, you're going up against a Saw comp. However, you do know you're going up against Koldamik playing that Sky. He does tend to be very aggressive. there was multiple occasions where, you know, Nemesis could have pulled Call away from the Saw and picked up the fight then, but they didn't. However, you know, I feel like the Death from Above have been syncing up with our casters because every time it calls it, every time it hits, things just go really for the side of TSM.
Yeah, interesting there. So started out with Vonsi 4-0 on this Kestrel, Mixi 0-4 on the other side, and yet they were able to turn it around.
Well, the thing is, they do have Saw, and regardless, even if he dies a lot early game, that is going to happen. However, with just a couple items, with, you know, getting that Aegis, he has so much sustainability, and he has the most damage output and the highest attack speed.
Shingy, on the flip side, this blue Kestrel, you have to be setting traps all of the time. Yeah. And I've seen Vonsi do this time and time again on stream in ranked. He uses active camo, gets behind the opponent, basic attacks. The opponent tries to run backward, gets stunned up as that camo explodes. We just didn't see a lot of fluidity around utilizing the blue part of the kit, the traps, when you're going to run a blue Kestrel.
Definitely. I think we did see some, and we did see some stuns, certainly some momentous ones, but not as much as we did on the weapon Kestrel. And there's a few flaws with the Crystal Kestrel that he was running, is that there's not a lot of continuous damage. You have to rely on those 4 glimmer shots, pull back, wait for a few seconds, but you also have to make sure you're out of view. And by that point, Hardik and Lost Boy have taken a lot of damage, so Vonsi is pretty much left on his own in a 1v3.
Yes, and excuse me, TSM has gone to the brink every single time. They are there again in another blind pick scenario. Rome, tell me what you'd like to see out of the comps for each of these teams.
This one's actually going to be very hard. I do, like what Forecourt Jester said, that most likely Vonsi could be playing that Kestrel again. However, I feel like this composition doesn't work out very well for them going up against TSM. They will find counters, especially, they like that dive-heavy composition for TSM. And as long as they take advantage of that lane, I don't know. With Nemesis Hydra, they like to grab their positions. They like the balanced compositions. If Vonsi is to go range, then most likely Hardik will be going melee.
And I could see Nemesis Hydra just leave it all on the Halcyon Fold in this match. It could be off meta comp, could be something crazy. We did see Vonsi tweeting after he went the Sky instead of the Kestrel in the last blind pick match 3 scenario. Wasn't happy about not playing Kestrel again. Do they change it up now?
Well, the thing is, if he does play Kestrel, then Hardik is going to be committed onto that melee instead of grabbing somebody like Adagio or somebody like Scarf, who he's excellent on.
All right, so the blind pick has begun. We're going to keep that hidden right now just to make sure that we don't give anything away in this live scenario. And so Xingyi, as we approach this match, just the mindset of these two teams going in.
Well, TSM, this is where they thrive. I think they play so much better in a live setting. They thrive off the energy from the crowd, and I'm certainly expecting them to go full way here. Of course, this is getting very close. This is their last chance to trying to get into the semi-finals, so I'm sure they'll have a very good draft for this one.
Yeah, it is going to be something to see. All of the picks are in. This is it. Which team is advancing to the semis? Which team is going home? We're going to find out right now with our casters, and it is...
Our casters?
Thank you, Playoff Beard. Much love to you as well. I'm Humanist. I'm here with Forecourt Jester at the caster desk. We are ready for game number 3 for Team Solo Mid against Nemesis Hydra. Blind pick, and it looks like this is going to be fireworks.
Oh, fireworks is the word, because not only has TSM, and I'm pretty sure I'm right on this one, has chosen the same comp as the last time they went to game 3 against Nemesis Hydra. It is going to be the double Kestrel, double Scarf, double Finn matchup. It's pure mirror.
This is ridiculous, and I love it. I am so stoked on this. We're going to have these mirror match calls. These are always the craziest to cast right here. Players will come out as both teams dip into this first rotation to the jungle shop. Cole the Meek.
Oh, wow.
That Equibble coming down onto Cole.
Here comes
Vonsi
Hardik.
trading. Flash pretty low. Looks like Nemesis have the advantage early on here, and that's going to be first blood as Lost Boy able to clean up Flash. Thin on Finn action.
Vonsi just able to land so many double glimmer shots, and then Lost Boy getting that Quibble for a 2-man. Now they're going to come right back around and say hello to Mixi.
Oh, they'll just drop into the lane, say hello to Mixi, the nice guys here.
And there's Vonsi.
Oh, Mixi, what are you doing? Wrong position there. Vonsi with a very nice rotation of his own.
Where are you going, buddy?
Is in a bad place, a bad time. Oh, it's a sad day for Mixi.
Yeah, the Dragonkind everywhere weeps at this, but Vonsi's now getting jumped.
Oh, they're trading back and forth.
Ooh,
Von
so
C
close.
very low, but I'm surprised that Cole didn't look to finish that off. But honestly, he's very content to just take those double backs.
I love the call, though. It's just say, okay, Mixi wasting enough time with them. And then Cole gets into the backs, and he took every single one, nearly killed Von C for his trouble. So it's still anybody's game at this point. Don't read too much into the 2-0. One thing I can say, though, is that this will be crystal weapon on each side. There's not going to be a double-double for anyone.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense for both of these squads. It's so crazy when you get into these clashes because it's all about who's landing these abilities at the right time. It's not necessarily who lands the first.
Now, last time we actually had Hardek up against Mixi there in that lane. Here comes Cole. Look at this.
Oh, Cole, he's in deep. The Quibble will land on top. He's trying to chunk down on Hardek. But Hardek, he's pretty safe under that turret with Lost Boy there to back him up. Now Von C rotating up the lane. He's going to active camo and move forward. Puts a shot onto Cole and then a little damage onto Flash. They move forward. Pretty dangerous situations. They're all committing.
Wow.
Flash is low. Cole's low. Lost Boy, he needs one more shot, but it's Lost Boy to go down first. Team Solo mid, they spread that damage around so incredibly well.
Sometimes it's really hard to actually figure out who's going to drop here. Look at Von C. He's going to find... Oh, Flash went a little bit forward, a little bit more forward. He gets him!
Oh, what a play!
He's getting the double!
Von C! No fear!
He saw that rotation. He said they don't have the health. There's no fountain. They can do this. Mixi's now coming down for revenge, but it's going to be too little too late. Von C could actually still get these backs, and even if he dies, it's a well worth cause.
Yeah, Von C, getting both healing camps right here. Happy to do it, and he'll go ahead and dip back out towards his side of the map. Yeah, Mixi making a pretty quick rotation down, but do you think that's the play when he's all by himself?
Well, I'm not entirely sure if that was a catch or if he wanted to go for the item shop. If they expected Von C to be at the backs, then they were going to look for a 3v2 here in the lane, but that's not what Von C did. He just took the safe farm, went back, he's going to get his own backs, and, well, now this 3v2 just doesn't look as strong for
No, I think that's incredibly smart because TSM actually predicted that he did take the double backs, as you said, and with that they moved to lane, so Nemesis just really out-mind gamed them right there.
Yeah, absolutely. So Nemesis, the thing I was going to try to say earlier is that the last time we had a Scarf Mirror, Hardek lost it against Mixi. This is almost like a chance for vindication right here.
I know it is indeed, but we know Hardek, as of late, his win rate has been incredibly high on Scarf, so I do think that he has the ability to put this all together, but like you said, Mixi is a beast on that Scarf as well.
Von C just finally upgraded from 4 weapon blades into a 6 Sins. Like, he is just ridiculously far ahead right now. 20 farm to the 14 of Cole. He's stolen out farm. He has 3 kills on top of it. Like, his early game punch is just really hitting hard. Look at this. He is going to go for a kill, a 3v1, looking for steals. Has the level 6!
Oh, Von C! Flash X is so incredibly low. He almost finds the kill there.
Look at Mixi!
Oh, he's feeling it. Von C is feeling it right now. He is in the right position. Von C 4-0-1 at 4 minutes 40 seconds into this game. He's getting everything he needs.
TSM said if you're predictably aggressive, we will know where you are 100% of the time. I don't think that's working out right now.
Well, no, 100% agree. It's just not working out. Team Solo mid behind in every single rotation, and I feel like a lot of it coming off the back of what Von C is doing.
They still might actually be able to go for Hardek here. Lost Boy Top's not going to be doing a lot of support, and those shots are really hitting hard here from Cole. But if he takes too many Spitfires, he's going to give it up because of Von C, who does find him.
Oh my, what is this guy? He's in the best position all the time.
He got the stun.
He's pretty low right now, but it's a chase in right now. TSM, they could lose more off the back of this. In fact, they will. Mixi goes down. They're diving turret. Lost Boy wants it. The Polite Company. Hardek's there. Hardek's committed. The Goop's down. Flash. He looks like he's going to live through this.
No, Hardek.
And Hardek's so incredibly low. Hardek, please be careful, dear Hardek.
Oh, the one shot.
Oh, one shot, one kill off the mark. Hardek lives.
Cole's going
Flash
for him.
lives.
He's looking.
Oh, it's gonna
Do
be
they know he's there?
out.
They don't know. They
oh,
know
he
now.
doesn't know. He doesn't know. Cole's there. It's going to be the kill. Hardek goes down.
A little bit of an overcommit right there. I cannot say that Nemesis Hydra got the better of the trades on that one, but these mirror comps are so just very interesting to see how this early game develops. I mean, look at the items back and forth. We're now going a little bit more defensive from TSM compared to the more offensive, well, primarily, Von C, but Hardek, he's starting to get that crystal up, and he's not going no defense, none at all.
No defense. And one of the things I'm noticing here, there's been so much fighting, but to have 35 last hits at 6 minutes into the game, you're pretty far behind.
compared to the 40, you're not that bad.
I mean, yeah, comparatively, but I mean, I think that just speaks to the action
11
of the game,
kills
the
in
pace
6
of the
minutes.
game.
They're almost 2 kills a minute right now.
Yeah, I mean, these guys, why farm minions when you can farm heroes, right?
Well, I think that's something Von C did say once.
All right, I like the quote right there. Von C, one shot, one kill is going to land onto Flash. Cole doing a bit of damage of his own, but is he in a bad place? He'll active camo and move forward. They are all in this lane right now. A lot of pressure coming out. Nemesis Hydra just dishing out the damage from range. The poke is insane from both of these teams, but Nemesis is getting the advantage.
Flash X should actually have that hook here fairly soon. He has that hook ready to go. Lost Boy Top does not. You can look for it.
That's the forced accord. They got Hardik, but the reverse forced accord back in. It's Hardik down. They look for more.
Von C got the
ace! My goodness, Nemesis Hydra!
That glimmer shot just off to the side pierced both of them, got the double, the triple, then followed for the ace. And as soon as those level 6s, I was looking for them in the fight. Flash was closer. I mean, just look at this. Flash, and this is the double right there. Double, and then Flash gets, or Lost Boy gets the third. Absolutely ridiculous. As soon as those 6s hit, I didn't get the chance to hit because of the fight, but it's gonna change things.
My goodness. This is not exciting at all, is it?
No, 15 kills in 7 minutes. I've seen paint dry faster than this.
This game, honestly, I am loving the action here. I like that these teams come out in game 3 and don't hold anything back. A lot of times in these kind of situations, you get into a passive kind of game because people feel the tournament life on the line.
Yeah,
you have to be really careful, but both of these teams just come out swinging.
There's also like the potential, it's like you do the wrong move, you lose the game, you just take that with you, and it sucks. It sort of burns away at your soul a bit. But now I don't think Von C, well, I'm not gonna finish that sentence.
Well, it's Hardik that's caught, and Hardik will be chopped down. Von C, now you have to be careful when you have your Scarf immediately deleted out of the fight, but he's going to just kind of continue to be a pester with the active camo, and they don't dip down anyway. He'll go back towards his side of the map. Now, Forecourt, as we look at item progressions here, anything stand out to you that you think that we should really take note of?
Von C is just stupid far ahead right now. That's the big thing that I'm definitely looking at. Hardik is looking for that broken myth, but at 8 minutes in, he just doesn't quite have it there. Mikshi's just sort of in the same spot, though. 4 deaths for one Dragon, 3 on the other. Lost Boy Toph, again, prioritizes those travel boots, but at the same time, Flash, again, tier 1. So stylistic differences. Flash is going more for those items. That's what he does. As a roam, he doesn't really go for a heck of a lot of vision control. He goes for those items so he can get them early, but early is like way behind us now.
Yeah, I mean the difference, you have utility out of Flash, you have Lost Boy, he'll be able to have a little bit better positioning, and I'm curious to see who will have the advantage in the fight based off of that.
Also, we're 9 minutes in and nobody's even touched the gold mine.
Yeah, I mean that's one of the things I was
Just
noticing
sitting
earlier,
there.
but there's so much pressure.
Yep, and that pressure is still mounting here. So once that level 6 did hit for the Finns, the dynamics are going to change because you're going to look for these hooks and the counter hooks, and wow, we've seen great examples of that already. They can get Mikshi, that's definitely going to be a kill, but like you open yourself up to Flash, and he's under turret, which means you can't push this. If you get hooked onto that turret with this comp, you're done.
Yeah, well, Von C's caught, but he's able to get out of it. Dragon's Breath going to be wound up from Hardik, but they got to be
No, the
careful.
counter hook.
I mean, to chase in like that, it's not that great of a situation. If they get Von C, it's great for them, but Flash actually eating a lot of
Here comes the
damage.
breath.
It's going to be Mikshi's Dragon's Breath coming out the other side. Can he get enough? But no, it doesn't really land, and that's going to be them defensively under turret. Oh, Von C gets him! Another kill for Von C.
Hardik.
One shot, one kill comes out. Von C and Lost Boy on just a sliver of health, but able to get out of that fight.
Just like coming down to the wires, almost losing out Fonzie, almost losing out Top. Now, the hook did not actually get under turret near enough, but the counter hook there on top of Cole the Meek kept him running. Mikshi just not looking for that position. He finally finds it there at the end to get that breath, and here it is, but by then it's too late. Flash X is going to pay the price. Cole the Meek is now just on the defensive. They are not focusing down Lost Boy. Cole's just way too far out of position, and Lost Boy should have died to the burning here, but he has enough regen, and then the block there from Hardik and the fortified health to keep him and Von C alive. Good positioning from Hardik, and great focus from Nemesis Hydra, but it's lacking for Solomit.
Yeah, Hardik OP on that positioning with the one shot, one kill. Lost Boy, I'm sure we'll thank him later for that one.
Yeah, maybe just a little. 18 kills now in 10.5 minutes. It's again like the pace is absolutely outstanding. Von C is sitting at 9-1-3. He is going for his second Sorrow Blade in traditional Von C style.
You know, a lot of times I'm going to ask you like how these teams scale against each other. No need to ask here. But it does feel that Nemesis has the advantage in all of these fights. And I mean, we talked about item choices and how they're going to be able to approach these fights differently. I feel that the positioning out of Nemesis has really been superior to TSM in the last couple of games.
They play these comps a lot. This is like the dream comp to them. It's not so for Solo Mid, but I mean, they showed that they could play it last time, but once they actually get the true mirror, it's a different story.
Oh, well, it's Flash. He's going to throw the Force to Cord, does not land. Another Force to Cord coming out, not going to land
Big
from Lost Boy, but Hardek looking to dive. Flash pretty low. Von C, got to be careful. Whoa, he's dishing the damage out onto Cole. Cole not finding his own damage.
I'm the better Kestrel. I'm the
no
better Kestrel.
fear, Von C! Oh, who does this?
Hardek
Is
drops.
he going to get the damage, though? Von C's
Von C's
down.
out.
It's Lost Boy and Flash trading around. Mixi's going to dip back over to take Lost Boy, and this could be the ace that TSM needed. They're going to get Lost Boy here,
so
but
close.
does it get Flash? No! It is the ace for TSM, and they are coming right back into this.
Nemesis, a heck of a sloppy fight right there. They split, they had no target focus. Von C's trying to duel out with Coldemik saying, I'm the better one, but they go too deep. Like, off to the right, Mixi actually wins against Hardek, which again, like as I said, Hardek lost out that mirror, and under that turret with Flash and Cole, that is what made TSM win that one.
Yeah, I mean, no fear, it can work for you. Sometimes a little fear can help you out as well. I really
Velocity
feel
found that out earlier.
I really feel that he should have backed off and let Finn get away there, but at the end of the day, you know, these guys are the pros.
Yeah, well, 13-9, again, like the kills per minute is staying pretty steady. A little bit of a counter push there from Solo Mid, using their pressure to get some damage on that turret, but they weren't able to take the cash home, and they are still actually down in gold. 2,000 plus right now, still an advantage. So might not have been a great fight for Nemesis Hydra, but they're still holding something of a lead here.
Yeah, they're holding on to it indeed, and now looking
They
for
found
an engage. If they can lock Cole down and get this kill, it's going to be huge for them.
That's
Cole's
it for him.
low. That's going to be the kill over onto Cole the Meek, and now a 2v3 situation in which they'll poke onto the turret. One shot, one kill lands onto Flash. Lost Boy frontlining for his team as Hardek and Von C poke from range. Turrets down, Hardek moving forward. Flash ticking down damage over time, but
Big breath, big
the
breath.
Dragon's Breath coming through. He finds one, looking for more. They turn it.
He gets
Lost
two.
Boy, can he get him? It's Von C versus Mixi, one-on-one. It's
Oh,
gonna
he
be
missed.
Mixi down! Oh, Von C! Oh, Cole the Meek respawning, almost getting that one shot, one kill.
The one shot, one kills from Von C are definitely hitting more of the marks here. We do have the double Eves coming out from the Dragons, but Von C will live to fight another day on that one. Impressive indeed game, but 16-11. We're at 27 kills in 13 minutes, which means we're now past 2 kills a minute.
Oh my goodness, Forger. You know it's a close play when we get the squeak out of you.
Yeah. I feel the panic of Von C just right there.
Oh, definitely. It was a panic moment
All right,
indeed.
13 minutes in. A lot of items, a lot of kills, a lot of gold. 25,000 to the 22. Solo Mid still in arrears, but it's not over for them yet. There's still a lot of potential coming in because once that Kraken spawns, it's big potential for both sides. I would look to see the completion of an item and then into infusions over the next 60 seconds.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I wouldn't be surprised to see infusions come out immediately as soon as they can get down to the shop. And whatever team can get that surprise factor, if they get it, it's going to be the deciding factor, I'd imagine.
Well, there's another gold payout going to Nemesis Hydra, furthering, that's the word, for their lead. But again, like Warhorn for that Finn, that's absolutely huge. Flash X does have his, but he doesn't have those boots. But he does actually have that Crucible, and I'm not entirely too sure the Crucible's been doing too much, but Toph has his ready to go. They're basically mirrors minus the boots at this point. Mixi and Hardek do have the Broken Mist. They have those Eves as well, but a lot of infusions coming out fast and furious. The bigger difference is, of course, the Kestrels.
Yeah, and maybe bad, I don't know. I mean, honestly, I felt they could have engaged right there. Hardek was out of position,
There it
but
is.
now they throw it. It's not going to land. Flash is going to frontline for the team. Hardek eating a lot of damage. Dragon Breath wound up by Mixi. Can they turn it back? Hardek, he's going to wind up his own, and they turn it back to the TSM. Oh, whoa! Lost Boy 2 kills, 3 kills. Lost Boy Toph is a god. Finds the ace. They can take Kraken. They can take turrets. Whatever they want.
They can do whatever you want. Yeah, exactly right there. If we get a replay of that, it's going to be absolutely amazing because not only was it glimmer shots, but the one shot landed on top of Cole. The big breath from Hardek was the big key right there, and just the amount of clustering from Team Solo Mid into everything. The glimmer shots, the breath, the quibbles. It was just absolutely game-breaking.
This could be the end of the road for Team Solo Mid.
It's
right
looking dire.
now, Nemesis Hydra have control of the game.
One
they
shot.
have the Kraken. That was a nice attempt right there.
Too late.
It's just not enough. and the infusions are going to come out from everybody. They know that this is the deciding moment of this game. Coming forward, if Nemesis fight this well, this is going to be game. If Team Solo Mid can put it together, they're going to stay in it. Tough situations, Forecourt.
You know, it's a great game when we break our humanist and he just screams instead of says any words.
Yeah, I just start screaming at that point.
We're both kind of squeakers and screamers at that point.
Yeah, my voice is going out at this point. Let's see if they can get a good forced accord to start this fight off. It could be the deciding factor in this fight. You see Kraken just lumbering down lane.
Flash.
Everybody getting into position here. Hardik needs to stay in the back line of
No,
this fight.
didn't it?
Oh, Flash missing the forced accord. Lost Boy starts it off with the flight company. Gets his
Stun.
zone. Pulls Mixie in. Lost Boy's pretty low. Hardik winding up that Dragon's Breath. He's going to go in, but don't go in too deep. Lost Boy, he's
No,
still
Lost
alive.
Boy.
All these guys trading damage back and forth. Kraken still just chunking through the turret. Vonc, he's the last one standing.
Gets
Listen
one.
to ace for TSM. It looks like they're going to be able to take down this Kraken,
Yeah, I
but it
think
will
so.
be the exposed crystal. And with that, TSM still in the game, but
Yep.
it's a desperate situation.
Hey, this is how they went up against Kinetic. Just push too far to get the ace, and now it's the comeback. Not going to say that that's the case here. They have to prove it. But 4,500 down, that crystal's only going to drop to half. Koldamik and Mixie just not really a problem to take them down. Especially, I think just the Scarf by himself might have been able to save the day. But going in a little bit too deep, Nemesis Hydra was really just trying to play the distraction game so that they could win that out. But too little for that one. And that's great because I was going to say Vonc is actually pretty much invulnerable right now. He has that Aegis. He picked up a coat of plates just before that last fight as well. And then he died. So I'm glad I didn't say that. But if you look at him, the double Sora Blade and now so much defense compared to that of Koldamik, it's still the biggest difference in this game.
Yeah, it definitely is. And as these next fight, you know, we're just going to get closer and closer to it. It is so incredibly important that TSM do not take a bad fight. Of course, Nemesis, I feel that they have a little more wiggle room here. If they lose a fight, you know, they're going to lose a lot of turrets, they're going to lose objectives, but they're not going to be out of the game most likely.
Look at Hardik. Hardik has an Aegis and a light shield. He's just gearing up for the 1v1. He's just like, I don't care about anyone else. I'm just taking down Mixie.
I mean, honestly, earlier when I was talking with Old School, he talked about this. He said, this is just what we need. We need that little bit of shield to get us through these fights, and if they can do it, they're going to win the game. One shot, one kill is going to be thrown out, doesn't land right there. Nemesis just kind of posturing around the middle area of this map. They do have control, and one of the things I wanted to mention earlier, Lost Boy, he's done a phenomenal job to control the middle area of this jungle.
I mean, a lot of the Nemesis just vision, the control, the fights, they've all just been pushing up against Team Solo Mid. The map has more or less been theirs. The fold has been conquered by the Hydra, but until that Kraken comes back in, will we see a lot of aggression from Team Solo Mid? If they go for a fight here, oh, there it is, then they're not going to get anything, but if they can take a fight with Kraken, it could be still game for them.
One shot, one kill out of Vonc, off the mark. It's forced to court. It's
got
gonna
Hardik.
pull Hardik in. We'll see if he can get himself out of here before he goes down. Turns around a little bit of poke. The Dragon's Breath
Flash,
winding
flash,
up.
flash.
Mixie's pulled in. We're going to have Koldamik down. Lost Boy frontlining for his team.
They trade.
Nemesis could be won this game right here off of it. Mixie, can he do this by himself?
One shot.
30
One
seconds
shot.
before his teammates are back up. Mixie, this is legendary stuff right here. Spitfire lands. Vonc in such a dangerous position.
No.
He's going to teleport himself home. Vonc, where is the no fear
2,
right now?
1, yeah, the timer's just not there. Vonc, I was really hoping for that timer to come up a little bit quicker for him, but it's just not meant to be. But 2 for 1 for the trade. Yeah, they do take down Lost Boy, but that's not who you want to take out in these fights because Hardik can solo down this Kraken. I'm pretty sure Vonc could just do it if he needed to anyways.
Well, Hardik's gonna start this up. It is a tense situation right now. You know, your winter season champions potentially going to be eliminated right now by Nemesis Hydra. If they can stay in this, they're gonna continue their run in this tournament.
It's still anybody's game.
It really is, but Nemesis do have a pretty strong advantage here.
3K, 3K.
But as well, Nemesis, you know, coming into this, they always place in the top set of teams, you know. They are a team that's feared by so many. They just haven't won that full tournament. I'm very excited for them to be in this position.
So Koldamik actually did opt to get into a breaking point for his second item. Compare that to Vonc with the double Sorrow. Vonc still has a heck of a lot more armor and defense. Cole, he's just going to melt in these fights. If he doesn't get any of that light shield going, Hardik just has his number.
One shot.
Oh, wow,
kill.
that hit!
Ooh, man, that's a third of his health right there. Now Lost Boy front lines for his team. He'll eat that one shot, one kill out of Cole, but Flash trading with Lost Boy. Hardik poking from
Here
range.
comes the breath.
Wind up that Dragon's Breath going in forward. Lost Boy, a lot of damage eaten, but he's
Cole,
not
Cole,
down.
Cole.
The same thing as last time.
He
Cole
hit him.
very low. Hardik lands the Spitfire. The active camo. Cole's down. can't handle the AoE right there. Mixi's low as well. Is this going to be the end of Team Solomon's run?
No fear, no fear.
Vonsy wants him. Is he going to get him one more auto attack? There it is. Well, your basic attack going to land, and now it's just Flash X land.
Just leave him. Just leave him. Go for the win. Go for the win.
Looks like that's what they're going to do. It's Lost Boy moving down the lane with
Yeah,
those
that's what Finn's
minions.
doing.
They'll get that
Boom!
ace right there.
Style, baby!
Oh, the Bad Manner, one shot, one kill. Vonsy doing it, and Nemesis Hydra are going to move forward and secure game number 3 in a pretty stylish fashion.
World-class team, our previous North American champions and the number 2 seed goes home on day number 2 into the 5th, 6th slot, and Nemesis Hydra bring it back in the second time, at the second rematch in the Game 3 blind pick to get themselves that win, prove to everybody that they're here to win, and they are now guaranteed a top 4.
Look at Vonsy just kick back in his chair, take that deep breath. I'm sure he was holding his breath there in those last couple of fights. Tense moments, incredibly exciting. And man, I'm glad we were here to cast this one for
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for qualifying Nemesis Hydra, because that was fantastic. Yeah.
Fantastic indeed, and the mirror comp as well. Really
That's our
showing
first
the
full
power.
mirror today in this entire tournament.
Wow.
You do not really get to see first full, big full mirrors like that, because we've had either 1s or 2s, but never a full mirror like that. And TSM challenging Nemesis Hydra on their home ground of this is their comp. We can do it better. Well, they didn't.
It didn't work right there. TSM. Well, they'll be watching the rest of the tournament.
From the comfort of the hotel, probably. But still, 5th and 6th, definitely a bit of a shock. So Nemesis Hydra moves on to the top 4. Let's take a quick look at the end of that game, because again, like the bigger difference between a lot of these heroes were the items. And the items in a mirror comp and how you play it and how it all happens, that's going to be the biggest difference. I mean, these guys, they're looking so, well, I'm not going to say TSM's looking so happy about this, but, you know, everybody's being cordial. We're going to get an interview with them fairly soon. Here's the items from last time. Von C, the Menace, the God, 18-3, most farm on his team, just shy of Mixi, but early on, got the Sorrow Blade before Cole even finished up anywhere close to his. Had the second one by the time Cole was working on the broken point there, and then the defense. The defense was key. So much more defense here for Nemesis Hydra.
Yeah, honestly, Von C did ridiculous work this game. These are the kind of scores you see in your public matches.
Okay, all right. I'm gonna let TSM deal with you later after the stream for that comment. But no fear, just fight. It worked out. The mentality, it's almost like they just let him off the chain. Said, all right, just do what you need to do. The last time we reined you in, we put you on Sky. He wasn't happy. Playoff Beard said that. He did do a tweet. This time they said, just go nuts. And I think the mentality worked out great.
It did indeed.
Man, oh man. So, Humanist, it's definitely been a pleasure, sir.
It's been a pleasure.
We are done. We will see you guys personally tomorrow, but now to the desk for the final thoughts. Was Rome right? I don't know, because I don't remember, but maybe he does. So let's throw it back to them.
All right, thank you very much, Forecourt Jester. So, the reigning North America champions, the reigning VIPL champions, and the champion of champions, the number 2 seed, Team Solo Mid. I guess they couldn't win everything all the time. I'm sure they're disappointed now, but a tremendous showing here.
Yeah, and the thing about TSM today was I highly had to disagree with all of their, like most of their drafts coming out. And I feel like that last one, it was just something out of pride, something out of honor. Although, you know, they have seen Von C go Castro left, right, and center. Why not go Glaive Catherine and counter that? They would have won easy.
All right, very interesting. Von C finishes 18-3-7. He has really just emerged as the star of the day.
Yeah, he was in his element as that caster, and you know that KDA of 18-3-7. He was, you know, he could do no wrong with that.
No
no
biggie,
fear.
right?
No big deal.
No biggie.
Just an every day at the office, but that is no ordinary feat, and I think he did an incredible job on that caster.
Is it academic who your MVP is?
It's Von C. It's going to be Von C. And I think what came down to it in the last fight was because it was a mirror match, it was all those kind of like hero versus hero. So it came down to Von C versus Cole, and he was out farming, he was out playing. And those one-shot, one-kills was hitting someone every single time. And it wasn't just the support he was hitting Mixi or Cole. And that was everything.
Is this the greatest 7 seed you've seen?
Well, we said they weren't deserving of the 7th
yeah,
seed.
they deserve to be much higher.
Yeah.
And I do want to ask you real quick, before we go to an interview, The only real difference you could draw, other than how the gold played out, was in the early game where Vonsi opted for a quad weapon blade and sprint boots, Cull going double weapon blade with a Swifty and a light armor, and eventually prioritizing the travel boots. Talk to me about how in a mirror match, how that different itemization might have played in.
Well, the thing was, Cole always knows how to utilize and make the most out of what he can build at that moment. And the thing is, he was behind the entire game, so he had to opt out for a different build. Vonsi, however, was so rich on the other hand, like he had money to spare. He was throwing down Solar Blades left, right, and center. And I feel like this draft, like this blind pick, it just totally didn't go the way of TSM. I felt like they should have picked a composition that they were more well known for, that resembles them a lot better.
All right, Tasty Bacon is with someone I think we're all going to want to hear from. Tasty, why so fear?
Thank you very much, Playoff Beard. I am here with the co-owner of the Highlight Factory, Vonsi from Team Nemesis, the match MVP. First of all, congratulations on the victory, making the semifinals. So the first thing I want to ask is, earlier in the tournament, you guys had dropped a match to Team Solo Mid in the full best-of-3 series. This time, you go to the blind pick once again. After you dropped that first game against them, what was going through your head? How did you guys keep your composure to be able to come back?
Our first draft, we got Adagio and Glaive, actually. That's early game come, but their come is much better than us, and their rotation is much better than us. So we are losing in the early game. We just keep fighting in the line. Finally, we lost a lot. We cannot fight from front. So we just hold the turrets, wait for them to rush us. They got Black Feather and Sky. They have to rush us. So we just wait for them to rush, so make this comeback.
All right, excellent. And now, with this win, you guys have now made it to the semifinals. And Team Nemesis, although you haven't been a part of Nemesis for all 3 seasons, they are the only team to qualify for 3 straight semifinals. How does it feel to join a team that has this sort of history within Vainglory and continue that success?
I'm come Nemesis for the first one, the championship.
All right, so Vonsi, he's here to win the championship with Nemesis. And now I think the question everyone really wants to ask is your Kestrel. It has taken this tournament completely by storm. In 117, not many people were playing Kestrel, and now all of a sudden, you're here just destroying people with it. Multiple different builds. You pulled out a Crystal Kestrel. You've done double Sorrow Blade. You've done all sorts of different builds. What drew you to Kestrel, and why did you bring out the Kestrel here at the tournament? And what sort of determines how you build her each game?
Like on second game, I go to Crystal build on Kestrel because they have Saw. It's gonna be hard time if you use weapon Kestrel against Saw, so I choose CP build. And third game, both of us have like same hero, double Kestrel, double Vayne, and double Scar. So I'm gonna just go like double Sorrow Blade. I'm pretty sure they won't buy lots of armor.
All right, so there's a little bit of insight into the mind of a semifinalist here at the Vainglory Spring Championships. Is there anything else you want to say? You guys have quite arguably the loudest reactions to your plays and to everything you guys do. Is there anything you want to say to the fans out here?
No fear, just fight.
All right, thank you very much, Vonsi. Congratulations once again. Playoff Beard, Rome, and Jingyi, take it away.
All right, congratulations to Vonsi. I was hoping we would get one of those before the interview was over. Tremendous to see Nemesis Hydra advancing into the semifinals. It has been quite a day, 8 hours plus of matches. But tomorrow, we are back with the semifinals. First, let's take a look at kind of everything that went down today and what it means for where we are right now. So, Nemesis Hydra beats Team Solo Mid 2-1, setting up a semifinals matchup. Phoenix Rain against this Nemesis Hydra team. Then Hammers Kinetic against Hammers Velocity in that intramural battle. All right, first up, Jingyi, Phoenix Rain against Nemesis Hydra. Just playmakers galore.
Yeah, and actually, Phoenix Rain, they used to be Nemesis Crucial, so they obviously know each other quite well. So I think that's gonna be a very interesting series, and that this is gonna be very entertaining. So first, like, you've got Nemesis Hydra, which are just massively unpredictable. And then you've got Phoenix Rain, who are just like mechanically perfect in every way.
Yeah, so when those two contrasts meet, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, the thing was, we were doing the seedings and stuff throughout VGL, and we were talking specifically about the who they were called Excrucio.
Yeah.
We're like, this team deserves to be #1, and they are fighting for it. They've grown throughout the entire season, and it seems like, taking all that mechanical skills, taking all that individual talent, they have put it together, and it's working out very well for them.
All right, on the other side, perhaps the best case scenario, as we can take a closer look at how the semifinals are going to play out tomorrow, starting at 1 p.m. Pacific, that's 20 GMT. On the other side, it is Hammers versus Hammers. That's pretty much the best result that they could have hoped for here.
Yeah, and you know what? It seems to be happening over and over again. Last season, Hammers made it very far into the championship. This season, they have everything that it takes. And, it's really hard to depict who's going to actually win between Kinetic and Velocity. However, T-Tigers is on Kinetic. That's all I got to say.
Yeah, just the stutter stepping on that Ringo. Just insane. So this Kinetic team, brand new here, still been experimenting as they go to some degree. On the other hand, Hammers Velocity, despite, say, how young Dienzio is, this is a team that has kind of matured into this moment, runners up on multiple occasions. I'm sure now they kind of see a championship in their sights.
Yeah, they're definitely gunning for that #1 spot there, and they have been just getting better every single tournament, every single qualifier, and I think this is their opportunity. However, they are against their sister team, Hammers Kinetic there, which I think is going to be very tough, because you would be considering that they would be scrimming against each other regularly, and you would be thinking the win rate is probably 50-50 at this point.
Yeah, I'm here with two competitive players. Rome, as someone who's played in this scenario, what is it like to know that you're going up against a sister team that knows you inside and out?
Well, the thing is, on the side of Kinetic, they do know Velocity inside and out. They know their comfort pick. They know their compositions they'd like to run. However, the same can't be said for Kinetic itself. Due to the fact that Gabe Vizzle plays every single hero down the board, same thing can be said for T-Tigers. He can play in any position, and he does those quick rotations down to the jungle. But looking at tomorrow, honestly, every single team has a fighting chance to win. I wouldn't favor anyone over the other, even including TSM. Like
not TSM.
All top 5. Like the 4 teams tomorrow plus TSM, they all had a chance to win in my book.
Oh, yes, absolutely, certainly did. Okay, if you've enjoyed this action, of course, there's VIPL in Korea. There is the European Championships coming up next weekend in Berlin. But a brand new announcement that you may have missed, the Samsung Galaxy Vainglory Invitational is going to happen live at E3. The teams invited to this, Team Solomid from North America, Hunters from China, G2 Esports from Europe, and Invincible Armada from Korea. That is going to be a lot of fun. And kind of unlike in the past with E3, there are days where you can get in just kind of as a member of the public. So if you're local, go see it. If not, check out that broadcast. So much more. And if you've been enjoying this, just watching next weekend when we're in Europe is going to be more fireworks with different styles, different strategies, and of course, it's still not too late to win an iPad if you use hashtag Vainglory Live. Go check out everything everyone's been tweeting throughout this very, very long day. So with that, for Xingyi, for Rome, and all of our casters and amazing crew, I am Playoff Beard. Make sure you are back at 1 p.m. Pacific, 20 GMT tomorrow, as we will crown a new North American champion. Thanks so much for watching. Goodbye.